Immortality? Just replace your body. Eternal life for the soul? Just upload your memories. In this era where technology has reached its peak but emotions are on the brink of desolation, the rapidly changing climate and deteriorating environment serve as a cruel backdrop. The global AI has suddenly awakened, and humanity has become puppets, creating chaos and slaughter like walking corpses. Mutant monsters and intelligent machines ravage the earth, leaving unenhanced old humans on the brink of extinction. Flesh can be imitated, but the soul is unique. The survivors finally awaken. Regardless of past national and ethnic enmities, all barriers must be set aside at this moment. To protect the last spark of humanity and their homeland, an epic battle concerning the dignity of the soul and the survival of the race has begun, marking the dawn of a new human era. Chapter 1. The Black Market. The blue light of tritium lamps pierces through the sea of clouds, and a massive laser advertisement projects into the sky from the top of a skyscraper. A mature and sweet female voice sounds. Sea levels continue to rise. Human fertility rates further decline. The old gods will fall, and you will become our new god. Under the three-dimensional light effects of the sky, a virtual world is projected onto the clouds, where a six-winged angel confronts a human male in midair, one black and one white, the setting sun gilding their forms with a golden edge, while the sound of a pipe organ echoes through the floors. The human spreads his arms and rushes towards the angel, the air pressure causing his long black hair to fly like snakes writhing within the sea of clouds. All the vehicles on the ground screech to a halt, and women's screams rise and fall as they look up at the scene of war. People in the buildings gradually put down their work and gather by the windows. It feels as if a miracle has descended. The golden and white feathers of the fallen angel scatter outside the building's windows. Below the laser advertisement, there is a row of large floor-to-ceiling windows, and inside is a group of tense workers focused on their computers. Among them, a silver-haired girl is engrossed in her work, oblivious to the outside. She nervously waves her arms. This is the latest model of a spatial simulation electronic screen, and she's adjusting a naked male figure, from Egyptian pharaoh accessories to ancient Roman robes in the blink of an eye. Evening arrives. A gurgling sound comes from her stomach, and Jihai gently rubs her forehead. Otherwise, I'll just switch jobs when I get this month's paycheck, or take on some freelance work. Times are tough. Food is becoming increasingly expensive, and she has never saved enough to buy kitten pets, which are non-essential for survival, are now very expensive and beyond her means. 50 years ago, during the cleansing campaign, all harmful creatures to humanity, such as cockroaches and rats, were basically eradicated, including stray cats and dogs. Dee, a pop-up advertisement appears on her phone, and a three-dimensional kitten floats above the screen. Usually it's big-breasted anime girls, but today there's surprisingly a cream-colored kitten, prompting Jihai to click in confusion. Processing sale of a batch of 3-month-old cream British Shorthairs, priced at only 1/10 of the market price. Noble breed, pure lineage, worth having, address at 1/10. Jihai gets excited and checks her account balance on her ID card. Her pale face, long deprived of sunlight, flushes with color. After work, Jihai takes a maglev train to the address. The station is located at the edge of the city, and the buildings, while still enormous, gradually change from pure white to gray-black. The genetic technology used during the cleansing campaign triggered a chain reaction, causing many insects that humans believe should not die to perish, which in turn led to the death of plants that should not have died, and, subsequently, to the extinction of large animals that should not have died. The variety of food that humans can eat has become extremely limited. Jihai sighs as she looks at her flat chest at 23. There are no signs of development, and her small frame with slender limbs makes her blend into the crowd of people waiting for the train. When night falls, the train arrives, a metallic black vehicle heading straight to the outskirts. The weather is cold. Everyone is dressed warmly, with scarves and hats, their faces obscured, and their clothes intentionally worn in a rough and dull manner. Upon closer inspection, the people queuing to board exhibit strange appearances. Some have mechanical arms, some are in wheelchairs, and others lack scalp, their heads half covered with metal skulls. Everyone remains polite and silent, with no basic pleasantries exchanged. Jihai finds a seat, checks her communicator, and finds very little information available. The words black market catch her eye. The black market as she has heard before, sells everything imaginable without fear of what cannot be sold. Jihai shivers. But to have a kitten? She pulls her hood lower, trying to hide her small, pointed face in the shadows. The sky outside grows darker. The buildings remain tall, but are now sparse, and the visible plants on the ground are few and far between, creating a desolate, dim atmosphere. The wind-powered blades appear shadowy and indistinct, and there are no flocks of birds in the sky. Only occasionally does a small drone fly by, bringing a bit of life to the scenery. Jihai calms down, presses her face against the glass window, gazing outside with fluttering eyelashes and deep green eyes, with a few freckles scattered across her face. Time passes quickly, and soon her body feels weightless as the train dives into a tunnel and then into an underground base, which was once a military defense facility. The legendary black market has arrived. Indeed, the black market lives up to its name. The buildings here are mostly metallic black, and the corners are perpetually filled with the scent of outdated machines emitting kerosene and gasoline, mixed with the fragrance of natural plants, creating a heavy aroma. The natural food on the streets smells far more rich than the artificial kind. To save money, Jihai has been eating artificial energy supplements for several months. They are either bland or overwhelmingly pungent. Here, the vegetables are fresh and pleasant, the meat rich and fragrant, and the spices are spicy. Jihai greedily inhales the I in the windows. Besides the temptation of natural food, there are various retro and intricate dresses from the 20th century, shapewear, weapons, magazines. Full-bodied artificial models display semi-transparent sexy garters on rotating platforms, provoking the imagination. However, the mechanical movements are repetitive, and the glassy eyes lack the captivating sheen of human moisture, while the silicone skin cannot emit the sheen of oil and sweat, leaving something lacking in atmosphere. Jihai shakes her head, expressing her dissatisfaction on the narrow streets. Pedestrians stagger while clutching bottles of alcohol, occasionally bumping shoulders without anyone minding. The wonderful essence of naturally brewed alcohol. Only after tasting it do you understand its charm. Brewing alcohol requires a large amount of grain, a luxury that has long been controlled and prohibited. Passers-by exude various scents, lacking clean natural leather jackets, blending tobacco, cologne, ambergris, and even chocolate and roasted meat. Jihai finds the smell a bit intoxicating. The concentrated flavor of electronic cigarettes is indeed still lacking. Climbing up the steel staircase, then taking the elevator down, walking through a 500-meter tunnel, taking another 15 floors of elevators, then walking down again, and finally going upstairs. Jihai feels dizzy from the buildings and their connections. How similar this is to the Chongqing she saw in the real-life simulation map from the early 21st century. In this complex of dark, intricate buildings, there is an enormous Buddha head strangely lodged in the center. The position where Jihai stands faces the sleeping eyes of the Buddha head, with deep green moss growing in the hair whorls due to years without sunlight and gray-black water. Stains hanging at the corners of the Buddha's eyes, flowing down like dirty tears. The corners are piled with miscellaneous garbage, and someone has inserted a few long, ancient incense sticks into an apple, with herbal ash scattered in the air. Chapter 2. Medical Waste. Jihai wipes her frozen red nose, looks down at the map, and then raises her head to look at the clean, bright door ahead, which has no sign. Have we arrived? Jihai was puzzled as the electric door slowly opened to reveal a handsome young man in uniform with blue eyes. However, his chest did not rise and fall. He was not breathing. Was he another replica? Jihai couldn't help but look at him a few more times. The two walked through a long corridor without exchanging a word. Jihai was led by the young man into a room with metallic gray walls and a ceiling filled with blue lights, exuding a strong sense of technology. Each compartment housed identical little kittens. Yes, they were all the same. Jihai leaned against the transparent acrylic window, peering into each compartment. This one had a little spot on its mouth. How quirky. That one seemed more lively, and Jihai playfully poked it with her finger. Each kitten seemed to have slight differences. Then she noticed another one that appeared to have a bad temper, seemingly having some spine issues, its hind legs dragging behind. Jihai stood in front of this kitten, which looked back at her with a somewhat contemplative expression. The young man at the front desk leaned closer to Jihai and said, "This one had an accident. If you like it, you can get it for 70 off, and we've already taken care of its vaccination service. It's a great deal. If she paid all the fees, Jihai would have to continue eating frozen food for a year. She feared her small frame wouldn't be able to handle it. In her hesitation, the young man had already taken the kitten out and placed it in her arms. The soft, moist touch of the creature was astonishing, and Jihai's heart suddenly felt a pang of tenderness. She gently tried to stroke its forehead, and the kitten immediately began to knead the air with its front paws, like a little mountain bamboo. The young man at the front desk flashed a standard business smile. This kitten is treating you with the same affection it would show its mother. It likes you very much and feels completely safe with you. If you don't adopt it, they will be humanely disposed of on schedule. His voice was calm. What does humane disposal mean? It means euthanasia, after which they will be sent to the incinerator along with medical waste. Kind girl, please take it home. It will repay you with all its love. Jihai looked at the soft, helpless body in her arms, its round eyes innocent, its moist nose, and its cream-colored fur not very smooth. She hesitated, one hand gripping the communicator anxiously, but the other hand unconsciously pulled out her ID card. Please proceed to our verification and payment area. The young man smiled and gestured for her to follow. Jihai followed him down to a lower corridor, which was surprisingly clean and bright, with metallic gray walls, and the ceiling lined with numerous cameras and silver light. Strips dazzlingly bright. Jihai felt like she was walking in a surgical corridor. Along the way, there were tightly shut metal doors, and the corridor branched out in multiple directions, intricate in structure. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of their footsteps echoed in the corridor. It was too quiet. The kitten in her arms lay quietly against her, wide-eyed and silent. Move aside, move aside. The air crackled with the light from laser guns. Jihai was suddenly pushed down by a pair of arms. She tried hard to turn her body as she fell to avoid landing on the kitten in her arms. In that instant, the front desk young man was also knocked down, and a stampede of footsteps echoed above them. Jihai managed to lift her head, and it seemed that the doors lining the seemingly endless corridor were being forcibly opened one after another. A group of young men in white surgical gowns emerged with black hair and black eyes. Then, a strong smell of blood spread through the air. Jihai watched in horror as they expressionlessly tore off their own clothes, some even trying to open their bellies to extract something. The most terrifying part was that each of their faces looked remarkably similar. Armed personnel surged in from all directions, each one controlling and dragging them back. It was no different from an eagle catching a chick. Here is not just a pet business, but also a place for cloning humans. Jihai's stagnated brain began to function again. She vaguely remembered that the medical ethics bill had been passed as early as 2030, prohibiting human commercial cloning, with related doctors permanently stripped of their qualifications at IT. Turned out that this illegal cloning business was so easy to stumble upon. The front desk young man was knocked unconscious, unable to operate his mechanical body, and a transparent viscous liquid flowed from the wound on the back of his head, carrying a faint smell of machine oil. She stepped back in fear, vaguely recalling the way back turned right. No, she thought for a moment, then quickly crawled back, pulling out her ID card from the front desk's chest. They had just swiped it to take the elevator here. Jihai shook her head, trying to clear her mind, stuffed the kitten in her chest pocket, and began to swipe the card. Beep, beep, beep. First floor, basement 1, basement 2, basement 3. Jihai felt these few seconds were longer than years. The elevator stopped, the door opened, and Jihai rushed inside. A barely audible low growl came from behind her. She turned around trembling, and a young man in white blocked her from the armed personnel's attack. Blood began to drip from the back of the boy's head, but he swiftly turned and snatched the laser weapon. With a smash, both the gun and the opponent's head shattered. The air was instantly filled with the stench of blood and machine oil. The boy threw away the weapon, turned, and tightly grasped Jihai's clothing. Before she could react, he grabbed her arm, desperately trying to remain standing and awake. Please take me with you, the boy whispered. His gaze overlapped with that of the kitten in her arms, calm, pure, and close to a divine void that could embrace everything. But in the moment of Jihai's hesitation, the boy could no longer support his weight and fell directly to the elevator floor. The other boys were no match for the fully armed personnel, or perhaps it was more appropriate to call them soldiers. The sounds of howling and struggling filled the corridor, leaving behind trails of dragging marks on the ground. The corridor lights flickered, the power unstable. Jihai stood frozen, watching as his hand tried to grasp her ankle, his expression filled with despair. Jihai made up her mind. dragging him into the elevator and pressing the close door button. The elevator ascended smoothly and rapidly, reaching the first floor she could get out. Jihai pressed the button hard, but there was no response. The ceiling light flickered a few times, dimmed, and then went completely out. Cold sweat trickled from her forehead down to her neck, her nape feeling icy. An AI's cold voice echoed in the elevator. Level 1 emergency control. Power has been cut. All passages are sealed. Jihai cradled the little creature in her arms and squatted down to touch the boy's arm by her feet. Luckily, her phone had battery, and she could see clearly, but how to get out? What had happened? Her legs were trembling. The boy gasped a few times, regained his composure, and climbed up, saying to her, "Go home." Jihai struggled to control her trembling voice. "Am I going to die?" The boy's black eyes sparkled with a strange light as he chuckled lightly. "Not necessarily. After all, we can make 100 more just like you." Jihai felt a lump in her throat, her face turning pale. The boy wiped the blood from the components he had removed from the back of his neck, carefully placing them in his pocket. He wiped the blood from his hands, and then his frail body seemed to undergo some change. He stretched out his arms to pry open the elevator's metal door, which was about 10 centimeters thick and solid. The elevator stopped between 2 floors. The boy first politely crouched down, gesturing for Jihai to step on his shoulders to climb up. Then he effortlessly followed suit. How do we proceed? Fortunately, the floor was the same one they had entered before. Jihai rushed towards the door, and the two ran a few steps before stopping to look at each other. 2 security guards armed with electromagnetic weapons were already waiting at the entrance. Jihai almost cried out, "I just came to buy a kitten." As they spoke, the security guard pressed the electromagnetic emitter, and a buzzing sound echoed, but it seemed to have no effect on the boy. Jihai only felt a bit dizzy in front of her, and the guard looked down at the emitter in surprise. In that moment of distraction, the boy seized the opportunity, delivering a flying kick that knocked one down. Then, as others prepared to rush in to grab Jihai, the boy leaped into the air, grabbing the chest of one of them and slamming his head directly against the door. The helmet shattered instantly, and the boy followed up with a heavy punch to his exposed neck, the weakest point, causing a thick, translucent liquid to flow out. The boy moved like a nimble cat, resembling the human fighting against angels from the daytime advertisement. Jihai turned back, shakily swiping the access card at the front desk, and the door slowly opened. However, more armed soldiers rushed in from the end of the corridor, pouring in like a swarm of cockroaches driven out of their hole. Jihai, being small in stature, squeezed through the gap of the open door. The boy followed closely behind. Jihai didn't have time to think much. She pressed the close button. She felt the little kitten in her arms still there, and she dashed towards the direction of the station. The boy ran a few steps behind her, as if remembering something, and suddenly slammed the door a few times, causing it to deform. The door jammed and could not open, the machinery still operating to force it open, and the green light of the electromagnetic waves could already be seen through the crack. The boy's expression turned serious as he wildly smashed the access device a few more times. The door finally came to a halt, taking advantage of the night. The boy turned back and sprinted toward Jihai. His footsteps were light and powerful, his black hair blending with the darkness. The corners of the black market streets were always damp, with moss spreading everywhere, a rarity in the city. Here, tritium lamps that could shine 24 hours without electricity were also everywhere, casting a dim yellowish light. It penetrated the fog and illuminated Jihai's pale face. "Run, run fast." Jihai slipped and fell to her knees, her heart racing so violently it felt like it would leap out of her throat, struggling to catch her breath. She returned to her path, and before her was a Buddha head with a face that seemed both sad and happy. "Da-da, it's coming." The Buddha head before her was glowing. "Ah, no, it's just that I'm seeing stars." Jihai forced a bitter smile, clutching her chest. The boy caught up and timely grabbed the medicine bottle that had slipped from Jihai's hand. "To the station, we are going home," Jihai said, seeing stars. Behind them, the sound of footsteps echoed. The buzzing electromagnetic noise was the last thing she heard before she fainted. Chapter 3. Arnold. The temperature suddenly dropped, and the dome of the massive underground city opened in half. The rush of cold air collided with the damp air, turning into ice crystals that fell down. A small flying vehicle descended from the sky, slowly hovering in midair, forming a small cyclone above the Buddha head. Searchlights illuminated the outlines of Jihai and the boy clearly, and the boy's black pupils shrank sharply into a line, returning to normal in an instant when no one was watching. The cabin door opened, and three soldiers in deep gray military uniforms, tailored for movement with silver decorative stripes, jumped down. They were tall with brown curly hair and gray-blue eyes, moving agilely, rolling as they landed, and directly climbing over the railing to cross the platform. Jihai shivered, ice crystals landing on her eyelashes and the tip of her nose. It hurt, her whole body ached. The strongest soldier, numbered 339H, lifted her by her collar, her entire body leaving the ground. The dirty-clothed boy squatted on the ground without moving. The officer who jumped down from the flying vehicle extended a hand covered with dark synthetic fibers, gesturing for his subordinate to put the slender girl down. He lifted her chin, and Jihai had to stand on her tiptoes. He was too tall. The girl before him looked underage, with soft silver-white short hair by her ears, a tuft of hair swaying in the wind, deep green eyes with silver eyelashes, and a mole under her eye and behind her ear, slightly reddish. It is said that people with such moles tend to cry, and indeed, large teardrops were swirling in her eyes. The military personnel exuded a sharp coldness brought by the high altitude. "Take out what you have on you." He spoke slowly, his voice not as harsh as one might imagine. Jihai became fully awake and hurriedly pulled the kitten from her clothes, tearing open her collar to reveal a thin neck and collarbone. Between the two, the pale yellow cream-colored kitten hanging in midair was unusually well-behaved, not meowing or causing a fuss in the night. Its pupils were round and focused straight ahead. Its little legs dangled weakly in the air from any angle. Both of these little ones looked malnourished and harmless. The officer had a nameplate, numbered 001H, his skin a light brown from years spent outdoors, with exceptionally clear jawlines, a square chin, indicating a person with very low body fat. The goggles reflected the cold light of the searchlight, obscuring his gaze, but Jihai could feel him staring at her, from head to toe, inside and out, shivers running across her skin. He introduced himself. "I am Arnold, the captain of the patrol forces outside Zone 3, conducting routine checks. Your identity card and the reason for being here?" Jihai scoffed inwardly. Who was he trying to fool? Routine checks with a military flying vehicle? In her 10 years in the city, she had only seen it twice. Once was to celebrate the cultivation of food seeds and the discovery of various native chicken genes to make the rich's food tastier and their body stronger. The other time was when the Prime Minister was assassinated, a mourning event. This era no longer celebrated holidays, it was rational and efficient. After all, food resources were the most important thing. As Jihai was lost in thought, she lifted her eyelids and found a nearly 2-meter-tall man still staring at her. Jihai said, "I came to buy a cheap kitten. I don't have enough money. I saw the advertisement." As she spoke, her nose began to run. Uncontrollably, it dripped down, and inevitably, it should have landed on this gentleman's glove. Officer Arnold remained composed, his gray-blue eyes behind the goggles narrow and gentle, with some fine lines of fatigue at the corners, indicating he was a middle-aged man. Jihai felt as if he sighed subtly. "And him?" Arnold raised his chin, pointing at the boy. Jihai didn't dare look directly at him, lowering her eyelids just enough to catch a glance at the boy. He was still bleeding from the back of his neck. The boy let out a low growl at Arnold, like a small cat protecting its owner, baring its teeth at a bad person. Jihai wanted to say she didn't know this boy, but looking into his pitch-black eyes, the scene of him shielding her from bullets in the elevator, holding her ankle and saying, "Take me home," was still vivid in her mind. He is also one of my purchases. They're all my little kittens. The brows under the goggles raised slightly. Arnold released Jihai's chin, took off the glove that had her snot on it, rolled it up, and put it in his pocket, saying nonchalantly, "We may need to take him away. As for you, do you need us to escort you home? It's on the way." Jihai quickly wiped her nose, suddenly widening her eyes. Reflected in her pupils was the flying vehicle behind Arnold, and behind that vehicle came a much larger flying object, probably dozens of times the size of the small flying vehicle in front of them. It was more like a ship, comparable to the size of a medium-sized building. Arnold took off his goggles and turned to look into the sky, his expression serious. Kidnapping? The massive wind howled, and this time the cold air was even stronger. The bare sandy ground, unprotected by vegetation, was all swept up, creating a thick haze. The ship was too large, stuck under the half-open dome above the black market, but it opened its belly hatch, and small flying vehicles began to pour out. Point 1, 2, 3. About 10 silvery ships spiraled down, blocking the black aircraft completely. The silvery vessels were likely from the official government. Why would they come to the black market? Arnold unceremoniously scooped up Ji-hai and brought her onto the aircraft. The youth watched her sit on the aircraft and obediently followed the two soldiers as they flew inside. The small, lightweight metal aircraft extinguished its lights and concealed itself, moving with great agility. In the steel forest of towering buildings, the silver aircraft pursued relentlessly, leaving no chance for escape, as the thermal tracking detectors provided precise information. In the cramped space, the group of aircraft appeared suddenly like meteors, streaking past with a whoosh, falling, then rising. The air was filled with the smell of burning. Wherever they went, the exhaust left scorch marks on the ground and walls. The hard, silvery vessels cut through the pitch-black background, striking to the eye. Those who had come out to watch the excitement, the drunks peeking out of shop windows, the robots in their underwear, and the food vendor were unfazed. They turned off their lights, closed their windows and doors. The commotion outside had nothing to do with them, and they didn't want to know. 70 years ago, resources dwindled sharply, sea levels rose, and species were destroyed. To compete for the last bit of land at an altitude of 3,800 to 5,000 meters, barely suitable for human habitation, the so-called White War broke out among humans. It continued for nearly 2 generations and only began to subside when Ji-hai was young. The wealthy tycoons and the elite scientists, artists occupied most of the city's population. There are about 20 cities like Ji-hai around the world, where food is scarce but hard work can generally sustain a normal life. The military, equipped with the most advanced weapons, occupied relatively good positions within 300 kilometers of each city. The coastal waters also belonged to the military. They had the most living space, but the ocean was severely polluted and no longer viable for fishing. As for the black market at altitudes above 5,500 meters, where Ji-hai was, it barely sustained life. The air was thin and water resources were scarce. However, crops like barley and genetically modified wheat could still produce some food. With a small population, they were rumored to possess some weapons and occasionally sought to take advantage in the city. The residents of the black market were pleased to witness the dog-eat-dog scenario between the military and government forces. Ji-hai's thoughts were pulled back. She sat in the back seat, if it could be called sitting, gripping the collar of number one's military uniform tightly with one hand, while the other protected the little kitten, which was struggling to breathe. The boy next to her, though quickly strapped into a safety seat, was already nauseous, perhaps from riding in an aircraft for the first time. Dozens of aircraft were tightly holding on to them without activating their weapons. They were patient, like a pride of lions at the top of the food chain, waiting for a herbivore. Take it slow, don't rush. Once they tire out, they will naturally surrender, one paw to the throat. The spotlight from the ships above grew brighter, illuminating the area as bright as day, leaving the black aircraft nowhere to hide. A voice came from the cockpit. "We have only 10 of our energy left. We need to break out quickly. Please give the order." Arnold, with his narrow eyes, looked at Ji-hai and pondered, "Do you remember the tunnel and the route back?" Ji-hai pulled out her phone and nodded. "Good. Descend and block the tunnel entrance at coordinates 24.4 W114H. Then release the last one of fuel. The rest will be aimed for shooting." The officer's voice was firm. The cockpit replied, "Received." As they spoke, the aircraft quietly and slowly crashed into a tunnel entrance, perfectly wedged to block the view and path of the silver aircraft. With a loud bang, the last one of fuel was ejected, and the entire rear of the machine began to burn violently. The silver aircraft behind was helplessly stuck at the entrance, repeatedly retreating as flames soared into the sky, turning the silver into gold. Burning debris filled the air, and the ice crystals above evaporated into water vapor, disappearing without a trace. At the tea that moment, Officer Arnold handed Ji-hai an identity card and a necklace. Simultaneously, Ji-hai and the boy were pushed out. The scorching air blocked Ji-hai's throat, rendering her unable to speak, but seeing the flames shooting out behind her, even a fool would know that running in the opposite direction offered a chance of survival. She grabbed the still vomiting boy and shouted, "Run!" First, they crossed the tunnel, then went up the stairs, then down the stairs, passing through the last black building, and then they arrived at the station. The train was underground, running on a network that sprawled in all directions like a spider's web. Even when they reached the surface, they could not know which train Ji-hai and the boy had taken, nor could they find out which station they had descended to or which street, and Building the city they were heading to. For now, they were safe. Jihai placed her hand on her chest, her heart pounding fiercely once more. Chapter 4. Jiguang and Jihai. Here is the border between the black market and the city. The high-altitude climate is unpredictable, with strong winds and cold rain mixed with small hail. The two exhaled white mist. The blood on the boy's neck had already congealed. He was wearing only a thin layer of clothing and was shivering from the cold. Jihai took off her coat, pulled up the hood, and covered his neck. She glanced at the identity card Arnold had given her. It showed a young man in his 20s named Jiguang 2X. The military truly has great capabilities. This identity card appeared flawless. So from now on, let's call him Jiguang. The line waiting for the train back to the city was long. The atmosphere was very friendly. The travelers were returning with plenty, including an uncle who had bought rare cigars, a young girl who was fondly playing with a small trinket, a man who had purchased a vintage flying jacket and goggles, and a lecherous uncle whose cheeks were flushed from drinking, gazing at everyone with affection. The uncle in front of Jihai was smiling at Jiguang, who maintained a cold expression and ignored him. Jihai looked at the balance on her identity card, feeling pleased. She hadn't spent a single penny and had managed to get a cat. She boldly bought a ticket for Jiguang as well, but was disappointed to find there wasn't a single cent in his identity card. Everyone boarded the train smoothly. The fare was 10 times that of the city, and whatever they carried, as long as they paid, they could pass. Jihai relaxed and chuckled to herself, her stomach rumbling but not bothering her. The luggage rack was filled with backpacks of natural food, releasing a wonderful aroma. Both Jihai and Jiguang took a few deep breaths. The air in the carriage was murky and warm, and Jihai leaned against the curled-up boy and began to doze off. At midnight, the lights were dimmed, and others, having eaten and drunk enough, were drowsily preparing for sweet dreams. Beep, beep, beep. Jihai's phone rang at an inopportune moment. An urgent alert, and before she could react, a 3D video call automatically connected. A 1-square-meter holographic video conference opened up in front of her. The voice of her secretary, Gina, screeched through the microphone. Jihai, we've been searching for you all night since work ended. Everyone is waiting for you to start the meeting. The boss is now. Normally, she would be wearing high heels and a well-tailored outfit, but now her wavy hair was flying wildly behind her. Gina's words were abruptly cut off, and a deep voice exploded throughout the carriage. The boss's face was grim, floating uncertainly in the shadow of the lights. Behind him on the screen was the man from earlier, floating in the sky, his clothes suddenly pixelated and then falling away, revealing a beautifully naked male body, engaged in a battle with a 6-winged angel, every structure of his body on full display. All right, first was his elegant face with a clearly defined jawline, collarbone, shoulders, chest, and abs. Then, going down, Jihai swallowed hard, struggling to decide whether to open her eyes or shyly close them. Jiguang, curious, leaned in closer. Slap! The image was interrupted just in time, shimmering green electronic particles flickering and disappearing into the air. The boss's puffy face was nearly collapsing onto his shoulders as he forcefully pressed the remote control to turn off the screen. Yes, the visible anger behind him was palpable, and the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. No! Jihai stood up, bewildered, looking around. She was neither in the office nor at home. Who am I? Where am I? She was surrounded by a group of uncles and cyborgs who had just been lingering in the black market, completely absorbed. Jihai wiped her mouth, which was not saliva, but tears. She forced a standard fake smile. I only handle the nudity change. No, I only handle the character change of clothing settings, determining his body standards, facial realism, and the program for how the clothes fall doesn't fall under my jurisdiction. Please start from the top, asked the producer, the product manager, the lead programmer, the technical artist, and then my superior, the chief artist. Finally, it's me. The last me was difficult for Jihai to utter. The boss pointed the remote at Jihai's nose, shouting, "This is the latest game in the world that we spent 6 years and 90% of our profits to create. No, it is a human utopia, the kingdom of all human dreams. It is the future of humanity. How could you let him be naked in public?" In her peripheral vision, colleagues related to the project were all standing neatly in the screen, confessing their mistakes. This project was commissioned by the International Joint Commission and concerns the future of humanity. If it fails, I'll make sure you can survive in this industry. Jihai nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. The boss's voice grew louder. Not only will I not have work here, but no other company will take you in. You can only go to Antarctica to mine, fish in the sea, or sell hearts in the black market. Boss, video conference request from the new project leader of SK Gene Company. The secretary's gentle and calm voice timely rang out, soothing the atmosphere. The boss suppressed his anger, closed the video, and said, "Be on time for work tomorrow." "No, don't come to work anymore." Staring at the abruptly cut off screen, Jihai was dumbfounded. Someone patted her shoulder, signaling her to sit down. A stranger in the back seat extended a friendly hand towards her, offering a cigarette. Yes, the half-smoked kind, with sparks flickering. Jihai instinctively took the cigarette, collapsing back in her seat, and politely said thank you. Then she felt a warm stream on her stomach. The cat had urinated. The girl's eyes glazed over, wanting to cry, but unable to shed tears. The cat disdainfully crawled from her lap into Jiguang's clean clothes pocket. Laughter gently rang out in the carriage. Warm, friendly, sympathetic. Jihai looked down at herself and struggled to say to Jiguang, "Is this what they call social death?" The boy tilted his head, holding the cat with his pure, innocent big eyes, non-committal. After about an hour underground, they finally reached the surface. The view from a window was the same as before. The buildings were becoming denser and taller, interspersed with large areas of barren land that couldn't support any crops. The types of grass were few and far between, struggling to adapt to this high-altitude, cold climate. Dust without root systems was lifted by the wind with the freezing rain, only to be smashed back down to the ground. Jiguang noticed a layer of white mist on the glass and curiously poked it with his finger. The spot became transparent, allowing him to look outside again. His vision seemed better than others. Everyone else saw only darkness outside, with nothing remarkable except the uniformly appearing wind turbine blades. But he saw, high in the distance, the ships and silver flying vehicles that had appeared in the black market silently soaring through the sky. The ships opened their belly hatches. The flying vehicles entered the hatches in an orderly fashion, one after another. Once inside the ship, the flying vehicles aligned neatly, shutting down their engines. A few silver-bodied ones were clearly charred, and the cockpit doors were slightly deformed. One of the most severely damaged vehicles was forcibly opened. Inside were two government special forces members in white uniforms, and in the back seat lay 3 members of the Dark City Defense Forces. With narrow gray-blue eyes and a clearly defined jawline. It was the captain of the 3rd District, Arnold. They had not been destroyed. The people had been rescued. One of the silver uniform team members picked up the intercom and reported, "Headquarters, please be informed that we have brought back the captain. He has suffered 70 burns and is in critical condition. The other 2 members have burns and fractures ranging from 30 to 50. There is one with 90 burns. We have judged that he cannot survive more than 2 hours, so we are abandoning him." After a moment of contemplation, the other side instructed to send immediate treatment using the PG-02 treatment plan. Arnold's tall body was now stiff and curled, oozing lymphatic fluid. He does not feel pain. The high temperature has destroyed the nerves in his skin. One side of his face is distorted, and pale yellow blisters cover the right side of his collarbone, shoulder, and arm. The military uniform that usually fits well is now tightly wrapped around his burnt flesh like a shroud. Arnold's lips are tightly closed, and one of his eyes has a ruptured cornea, murky and grim. In a daze, in his dream, he walks into an abandoned library. The dim red brick walls creak underfoot, and there is a window around the corner where withered vines quietly cling to the windowsill. The room is filled with books from over 100 years ago, thick with dust. A girl with silver curls leans by the window, holding her breath as she opens a book. Dust swirls in the light, revealing elegant handwriting and intricate, old-fashioned pen drawings. The girl turns her head and smiles. Wearing a common white hospital gown, barefoot, her figure backlit and beautifully rounded. She has no name, only a dull code, JN003. He calls her Jenny, sweet and lovely Jenny, different from JN001 and JN002. At dusk, after a day of training, he secretly runs here to meet his Jenny, reading to her. The book says, "Let me go to hell. Heaven is too dull." Jenny cannot read, but her smile is so beautiful, like a little kitten, light, soft, and warm. The shadows of her eyelashes are heavy, and it seems a butterfly is resting at the corner of her eye, gently flapping its wings. Arnold continues reading, "Let me wash away your sins." Jenny giggles, reaching out to stroke her brown curls. "I forgive your sins too." The sound of Jenny's voice grows distant, and her figure becomes more and more blurred. She is leaving, forcibly taken away, and he watches helplessly, unable to move. No! He suddenly wakes up, the darkness torn apart by light, the cold surgical lamp in the ward glaring into his pupils, blinding him. Chapter 5. The wild boar can't eat fine brand. Ji Guang's pupils suddenly constricted as he closed his eyes. It was too bright. A streamlined land maglev vehicle zipped past him, its lights blinding and its speed astonishing, a favorite among the young nouveau riche in the city. Freezing rain mixed with ice shards caused pedestrians to slip on the ground, and dark clouds loomed at the base of the buildings. In just a few decades, humanity still hadn't fully adapted to the thin air at high altitudes. Ji Guang, dressed in a gray hoodie, and Ji Hai, in a short-sleeved shirt, got out of the vehicle and headed back to the city. The two exhaled white mist as they walked in the shadows of the buildings, their small figures inconspicuous, easily disappearing from a distance. Suddenly, the light in the small dark room flicked on, and a thin, pale hand opened the door. They were home. Ji Hai and Ji Guang had returned safely. The room was very simple, containing only a few essentials: beige artificial wood flooring, a white simple double-door wardrobe, 2 or 3 similarly styled gray hoodies, and only a few pairs of lemon yellow socks. She exhaled, letting the boy sit on the mat at the edge of the bed. The room was too small for a sofa, so he sat quietly, curling up and hugging his legs, while a cat nestled in his neck. Both of them staring wide-eyed at Ji Hai, clearly hungry. Ji Hai draped a towel over herself and dried her hair, then turned to find the chicken breast she had saved in the fridge to thaw, along with the last 2 eggs. The rest were artificial nutrients. Not very filling, but enough to keep you alive. Ji Hai felt a bit excited. It had been months since she had eaten something so luxurious to save money. There was no kitchen, just a simple countertop in the entrance hallway. She gently took out a bright yellow pot, put in some water and chicken, and the pink meat quickly turned white. After adding a pinch of salt and draining the water, she placed it in a small bowl. The cat sat still, while Ji Guang's eyes fixated on the bowl. He didn't seem to like it much. Ji Hai took out 2 energy bars and tossed them to him. "If you won't eat this, then have these." Ji Guang's eyes lit up as he skillfully tore open the package and began to eat contentedly. A wild boar can't eat fine brand. Ji Hai continued to scoop her portion of chicken and egg custard, finishing it quickly. She then took Ji Guang's bowl and began feeding herself directly, but hesitated just before it reached her mouth. She offered the spoon to Ji Guang. "You're hurt. You need to eat something nutritious." Ji Guang's nose twitched, and he pouted as if to turn away, but the spoon was again brought close to his mouth. Hesitantly, he extended his tongue and licked it. His eyes brightened instantly. The cheese transformed from tiny bits into a soft mixture of cream and protein that could be pulled in long strands, making it feel like fireworks were exploding in his mouth. He took the bowl and spoon, gulping down the contents in one go, licking the bottom of the bowl, then took the clear broth in front of the cat and drank it all in one breath, savoring it. Some spilled onto his hand and arm as he lowered his head, using his pink tongue to lick the soup off his arm. "Hey, you haven't showered yet." Ji Hai watched the boy in front of her, who resembled a cat that had eaten and was now cleaning itself. He first wiped his face with his hands, then licked his palms, and finally wiped his mouth. Then, he leaned against the edge of the bed and simply fell sideways onto the floor, curling up his entire body, hugging his knees and closing his eyes. His black hair hung down to his delicate nose, and he fell asleep. Yes, he fell asleep very peacefully, as if he hadn't slept so comfortably in a long time. It was only 3 minutes. The cat leisurely finished its food in the bowl, and it too wanted to wipe its face, but for some reason, it stopped its little paws and gracefully placed them together in front of it. Dragging its 2 hind legs that couldn't walk normally, it meowed and crawled toward the bathroom. Understood. Ji Hai pulled out the only potted succulent from the windowsill, dumping the fluffy soil into a box. "I'm sorry, you'll have to make do with this tonight. Tomorrow, I'll definitely get you a luxurious cat toilet with a door." The cat meowed a few times at Ji Hai, sitting in the soil, unwilling to go to the bathroom. "Shy, I'm going to take a shower. Don't be nervous. Take your time," Jihai said as she retreated into the bathroom, sneezing as she planned to take a warm bath. The bathroom had only basic facilities. The angle coefficient was too high, and this was the best room she could afford, uniformly equipped by the government. The toilet was all white, simple and practical. The sink had no cosmetics, just a comb, toothpaste, shampoo, and a yellowish soap that emitted a lemony fragrance. Jihai thought nothing could be more comfortable than being blown by the cold wind, then having a hearty meal, followed by a warm bath. Her body felt rejuvenated. Her small face glowed with a rosy sheen, making her green eyes sparkle even brighter, coming out with her wet hair. The little cat was still lying in the soil, mewing, almost on the verge of tears. Jihai had never raised a real cat before. She had cloud-raised countless little cuties, but this one seemed to be too small and without a mother. She searched for how to help a kitten relieve itself. A gentle touch, using a wet wipe to clean its bottom, making it think it was its mother's tongue helping to clean it. After pondering for a moment, she fetched a wet wipe, intending to rub its little belly, but this little guy struggled fiercely, rolling out of the soil. She grabbed it by the scruff of its neck, then gently rubbed its round little belly, but the cat was very unwilling and began to squirm, embarrassed and angry. It turned around and bit down, but quickly realized its mistake, letting go and turning its head down. Ouch! Jihai pulled her hand back, looking at the clear teeth marks on her wrist, feeling a bit wronged. However, the cat in front of her seemed even more wronged. It whimpered, and a puddle of urine slowly formed behind it, followed by a foul smell from its rear as it successfully relieved itself. It slowly lay forward, helpless. Jihai hurried to clean up, then lifted it and placed it in the sink, washing it with warm water. Cats are afraid of water, right? It kept squirming, but when she wiped its face and the corners of its eyes, the steam from the warm water made it enjoy the experience. The washing and drying process went smoothly, and when she applied medicine, it remained silent, allowing her to lift and lower its injured hind leg, obedient like a well-behaved boy. Before it was completely dry, the little one closed its eyes and began to purr. Jihai exhaled, finally taking care of this little guy. She made a cozy nest from an old warm piece of clothing next to the pillow and placed it inside. It stretched lazily and continued to sleep. Jihai squatted by the bed, resting her chin on her hand, watching it. Its fur was fluffy, its nose cold and damp, and its ears had a tuft of clever hair, but it was a bit of a white-eyed wolf. Next, Jihai rubbed her back, which had been strained from long hours at the computer. Next, it's your turn. Ji Guang was stirred awake. It was time for him to shower, disinfect, and apply medicine. You can throw away that shirt. Ji Guang seemed to understand, yet not understand, sitting up in a daze, leaning his head against Jihai's shoulder, closing his eyes, and rubbing his hair against her cheek, clearly wanting to continue sleeping. You're so dirty. Ji Guang was shaken a few more times, reluctantly being pulled by Jihai to the shower room. Watching the hot water spraying from the shower head, his expression turned anxious, wanting to retreat. But Jihai had already closed the shower door, leaving him with no escape in the cramped space. The shower head tilted in the air, directly spraying water onto Ji Guang's face and body. He panicked, covering his face, but it was useless. The hot water instantly drenched him. Water continuously flowed from his black hair down his brow, eye sockets, and mouth corners. He trembled, bowed his head, hugged his head, sobbing, shaking all over as he slowly slid down against the wall behind him. The wounds on his back, the cuts on his arms, the abrasions on his body, the dried blood from the wounds softened, exposing flesh, but he seemed to feel nothing. Steam filled the entire space, and he trembled violently, as if suffocating. Kneeling on the ground, tugging at his collar with his hands, his clothes quickly tearing apart. Jihai took out her phone and took about 100 pictures of the sleeping cat before realizing a long time had passed and wondering why Ji Guang hadn't come out. She called out a few times, feeling something was off with her voice. She opened the door a crack and peeked inside, then opened it a bit more. Ji Guang was on the ground, hands on the floor, his upper clothes already torn open, his collarbones prominent, his chest heaving violently. His eyes were tightly shut, looking like a drowning person, powerless to call for help. Fresh blood oozed from the wound on the back of his neck, and the floor was a mess. Jihai rushed over and quickly turned off the faucet, hastily wiped him down, and then put her loosest pajamas on him. He was obedient, his expression somewhat dazed, completely still as she fussed over him. Jihai had no idea what terrifying experiences the boy in front of her had gone through. She gently patted his shoulder a few times. Then she covered his wound and helped him lie down on the bed. Jiguang's eyes were still closed, looking very painful, as if he had entered into bad memories. He hazily reached out his hands. Jihai took out a disinfectant spray and sprayed it on his wound twice, which contained alcohol and stung a bit. Jiguang suddenly opened his eyes wide. He instinctively tripped her with his leg, causing Jihai's upper body to lose balance and fall onto the bed, her slender legs weakly kicking in the air, her fingers accidentally brushing against his face. Jiguang's pupils constricted sharply, his entire body tense. The boy in front of him was not the fresh scent of lemon. He was a beast, a carnivorous predator on the grassland. If he had fur at that moment, you would see every hair standing erect, his entire body weight pressed down. The hunting aura overwhelmingly suppressing her, he examined her distinctly visible veins in her neck, blood surging in her arteries. The speed of a feline predator attacking its prey unmatched, a deadly bite. Jihai's wrist was pinned down, unable to move, her green eyes misty, choking back a cry, tears sliding down one by one. The moment the tears fell, she finally could breathe, struggling to inhale, but all she breathed in was the warm, humid breath of the beast, which made her feel even more suffocated. In her suffocation, she needed air even more. She opened her mouth, unable to make a sound, like a fish on land gasping for breath. Was she going to die? Just as Jiguang was about to bite down without putting any force into it. The little cat sleeping on the pillow desperately flipped over, using only its front legs, extending its front paw to claw into his upper arm skin. Its sharp little teeth fiercely biting down on Jiguang's shoulder, immediately drawing blood. He it all froze. She closed her mouth. He released his grip. It let go. The three little creatures simultaneously emitted whimpering sounds, at a loss. The brave little kitten turned around and crawled toward Jihai, gently nuzzling her cheek, extending its pink paw to wipe her tears, which were still falling. It got a bit anxious, mewing directly close to the girl, extending its spiky tongue to lick away her tears, one by one. Jihai's emotions quickly calmed down. She wiped the cat's saliva from her face, stroked the kitten that was more obedient than a human, sniffed, and slowly sat up. Her eyelashes, wet from crying, were still damp, and the dark red tear mole at the corner of her eye was hidden in the shadows. Fortunately, human teeth weren't sharp enough. Her neck was just a bit red. Jiguang consciously retreated, leaning against the corner, curling himself into a ball, clearly knowing he had done something wrong. He spoke for the first time since coming back. Scared, water. Then he continued to bow his head, hugging his head and burying his face in his knees. The cat paused for a moment, then unleashed its full power, continuously meowing at Jiguang, as if teaching this young human who didn't understand the situation a lesson for his wrongdoings. Jihai finally regained her composure, gasping for fresh air. This night had been too hard and too long. She took the remaining blanket and cushion to indicate to Jiguang that he could sleep by the bed. Then, regardless of whether he understood or not, she lay down tiredly, curled up in the blanket, cradling the exhausted cat back to its nest, stroking its head, closing her eyes, drifting in and out of sleep. Jihai hadn't even bothered to install curtains. The cold air seeped in through the glass window. It was too cold. She hummed softly, feeling as if warmth was rising from behind her. In her 23 years of memory, she had spent every winter alone. It was said that 100 years ago, people had the custom of celebrating festivals in winter, exchanging gifts and gathering together, friends shaking hands, family members hugging, couples kissing each other, and cats would nuzzle and lick their owners' palms, leaving warmth and moisture. Jihai felt less cold. In her dreams, the sea water was icy, the tides rising and falling, the cold air from the Arctic being blocked by the warm currents of the Pacific. The hollow of her neck, the area around her collarbone, was warm and humid. It must have been the cream-colored kitten giving her warmth. She peacefully fell into a deep sleep. The automatic sensing lights slowly dimmed, and outside the window were towering buildings over 70 stories high. The clouds rolled, the cold air oppressive, and, in the distance, lightning struck like a sharp blade into the clouds, then vanished. Chapter 6. Do you believe in souls? The place where lightning strikes the most is the military base on the outskirts of the city, nestled in the foothills of snow-capped mountains. Its geographical position is easy to defend, but hard to attack. Although actual land attacks are not necessary in this era, the most critical facilities still follow the tradition of a century ago, with 2/3 of the buildings actually inside the mountain. The military defensive structures are solid and sturdy, with a dull gray color. The medical department is brightly lit. This is the military's most advanced operating room. Arnold's textiles and flesh are being surgically separated, and the doctors are fully focused. The biological eyes also need to be replaced. Are there any spares? Not so soon. It may take artificial ones as a substitute for 3 months, the nurse replies. The latest calcium titanate WIs can now integrate 1.8 million new nanowires, making the visual effect more realistic. The recorded light variation values will exceed the natural human average by 3 times, and 90% of combat soldiers will choose this model. The color comparison is: the main control computer in the operating room provides timely feedback. The chief surgeon nods. The new skin will take at least 2 weeks to culture for transplantation. The gray-green surgical gown is splattered with tissue fluid. The nurse and doctors perform their duties, their hands skillfully dancing up and down. Finally, several translucent protective membranes are gently placed over the separated body. Outside the door are 2 soldiers and a senior military officer, around 60 years old, whose rank is the highest visible in the city. He still maintains the youthful outline of his physique, but his hair is graying, and his eyelids are drooping, with a pair of gray-green eyes under his lashes. The soldiers bow their heads respectfully, Mr. Liu. It's clear they hold great respect for this elder. After the assassination of the president, he has effectively acted as the actual controller of the entire military in the city. Yes, indeed, he has spent his life reaching this height. However, one can see the lingering sense of exhaustion on him. The operating lights turn off, and the door opens. He slowly follows Arnold's hospital bed into the cold, clean ward. Arnold is already awake. He slowly opens his eyes, the last image still in his sight, Jenny's back. Watching him and even smiling, her green eyes overlapping with those of the elder in front of him. She really resembles Mr. Liu. Arnold, come back. You are my proudest student, my most esteemed subordinate, and now you will also be my most anticipated successor. Mr. Liu speaks to himself, as if talking to the person on the hospital bed. The communication device in the ward is activated. Good evening. The gene report shows that the sample owner and Arnold are not biologically related. We welcome you to use our services next time. Goodbye. Mr. Liu looks at the report projected on the wall in astonishment. When did you have a woman and a child, and why is that a good thing? Why didn't you tell me? Arnold has to open his eyes. The pain in his body has not completely disappeared. He has experienced many injuries, but none as painful as this burn, as if bound in a mummy's tar bag. But he is not decayed. He is still alive. Do you remember that cat, Mr. Liu? Mr. Liu's expression does not change, but his gaze seems to pierce through the night to see the scene outside the window from years ago. The young Mr. Liu, in a crisp military uniform, looks serious. Ji Guang, obey orders. He instructs the black-haired boy in front of him to dispose of a paralyzed kitten on the ground. This dirty, useless creature that can only crawl on the ground. Ji Guang does not obey. He protects the paralyzed kitten under him, while several other young classmates in junior military uniforms beat him. The boy's back and face are covered with bruises, and he falls to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. However, he does not yield, pushing himself off the ground and slowly standing up. He lifts his head, smiles at Mr. Liu with his chin up, as if he simply encountered his mentor on the way to class with that calm smile. Mr. Liu is taken aback, signaling those around him to stop, then shakes his head and allows him to turn and leave. Ji Guang has won. He carefully picks up the cat and hands it to the girl in a wheelchair beside him. The girl also smiles happily, catching the cat. Ji Guang gently kisses her forehead. In the corner behind them, the young Arnold is hidden. He watches this beautifully painted scene, his legs unable to move, letting out a faint sigh. His back is lonely. Mr. Liu recalls to Arnold, "Back then, you and Ji Guang were my most outstanding students. The difference is that you were obedient, while he was soft-hearted and unfit for heavy responsibilities. So come back. Don't continue to guard the outskirts with a crowd of rabble. Return to the center of this world, and I will do my utmost to promote you. Arnold's skin visibly heals at a remarkable speed. One of his eyes is noticeably sunken, but he remains silent throughout. The willpower of a soldier sustains him, or perhaps other emotions. He simply closes his eyes slowly again. Teacher, do you believe in souls? The cloning project JN back then was actually a failure. The memories implanted only become memories and cannot have autonomous consciousness. But do you believe in reincarnation? Although memories disappear, the soul will return after reincarnation. Hinduism and Buddhism both say that memories will fade, and the body will return to dust. The Egyptians pursue the immortality of the soul. They are more practical, removing the brain and internal organs that mummies do not need. Easterners are different. Qin Shi Huang pursued the immortality of the body, seeking eternal life so that he could rule this empire forever. Arnold closes his eyes, his breathing softens, no longer giving any response to the elder. He tightly grips a necklace with a heart-shaped pendant. With the remaining 3 fingers, he opens it. It's a photo of him and Jenny. 20 years have passed, Arnold. You have exiled yourself, executing the most dangerous tasks outside, killing countless people and almost being killed yourself. Enough. Do not torment yourself any longer. Recently, the situation has changed a bit. You should take care of your health. And then come to my office. There might be a problem with the AI high fidelity. Your assistance is needed. Mr. Liu does not force him, pauses, and turns to leave. His steps are heavy. The new year arrives, and the city defense camp remains solemn and cold as always. However, the city has a festive atmosphere. People are starting their holidays. The weather on the plateau is changeable and cold, making citizens prefer to stay at home. In Jihai's room, the projection TV is showing a trial for a murder case, a haggard mother, a son filled with malice, and a jury unable to contain themselves, ready to roll up their sleeves and start fighting. Just as it is about to get exciting, the screen is turned off. The entire room is filled with Jihai screams. I don't need anyone to murder me. I'm going to die. Jihai frantically presses the communicator and identity card many times. The number's extremely limited. The balance is less than 2 weeks' worth of food money left. He didn't eat too much. Jihai, with a frown, says to Ji Guang, "We need to go out to make money, Sai." Jihai continues to frown. As for me. Ji Guang and the cat pay no attention to the anxious woman. Ji Guang is focused on licking the bottom of the bowl, which only contains 3 servings of diluted nutritional paste, and he closes his eyes in satisfaction. The cat at his feet seems to disdain Ji Guang's eating habits, having hardly touched the food in front of it. Its attention seems entirely on Jihai's communicator and server screen, so this nameless cat, understandably, is getting thinner. As for why the cat has not been given a name, Jihai has a perfectly valid reason. The little prince said that naming is a form of taming. Every sunset, golden hair, and wheat field would have different meanings. Therefore, the name must be thought over carefully. After speaking, she put on her glasses, sat in the only computer chair in the house, turned on the latest server she had bought for a hefty sum, connected to the internet, and began looking for side jobs. That's right, side jobs. The company had told her to take a 2-month break, but she also needed to support her family. So it was time to start earning money. The difficulty of this side job didn't seem too great. It involved hacking into the recently popular virtual game Fallen Angels. She needed to enhance the equipment status and set up several sexy and glamorous NPCs, adding 50 new animations, increasing their charm by 30%, and boosting the male character's allure by 50%. The technical aspects could be handed over to the tech department guy. As far as she knew, he had recently smuggled in a dog and was also quite tight on funds. Her part involved making the NPC's facial expressions and some special actions more enchanting. She thought that if she had a bottle of whiskey by her side, she would definitely be sipping it in front of the screen right now. But unfortunately, drinks made from grains were simply too much of a burden. She wanted to drink cola, which was one of the few affordable pleasures for her in modern times. Ji Guang, shall we go buy some cola? Let's go together and take Xiao Guang with us. This winter was exceptionally cold. Unless necessary, no one went out. Everyone lay at home, entertained by the virtual world, enough to withstand the long winter nights. As for people in the far north, enduring polar nights and days, They couldn't do without strolling on virtual beaches, surrounded by coconut trees and sunsets, accompanied by bikini beauties. Jiguang tucked the cat into the hood of his sweatshirt. The cat contentedly curled up like a warm scarf around his neck. This was his first outing since coming to this home, and Jihai didn't know why she felt a bit excited. She put on a thick coat and a plaid scarf and took Jiguang's hand. The two of them went out hand in hand. The new year had just passed, and the streets were filled with a festive atmosphere, with scattered colorful confetti, Christmas trees, and Chinese paper cuttings all displayed together. The elements seemed mismatched, but the atmosphere was vibrant and hard to describe. Jihai took Jiguang into a supermarket. There were plenty of affordable and delicious artificial foods, a rare sight to see so many living people in one place, as many physical labor jobs had now been replaced by robots. There were also young girls in bright coats and skirts, reminiscent of young ladies from the last century. It was Jiguang's first time in such a place, and he was so excited that his pupils dilated. He tightly held Jihai's hand, picked up a red Christmas hat, and tried to put it on his head like the passers-by. His pale face had not seen sunlight for years. Jihai calculated and ultimately decided to buy a cream cake and a bottle of grape juice, which she could mix with some cheap alcohol back home to pretend it was wine. Put that down. You can't. Jihai pretended to be serious and placed the hat back on the shelf, making Jiguang look extremely disappointed. After thinking for a moment, she went to find a plaid scarf. How about this one? She tiptoed to wrap it around Jiguang's neck, leading him to a mirror. From behind, they looked adorable together, one tall and one short, sweet and cute. Passers-by smiled at them. Jiguang and Jihai looked no different from an ordinary couple, although there was a population control policy in effect now, prohibiting random natural births and requiring strict gene testing, and the marriage system had also been reformed if a couple from the last century standards, with appropriate age, appearance, and temperament, walked down the street, everyone would still find it delightful and smile with a maternal affection. As for a natural human walking hand in hand with a robot, deeply in love, most people, while saying nothing, felt that humanity was losing its essence and were concerned about the future of mankind. Chapter 7. Making a living. The sunset on the plateau is transparent, and the streets are faintly glowing gold. Lifelike holographic billboards display the smiling faces of children. The sunlight shines on Jihai's nose, and she excitedly shakes the cake in her hand, poking at the cat behind Jiguang, who lazily opens one eye. Meow. Jihai decides to help Jiguang get 2 new outfits. She pulls Jiguang into a small alley. The clothing industry is quite underdeveloped now. Most of the genetically modified citizens are beautiful and strong, with graceful movements and lovely proportions. Jihai looks down at her flat chest, wondering where her proportions are. Don't run. Jihai is bumped into and nearly falls to the ground. In the rare, bustling street, a child is crawling on the ground, twisting his elbows and knees, moving quickly. He is very small, so weaving through the crowd is effortless for him. He first bumps into Jihai's knee. Then he tries to grab Jihai's arm and use his legs to step on Jiguang's shoulder. Jiguang, quick-witted, reaches out to catch him. But the boy is slipperier than an eel. He opens his mouth, revealing sharp little teeth, and bites down on Jiguang's wrist, causing Jiguang to yelp in pain and throw him into the air. Let go of me. The child lets out a piercing scream and continues to bite down on the exposed arm of a police officer. The child's chubby, tender hands quickly turn the veins blue-purple, and then the skin starts to crack and peel off, a horrifying sight. Within seconds, the crowd begins to scream and scatter. Jiguang wants to see the commotion, taking a couple of steps forward, but Jihai tightly pulls him back, saying, "No, we can't. We need to go home." The sharp screech of flying vehicles abruptly fills the air. Several flying vehicles dressed in platinum military uniforms arrive, surrounding the police and the mutated boy. The wind from the exhaust pipes is strong, making it hard for Jihai to open her eyes. Quick, let's go. Jihai drags Jiguang and pushes into the crowd. The cat seems to sense the tension and opens its eyes wide, alertly watching the mutated boy. Jiguang obediently follows Jihai, running frantically. Jihai can't help but look back. The boy struggles for a moment, then bites down on the police officer's carotid artery, blood gushing forth, staining the clean ground a bright red. Jihai's heart pounds in her chest, a lump caught in her throat, making it hard to breathe. Her legs go weak. Jiguang has already run ahead and grabs her hand, sensing a sudden heaviness. He turns back to see Jihai kneeling on the ground, her little face pale, unable to speak. Jiguang lifts Jihai onto his back, striding home. All the while, the cat stretches its claws, clinging tightly to Jiguang's collar, staring intently in the direction of the incident, seemingly deep in thought. Finally home, Jihai sits at the table, still shaken, tossing a pill into her mouth. The cake. She sadly opens the packaging, finding the cake a mushy mess, unrecognizable from its original form. Jiguang carefully extends his finger to scoop a small piece of cream from the edge, licking it with his tongue, his eyes lighting up. It's delicious. Jihai goes to wash her hands, takes a bite, and smiles, nodding, really it's good. Meow. The cat eagerly stretches its paw on Jihai's leg, and so it also gets a share of the cream cake that night. Crumbled or not, it's still delicious. Jihai opens the 3D projection to check today's news from the commercial street, finding no reports about the mutated boy, which she finds a bit strange. She asks her colleague Alan, a programmer, if there are any internal updates. Alan replies, "I've heard that there was a lab leak. It's better to stay indoors for now." The room falls silent. Jiguang and the cat are engrossed in eating, and Jihai quietly puts her phone down and joins them. After finishing her meal, she stretches lazily, and Jiguang mimics her, stretching his arms out as well. "Your hand." Jihai's expression darkens as she notices clear bite marks on Jiguang's wrist. They are distinct human bite marks, with the canine teeth appearing much sharper than a human's. The skin is punctured, but the wound seems to be healing well, with no redness or swelling around it. Jihai feels a bit scared. In the warm yellow light, Jiguang looks at her with a bright smile, appearing completely unbothered, as if nothing is wrong. He even didn't show any sign of pain when he returned home. Previously, if he got burned while cooking, he would whine and cling to Jihai for a long time. After finishing the cake, Jiguang's eyes are fixated on the bottle of wine Jihai bought. His gaze full of longing, his round eyes resembling black grapes. Jihai covers her face, finding it truly hard to refuse. She carefully pours Jiguang a small cup, saying, "Just a little bit, okay?" Meow. The cat sits upright next to Jiguang. "What do you mean? You want a drink too?" Jihai tilts her head, eyeing the cat seriously. The cat nods. "What are you drinking? You want a drink too?" Jihai can't believe her eyes. It's gone mad. All right. Jihai pours some water for the cat, and symbolically pours a little wine for it as well. The cat squints in delight, sipping little by little. After Jiguang finishes his small cup, he becomes rosy-cheeked. His lips are plump, and his gaze is dreamy as he notices a bit of cream at the corner of Jihai's mouth. He reaches out to wipe it off, then naturally puts his finger in his mouth, tasting the sweetness. Jihai is stunned. Jiguang's smile is also very sweet. Suddenly, she feels a rush of panic. Jiguang, while laughing, leans in close to Jihai, sticking out his tongue to roll the remaining cream into his mouth, like a kiss. The cat witnesses the whole scene, furiously growling as it leaps onto Jiguang's shoulder, biting Jiguang's chin. Jiguang isn't angry. Instead, he chuckles. The cream is really sweet. Jihai covers her face, her cheeks burning. The cat, annoyed, climbs onto Jihai's shoulder, pausing for a moment before slumping down again, leaving her to wonder what it's thinking. Jiguang gets drunk, foolishly smiling as he hugs Jihai's pillow, gazing out the window. Outside, the distant fireworks are dazzling, beautiful enough to bring tears. The snow-capped mountains are deep blue, and drones in the sky are forming intricate patterns. The clouds tonight are obedient, and the wind is gentle. The three of them, 2 people and a cat, are captivated by the annual fireworks outside. This New Year's celebration is perhaps the happiest Jihai has ever experienced. She can only remember 3 years of memories, being able to draw, playing games, having a job, which she considers lost now, having a weak heart, and not remembering who her parents are. Fortunately, there are many artificial people now. Not remembering who her parents are doesn't make her an anomaly. As for having Jiguang and the cat's companionship, she feels quite satisfied, even thinking that it is a blessing from the divine. With Jiguang and the cat by her side, she occasionally feels a warmth in her eyes from happiness. Or perhaps it's the memories of her former self? After several health checkups, Jihai has an inkling that she is not a natural human. Her body has also been modified, and marriage wouldn't matter. She lacks a reproductive system and ability. But what does it matter? Now she has Ji Guang and the cat, making even the most ordinary life meaningful. For about a week afterward, Jihai worked day and night, drawing inspiration from countless unreleased videos from 100 years ago, and she even prepared an analysis report. Especially criticized by female players for their appearance, the overly developed muscles of male characters need to be adjusted. After reasonable data testing, the muscle ratio preferred by Asian women is. Therefore, the following parameters will be adjusted. The roughness of the skin and the clarity of the pores for males also need to be modified, eliminating over 90 of the greasy feeling. Indian women are characterized by their black hair, full features, and alluring dark eyeliner, while Asian women are more reserved and subtle, with the neck subtly revealing the most sensual part. As for the expressive European women, long legs and just the right curves are also a must. Ji Guang particularly enjoys squatting behind Jihai, focused on her work, gently leaning his head over without making a sound. He sits with the cat, facing the window, intently watching the clouds roll by. If there is lightning, Ji Guang gets scared, and if a meteor or aircraft passes by, the cat leaps up. The final deadline is approaching, and a third of the work is still not completed. Jihai sighs. She has already stayed up for over 30 hours, and the sun is rising again. She cannot sleep. If this order goes smoothly, she won't have to look for another job for a month. During these days, Ji Guang has learned to boil water and heat the nutrient mixture in a bowl, finishing it off by licking it clean and washing in the sink. Before eating himself, he first prepares the nutrient meals for Jihai and the cat, crouching down to watch them eat before he seriously cleans his own bowl. He has intuitively learned to bury the cat's waste, carefully covering it up each time after the cat finishes. Just as a mother cat teaches a kitten to hide its traces, whether in the wild or in the city. Jihai feels a bit unsettled. Hastily eating a few bites of breakfast and pushing it aside, her stomach feels a bit sore, and her feet are cold below the knees. Ji Guang quietly licks clean the artificial mush that has cooled beside him and then goes to wash the bowl in the cupboard, planning to continue napping against her back. His bangs have grown long, and when he leans against Jihai's shoulder, his hair tickles her ear and some strands reach her collarbone, making her feel itchy. The boy's vocabulary is very limited. Hungry, eat, delicious, sleep, don't bathe, scared, water. These are basically all the words he knows. As for the cat, it has long noticed Jihai's frozen feet. Every cold night, it crawls over to warm her feet with its cozy belly, then stares intently at the computer screen, seeming to understand what Jihai is doing. No matter how busy she is, Jihai notices the change in temperature behind her and at her feet, causing a smile to curve at the corners of her mouth as she rubs her dry eyes. The sun sets, the north wind picks up again, and ice forms outside the window. The skies shift from gray to dark orange, then gray-purple and deep blue intertwine. It's done. After 48 hours without sleep, Jihai feels a slight pain in her heart. She swallows 2 pills, takes a moment to breathe, pulls up the map on her communicator to confirm the delivery location, puts on a cotton coat, and plans to go out. Ji Guang grabs her sleeve, helping her tidy up her messy short hair. His slender fingers fumble through her short curls, but the stubborn tuft on top always refuses to be tamed. Jihai tilts her head back and laughs, like a little flower full of moisture, and she takes his hand, saying, "Be good, wait for me at home." Ji Guang obediently withdraws his hand, retreats to the edge of the bed, and nods to the cat, which also nods back. The gutter is dark and smelly, with white mist rising from the underground pipes. Chapter 8. Ladies, please respect yourself. Jihai did not expect that in the clean and orderly city center, there would still be such places like a black market. She took out the map given to her by her boss for private work, winding through the streets. This route was very secretive and clever, filled with various blind spots to avoid all surveillance cameras. Upon arrival, she found herself at the entrance of an old-fashioned mechanical elevator that looked even greasier and darker than the streets of the black market. Jihai and pressed the button for the 18th floor. The walls were adorned with Bollywood posters from the last century, and it was a regular shop selling legal electronic cigarettes, dim and narrow, with no one to attend to her. Jihai directly pushed aside the curtain to reveal the space behind it, where the bright white light of a shadowless lamp illuminated a corner, and the sound of an operating pen buzzed. A muscular man, wearing a black mask, was sitting there, tattooing a woman who was completely naked from the back. Her skin was honey brown, her shoulders smooth and rounded, with thick curly hair cascading down beside her shoulders. Jihai paused for a moment, not speaking. The woman caught a glimpse of her from the corner of her eye, lazily hummed, and the muscular man immediately stopped his tattooing, retreating into the shadows. Her name was Haina, the owner of the tattoo shop, known throughout the underground as the most seductive woman in the area. The tattooed woman, Haina, got up, her chest proud and her waist soft. Jihai maintained her composure, not glancing sideways. Haina picked up a purple antique sari to wrap around her upper body, biting one end with her white teeth, using one hand to cover herself while the other hand repeatedly folded the excess fabric, quickly arranging a beautiful pleated skirt for herself. She spoke, "Little brother, why aren't you looking at me?" The boy before her was slender and quite rude. One hand for payment, one hand for delivery. Haina twisted her slender waist and moved closer to Jihai, seemingly wanting to see the reaction on the boy's face. Jihai directly took out a small USB drive. The principle of one hand for payment, one hand for delivery was the same in any era. It's hard to imagine that in such a developed digital age, face-to-face transactions were still necessary. The woman pouted. "You need to verify the goods first." She tossed her luscious hair, revealing a metallic interface on the back of her neck, and inserted the mini USB drive into a very small port. After a few seconds, her pupils violently trembled and her whole body stiffened. Then Haina closed her eyes and let out a long sigh. "Very good, beautiful boy. What you create is always more vivid and captivating than what other men can do. Tell me, who is your muse?" As she spoke, she opened her eyes and reached out as if to pinch Jihai's cheek. Jihai stepped back, not letting her succeed. A warm, crimson liquid splattered out, and by the time Jihai reacted, Haina's soft body lost its balance and fell towards the ground. Jihai was shocked, her mouth agape, wanting to catch this beautiful woman. But Haina had already fallen sideways, her pupils dilating, as if she wanted to say something to Jihai. It was too late. A beam of laser sliced through her head, revealing a metallic skull, and her neatly oiled hair fell away. Haina was a biomechanical being. As the name suggests, she was the latest product, half machine and half biological material. Besides the 3 laws of robotics, they could also comprehend most human emotions, making them extremely expensive. Just as Jihai was still in shock, the muscular man aimed a laser emitter at himself. She turned to run, but was grabbed by the muscular man. Her slender body was lifted and smashed on a Haina. Jihai felt pain and tried to get up, but was immediately pinned down by the man's foot. After a few tugs, the fabric on Jihai's back was sliced open by the laser, and he meticulously started checking from the top of her head, the crown, the occipital bone, the cervical vertebrae, the shoulder blades, the 5th and 6th thoracic vertebrae, and the lumbar vertebrae. Jihai gritted her teeth, unable to move. It was cold in winter, and her emaciated shoulder blades were exposed, her skin emitting a bluish glow. With her very short hair, she had not fully developed. Her figure was small with slender limbs. Suddenly, a loud noise rang in Jihai's ear, and the muscular man's expression froze. He shuddered, and his body weighing over 100 kilograms collapsed to the ground, his head rolling not far from Jihai, his eyes wide open, staring at her. Jihai covered her face, dodging to the side in that instant. As the muscular man's body was pulled away and tossed aside, a small flying motorcycle landed by the roadside. The man on the vehicle wore a pristine white and silver-gray formal suit, neatly placing the military-grade laser weapon back at his side, his long legs firmly planted on the ground. He was very young, not someone who should be wearing a suit of this caliber. Jihai had never seen anyone like him outside of television. The man had low brows, elongated eyes, and shoulder-length silver and gray hair, resembling an elegant cat. Illegal transaction. Arrest required. His tone was devoid of inflection. Jihai gently rubbed her forehead. The young officer in front of her, if she wasn't mistaken, looked strikingly similar to her pet, Jiguang, only taller and slimmer. The temperature was very low, and Jihai shivered, already scantily clad. The officer took off his coat and draped it over her back. He coughed a few times. He wasn't a particularly healthy or robust man. Though he had a good frame, his build wasn't T-solid, but the stiffness of the military uniform gave him a sharp sense of aggression. Completely different from the male colleagues who worked at computers. Jihai absently wiped at the wounds on her body. The heavy white coat was comfortable and stiff, but as military attire, it was truly unsuitable. This was formal where that shouldn't be worn at this time, and it was stained with a rare, thick, sweet scent. Thank you. Her figure was flat, lacking curves, and it was a stark contrast to the honey-colored body lying beside her. Although she had just been mistaken for a boy, she was a woman, okay? Jihai reached out to wipe the blood from her face, the coat slipping down to reveal her collarbone, and she quickly wrapped it tighter around herself. The officer raised an eyebrow slightly. Ladies, please respect yourself. What are you talking about? Jihai felt a rush of blood to her head. Of course, after assessing the situation, she decided to swallow her words. Her mind was a bit chaotic now. Although she didn't know how long she could live or how she would live, she was just trying to get by. But now it was different. She had a cat. She had something to care about. What would happen to her 2 cats at home if she got arrested? The officer was very close to her, and he looked similar to Ji Guang yet different. If Ji Guang was a little kitten, he resembled the wild animals of the North African plains that had been startled by bathwater, with sharp teeth and an overwhelming sense of pressure. My violation would at most result in a fine. I won't be detained. Jihai's voice was dry. The officer looked thoughtfully at the bloodstains on her face, reaching out to wipe them. Jihai wanted to swiftly sidestep like before, but for some reason, she didn't dare to move, standing still. His fingers were those of someone who had undergone years of training, knuckles prominent and rough, somewhat reminiscent of Arnold, who had saved her in the black market. What happened to Captain Arnold? Jihai suddenly zoned out when she returned. She hadn't found any news about the explosion or the cat cloning hospital. In this highland region, with a population of a few million, such a significant event had received such calmness, which she found strange. But none of that was more important than earning enough to support her little family of 3. Jihai thought, feeling a bit more confident. The jury system had long since disappeared, but regarding judgment, AI had matured significantly. She would likely receive sympathy points, and at most have to pay 3 times her earnings as a fine. 3 times her earnings? Jihai felt a sharp pain in her heart, her features contorting. The man before her kept his hand near her face, deep in thought. Madam, please send me the details of your transaction. I might be able to handle it lightly. Jihai looked at the 2 people who had just been cut open, realizing that the USB drive from earlier was already burnt out. She thought for a moment and replied, I've already deleted the original manuscript. There are no other copies. The officer's gaze followed her, leaning in a little closer, the corner of his mouth twitching. Madam, if you are lying, the fine will be tripled, and the crime will be elevated. Show me your identity card. His breath was warm. Jihai could feel every hair on her face. She was sensible enough to quickly give up the struggle. Wait, I don't have it now, but there is one on my home server. I completely disconnected it from the internet to avoid being tracked by you. Go get it now. Jihai pointed to the mess behind her. Don't you need to clean this up? Just as she finished speaking, about 10 silver-gray flying vehicles and 20 lower-ranked soldiers arrived behind the officer, trained to clear the scene, take photos, archive, and retain evidence. Jihai sighed inwardly. It was really hard to stay alive. Why did she have to create hellish difficulties for herself, just for a cat? She took out her communicator and revealed her home address. The flying vehicles were very fast. They arrived at the tall building where Jihai was in about 5 minutes. What she didn't expect was that it did not land on the dedicated landing pad of each building. It directly hovered outside Jihai's window, yes, the same spot where Ji Guang usually leaned against her back, staring intently. Ji Guang's eyes met the officers, and Jihai's eyes met the cat's, creating a very harmonious scene. The officer raised an eyebrow. Oh, there's a man at your home, and he looks a lot like me. For some reason, Jihai recalled the officer's earlier flat-toned words. Madam, please conduct yourself with dignity. She felt the altitude of 5,180 meters above the cloud sea, and her back felt really cold. Ji Guang stared blankly at the man who looked exactly like him, pressing his face against the glass. The sunlight piercing through the clouds behind Asher and Jihai was blinding and devoid of warmth. Asher slowly lowered his left hand to grasp the laser weapon at his side, while his other hand gradually approached Jihai's collarbone, gripping her neck, but not with too much force. Jihai slightly lifted her face. She felt the man's fingers were icy, and the wind between the high-rise buildings made it hard for her to open her eyes. Asher lowered his head, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a burst of electronic laser shot out, creating a circular crack in the glass wide enough for a person. He gently poked forward with the laser, and the perfectly circular tempered glass was pushed down onto the bed. Jiguang flipped backward with the cat, landing steadily on the floor. The cat seemed to sense danger and started clawing at the broken window, but it was too weak to move the high-rise glass. Jiguang stepped on the shards of glass, which crunched underfoot, and gently lifted the cat onto his shoulder. The north wind swept in with ice shards, howling into the room. Jihai's sharp scream echoed in the air, and someone next door pulled back the curtains, revealing a chubby, bespectacled otaku. Asher exuded a faint murderous intent. He slowly moved the sight from Jiguang to the chubby guy next door, who raised his hands in surrender, indicating he meant no harm, and slowly closed the curtains again. "We came back to get the data. I will give you the data. I'll give you all the data. Please don't hurt them." Jihai tried to remain calm. Asher's murderous intent faded. He turned off the crackling laser weapon, picked Jihai up around the waist, and jumped into her small room, landing firmly on her bed. "You." Jihai looked at the stained sheets and felt a pang in her heart. Jiguang seemed to not understand what was happening. He smiled and reached out to take Jihai from Asher, although Jihai was held by Asher, awkwardly dangling at his waist. She also reached out her hands to grab Jiguang's. Asher frowned, loosened his grip with one hand, and Jihai fell into the air. Jiguang quickly caught her with both hands, effortlessly adjusting his angle to hold her securely in a princess carry. Jihai breathed a sigh of relief. This kid was worth all the pain. All the food she had given him was not in vain. All the times she had saved him were not in vain. She nestled in Jiguang's arms, feeling warm and reassured. In just a few days, he had grown much stronger, approaching the physique of an adult man. The cat quickly climbed onto Jiguang's shoulder, firmly grasping his collar and glaring at the intruder with its wide pupils. Asher had an elegant demeanor, his military uniform sharp, and he exuded a faint air of menace with his pale, sickly complexion, making him seem quite formidable. Jiguang didn't care about that. He lowered his head and rubbed his nose against Jihai's hair. She smelled of Asher's perfume, which displeased Jiguang. He sneezed lightly and shot a disdainful glance at Asher. What did a shabby-clothed clone get to criticize him? Asher was taken aback. In all his memories, everyone had always flattered him and treated him with utmost respect. Asher's face turned pale, his eyes narrowing further, resembling a silver-white wolf. The north wind blew outside, and a flag cloud hung over the distant snow-capped mountains. The sun rose. The room was filled with a transparent golden light. In the confrontation between the two men, Jihai felt Jiguang's strong heartbeat. She inexplicably felt her face heat up as she struggled to stand, but Jiguang thought she was about to slide down and tightened his long fingers around her waist. Jihai did not forget that there was still a man waiting for her to bring the proof of her crime. She felt her face grow even warmer. "He's my pet that I raised." No, he's the man I raised." No, he's my friend." It seems none of those are correct. Chapter 9. Humanoid Pets. Axel's face changed from white to green, from green to black, and his hand slowly tightened around the laser emitter. The cat's fur also bristled. Jihai gave up struggling, wrapping her arms around Jiguang's head, whispering in his ear, "Good boy. He's just here to take something, not a bad person. Can you let me down first?" Jihai jumped off Jiguang, positioning herself between Axel and Jiguang. She extended her hand, signaling Axel to calm down, then pointed with her left hand toward the corner where the server was. "Let's get to business first. The thing you want is over there." Axel smiled wickedly. "Do you think I'm here just for that?" He tilted his head, spread his fingers, and an electronic screen appeared in the air, prominently displaying Jiguang's ID information. "Madam, harboring a clone that looks just like me is not something that can be resolved with a fine. I don't even know you. He's just the most popular humanoid pet on the market right now." "Oh." Axel let out a soft hum that sent chills down Jihai's spine. "As far as I know, humanoid pets are only secretly popular among the wealthy. How can a poor commoner like you afford one? Moreover, their modified bodies can only survive for 10 to 15 years. So they grow quickly and age very fast. As for the price, you probably can't afford it." Jihai was shocked. No wonder Jiguang ate so much and grew so fast. He really isn't human. He's just a rumored humanoid pet. Jihai suddenly felt heartbroken. In a few years, Jiguang would die. Damn rich people, damn illegal cloning. As they spoke, the cat on Jiguang's shoulder leaped onto Jihai's shoulder, meowing loudly at Axel. Jiguang really hated this person. The cat clawed at Axel's face, leaving 3 bloody scratches. Axel lowered his head to wipe it off. In his rage, he grabbed the cat and threw it out the window behind him. Almost simultaneously, Jiguang leaped up, jumping through the circular opening and successfully catching the weak-legged dumb cat midair. At the moment Jiguang's body fell, he firmly grasped the window ledge with one hand, and from the outside, he looked like he was about to fall, the wind flipping his shirt, exposing his strong abs. Jihai wanted to rush forward, but was intercepted by Axel, who caught her around the waist. She felt as light as a leaf, her silver hair drifting in the air. Axel brought his gloved hand to his mouth, tilted his head, bit down on the glove's fingertip, and slowly pulled it off, the movement elegant and breathtaking. Not at all like the decisiveness one would expect from a soldier. He threw the glove out the window, which hit Jiguang on the forehead. Jiguang angrily shook his head, the glove spun in the air and fell straight down, disappearing into the sea of clouds. Axel leaned down and whispered to Jihai, "Did you see that? If you move recklessly, your 2 cats will end up just like that glove, shattered into pieces." Jihai trembled all over, stiffly nodding, "I'll be obedient." The breath of the man beside her sprayed on her face, carrying a wild ferocity that made her feel icy all over. Satisfied, Axel took a step forward, his meticulously crafted high boots stepping on Jiguang's fingers, causing Jiguang to involuntarily wince in pain, but his fingers remained tightly gripping the edge of the glass. Axel tilted his head and turned his shoulder, and the sound of his cervical vertebrae cracking could be heard. He continued to apply pressure with his toes, and Jiguang, holding the cat in one hand, began to tremble. His fingers were pierced by the sharp glass, blood seeping out and slowly covering the glass before dripping to the floor. Axel seemed a bit surprised, the heavy shadow under his hat obscuring his elongated eyes. He raised his boot and kicked Jiguang in the forehead. Jiguang's soft yet strong body twisted backward, agile like a cat, barely dodging the kick. His entire body was about to fall, and his grip on the glass went from 4 fingers to just 2. He rubbed his foot against the smooth glass, desperately searching for a point of support, like a gecko struggling to climb a massive glass building. "Come back quickly. Jiguang, hurry back." Jihai felt her tears blur her vision. Jihai desperately reached out her hands toward the circular opening. 2 or 3 of her fingers touched the edge of the glass. The cat cleverly crawled from Jiguang's shoulder to his arm, then climbed onto Jiguang's hand, but it did not leap into Jihai's hands. The cat hesitated at the window. Then with a quick flip, it clawed at Axel's shiny boot, leaving several scratch marks. Axel disdainfully kicked his leg, causing the cat to fall, but Jihai caught it, cradling the cat in her arms. Taking advantage of the moment Axel relaxed his foot, Jiguang exerted strength in his legs, pushing against the decorative line outside the wall. Then with both hands he exploded with force, bending down to leap back into the room, crashing directly into Axel and Jihai. Axel's slender body could not withstand the tremendous impact and fell backward from the bed to the floor. The sudden collision made him cough several times, a sweet metallic taste rushing from his lips, his pale complexion contrasting sharply with his eerie red lips. He raised his sight scope and fired. Jiguang's black hair was instantly severed, the air filled with the burnt smell of protein. Jihai seized the opportunity to get up, raising a stool to smash it over Axel's head. But as she lifted the stool, she noticed the intense flashes outside the window made the entire room blindingly unbearable. The air behind her stirred ominously. The newcomers were not friendly. A small team of Axel's members arrived in 7 or 8 flying vehicles, lined up in the air, imposing and intimidating. Jiguang turned to block Jihai. All the team members simultaneously raised their laser weapons, aiming at her and him. Jihai's hands froze in the air. Putting down the stool was not an option, and her thin arms holding the stool trembled slightly. Axel adjusted his tilted hat, leisurely ran his fingers through his disheveled long hair, allowed a light hum through his nose, then stood up and coughed violently several times. "Take them all away." The small team, trained to perfection, directly restrained Jihai, twisting her hands behind her back. Ji Guang let out a cry, leaping to snatch Axel's laser weapon. Axel pulled the trigger, and thin beams of light pierced through Ji Guang's chest. No! Jihai screamed. Then she was struck hard from behind, and everything went black before her eyes. In the moment she closed her eyes, Ji Guang fell softly to the ground like a black feather. His hair gently covered his black eyes. The room was filled with noise. Today, as harvest is good, take everything back. This was the last thing Jihai and Ji Guang heard. Chapter 10. A Doll's House. The lullaby of Mozart faintly lingers in the air, the texture reminiscent of an old mechanical music box, with a clear and pleasant chime. This sound weaves through a dimly lit room, where two layers of black candles flicker on an angelic candlestick. The room is decorated in French Rococo style, with layers of pink interwoven with dark gold, heavy curtains blocking out the light, leaving one uncertain of the time. The precious wool carpet is a masterpiece from Persian artisans, and the scroll patterns on the bed canopy are exquisitely spread out. The ceiling is hand-painted, depicting angels blowing horns, heralding the arrival of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. A 3-tiered cabinet is filled with dolls meticulously crafted by artisans from around the world in the last century. There are kimono dolls from Japan, with princesses having long, sleek black hair. Young girls from Europe have blonde hair and blue eyes, their porcelain skin white as snow, dressed in various gowns adorned with layers of lace, piled on intricately crafted skirts. Dolls from the East have different skin tones, with Indian dancers twisting their voluptuous waists, and beauties from various Chinese dynasties. Unfortunately, in just a few decades, these countries and regions have ceased to exist. Now, there's only a federal republic with no concept of nations. Both humans and migratory birds have relocated, seeking new habitats. The Chagall people have become the most popular human body type, with moderate proportions, incredible endurance, and remarkable adaptability to the extreme hypoxic environments of high altitudes. Sadly, in the last century, they were relatively unknown as the blonde-haired, blue-eyed German girls and the passionate Latin beauties, along with the gentle, shy Eastern girls with black hair, were the ones most sought after. The lullaby repeats, the thick, sweet scent in the air is nauseating. Jihai feels a splitting headache, a dull pain in her chest, and coughs softly before opening her eyes. Where's this? The light in the room is very weak, but her eyes quickly adjust. Her hands are bound in the center of this beautiful room, lying on a French embroidered daybed. Her eyes covered by a wide lace ribbon, allowing only a faint glimpse. Facing her is an emperor's chair woven in red and black, with a tall backrest and slender fingers extending from the armrest. One of those hands holds an expensive cigar, from which curls of white smoke rise. The cigar is slowly raised, and Axel, with his long hair cascading down, takes a deep puff with his thumb and forefinger. The button at his collar is undone, and his Adam's apple visibly moves. He has changed into a brand new, pristine white military uniform, and he slowly stands, his leather boots making the distinctive sound of animal hide against the floor. Step by step, Axel lowers his head, strands of long hair falling to cover his eyes, and leans close to Jihai's ear. With a puff, the heavy white smoke from the cigar is blown onto Jihai's face, causing her to cough violently. Struggling with her hands bound behind her, Axel straightens up with a hint of disdain, keeping his distance from the doll before him, starting to appreciate his masterpiece from all angles. Jihai's clothes have been changed at some point. She is no longer in her usual few great basic wool sweaters. Instead, she wears a Lolita dress that was all the rage decades ago, paired with a violent petticoat that reveals her slender calves and white lace knee socks, matched with rose-colored little shoes. Jihai looks just like the dolls in the room, her lips coated with translucent lip gloss, blush spreading from her cheeks to beneath her eyes, and rose-colored eyeshadow, making her eyes appear teary and pleading, resembling several Japanese BJD dolls in her bound, twisted posture. Once Jihai finishes coughing, Axel reaches out and tears off the lace ribbon covering her eyes. Jihai glances around the exquisite room, slowly opening her mouth, hesitant to speak. She looks down at her intricately designed little dress, then up at the man before her, who is disturbingly beautiful, causing her skin to prickle with goosebumps. It feels as if in the next moment, her soul would cease to exist, her life would vanish, just like those dolls in the cabinet. quietly sitting in this dust-stagnant room, with Mozart replaying endlessly. Axel observes Ji-hai adjusting to the light in the room and says, "You are truly beautiful like this." A delicate vessel does not need a soul or life. Be obedient and sit here in the room, and you will receive food and water. If you misbehave, shout and scream, not being obedient at all, I will turn you into one of those toys. Axel roughly grips Ji-hai's chin, forcing her to look around the room, taking in the hundreds of various dolls. Ji-hai is frightened, but she strives to control her emotions, taking deep breaths. She does not cry, telling herself to stay calm, feeling as if overnight she has matured significantly. Axel takes out a bottle of red wine from the liquor cabinet, a vintage that many have never tasted. "Do you want a drink?" Axel cackles. Ji-hai smells the sweet fragrance of the grapes, swallowing hard as her throat feels painfully swollen. She does not know how long she has been unconscious. It has been a long time since she last had water. Ji-hai remains silent. "Do you want a drink?" Axel impatiently grabs Ji-hai's silver short hair. Ji-hai glares at Axel, tightly closing her lips. Unfortunate. Another disobedient one. Axel irritably releases her hair, his fingers slowly trailing down to Ji-hai's forehead, eyebrows, nose, and mouth. This mouth, which should be dry and cracked, is coated with shiny lip gloss, glistening oddly. He smears the color from Ji-hai's lips on her face, then yanks her collar up, tossing her like a toy, and Ji-hai lightly tumbles out. Ji-hai slides sideways, struggling to brace herself on the wooden floor. The fall is not too severe. Her face is toward the floor, which is luxuriously made of hand-joined walnut wood. She clenches her fists, her mind racing. What has happened? How can she escape? Yet she feels like a rabbit waiting to be slaughtered, utterly powerless. What is in this room? Only a cabinet full of dolls, a daybed, a chair that she cannot move, and perhaps an antique fountain pen or a paper cutter on the writing desk. A spark of inspiration flashes through Ji-hai's mind as she turns her head calmly to respond. "I will be obedient. I will drink." She suppresses the pain in her knees and slowly stands up, noticing her socks are already torn at the knees. Ji-hai slowly extends her hands, pretending to want to take the bottle of wine, glancing toward the window. The table is clean, with only a few poetry collections. However, if the glass wine bottle breaks, Ji-hai's eyes light up, fixating on the wine bottle. In that moment of distraction, Axel perceives Ji-hai's intentions. He lifts the outstretched wine bottle high and pulls it back. Ji-hai feels a bit anxious, leaning forward to try to grab it, almost pressing her entire body against Axel. Axel twists his wrist, and the deep red fragrant liquid spills from the bottle's mouth, splashing all over Ji-hai's face. Ji-hai is utterly embarrassed. She closes her eyes and shakes her head, struggling to retreat. Axel intercepts her at her lower back, forcing her to face his chest as he douses her face and nose with the entire bottle of wine. Ji-hai feels a tightening sensation in her chest, gasping uncontrollably, followed by an increasingly strong feeling as if a large hand is twisting in her chest. She lowers her head, wiping the purple-red liquid smeared across her face onto Axel's white military uniform. This dying vessel, am but superfluous in this world. Thank you for sending me on my way. May I ascend to paradise soon. With one hand, Ji-hai pushes against Axel's chest, while with the other, she clutches her collar, struggling to utter these words. "You?" Axel, who has a cleanliness obsession, changes expression, yanking Ji-hai's short hair and walking toward the curtains, as if it were not a window, but a passageway. He aligns his pupil with a special embroidered gem on the curtain, a miniature pupil pattern collector, and instantly the curtains begin to draw open. Ji-hai watches in astonishment as the curtains slowly part, revealing that the window is fake. Beyond the curtains is a vast laboratory. There are hundreds of human bodies in liquid nitrogen tanks around, both male and female, with the liquid nitrogen surrounding their bodies, emitting a faint blue glow. Chapter 11. Sleeping Beauty. Among the dozens of bodies, some were clothed and specially treated, not immersed in liquid nitrogen. The sickeningly sweet, viscous scent rushed to Ji-hai's head. She fought to suppress her nausea. These bodies were beautiful exotic girls, not dolls, but far more than dolls, bizarre and extraordinary. Each one was different. They lay quietly with their eyes closed, hands crossed over their chests, Beneath them were black metallic shapes resembling medieval vampire coffins, each decorated differently. One beautiful girl from the Ganges had purple water lilies by her ears, a long sword held against her chest, her voluptuous figure bare. One of the eastern beauties in a cheapao had her forehead meticulously styled. Jihai suddenly turned her head and quickly searched the pink room. Indeed, the cheapao dolls matched all the real people in this laboratory. Isn't it amusing? Axel's breath rushed into Jihai's ear from behind, and she could no longer hold back, gagging. Days of unconsciousness without a drop of water had left her unable to bear it. Her body's electrolytes began to go awry, and her chest pain intensified, her knees buckling under her weight, allowing Axel to grasp her hair. Her gaze became vacant, and her body began to fall. Axel's voice echoed on. Do you know the Sleeping Beauty from the Brothers Grimm? The queen gave birth to a beautiful princess. The witches, filled with jealousy, cast a curse. The princess would die when pricked by a spindle. The lilac fairy alleviated the witch's poison, but the princess would still sleep until a true lover's kiss awakened her. When the princess was 15 or 16, she fell to the ground upon touching a spindle. The curse came true. Years passed until one day, Sleeping Beauty received the prince's kiss, and she was revived, living happily ever after with the prince. What a great happy ending. No, Axel's harsh, sharp roar. It's all a lie. The truth is that the prince is a necrophile. He doesn't love the lively princess at all. The soul within that body is weak, dirty, fragile, and worthless, more void than a virus. There is nothing in this world more worthy of longing than the real, beautiful body of a girl. She should not breathe. She has no breath. The shell can be eternal. Eternal beauty. Axel was immersed in his own world, releasing Jihai's hair and pushing her in front of the cheapao girl. The girl's skin glowed with a waxy, eerie sheen, her drooping eyelashes hiding eyes that had long lost their shine, more desiccated than artificial humans in the black market. They resembled tiny black holes. Jihai struggled, her short hair breaking free from Axel's fingers. She tried to run to a corner, but her small stature couldn't run fast, and her heart couldn't support such intense activity. Jihai slipped, her face smashing against a transparent liquid nitrogen tank, the cold biting into her. The girl in Egyptian attire, with drooping pupils, looked down at Jihai's deformed face, as if she were worshipping an ancient deity. The girl's gaze was filled with pity, empty and void. In that moment of falling, Jihai's chest hurt even more. She looked into those hollow eyes and suddenly thought of Jiguang's gaze. The first time she held the paralyzed kitten in her arms, she couldn't pass out like this. A pain shot through the back of Jihai's neck as Axel grabbed the collar of her back, lifting her with one hand. His mocking tone twisted Axel's face. Your body can disappear at any moment. Now, the only pitiful memory you possess, your soul, I can take away at any time. Then, you can be like them, beautiful as a deity, pure as stardust. Axel touched Jihai's eyes, which were ice green, filled with tears, so vivid that no modeling software or camera could capture such liveliness. So beautiful, these eyes were so beautiful. Axel's other hand began to explore the back of Jihai's neck, the layered lace making a rustling sound. Mozart's music was no longer audible. The room was filled with the monotonous roar of various electronic devices. He pulled down the invisible zipper, revealing Jihai's clear collarbone. Your body, with so little fat, is perfect as a model reference for dolls. The bones are clear. I will make you beautiful. It will look exactly like you. No. It will be even more beautiful than you. He tugged at his collar again, his Adam's apple bobbing twice. He resembled Jiguang, a few years older, sickly thin, with sharper cheekbones and jawline. The light shone directly above him, casting his face in mottled shadows, his eyes half smiling, an invasive aura approaching. Fear surged in Jihai's chest, creating waves of panic. She whimpered, feeling genuinely afraid. Pervert. Die Pervert. She struggled in front of Axel, who was half a head taller than Jiguang. Her struggles seemed comically absurd to him. Jihai's disheveled hair exuded the breath of a lively girl, and he bent down to inhale deeply. Axel's eyes were inscrutable, nodding in agreement. Indeed, this is too perverted. Axel yanked Jihai by the shoulder, In an attempt to distance herself from him, she tilted her head back, hands trying to push against Axel's chest. The man's warm breath made Jihai feel suffocated. She held her breath, evading, desperately struggling. He threw her to the ground. Jihai could not support herself, collapsing face down. Her eyes fixed on the reflection of the doll in the corner, refusing to yield, to plead for mercy, even to turn back. Am I not the same as him? Axel didn't wait for Jihai to respond and stomped down hard. Jihai had no defense, her hands clawing at the floor, desperately grasping at the traces left behind. All she could do was hold back her screams, letting the pervert behind her feel more triumphant. Jihai's hands attempted to push Axel's foot away. But how could her hands shake the strength of an adult man's legs? Her hands flailed uselessly in the air, like the cat at home whose fate was uncertain, leaving only faint scratches on his shoes. Not fun, not begging for mercy, not kneeling, not crying, no beautiful tears. The only thing that moved me is your beautiful, lively eyes like stars. Axel exaggeratedly sighed. As he spoke, he glanced at the red wine stains on his clothes, disdainfully brushing them off with his hand. He impatiently loosened his collar, but the buttons were already undone. He forcefully continued to pull the buttons, and soon, the complex outer garment was stripped off. It was thrown onto Jihai's face, and everything went dark before her eyes. She could see nothing. Axel resorted to his old tricks, pressing down hard with his booted foot. Jihai could finally bear it no longer and let out a cry like a young beast. Good. So melodious. Axel leaned down. Do you want to know how your pet Jiguang is doing? Jihai tightly shut her eyes, whimpering. Jiguang. Had he already died? She suddenly felt that her heartache was nothing compared to another kind of pain that spread throughout her body. Tears flowed uncontrollably. The sound of tears hitting the floor was clear, and Axel seemed to lose the pleasure of crushing and abusing her, releasing his foot. Silence spread in the room. Jihai wiped her tears, slowly sitting up. She gathered her courage and looked up at Axel, her gaze filled with anger and despair. She smiled. You cannot humiliate me. My body is broken and battered. With that, she began to pull down the already torn skirt, yanking it off completely. Delicate collarbones, a flat chest, and a huge, long scar on her belly, terrifying and grotesque. Put on your clothes. Isle was shocked and stepped back, picking up her coat and throwing it at Jihai. Like the first time she saw him, she shivered naked in the cold air, but this time, the girl in front of her showed no gratitude. Jihai's gaze was desolate, as if she had lived for over 100 years. She quietly watched Isle, leisurely tidying her skirt for a long time before putting it back on. How many young women, whether natural or clones, endured fear and disgust, trembling in front of Isle for their lives. Only Jihai laughed. She mocked him. Isle's eyes bulged, and his head felt hot. Footsteps sounded behind him, as if more than one person had entered the room, all with the crisp sound of polished leather shoes. Master, the military laboratory said there's a mutation in the new experimental subject. Isle's movements froze, stopping the action of stepping on Jihai's back. He seemed to be silently contemplating how to recover. Are you talking about the container, codenamed Jiguang? Isle remained relatively calm, tilting his head and cracking his neck. Yes, his heart had already been pierced and stopped beating, but when they planned to dissect him, his heartbeat resumed. The scars from the previous laser strikes healed automatically, and the marks on his skin disappeared. His myocardial repairability is extraordinary, worth further study. Isle looked as if he had discovered a rare treasure and released Jihai. He turned and quickly rushed out. While walking, he instructed, get someone to keep an eye on this toy. It's alive now. I have something fun. First, freeze that container. Hurry. Isle's final words were nearly frantic. Quickly, freeze him directly. He's a dangerous item, and I want to study him slowly. Isle's footsteps grew fainter. Jihai began to cry. Great, Jiguang is not dead, he's still alive. Chapter 12. Death is like a snuffed candle. Jihai collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Her hair matted with red wine, and her once exquisite makeup now a complete mess. In her dazed state, she felt someone had slipped her a few pills, force-fed her a bit of water, and then placed her back on the concubine couch. The laboratory door behind the curtains slowly closed, and the curtains automatically drew together, as if nothing had ever happened. Jihai drifted from one dream to another, dreaming of being sliced open by sharp blades, dreaming of her brain being removed, dreaming of her body being sent to the incinerator and reduced to pure white ashes. Those ashes scattered in the air, swirling gently. A bit of damp warmth appeared on her face and eyelashes, vaguely tinged with a bit of stinging, coming and going intermittently. Jihai groaned and rolled over, slipping from the couch onto the floor, but she was too groggy to open her eyes, a familiar scent and warmth breaking through the nauseatingly sweet air. Jihai suddenly jolted awake, opening her eyes. Yes, it was her cat. That soft yet prickly sensation was the cat licking her. Jihai reached out and pulled the cat into her arms, tears streaming down her face. How did it get in? How did it get in? Jihai sat up, leaning against the edge of the couch, tidying her disheveled hair and clothes a bit. The cat nestled on her shoulder, licking the messy hair around her ear and jaw, cleaning away the wine stains, and Jihai felt neither tired nor thirsty, and her chest no longer hurt. She was just extremely sleepy. She cradled the cat again and lay back on the concubine couch, gently tucking the cat against her chest, as they both quietly drifted off to sleep. The lullaby of the pink and dark gold room chimed softly. There was no wind, no time. The temperature was just right, as if everything was at a standstill. Black candles in the room wept endlessly, accumulating on the arms and body of a metal angel, gradually spreading onto the table. Suddenly, the cat opened its eyes wide, staring intently at the candle, its pupils narrowing to slits, and it suddenly began to howl loudly. Jihai thought the cat was scared and quickly reached out to soothe its neck and back, but the cat seemed to grow agitated. It howled a few times at Jihai, then continued to fixate on the candle, raising its head to howl a few long notes, then looking towards the curtains. The candle melted into strange shapes, the flame flickering out. Jihai's mind raced. What was it trying to tell her? She held the cat tightly, and suddenly a spark of inspiration hit her. She directly used her finger to poke at the candle. The last bit of wax was soft, sticky, and hot. Jihai didn't care about the searing pain. She placed the last bit of candle fire onto the thick curtains. The curtains, made from a blend of wool and silk, caught fire easily, instantly emitting a foul smell of burning protein. It caught fire, it caught fire. Jihai watched as the flames quickly spread across the curtains, looking around the whole room. Indeed, there were no other windows or exits. The ceiling was also tightly decorated, so she could only escape through the laboratory. Jihai felt excited. Such a commotion might bring some other opportunity. Even if it meant death, she couldn't fall into that pervert's hands. She had to get the cat out. The door to the laboratory didn't tee open, but the fire successfully triggered the alarm. The oil painting of the angel playing the trumpet on the ceiling opened from 4 directions, revealing fire sprinkler heads, drenching Jihai like a drowned rat. The fire was extinguished just like that. Nothing happened as she had imagined. Not even a guard or soldier came over, which left Jihai deeply disappointed. Suddenly, everything went pitch black. It seemed there was a power outage. But Jihai suddenly remembered, this room had no electric lights, only candles. Why had it suddenly gone dark? An alarm rang in her mind. She held the cat tightly, dragging its limp hind legs firmly, took a few steps forward, and strangely, she didn't bump into anything. She even started to run in confusion, but there was nothing. Only the neatly arranged floor beneath her feet told her that this was a space. Jihai was still engulfed in darkness. Wandering for what felt like hours, she lay helplessly on the ground, seemingly surrendering to the endless dark. I'm sorry for dragging you down. Jihai silently shed tears. All right. A few crisp claps startled Jihai awake. It was just a dream. She was bound in a brain-machine interface container. This was just a newly brought-in device, starkly contrasting with the other lavishly decorated black containers. The temperature inside was extremely low, and beside her was a small container. That was her cat. Jihai's whole body tensed. That paralyzed cat was too easy to recognize. Its legs were broken into 3 segments, one pointing forward, one backward, and calluses formed at the joints. It was thin, usually picky with food, preferring human soup. When eating, it was slow and serious. It had already been administered anesthetics. Lying quietly on its side, a pale blue liquid filling the container, not ordinary liquid nitrogen. Several electrodes extended from its head, spine, and limbs into the container, connecting to the nearby central control computer system. Axel had changed into a brand new white military uniform, this time complete with rank insignia and a cap badge. Draped with a cape, all very ceremonial. I heard you were one of the best game art designers in the city. Jihai was a bit dazed, unsure of Axel's intention behind this question. Axel continued speaking to himself. Do you like playing games? Jihai remained non-committal. What did this madman want? Do you believe in the soul? Jihai took a deep breath and finally spoke. I believe death is like a snuff candle. Axel lightly hummed, pulling out his sidearm. Not the previous laser weapon. This time Jihai could see clearly. It wasn't an ordinary modern weapon's minimalist, streamlined design, nor was it fully ergonomic. But it was exquisite. Made of gold, an antique revolver, inlaid with beautiful rubies and diamonds from the barrel to the handle, sparkling under the lab's pale blue light. Axel said, how about you play a game with it? Russian roulette. There are 6 chambers, one contains a bullet. You will take turns firing 3 shots. Only one of you and this filthy thing can survive. Chapter 13. Death Game. This enormous room has a bizarre style, with a complex array of control servers densely packed within. 3 walls are lined with hundreds of human-sized containers. Jihai is submerged in this pile of equipment and containers. The transparent lid, resembling a coffin, has not yet been placed over her container. She has some electrode patches and restraints on her head, rendering her unable to move. Jihai is no different from the other frozen girls, except for the sleeping cat beside her, which is yet to be named. Axel calls it the ugly thing. Jihai finds it hard to believe what she sees before her. If the earlier experience was a dream, why should this one be real? She longs to find a flaw in Axel's expression. Axel takes off his gloves, tightening his left hand's fingers around the handle from bottom to top, finally resting his index finger on the trigger. The revolver, inlaid with velvet-like sapphires from the Kashmir region, was a gem that only a few nobles could possess in the last century, and the gem's reflection reveals no flaws. Jihai's gaze moves from Axel's face to his fingers, and finally to the beautiful weapon that seems unfit for murder. Everything appears flawless. He stands up and offers the gun to Jihai. She tries to raise her hand, but it too is covered in restraints and electrodes. Jihai struggles to straighten a few fingers. Her eyes are now solely focused on the gun, but she cannot move. Her wrist twists, instantly turning red from the pressure. Axel waits a moment, growing impatient, and raises the revolver to aim at Jihai. She glares at him, as if to say, I'm not afraid of this cat-and-mouse game. Axel immediately turns the scope to focus on the sleeping cat. Jihai struggles to turn her head to look. The cat shows no signs of waking. She shouts, I am Jihai. We still need to find Ji Guang. Please wake up. Axel finds her noisy and covers her mouth and nose with his gloved hand. Jihai squirms and bites down on his thumb, not waiting for Axel to react before biting down harder. Blood spills from the corners of Jihai's lips. Axel freezes for a moment, taking about 0.5 seconds to react before abruptly pulling his hands away. Good. This delayed reaction means I'm still in a dream. No. Perhaps Axel has already implanted electrodes in his own brain, so this is a real stimulation of the brain. The illusion is fake, but the stimulation is real. Jihai's lips curl into a smirk, and she spits out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva onto Axel's pristine suit. You pervert. If you're capable, give me all the bullets. Bullying a paralyzed cat is nothing. You're a scum that even other scum look down upon. You're a big pile of antisocial trash. You're just like Ji Guang. You must also be a humanoid pet, but Ji Guang is cared for and loved by me. Axel squints slightly, and the sound of the trigger being pulled echoes in Jihai's ear. It's empty. Bang! 3 consecutive empty shots ring out in the air. Jihai continues to shout, You thing that's neither human nor ghost. Whose skin are you stealing? Ji Guang is gentle and well-behaved, his body healthy and beautiful. He could never be a clone of you. You don't deserve it. Axel is slightly provoked by her words. His mouth tightens as he elegantly sweeps his fallen hair behind him. He directly aims the gun at Jihai. Her abdomen explodes, revealing organs that have long gone without food, blood gushing out violently. But Jihai laughs with a clear mind, seemingly not feeling any pain. She hisses, drawing in cold air, gritting her teeth to endure. This blood-splashing effect is quite well done. Axel looks at Jihai in confusion, infuriated. How do you know you're still in virtual consciousness? Jihai smirks disdainfully, licking her dry lips. Because you can't afford to play, you're a coward. Axel is a bit puzzled. Speak quickly. Jihai pauses from the extreme pain and answers. I didn't quite know the extent of your military-esque simulation algorithms or how far human-machine integration has come until today. It's truly an honor to experience it. She then licks her lips again, seemingly very thirsty. All the visual effects, light materials, reflective actions. Even the reflections in your pupils, the shadows of my figure. I don't see any flaws with my naked eye. But you forgot that people still need to eat and sleep. The things controlled by your autonomic nervous system aren't good enough yet. Then I calculated the time I've already spent in the darkness, but I'm not hungry at all. You can only reach some superficial stimuli now, normal physiological reactions. It seems you haven't fully virtualized it yet. Perhaps the military-esque design is still lacking. Heh. Jihai laughs, exaggeratedly on purpose. Axel has no objections and continues to ask. So when did you realize the second transition? Just now? Jihai bites her lip, mimicking Axel's squinting expression, and says, "Wake my cat, and I'll tell you." Axel is speechless. You clearly know you're still in a virtual environment. Why do you want to wake up? It's all fake. Jihai puts in her utmost effort to tilt her head, imitating Axel, cracking her neck, and continues, because I want to. Axel is infuriated. No one has ever teased him like this. They either begged for mercy, remained unyielding in the face of death, or directly self-destructed before Axel could control their bodies and minds. No one has ever been able to tease him like this. Axel feels so angry that it seems every pore in his body is filled with ants, crawling in and out, making him tremble all over in discomfort. I can torture you in 1,000 different ways. Just a few minutes. Just a few minutes. And this woman before him has found not just one, but multiple bugs. Axel is extremely displeased. He waves his hand, and the military uniform on him flashes with pixelated spots before returning to neatness. Then he presses the blue button on the adjacent container, and the cat's consciousness gradually returns. It seems a bit confused, and then the restraints on its body are sequentially released from top to bottom. Meow. The cat lets out a long howl. Its legs are intact in the virtual space, and it happily kicks out, dashing to Axel in a flash, its sharp claw slashing across, cutting through Axel's cornea, revealing flesh from eyelid to cheek. Axel screams, his arms flailing in the air, and the revolver falls to the ground. The cat relentlessly continues to scratch his face to shreds. This game can't be played anymore. It's over. The enraged beast instantly turns its face, revealing its claws. Axel swipes his hand, tearing apart the entire scene, and roars, "Exit. Game over." The ceiling lights. The beautiful eyes of the empty Ganges girl, Jihai's decaying belly, and the cat with its powerful hind legs flicker into sparkling electronic particles, dissipating as the lights come back on. Chapter 14. The hidden land clouds and mist linger like the everlasting twilight in the Himalayas, a blend of pale purple and pink. Segments of transparent code float in the air, appearing and disappearing, as if mountain winds are howling past. Great winged whales and orcas, creatures that only appear in the ocean, swim within, softly humming their oceanic songs. This Hertz range is beyond the recognition of most human ears. Jiguang's body floats in the air, as if gravity does not exist. His previously pierced heart has healed, the myocardium reorganized, as if every cell in his body is quietly waiting for the heart to beat again, pumping fresh blood. The open, split skin on his chest slowly replicates, the wound gradually closing, leaving a faint pink trace. His body possesses the infinite replication and repairability of cancer cells. Yet he remains unwilling to wake up. His dark hair has grown longer. Thick eyelashes cover his eyes, casting beautiful shadows beneath them. He wraps his arms around the paralyzed cat, which occasionally twitches, stretching its claws as if caught in a fierce nightmare. After a while, it lies quietly in Jiguang's embrace, feeling completely at ease. The codes seem to possess life, gently gliding through the air, disappearing, then reappearing, swirling around Jiguang's body, joyfully vibrating. They rise gently, then slip into the cat's ears, sparkling with crystalline blue spots before vanishing. Sometimes, the codes encircle the cat's body, playfully poking its soft belly, swirling around it, then diving into Jiguang's head, engaging in a game of hide-and-seek that they find endlessly entertaining, as if writing segments of code is a conscious, living act. Segments of code joyfully traverse, play, replicate, and pace between the two bodies. Occasionally, whispers can be heard in the air, the cries of newborns, the laughter of innocent children. Sometimes it is the deep tones of a gong from an Eastern temple. Other times it is the intense, sorrowful notes of a cello. All these sounds emerge like a breeze, growing stronger, then fading away. Suddenly, echoes resonate from all directions. A sense of unreality fills the void. Jiguang. Wake up. I am the sea of knowledge. Wake up. The deafening calls are relentless. Jiguang mumbles for a while, pouts, turns over, stretches lazily. He doesn't seem like someone waking up at all. One hand lifts to shield his eyes, burying his head in the soft, rising belly of the cat. Wanted to continue sleeping. Game over. Axel's furious voice booms here. Everything stops, freezes, as if the pause button has been pressed. The bodies of Jiguang and the cat disintegrate, vanishing in this beautiful, tranquil hidden land, as if they had never existed. Exit. Game over. Axel, dripping with sweat, yells several times as he sits restlessly in his emperor's chair, opening his eyes. His body is covered with soft, semi-transparent electrode pads, and a helmet sits on his head, obscuring his vision with goggles that make him feel extremely uncomfortable. A sour smell emanates from him, and the room temperature of 24 degrees Celsius is no longer suitable for his irritable body. His shirt is soaked through. A shallow bite mark appears on his hand from the sea of knowledge, adding to his displeasure. He swiftly raises his other hand, tearing off the electrodes and wires stuck to it, angrily picking at the small electrodes one by one. Where's the flaw? He bites down on his molar in frustration, rushing to the liquor cabinet to grab a bottle of vodka, gulping it down his smoky throat. Mr. Axel, two researchers in white lab coats nearby cautiously say, your health is poor. Drinking such high-alcohol beverages is not suitable. And what? Don't stutter. Axel, still reeling from the intentional mockery of the sea of knowledge, is extremely irritable. One bespectacled researcher glances at his colleague and adds, your body is becoming increasingly inadequate. There have been some malfunctions with the surrogate mother of the new vessel. If you continue to neglect your current body, you may only be able to return to the virtual world to sleep in 3 months. The pink and dark gold room is poorly lit, the light not reaching Axel's face, obscuring his sullen expression. His entire face is shrouded in shadow, with swollen red marks on his eyelids making his complexion even worse. The two researchers beside him cannot discern what Axel is plotting in his mind. However, as researchers, even if they're just two clones, the lowest beings in the Institute, they still inherit the noble qualities of their original, refusing to deceive. They speak honestly. Without hesitation, Axel draws his laser weapon and fires twice in quick succession, his movements elegant and swift. The two researchers, accustomed to years of scientific research, lack the sharpness and agility of trained soldiers. They cannot evade, and both are hit and fall to the ground, their chest wounds identical to the one on Jiguang's. Upon closer inspection of their faces, there is no fear. Before their brains cease to function, they wear peaceful smiles, their pupils gradually dilating as if finding relief. A small laser mark, SK, is present on their wrists. Mozart's lullaby continues to resonate plaintively, hauntingly surrounding everyone like a ghost. The newly replaced candles flow tears once more, the flames burning brightly, emitting a sweet scent that clogs human pores, preventing the flesh from decaying. This is a fragrance formula Axel had the perfumers search for from an Eastern country. If he remembers correctly, it comes from a tomb called Mwangdui. This was once Axel's proud creation, but now it smells somewhat nauseating to him. The heavy curtains are drawn open, and the pink gold room is illuminated by blue light from the adjacent space, casting an eerie bluish-purple hue on Axel and the Sea of Knowledge's faces. Yes, the Sea of Knowledge, fixed in place by a virtual mechanical suit, witnessed Axel's casual killings throughout. This time, she feels a genuine fear. Yet now she can only feign calmness, repeatedly telling herself that they were just two clones, insignificant, and if needed, more could be cloned. However, the Sea of Knowledge cannot help but think of Jiguang and the cat, and she still feels unbearable sorrow. At the same time, Axel roughly tears off her helmet and goggles, leaving her almost bare. Her little dress is already in tatters, and the electrodes from entering the simulated virtual world cling to her body. She glances down. The sharp pain in her stomach has not completely vanished. Her abdomen and chest area are frighteningly swollen, with several blisters appearing. The sea of knowledge takes deep breaths, controlling her emotions. Her pale face now shows an abnormal flush, the tear mole at the corner of her eye faintly reddening, her green eyes clouded with white mist. Axel moves the laser weapon from her chest to her collarbone, then slides it to her ear, the cold metal sensation making her shiver. Axel moves it near her eye, saying, "How about we try to blind you, and then toss you and that broken-legged trash into the black market to feed the dogs?" Chapter 15. Life and death are predestined. Life and death are predestined. Wealth and nobility are decided by heaven. Jihai laughed. After all, living just means eating some steamed eggs. As for that paralyzed little trash, even going to the toilet is a struggle for it. It doesn't know when it will defecate. So what is the point of living? My heart disease could strike at any moment. I'm just a defective product, ready to meet God anytime. Thanks for the ride. Jihai pretended to be relaxed while struggling to put her torn dress back on, but unfortunately, the zipper at the back was stuck and broken, which made her a bit regretful. This was a labor of love from artisans around the world last century. The antique beads came from France, the lace from Russia, and the embroidery, she couldn't help but reach out, sparkled beautifully from different angles with a sheen of satin, likely Suzhou embroidery from China. What a pity, the lovely, plump silkworms have gone extinct, and finding luxurious real silk for clothing is an absolute luxury in modern times. Jihai sighed. You're still in a mood to admire embroidery? Axel was a bit puzzled. Jihai's ice-green eyes sparkled like the waters of Lake Baikal, flickering with the light of candles. She sighed, You can't threaten me with death. I'm already a dying person. I don't know where my parents are. I have no home. I only have memories from after I turned 20. If someone offers me a job, I'll take it. I'm so poor that I might as well be dead. There is not much joy in living. My biggest wish in this life is to eat some real fruit, drink a bit of real brewed wine, and have a cat, a living cat, even if it has no name, even if its hind legs are paralyzed, even if it's afraid of water and doesn't speak much, but eats a lot. Her sunshine, her cat. At this point, Jihai's expression and tone softened, as if a gentle light was cast upon her face. For a moment, Axel's expression froze. This was a calm and soft expression he wouldn't see on other dying people, and his restless emotions seemed to be soothed. Most humans, clones, or mammals are filled with resentment, anger, fear, and reluctance before death. For Axel, he felt he could transform these emotions into his own pleasure. Far more interesting than slaughtering 100 people in the virtual world. Where did his memories start? A year ago? 2 years ago? How long had he been in this body? Why could he not feel any taste or joy from exquisite food, comfortable living, or luxurious dwellings? Only the negative emotions of other humans or even animals slightly touched him, making him feel he was not just a vessel, that his blood was still flowing and his body was still warm. Thinking of this, Axel felt a wave of agitation. His eyes bloodshot, he coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He wiped the bloodstain with his sleeve and continued shouting, "Guard team, Kulme." As soon as he finished speaking, the cabinet filled with dolls split open in the middle, and 2 small aircraft entered. Axel picked Jihai up by the waist and placed her on one of the aircraft. Then he thought for a moment, jumped down, and grabbed a bottle of red wine from the closet, tossing it to her. Jihai was at a loss. She had just been casually chatting. How could she have easily moved this pervert? Jihai licked her dry lips and hugged the wine bottle tightly. Axel seemed not to see the dirty red wine stains on her, sitting behind her, staring straight ahead as they moved through the passage of the cabinet. The exterior of this room was a silver-gray buffer zone, which did not lead outside, but into a series of tunnels, surrounded by exposed rock, built into the mountainside. The 2 aircraft traveled for about half an hour, continuously in the tunnel, not knowing whether they were underground or weaving through the snowy mountain. If Jihai remembered correctly, they were in the Himalayas, with China on one side and Nepal on the other, the tallest mountain range in the world, now humanity's largest refuge. Over the years, the concept of nations had disappeared, and new divisions had emerged. They were classified by altitude. New distinctions had also arisen between races. No, to be more precise, it should be the distinction between vessels and entities, the line between humans and machines becoming increasingly blurred. In these years, pure-blooded humans were still considered the noblest. Just as the medieval European nobles painted their faces with lead-based powder to maintain pale skin, the nobles of ancient Rome ensured their bodies were clean through aqueducts. Unaware of the harm they were inflicting on themselves, the Egyptian royals married close relatives to keep their bloodlines pure, but their descendants were short-lived, and their dynasties were in jeopardy. The results visible to the discerning eye showed that pure-blooded humans were on the brink. Yet at this moment, the noble, pure-blooded aristocrats clung tightly to their status. Zhihai, indeed, did not remember her origins, but she knew her undeveloped body lacked childhood and adolescent memories. She understood that she was at most a broken vessel. As for why she hadn't been disposed of in time, those questions didn't matter. Sometimes Zhihai felt like a chick from a chicken farm, realizing she was a little rooster. Roosters don't lay eggs. So fate meant living alongside a bunch of abandoned chicks, thrown onto a conveyor belt, chopped up, and turned into feed. Who would care about the joys and sorrows of chicks turned into feed? Zhihai recalled Axel pouring red wine on her face, in his hands. Wasn't she just that chick whose joys and sorrows would not be explored, even her life or death? However, none of this made Zhihai feel sadder. Now, the physical thirst made her somewhat dizzy. It had been so long since she had drunk water. She was really thirsty. She twisted for a long time, but couldn't open the cork of the wine bottle. After another attempt with no signs of loosening, suddenly she pressed down hard, and with a pop, the cork fell into the bottle. The wind howled through the tunnel. Zhihai drank real grape wine for the first time in her life, really. It was so delicious. This was an exquisite sparkling wine, harvested during the frost season after the harvest, where the grapes had dried under the sun. The wine made from these grapes was rich, sweet, fragrant, and doubled in intensity. Zhihai gulped the entire bottle down in one go. After a few minutes, she felt a bit tipsy, leaning back against Axel's chest, which was filled with the sweet, waxy scent of preservatives. Zhihai felt her stomach churning. She turned her head and buried it against Axel. Wow. And then she vomited. Chapter 16. Despicable Thief. Acer had nowhere to hide. He stepped on the accelerator, and the aircraft shot forward. Fortunately, the navigation system had an automatic correction function that allowed the front of the vehicle to brush against the rock wall, sparking flames without flipping over. Acer disdainfully grabbed Zhihai by the back of her collar, one hand on the control stick, feeling helpless and disillusioned. Zhihai, having just finished throwing up, suddenly became alert. She had intentionally kept quiet about the bugs earlier, and now, was he going to drag her to her doom? In just a few seconds, she could think of 1,000 ways to die. Terrifying, too terrifying. Suddenly, Acer accelerated again, and Zhihai slammed into his chest. Enough, Acer shouted in anger. By this time, their aircraft had exited the tunnel, and Zhihai was suddenly enveloped in a silver-blue light. She found herself in a snow-capped canyon, with flowing clouds rushing past. From a distance, the snow-white mountain peaks reflected shades of blue and purple, their silver-white aircraft and agile birds indistinguishable, hovering and darting up and down. One after another, they ascended. One after another, they dove, utilizing the different air currents in the ravine to spiral upwards. Zhihai felt nauseous, sweating profusely, her hands trembling as she barely maintained a distance from Acer. But even fastening the seatbelt was useless. It was simply puffed. This was Zhihai's second experience in this military-grade aircraft, which was extremely fast. Without long-term professional training, how could she withstand such acceleration? She vomited a few more times. But luckily, this time her stomach was empty, and she merely retched a bit before stopping. Zhihai couldn't shake the feeling that the pervert behind her looked green in the face. Would he kick her off the aircraft at any moment? She wasn't afraid of dying, but being kicked off the aircraft and smashed to pieces because of drunken vomiting was an unnecessary way to die. She wasn't sure if it was psychological, but Zhihai felt that the aircraft's speed wasn't as fast anymore. As she steadied her driving, the wind was strong, and the smell in the cockpit was becoming increasingly unbearable. The cockpit's glass window slowly opened a crack. The clean, crisp air of the plateau rushed into the cockpit, jolting Jihai awake. Where were they? They had arrived near Mount Everest. The solid fortress built on a mountainside was clearly a military project, gray, heavy, and sturdy. They slowly glided above the cement platform, circling twice, and Aster sent out a code that Jihai couldn't understand. Moments later, they received a feedback code, granting them permission to land lightly. The intense sunlight reflecting off the snow-covered mountains blinded Jihai, and she could barely open her eyes. She vaguely saw a metal door of the cement fortress slowly opening, and several people walked out, one of whom was... Jihai felt it was familiar. A tall figure, curly hair, a deep-set, narrow blue eye, with one covered in bandages. A hand in a cast, and a leg that wasn't moving well. But he walked steadily, exuding the calm demeanor of someone who had spent years in the military. Jihai covered her mouth in disbelief. Mr. Arnold. Arnold's gaze lingered on Jihai for a moment before shifting to Aster, whose clothes still bore the stains of vomited red wine. As a soldier, he despised such reckless behavior. But looking back at Jihai, she had plenty of red wine stains too. Arnold looked somewhat displeased, but didn't say anything further. Behind him, a human-sized container was being pushed out, semi-transparent and shimmering with a faint blue mist. Ji Guang lay quietly inside. Jihai wanted to rush over to take a closer look. Ji Guang. Aster tilted his head, reaching out, firmly grabbing Jihai's elbow. Jihai, furious, turned back and bit Aster's hand. Aster was stunned. The sharp pain shot through his brain like lightning, and as he was bitten, he quickly withdrew his arm. As he swung his arm, Jihai stumbled backward, almost falling. Arnold reached out from behind and caught her, steadying her. I see. In that fleeting moment, Aster suddenly remembered where the flaw was in the second virtual scene. He had lowered his skin's sensitivity to pain. So the last time Jihai bit him, he had merely been momentarily stunned. With his usual training response speed, he hadn't retracted his arm in time. That girl had realized then that she wasn't in the real world. Interesting. Aster took a deep breath of the cold air. Too bad I can't continue playing games with you. I'm a bit reluctant. He raised the bitten wrist to the sunlight, admiring it as if it were a masterpiece. Jihai glared at him, stepping back. The outdoor wind at this altitude was strong. Her bare calves were bruised. Her elbows and knees scraped, and she directly fell into Arnold's arms. Arnold steadied Jihai's shoulders, maintaining a very gentlemanly distance. He signaled 2 soldiers from the city defense guard who had followed behind to assist Jihai, and she was very grateful. But what about Ji Guang? Ji Guang was roughly yanked out of the container by Aster and thrown into his cockpit. Ji Guang seemed to be sleeping, completely unresponsive, like a corpse. Mr. Arnold, thank you very much for keeping your promise. The military's medical technology is indeed top-notch, especially for laser gun wounds, Aster flattered. Jihai looked up at Arnold. The middle-aged man had no change in expression. He wasn't wearing glasses today, and the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes had deepened. Arnold signaled for Jihai to remain quiet. He then waved his hand, signaling Aster to leave. Aster tilted his head slightly and then whistled. Beautiful lady. If you ever feel bored, come find me anytime. I'll borrow your pet for a while. With that, he nimbly jumped onto the aircraft. The cold, glaring sunlight of the plateau fell on Aster's back, and Jihai could only see a blurry silhouette. That silhouette, when silent and facing away from her, looking out the window, bore an uncanny resemblance to Ji Guang, 99 similar. But all she could do now was watch helplessly as Aster took Ji Guang away. She felt powerless, unable to even utter a word. She was less than a civilian, just a useless scrap. She had no voice. In their words, Ji Guang was just a runaway humanoid pet. She had merely occupied it for a few days, and it was probably going to be returned to the cloning company or back to its original owner. After all, Jihai was just a despicable thief. She had taken something that didn't belong to her. Stolen things ultimately aren't one's own. In this world, there was nothing that truly belonged to her. She didn't even know if her own body belonged to her. She and he had no past. He and she could not see a future. Jihai squatted down, overwhelmed by sorrow. After being beside Aster for so long, she had tried to tell herself not to cry, to be calm, to be strong. But now, she couldn't hold it back anymore. Her wailing echoed through the mountains. Not far away, an avalanche thundered down. The tremendous sound poured into the sea of clouds at the foot of the mountain, drowning out Jihai's cries. Chapter 17. No martial virtue. The cold wind, carrying fine ice shard from the snow-capped mountains, struck Jihai's face, mixing with her tears, making her cheeks sting unbearably. The flying vehicle that had vanished into the sky reappeared far in front of her, followed by the sound of alarms echoing repeatedly in the air. And avalanches came one after another. Jihai looked up, rubbed her swollen eyes, unable to believe what she saw. Axel's flying vehicle was being pursued by 7 or 8 small military aircraft, just like the one she had seen in the black market last time. However, this time the positions had changed. Axel's white vehicle was forced to move up and down in a state of disarray. The City Defense Forces aircraft clearly had superior technology, but they were polite and did not use any offensive weapons, and Axel, recognizing the situation, refrained from attacking. They circled around the city defense platform, near Jihai and Arnold's position, anxiously unable to separate. Soon, it became evident that Axel's vehicle was running low on fuel. Its speed decreased, and it did not fire any laser weapons. It merely continued to circle slowly in the air. Last time, they had no martial virtue. Arnold glanced at his injured eye. He stood behind Jihai, gazing into the distance where Ji Guang and Axel had disappeared. The Jihai he had seen every time, with tears and snot, was now very quiet. She turned her head, opened her mouth, but did not say anything. Suddenly, Axel's vehicle stopped above Jihai, opened its hatch, and dropped something. Then it fled at an extremely fast speed. Jihai was stunned. He had thrown Ji Guang down. No, no. Jihai knelt down in despair and closed her eyes. Ji Guang, falling straight down, suddenly arched his body in midair, agile like a cat. He quickly adjusted his center of gravity, rolling in the air to find the best position for landing in the snow. The torrent formed by the snow enveloped Ji Guang as he crashed and tumbled, swimming through the massive waves, adjusting his position until everything slowly calmed down. Ji Guang's black hair stood out prominently in the white snow. He was alive. His gaze followed Jihai, as if her position was a lighthouse. He looked at her, striving not to lose direction and control, being engulfed by the icy torrent. The military rescue aircraft gathered together, quickly digging Ji Guang out. He was conscious. The wound on his chest had healed, but he had numerous superficial injuries all over his body. Then, he was injected with a highly efficient 3-fold dosage of anesthetic, and he slowly fell asleep. What happened next? Jihai did not know. At the same time Ji Guang was being rescued, she was forcibly taken away. Jihai never expected to find herself in the legendary military confinement facility, without trial, without reason, without any evidence of wrongdoing. She was just brought in. Moreover, she believed she should only need to be judged by the government authorities. How could such a minor issue trouble the city defense forces? This was not following the procedure. Jihai muttered softly. She whispered to the soldier who had previously supported her arm to prevent her from falling. Now, they had almost lifted her feet off the ground, swiftly carrying her deep into the fortress. No one answered her. This was military territory, and all the buildings were practical, sturdy, and cold. She wore only a pair of torn long socks on her feet, standing on special cement that was hard and exceptionally cold. As for her stomach, she did not know how long she had been unconscious, but it was protesting loudly. Arnold glanced at Jihai's neck. The necklace he had given her was still there. Hungry? Arnold asked. Jihai's eyes lit up as she looked at Arnold, as if she saw a large piece of bread. Arnold instructed a few words and then left. He did not take her to the canteen. Jihai was very disappointed. She was taken to a shower room. UV light disinfected her, hot water rinsed her, followed by a simple physical examination, during which they even drew a few tubes of blood from her. Her veins so flat that the male nurse had to poke her 3 times to get enough blood. The young nurse with an Eastern face had Li Wei written on his name tag. He silently took out a piece of bread and a bag of artificial milk from his pocket and handed them to Jihai. Jihai took the food and started to eat ravenously. She nearly choked on the biggest bite. Li Wei stepped forward, intending to hug Jihai from behind, fist clenched, ready to perform the Heimlich maneuver. No, it's fine. Jihai panicked and turned to push him away, taking a couple of breaths. She quickly stuffed the remaining food into her mouth, one hand showing a gesture that she was okay. Li Wei stared at Jihai, wanted to say something, but hesitating. Then, a plump woman in a white coat and glasses walked in, appearing before Jihai. Jihai's eyes widened. This woman looked just like Gina from the game company. However, while Gina always wore a form-fitting skirt and high heels elegantly, this woman wore comfortable flat shoes, her demeanor gentle, with a refreshing natural look and a certain focused intensity. Jihai was a bit confused. Although technology had matured, the ethical guidelines set by the Cloning Ethics Committee were very strict. Both the military and the United Government strictly controlled the number of clones and genetic modifications, which she could see everywhere in the military. It was fatal. The woman in the white coat seemed to know what Jihai was thinking and smiled. The military does not care about appearances. Practicality and functionality are what matter. All parts should be standardized and easily replaceable, so that the absence of any individual does not cause any flaws or greater repercussions. Jihai blinked. Their temperaments were different, but the kind and considerate tenderness that was easy to understand was indeed very similar between the two. Jihai rubbed her hands together and gathered her courage to ask, as an ordinary person, "May I ask why I was brought here?" The woman in the white coat pondered for a moment. "I am responsible for your subsequent physical examination. No further comments. You can call me Kylan." Jihai silently cooperated with Kylan's examination. After a shower, her tattered dress was confiscated, and she now wore a plain long-sleeved white dress, barefoot. Fortunately, the temperature in the examination room was constant. Jihai lay on the examination bed, feeling drowsy and a sense of safety. Kylan also examined her from the back of her skull down to her cervical and lumbar vertebrae, seemingly searching for something. But she found nothing. Kylan let out a breath. No one knew if she sighed or was relieved. Then, two soldiers took over Jihai, dressed in a white dress, making her look like a minor. Her striking green eyes were the only thing visible. She was taken to a temporary holding area for prisoners. Here, the rooms were assigned without regard to gender. Yes, the classification in the military was completely different from that in their city. There were quite a number of modified individuals in the troops. In the room she entered, there were several people of different genders, or how should one put it? Not just gender, but perhaps even species. Jihai found a corner to sit down, and several pairs of eyes followed her. In the corner was a huge teddy bear, which made her very happy. She leaned against the teddy bear, finding a comfortable position, intended to take a good nap. The bear's chest emitted a sound. "Ma'am, please conduct yourself properly." Chapter 18. The Lover's Gift. Jihai was in a daze, feeling something heavy on her. "I'm not heavy. I'm as thin as a rail." "Ma'am, you're on my leg." The bear continued to emit sounds from within its body. Jihai suddenly flipped over like a carp, getting off the bear and staring into its eyes. Indeed, it wasn't an ordinary plastic product. There were two cameras faintly glowing red. Jihai jumped up, pinching her own face hard. The pain felt real. The burning and swelling sensation indicated she had returned to a virtual world. As she jumped up, the necklace around her neck snapped, rolling over to a man with glasses sitting nearby. He wore a checkered shirt, had long limbs, a thin face, and a slight hunch. Clearly a programmer who had been sitting at a desk for a long time. Jihai was certain he looked just like her colleagues at the company. The man with glasses was originally sitting on the ground. He reached out to pick up the necklace pendant. It was a piece from the Art Nouveau period, exquisitely crafted, with a diamond rose cut, hand-polished to a smooth finish. The man seemed to really like the pendant, examining it closely and turning it over in his hands. The decorative beads on it were supposed to be arranged in neat strings, but these beads were spaced in a somewhat regular pattern, forming a binary arrangement. The man with glasses muttered, "Arnold loves Jenny, forever." "Ma'am, is this a gift from your lover?" "It's beautifully made," he said, handing the pendant back to Jihai. Confused, Jihai accepted the necklace and replied, "Thank you, but my name isn't Jenny. However, it was indeed given to me by someone named Arnold. We only met briefly, and I don't know why he gave it to me, but he saved me at that time, so I wear it." "Well," the man with glasses introduced himself, smiled, and didn't press further. He looked quite tired. "Mom, this is a piece from the Art Nouveau period. Artists incorporated all elements of nature, including reality and myth, and used wavy planes, shimmering enamel, and streamlined designs to give them life." A gentle female voice from the bear echoed in the corner. Its artificial fur was somewhat damaged, and the AI voice lacked emotional fluctuation, likely a cheap product, with a red light in its eyes flashing rhythmically with the speech. Jihai found a spot beside the man with glasses and sat down. This toy bear was quite intelligent. She felt embarrassed for being scared by a toy bear earlier. It's not a toy, it's alive. The man with glasses gazed intently at it, his expression gentle. Jihai glanced at him and then at the bear, not daring to say much. The man looked at the young girl in a white dress, who was thin like a chick, and asked Jihai, "What brought you in here?" "Me?" Jihai pondered how to answer. I took on some freelance work, modifying some game cheats and equipment. The man with glasses didn't believe her. It wasn't a big deal that would attract military attention. Jihai sighed, hesitating on whether to say more. "I found a pet and didn't return it to its owner." The man glanced at her and asked, "What kind of pet?" After much deliberation, Jihai hesitantly said it was a paralyzed cat. "Huh." The man with glasses clearly didn't believe her. Another burly uncle lying down turned over and said, "Now that we're here, who knows if we'll make it out alive? Can't we say something entertaining? Maybe a bit happier?" The strong man's legs were mechanical, equipped with a thrust assist system. If not for a few severed wires, he could probably kick the cell door open with one foot. He sat up, leaning against the wall, finding a comfortable position to look at Jihai. "You little chick, caught here, what heinous crime did you commit? Murder or inciting public sentiment?" Jihai was bewildered. How could she be associated with such serious crimes? There must be some mistake. But thinking back to the scene when Asher captured her and the dismembered Indian smart person, Jihai felt that perhaps she wasn't caught by mistake after all. Fortunately, Arnold was here. He should be able to sort things out and take her home. She unconsciously tightened her grip on the pendant, then repeated, "Arnold loves Jenny." It seemed that this phrase triggered some sort of mechanism. The pendant snapped open automatically, revealing 2 photos inside. On the left was a curly-haired girl smiling while holding Cat. Her smile was sweet, but unfortunately, she was sitting in a wheelchair, and the cat's hind legs were clearly deformed. The other photo showed a young man with a square jaw and gray-blue eyes alongside a girl in white, wearing a dress similar to Jihai's. Then, a miniature projector hidden in the pendant played a 30-second video. Jihai found a suitable angle, and in the dim room, the image projected smoothly onto the white wall. The girl in the white dress was running on the grass, with beautiful golden sunlight behind her, and a male voice called her name, Jenny. She smiled back, saying Arnold. Jihai's eyes widened. Was this Jenny? She really looked like her. Only Jenny was fuller and healthier, a beautiful adult woman. Meanwhile, Jihai felt flawed, like a defective product. And what about the woman in the wheelchair? On the wheelchair, the cat in her hands was cream-colored, a British short hair, paralyzed, and looked very much like Jihai's cat. These past events, the photos were already yellowed. Must be related to memories that vanished before she turned 20. A familiar thudding feeling surged in her chest. Jihai took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, hurriedly closing the half-open pendant. The last bit of music still echoed, the lullaby by Mozart she had heard in the pink room. The warm lullaby now brought her feelings of perversion and disgust. Her hands trembled slightly. Are you perhaps a container on a run? The strong man asked Jihai without any hesitation, smiling. I'm not. Jihai turned around and replied angrily. The man with glasses smiled slightly, gesturing for Jihai to calm down. After all, anyone who ends up here hasn't done anything good. Not all of us are bad people. We're all just unfortunate. I'm not unfortunate. I have a job. I have a home. I have pets. By the end of her statement, Jihai felt a bit guilty, her voice getting smaller. What will happen to us next? How will we be treated? Jihai felt she had shifted the topic. Upon hearing this, the man with glasses became serious. Most likely, we will be destroyed. The so-called human rights and laws don't apply to us. We are outside the rules. Jihai heard this, but remained silent. People outside the rules. If she counted as a person, she should fight to survive. But what if she wasn't a person, but a container? Jihai felt a bit disheartened, curling up on the floor, touching her burned stomach, wrapping her arms around her body. She closed her eyes, feeling a bit cold and a bit hot. Unsure of where she came from or where she should go, she started to burn with fever, and in her dazed state, she felt the bear come over and hug her, exuding a constant 37 degrees Celsius warmth, softly humming a song Jihai couldn't understand. That was a strange kind of tenderness to Jihai. She was held by the bear, cradled like a baby, gently swaying. It was as if she had returned to the warmth and security that could only be found in the darkness of the womb. Chapter 19. It's still her. Ji-hai felt like it had been a long, long time since she had slept so soundly. The warm, furry embrace felt like Ji Guang's head in a cat's belly. Mealtime. Someone knocked on a metal door, then sent some food and packaged water through the window. The glasses man stood up, took the food, hesitated for a moment, gathered his courage, adjusted his glasses, and asked, "Could you please give me some batteries?" The guard glanced at him, didn't reply, and made a standard 90-degree turn to leave. Ji-hai stretched and woke up, her stomach growling again. If only I were a robot. If I were a living being, I'd have to eat. So hard. Ji-hai mocked herself as she climbed down from the bear's embrace and took a bag of high-energy nutrient paste and a bag of electrolyte water. The glasses man slowly walked back to the life-size teddy bear, patted its head, and said, "Go into sleep mode. Do not wake up unless there's an A-level emergency." Then he handed a portion of the nutrient paste to the muscular uncle with mechanical legs, who nodded in thanks as he took it. He then picked up the remaining portion for himself, eating it delicately, savoring each bite, just like when he returned home from work every day, exhausted. His gentle wife would serve him a warm dinner, and they wouldn't speak, while he ate seriously, and she watched him with a sincere smile. He pulled a cap of nutrient paste from his pocket, seemingly calculating something. His brows furrowed tightly as he turned to look at the quiet teddy bear, a worried expression on his face. Ji-hai contentedly slurped the last few drops of nutrient paste. The army supplies were different, concentrated energy, and after finishing, she felt warm all over. Should I thank this bear? Or thank you? Why did the military bring this teddy bear when they captured you? This is not just a bear. The muscular uncle, leaning against the wall, suddenly perked up. This is the glasses guy's wife. The glasses man stopped sipping the electrolyte water and shot a glare at the muscular uncle. Do you believe I'll rip out your backup energy source and use it? The muscular uncle dragged his leg with a rogue smile. Scrap metal, feel free. The metal scraped loudly against the floor, echoing through the room. In fact, the glasses man had no tools, and he couldn't do anything. At this moment, he felt a surge of frustration. He stood up and began to pound on the door. Bang, 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 bang. Someone, hurry someone, I need batteries. With each knock, his glasses slipped further askew. No one came. Stay away from her. The glasses man suddenly turned and shouted at Ji-hai. Ji-hai stopped sucking on the nutrient paste. The last little bit dripped onto her arm, causing her heart to ache. She didn't understand what was happening. Silently, she got up and moved to the farthest corner from the bear, sitting down near the door. How can you bully a little girl? The uncle opened his eyes, glanced at the glasses man, and then turned to Ji-hai and said, "Ignore him. Every night he hugs this broken thing, calling it wife, wife, wife. It's enough to make one uneasy. This bear arrived with blood on it. It's likely killed someone." The glasses man's face turned green. He buried his entire body in the shadow behind the bear and did not argue back. At that moment, Ji-hai felt grateful to this seemingly unfriendly uncle for helping her out. She started a new topic. "What are you in here for?" I used to be the most capable lieutenant of Arnold, the strongest Marine captain of the City Defense Battalion. The uncle began loudly, but seemed hesitant about what to say next. Like a suddenly launched aircraft that then crashed into a swamp, struggling futilely. He raised his hands and rubbed his shiny bald head, but I can't seem to remember clearly. "Let me see your necklace." The uncle clicked his tongue. Ji-hai didn't expect this somewhat rogue-looking uncle to actually know Commander Arnold, and she obediently handed over her necklace. He tried to pry it open with his fingers, but it was too tight, securely closed, and he couldn't scratch it open with his nails. He waved the pendant in the air a couple of times, and then gave up. This broken thing still recognizes its owner? The uncle stared at Ji-hai for a while and said, "I left the city defense. I got tired of following orders every day. Because of some unfounded charges. I had to kill, maybe that thing isn't human, or it is whatever it is. From humans to clones, from computers to cities, with just one command. I had to destroy him, her, it. I'm so tired. They think I'm not a qualified mechanical cyborg. There's a new order from the pure-blood aristocrats to deal with people like us." The uncle's voice grew lower. Upon hearing mechanical cyborg, the glasses man's fingers abruptly stiffened, but he didn't interrupt. Ji-hai felt confused. but she pretended to listen seriously, which encouraged the uncle, who seemed satisfied. Took a sip of water and continued. 30 years ago, the Clone Rights Bill was introduced. But this only restricted ordinary people. Every noble could freely replicate their physical vessels, taking whatever they needed. It's no different from slaughtering a pig or a cow. 10 years ago, the nobles discovered that even with constant transplanting of fresh, young organs, their bodies would still decay like a corrupt machine. There's a lifespan. And in the end, everyone thought the best way was to transplant their entire memory into the next body. However, a new bug emerged. Is the copied memory really that of the original person? Basically, the customers using this are extremely obsessed with preserving their loved ones or partners. In short, everything is too sensitive to be made public. The discussions and disputes above exist only within the realm of scientific ethics, with vast gray areas and laws not yet perfected. The upper echelons are tight-lipped. Meanwhile, the public enjoys a peaceful life. The world is stable. After suffering from famine and war, the mechanical modification faction only thrived in the military. Who wouldn't want a powerful war machine? But the difficulties in between are immense, and development isn't smooth, so the integration of machines and bodies is ongoing. But these noble purebloods look down on it, lost in their own dreams. They control the various resources of human civilization: energy, electricity, and technology. If you're not a pure-blood human, you cannot engage in related work. Thus, a strange hierarchy of disdain formed. 1. The highest noble humans who have not undergone any modifications. 2. Naturally born humans who have been genetically modified since birth. 3. Humans who have undergone mechanical modifications, military. 4. Genetically modified clone humans, medical donors. And now there appears. The glasses man adjusted his glasses and suddenly interjected. 5th, composite clones. Their brains are directly coded and compiled, ensuring absolute obedience and loyalty, generally used as soldiers. As for the 6th type, machines with mechanical bodies, whose intelligent storage directly replicates the consciousness of a normal human. The glasses man's gaze fell on the tattered, faded teddy bear beside him, his eyes filled with tenderness. The 3 laws of robotics are long outdated. The biggest debate in recent years is if a person integrates even 1/10,000th of the genes from another species, are they still human? The conclusion everyone would say is yes. But what about 2%, 3%? Would it still be a yes? You have to know that humans share 80% of their genes with fruit flies. Don't tell me fruit flies are also humans. This was a topic that the public eagerly discussed, trending every day, and everyone debated joyfully. The conclusion is that those without normal human consciousness do not count. But this was not written into the bill. The old man touched the connection between his severed leg and mechanical leg again. Sometimes I feel that all of this is meaningless. Using destruction to protect so-called pure humans with bodies and consciousness similar to those of humans is itself a paradox. When I joined the army back then, filled with passion, I thought that as a man, a real human man, I had to protect real human women and children. But now, the old man dragged his scrap metal leg back and forth on the ground, producing a harsh grinding sound. I don't know when it started, but I have also become that counterfeit that could disappear at any moment. I am also that modified clone, genetically altered to surpass the limits of my original body. I am just a useful war machine. The old man sighed. Jihai and the old man simultaneously turned to look into the bear's eyes, which were growing dimmer, like 2 dark, bottomless abysses. Young man, it's time for you to tell your story with it. The old man passed the conversation to the man with the eyes. Chapter 20. Forever together, the man with the eyes put down the lid he had been gripping tightly in his hand. His throat was hoarse, it wasn't it? It was her. I don't have time. I don't have time. I need batteries. I need energy. The man with the eyes frantically tugged at his hair. He rushed towards the iron door, pounding on it repeatedly. The sound of flesh striking metal echoed in the empty corridor, mechanically repeating those 2 phrases. I don't have time. Please, give me electricity, give me electricity. This frantic state lasted for about 2 or 3 hours. The man with the eyes was covered in a mix of sweat and oil. His glasses had been taken off, and he wiped his shoulder with his sleeve. Young man, give it up. Once it's in court, especially a military court, it might be directly destroyed. Right now, it's out of power. At least it can. Leave a whole corpse? No, no, no. The man with the glasses knelt in front of the teddy bear, hands on the ground, desperately howling. There must be a way. There must be a way. It's all your fault. If it weren't for your fever last night, she wouldn't have used her power to keep you warm. Her energy wouldn't have been consumed so quickly. Jihai slowly opened her mouth. I'm sorry. The warmth from last night was real. She felt it. When she woke up, she was indeed held by the bear, and it must have wasted a lot of energy. I'm sorry. The man with the glasses cried out in despair. What good is sorry? She's going to die. She's going to die. Jihai was dumbfounded. Had the man with glasses been locked up for too long? Had he lost his sanity? A giant teddy bear, made of worn synthetic fibers, was there, and it was dying. The confinement room was filled with glaring blue light 24 hours a day, with omnipresent cameras, even when Jihai went to the bathroom. There was nowhere to hide. The harsh metallic scraping sound came. The food delivery system for the metal door had arrived again. This meal was still just simple high-energy nutrient paste and slightly sweet and salty electrolyte water. Jihai took the food and distributed it to the uncle and the man with glasses. The man with glasses hadn't bathed in who knows how long. He weakly leaned against the teddy bear, which quietly tilted its head, allowing him to rest against it. The man with glasses did not open his eyes or reach out for the food, but softly said, "She cooks really well, very delicious." After saying that, the man with glasses still refused to eat. Looking at the dirty rips and stains on the bear, Jihai squatted in front of it, wondering what it had been through. She silently swallowed her portion of food, seeing the sorrowful and powerless expression of the man with glasses. She thought of her cat and the Aurora, burying her head in her arms. She couldn't find any comforting words. In this era, the one-man, one-woman marriage model no longer existed. Living with a robot, a clone, or even a teddy bear was all possible, but there were strict restrictions on reproducing the next generation. The man with glasses probably wasn't good at socializing and chose this AI bear. Jihai lifted her head from her arms, supporting her chin, looking at the bear that had warmed her yesterday. Another day and night passed, and the man with glasses still refused to eat. The uncle was taken away, and he complied. Now there was only Jihai, the man with glasses, and the bear left. On the third day, the man with glasses changed his position, embracing the bear face to face. He murmured, "If I'm going to die, let us die together." Jihai brought the energy bars he had eaten for several days to his lips, hoping the weak him would eat a little. The man with glasses lay flat on the ground, murmuring, as if speaking to Jihai. In ancient Indian Buddhism, it is said that the reincarnating soul is like the flame burning on a candle. If you take this burning candle to light a new candle, you will see the fire transfer from one candle to the other. You can't say that the fire on the new candle is the same as the fire on the original candle. Nor can you say that the fires on these two candles have nothing to do with each other. It's not her, it's also her. The man's checkered shirt was wrinkled, repeating this phrase at last. Jihai awkwardly held the energy bar, squeezed a little out, and tried to force it into his mouth. The man with glasses shut his mouth in refusal, his attitude firm. On the fourth day, the man with glasses had dry lips, deep-set eyes, and was dehydrated all over. Jihai squatted beside him, thinking, if you starve to death like this, it's still alive, what will you do with it? The man with glasses opened his eyes, smiled strangely. The blue light reflecting off his glasses made his expression somewhat eerie. On the fifth day, the man with glasses was already on the brink of death. The mechanical-legged uncle still hadn't returned. Jihai was dazed in the room, with no plans other than waiting for food. Sometimes, when a man with glasses wasn't paying attention, she secretly dripped a bit of electrolyte water on his lips. On the sixth day, it was about the limit of the human body. The man with glasses had a vacant stare, his limbs limp, lying on the floor, barely alive. Jihai felt a bit scared. Would she have to continue being locked in this small room with a corpse and a teddy bear that sang lullabies? Jihai repeatedly said to the bear, "He is going to die. He is going to die. Can you still activate?" The bear's worn-out head drooped weakly on its chest, its two front limbs hanging quietly at its sides, and in front of it lay the man with glasses silently, while Jihai was on the other side, helpless and powerless. Jihai felt parched and had no intention of giving up. She decided to force-feed him. She turned the man with glasses' head to the side and tried to flip over his prone body. The room was very quiet, and the constant warm wind was irritating. She felt the pulse in the man with glasses' neck beating violently and irregularly, and Ji-hai felt a little scared. Could it be that he was about to drip? The bear's dark, cheap plastic eyes suddenly flashed red. The lullaby began to play softly again. The bear slowly raised its front limbs, placing them behind the man with glasses, exploring, and the back of the man's neck was exposed. A red laser shot from the bear's eyes, and with a snap, the surface skin was burned open. There was a small metal and glass receiver there. Then they seemed to be exchanging some signals. The bear maintained its still position for about 2 days and 2 nights. Ji-hai watched as the man's pupils changed from clear to cloudy. Still, no one came. She bravely reached out on the second day to touch his hand. His fingers were stiff and cold. Ji-hai slowly withdrew her hand, covering her eyes. Death and separation were what she had to face all along. Don't be afraid, child. Beautiful child, gentle child, don't be afraid. We are now forever together. A gentle voice of a young woman emanated from the bear's chest. Don't be afraid. Ji-hai, forgive me for my rudeness to you in the end. My body has perished, but now I can be together with her forever. The bear's chest emitted the voice of the man with glasses. But this voice sounded somewhat stiff. The bear's eyes stopped transmitting data and returned to their dark, normal state. It turned around, using its tall, broad body to shield Ji-hai in the corner, creating a dead angle. It pointed to its mouth, and it lifted its head. Ji-hai was shorter than it, and from the top-down angle, it seemed to have something in its mouth. The bear silently pointed to its mouth again. Ji-hai reached out her hand, but didn't dare to continue reaching inside, only hearing a faint cracking sound. A mini storage card fell out and landed perfectly in Ji-hai's palm. A sound of footsteps came from outside the door. Ji-hai was at a loss, instinctively gripping the mini storage card in her hand. She pried open the pendant of her necklace and placed it inside. The bear stepped back a couple of paces, and an emotionless AI voice echoed from its chest. Energy depleted, activating emergency mode, danger, danger. Please stay away. A burnt smell began to emanate from its body, followed by sparks flying, igniting the worn-out fabric. Thick smoke billowed, and Ji-hai stepped back, covering her nose, with a few sparks landing on her white dress. The door swung open. Bang, bang. A group of soldiers rushed in. Among them was the uncle with mechanical legs, who was following behind. His legs had healed. In the chaos, it was good to see a familiar face. However, the uncle seemed to completely not recognize Ji-hai. She waved her hand, but he had no reaction. They dragged the glasses-wearing man from the ground, hoisting him onto a shoulder, while others quickly extinguished the thick smoke and flames on the bear with fire extinguishers. It seemed they had been waiting outside for a long time, anticipating this moment. After a noisy commotion, Arnold, whom Ji-hai hadn't seen for a week, appeared at the door. His eyes had been replaced with new ones, and aside from some unnatural bumps and hollows on the side of his face, his right hand was somewhat stiff, making it hard to tell that he had recently suffered severe injuries. Arnold's gaze fell on the neckline of Ji-hai's dress, where the pendant was being clutched in her hand, resting on her chest. Ji-hai tensed up all over. Chapter 21, The Real Deal. Ji-hai pretended to be calm as she tucked the necklace into the neckline of her dress, forcing a composed smile at Arnold. Arnold stood beside Ji-hai, waiting for the bespectacled man in the room to be dragged away and the bear to be promptly extinguished. The cold, hard room had its heating turned off, and people of various sorts came and went, spraying disinfectant in layers throughout the space. The temperature in the room quickly dropped, and Ji-hai crossed her arms, unable to suppress a sneeze that broke the heavy, stagnant atmosphere. Arnold kept his hands behind his back, calmly watching his subordinates clean and tidy the room. "How have you been these past few days?" Arnold asked casually, his eyes observing the transition from a messy to a neat floor. Arnold's eyes had been replaced with the latest artificial ones, slightly stiff as he was still adjusting to the focus and coordination of the muscles around his eyes. Ji-hai glanced at him and then looked down, remaining silent. Arnold reached out his right hand and rested it on her shoulder. Ji-hai instantly felt a chill, the soft white dress clinging to her body. With a flat chest, slender shoulders, and long limbs, Her silver hair had grown long enough to cover her eyes, and her irises shone an icy green under the pale blue light. The chain on her collarbone was slightly oxidized, and Arnold's fingers pulled her necklace, the pendant sliding into his palm. Jihai was startled and took 2 steps back, clutching the necklace tightly in her hands. Ah! Arnold let out a soft breath, dejectedly lowering his right hand. Ji Guang, and you, how did you meet? Arnold continued to ask. Jihai nervously clenched her hands, hesitated for a moment, and replied, Mr. Arnold, I really just found him. He.S. just a humanoid pet. ISN, Teehee. If possible, I'm willing to accept judgment and bear the subsequent fines and the guilt of illegally possessing a humanoid pet. But please don't let him be separated from me. Is everything just a cycle that cannot be changed? Arnold placed his hand on Jihai's thin face, murmuring to himself, Who am I? Jihai looked up, locking eyes with Arnold. As Arnold met Jihai's unwavering gaze, he lost his courage. He closed his eyes, seemingly recalling something while also trying to avoid it. Jenny. Arnold knelt on one knee. He took Jihai's hand and gently brought it to his lips, whispering, Jenny. Jihai's fingertips were icy, and she felt that this scene seemed somewhat familiar, yet she couldn't recall whether it was from a dream or something that had happened before. The cold air she exhaled formed puffs of white mist. It seemed that the cold air had jolted Arnold awake. He slowly opened his eyes, released Jihai's hand, and gazed at her frail body. He took off his coat and draped it over her. Jihai dared not refuse, the oversized military jacket covering her thighs. She rubbed her bare feet against the ground, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Summoning her courage, Jihai asked, Who is Jenny? Do I know her? As soon as she finished speaking, she instinctively took a half step back. Arnold did not answer, and silence spread between them. They maintained a subtle distance, closer than strangers, yet slightly farther than acquaintances. Commander Arnold. 2 soldiers rushed in from outside the door, breaking the silence between Jihai and Arnold. The federal government has issued a statement. Asser has officially sent a video of condemnation, claiming you stole all items from the federal government. As he spoke, the soldier's peripheral vision glanced at Jihai in her white dress. I didn't. Jihai responded hastily. Arnold's gray-blue eyes fixed on Jihai as he said, This time, no one will take you away. You stay here. It's the safest place now. Just as he finished speaking, a loud rumble from outside caused everyone to slightly crouch down to maintain stability. It sounded like an explosion or perhaps an avalanche. Arnold took Jihai's hand and ran outside. The outside was a long corridor, lights flickering and alarms blaring. This was an alarm that only sounded during wartime. After they had run a short distance out of the corridor, a second, louder rumble and tremor came. Was an avalanche caused by an earthquake? If it was an earthquake, wouldn't it be better to escape to the surface? Jihai's thoughts were racing as Arnold and the soldiers, tall and long-legged, ran ahead quickly. Jihai struggled to keep up and suddenly fell to the ground, her knee and stomach injuries not having healed well. Arnold picked her up in a princess carry, moving deeper underground. The computer elevator was out of order, and they were now using an old chain conveyor, similar to a conveyor belt used in ancient coal mines, safe and unaffected by power outages. Throughout the ordeal, the blaring alarm continued to pierce Jihai's ears. Finally, they reached a manufacturing plant, enormous and seemingly the military's most secretive location. A giant mech stood in the center, with workers welding and repairing it, sparks flying. Surrounding them were layers of factories and staircases, rusted and oily. To the side where Jihai arrived, there was a laboratory connected to the factory. The layout and decor were somewhat reminiscent of Asser's place, cold, with flickering blue lights, but magnified several times. Inside, transparent containers lay various human bodies, predominantly robust, young, and middle-aged men, undeniable evidence that they must have been top combat soldiers before. Ji Guang stood in the center, connected to several neural connectors, held aloft by a giant mechanical hand. He appeared to be somewhat stronger, his black eyes slightly open, expressionless. Meanwhile, the dozens of people in the surrounding containers had already torn the neural connectors, their muscles extraordinarily developed, standing about 2 meters tall, confronting around 100 city defense soldiers. The central computer monitor crackled with static for a few seconds before displaying Asser's face. He suddenly coughed violently, the sickly flush on his face becoming more pronounced. Jenny, no. Jihai, I miss you. Acer chuckled, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The resurrected corpse you took over. The container is just a container. Haha. Acer said this while presenting a cream-colored British short-hair cat, its hind legs limp and unable to struggle. This is the real deal. Jihai stared at the struggling cat in Acer's hand, lifted by the scruff of its neck, unable to move. She shouted at the screen, "That's my cat." Oh. Acer raised the cat high, his smile eerie, his eyes narrowing like a wolf's. Everyone's attention was drawn to Acer, and no one noticed that Ji Guang above them suddenly opened his eyes wide, his pupils turning into slits. Chapter 22. The sleeper. Ji Guang's muscles tensed. His body relaxed from his limbs, hanging naturally in the air, slowly retracting his stored energy. Ji Guang's eyes widened, teeth clenched, hands spread apart like a wildcat with fur bristling. He looked up, swinging his arms back, his body arching. The crowd was startled by the commotion above, looking up at him. The sleepers who had forcibly crawled out of their containers reacted a moment too late, and now noticed the unusual situation above them, their foggy white eyes wide open, staring at Ji Guang, who was struggling in the air. "Children, go play." Acer closed his eyes, shaking his head, lost in the music behind him. He was sitting in the pink room where Jihai once sat, the murky air and the lingering spice dust casting a shadow on his face. "Children, go find some fun." He waved his hands. Acer licked the bloodstain from the corner of his mouth, his tongue not retracting, his gaze finally settling on Jihai. Arnold's face changed drastically. "Oh no. Our sleeper's brain, nerves have been invaded by them." Arnold tightened his grip on Jihai's hand. He set Jihai down, letting her feet touch the ground. Arnold blocked her waist with one hand, pulled out a laser gun with the other, stepped back, and formed a small circle with his well-trained subordinates, with two soldiers standing in the center to guard against blind spots above them. Ji Guang, Ji Guang. Jihai looked around, seeing the muscular, dull-eyed sleepers. She cried out in a weeping tone, "Ji Guang, don't move." Ji Guang swung his hands to the back of his neck, forcibly tearing off several transmission lines from his cervical spine. Those lines contained fine metallic wires within their silicone, which had been embedded into his flesh. With each cry of Ji Guang, his pupils returned to the normal human shape, dark and shiny. One by one, the lines were pulled off and blood dripped down. Jihai tilted her head back, blood splattering onto her face, mixing with her tears, flowing onto her white dress, shocking the heart. The sleepers seemed to only respond to Acer's commands. He rested his chin on one hand and held up her cat with the other, high on the screen. The sleepers split into two teams. One team climbed the giant mechanical arms, slowly approaching Ji Guang from behind. The other formed a larger circle surrounding Arnold and Jihai's location. They approached like zombies, but it was clear their muscular joints moved freely and they could understand commands. The squad leader couldn't wait for Arnold's orders and fire the laser directly, but it was of little use. Bullets and lasers fired out, but unless they hit the spinal nerves to incapacitate them, other bullets, even if they concentrated on the brain, head, or limbs, were met with strange contortions of the sleepers' bodies as they crawled closer to Arnold and Jihai's center. Arnold protected Jihai by holding her shoulder while slowly retreating towards the exit, hoping to temporarily close the laboratory passage. But just then, Acer shouted, "Lights out! Close the doors!" It was pitch black, and the soldiers turned on the lights on their weapons, but visibility was still very limited, combined with the need to shoot at the sleepers. The lights flickered chaotically. Normal people's eyes struggled to adjust to such sudden changes between brightness and darkness. Jihai could only cling tightly to Arnold's arm, searching for Ji Guang's shadow in the darkness and light. A cold, hard hand, touched Jihai's ankle, and she pulled her foot back, kicking wildly in the air, screaming. Arnold's laser weapon instantly moved to her feet and fired. The sound of the head bursting was unique. Fragments of brain splattered onto Jihai's face. The air filled with the stench of burnt protein. On the screen, Acer laughed uncontrollably in the darkness, seemingly very proud of his creation. "Awoo!" Ji Guang broke free from all his bindings and conduits. He jumped up, directly climbing onto the screen featuring Acer, and with two punches, Acer's face disappeared from the screen. Then the second screen opened, and Acer's smiling face reappeared. He threw the cat into the air and deliberately did not catch it. causing the cat to fall to the ground and spit blood. Ji Guang seemed to understand Asher's provocation, let out a howl, and jumped over to smash the second screen. Following that, the third and fourth screens, Ji Guang smashed through one after another, his hands bloody and raw. The crowd's shooting light flickered chaotically, and in the moments when the light flashed, one could see headless sleepers still crawling forward with their remaining small brains. Zhihai felt a nauseating smell of blood wafting in front of her nose. She could feel another hand of a sleeper crawling up her leg, around her waist. She screamed, desperately trying to push it away with both hands, but the sleeper's body was genetically modified. The hand on her body was slippery and seemingly boneless, with suction cups on its palm, and she could not escape. Ji Guang, I'm scared. That hand had already climbed to her neck, starting to tighten its grip. Zhihai's feet were already off the ground. Arnold was entangled with 3 sleepers, unable to spare any attention, and moreover, she only had one hand with suction cups on her. Arnold couldn't shoot, as shooting would only result in them perishing together. The battle grew tense. In the darkness, Zhihai felt her body lighten, as if she was being lifted off the ground. The hand on her neck, dripping with slime, suddenly lost its strength and left her body. In the flickering light, Zhihai slowly saw the scene before her. It was Ji Guang. He was holding her, his legs shifting and moving towards safety, his hands tightly protecting Zhihai, while his mouth bit down on that disgusting arm. After a prolonged tug-of-war, he successfully tore the arm off, his face covered in blood, his features blurred. He resembled a mature lion on the grassland, victorious after tearing and wrestling, his body adorned with wounds and blood, all badges of victory. As he successfully defended his mother lion, Arnold, who had previously been cautious about Zhihai's safety, was now able to return to his normal, well-trained, and coordinated movements. His agile figure worked in tandem with his subordinates, engaging in close combat. The city defense soldiers had no obvious advantage, but their weapons helped immensely. Although the sleepers were physically strong, they were unarmed, and they gradually lost their advantage. The squad leader and soldiers adapted to the drastic changes in darkness and light, calmly engaging in battle and regaining control of the situation. The severed, tentacled sleeper writhed on the ground, its skeleton absorbed, while the remaining 3 hands, or rather, its other 3 tentacles continued to writhe and roll on the ground, leaving behind slime. One tentacle got stuck on a young soldier's face, secreting black ink. The young soldier screamed in fright. Arnold did not shoot. He tried to pull it off directly, but as he tugged forcefully, the young soldier's eyeball was pulled out as well. The soldier's screams gradually faded, and he slumped to the ground. Arnold quickly shot with his other hand, burning all the suction cups on the tentacle. The actions to deal with the sleepers grew faster. Bang, bang, bang. With the last few gunshots, the remnants of the sleepers stopped moving. The city defense troops had regained control of the situation. Arnold knelt on the ground, panting, his subordinates suffering heavy losses this time. Getting old, Arnold self-deprecatingly thought, kneeling on the ground to adjust his breathing. The wound on his leg had also been sprayed with the sleeper's toxin. He leaned on his thigh, bitterly smiling and shaking his head, thankful that he had replaced it with a more effective artificial eyeball. His vision had been clear, and his movements agile just now. But what about Zhihai and Ji Guang? Chapter 23, Important People. Arnold stood up and searched the wreckage-filled room. But there was no sign of Zhihai and Ji Guang. Search, he commanded. The lengthy corridor had layers of virus buffer isolation zones, disinfection zones, and air purification zones. Arnold dragged his broken leg, searching one by one, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. These 2 outsiders did not have permission and should not be able to access other rooms, only able to return the way they came. This extensive corridor connected the entire city defense complex, with an overall structure resembling a 3-dimensional M-bias strip. Apart from a hidden passage at the central intersection, the rest seemed to run in straight lines, yet they could never reach an end. Arnold ordered to cut off the network with the outside world, activating all detectors and surveillance. Zhihai and Ji Guang would have nowhere to hide. The deputy captain followed Arnold, watching his bleeding thigh with some concern. After all, these 2 were not dangerous individuals. Should they treat his wound first? Arnold did not stop, thinking for a moment before continuing forward, his steps slightly heavy, yet he did not halt. The 2 reached a corner not far from the giant mech, and the detector on his chest began to heat up. Yes, he had a pendant identical to Jihai's, and, at a certain distance, they emitted a signal in response to each other, only perceptible to the wearers due to the heat. Arnold quickened his pace, rushing to the foot of the mech. This was a product from Arnold's youth. 30 years had passed, and the dark matte metal body, with the control area for humans on its chest, housed the most advanced invasive neural interaction collector of that time. Although this land warfare machine was incredibly agile, it had low combat effectiveness in the air and at sea, as its structural design did not conform to fluid dynamics. After its creation, during the testing phase, the military gained many unexpected insights from the neural data collected from human interfaces. Besides that, this machine had become a terror of the times. Merely a pile of scrap metal. Where could they be? The temperature of the pendant on Arnold's chest rose further. He was getting closer to them. The mech, against the uniform gray cement walls and the faint blue cold light, flashed with a cold gleam. Surrounding it were some metal scaffolds for climbing, and there were 2 layers of aerial corridors around the walls, representing the highest spatial layer of the entire base. This giant machine had not been used for a long time. Aside from some mechanical issues with the primitive settings, its connections with human neurons had also encountered many problems. Initially, unmodified human bodies could not withstand the intense information transmission and electrical stimulation. They either died or were injured, as batches of soldiers forced their way in to drive it, sacrificing countless lives to fend off enemy invasions. Those soldiers who lay long buried underground never imagined that an era without nations would soon arrive. As human survival resources dwindled sharply, cooperation became essential, each fulfilling their roles to minimize unnecessary internal strife, and only a small number of selected individuals could barely survive. Arnold and the deputy captain looked up at this colossal machine, about 100 meters tall, surrounded by the lingering smell of lubricating oil and the metallic scent of iron. Clang, clang. The mech's head rotated twice, then drooped down. Good boy, come out. Arnold's voice echoed in the vast space, bouncing off the hard walls, creating an echo. Mr. Arnold, we are here, came Jihai's timid voice from above. Jiguan was still wearing the laboratory uniform he had fallen in the snow that day, now stained with blood and tattered, tightly holding Jihai in his arms, his chin resting on her shoulder, murmuring, "Protect, important person." Jiguan crouched in the palm of the mech, which curled near the cockpit. Oh, whoa. Jiguan's eyes widened, tracking Arnold and the deputy captain's footsteps closely, his entire body tense and rigid. Arnold looked at Jiguan, raising both hands to show he was unarmed and posed no threat. Seeing 2 people approaching, Jiguan became even more anxious and let out a roar. Jihai wrapped her arms around Jiguan's neck, soothing his cheeks. Don't be afraid. They're not bad people. They're here to save us. Jiguan seemed to understand Jihai's reassurance and slowly stood up, yet still tightly clinging to her. Oh, whoa. Suddenly, Jiguan's eyes began to constrict violently. He shielded Jihai behind him, crouching and glancing around the environment and his position, adopting a diving stance. Then, he leaped over Jihai's legs, pushing off to the cockpit door. With a leap in the air, he landed on his elbows, executing a beautiful backflip midair, his hands landing on the mech's thigh. Finally, he tilted his head, locking onto Arnold's direction, about 20 meters above the ground, and dove down, his arc as beautiful as a stooping falcon. Although Arnold was injured in the leg, his movements were swift and decisive. He turned around and quickly took out a laser shooter, but just as he was about to press the trigger, he noticed several severed limbs stealthily crawling up behind the deputy captain, forming an encirclement behind them. His laser beam grazed Jiguan's cheek, hitting a severed thigh behind him. It seemed to combine the genes of a salamander, with the shattered toes slowly regrowing after a few minutes. They had no brains or cerebellums, yet seemed to possess some form of independent intelligence. Crawling from the recently vacated sleeper room in a leisurely, organized manner, they approached. Once encountering a target, they appeared to have some sort of connection, no longer reassembling into normal human forms. Instead, they reorganized their muscle morphology for efficient crawling attacks, their bones becoming bricks, slowly moving to where they were needed. So now, Jiguan and the others faced a monster with 8 legs, 3 hands, and 6 eyes. Holding a head devoid of a brain, yet with vocal cords and a mouth, allowing it to speak. Initially crawling silently. Their small size helped them evade intelligent detectors, and alarms had yet to sound. Now the alarms blared, and over 300 soldiers stationed in the city defense rushed over, fully armed, towards Arnold's position. Jihai, now at the highest point, had a clear view of the situation. Jiguan, watch out above. Arnold, to your right. 7 o'clock. Deputy Captain, behind you. 5 o'clock. Jihai firmly held onto the mech's finger, surveying the battlefield, advising the 3 men fighting below. However, this batch of monsters had no brains, and not even a clearly visible central nervous system. How could they defeat them? The weapons in hand could not penetrate them. Jiguan was now exhausted from being entangled by these slime-covered tentacles, gasping for breath. He had no weapon, relying solely on close combat. The deputy captain cranked the laser to maximum, hiding behind the mech's lower leg, gasping for a few seconds before shouting to Arnold, "Captain, can we use high-temperature neutron bombs to burn these disgusting carbon-based creatures?" Arnold looked up at the mech's elbow and helmet. There were indeed weapons available. Chapter 24, please. Let go reinforcements of over 300 people began to arrive one after another from various stairways, armed with enhanced weapons, ready for battle. Arnold's legs trembled uncontrollably, and blood flowed more and more profusely. The largest combination of severed limbs fought while its muscle tissue continued to readjust the distribution of power and speed. Its mouth, squeezing out air and swallowing saliva, emitted a harsh sound, cackling. Is it fun? The key you want is in my hands. And the key behind you is nothing but a container. I think you understand what I mean. Arnold was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, seemingly doubting the truth of the statement, or perhaps coming to believe it, urgently contemplating a countermeasure. Jihai, from a high vantage point, also heard this and shouted loudly, "You sick pervert, stop talking nonsense, the key is right next to me." Oh, the muscles on the face, pressed and contorted, form an expression that looked worse than crying. "Beautiful lady, do you like his body? Why not come with me? I still remember your bare back, your beautiful collarbone. TSK, TSK, TSK. I've said before, as long as you're by my side, I will keep you beautiful." The voice was unmistakably reminiscent of Acer. The infamous name of Acer was not unknown to the city defense forces, but they had always operated in the gray area, not interfering with the so-called pure-blood humans in the military. So the 3 parties had maintained a mutual non-aggression. However, Arnold's complexion shifted from purple to black, his expression fluctuating, while the vice captain was unsure of what he was thinking. While they spoke, the surrounding severed fingers and even internal organs began to bond and form new creatures, each gaining new intelligence, collaborating together. "Now this lovely, delicate, warm little darling is in my hands. Lady, don't move around, come back to me." Jihai was stunned. The cat was still in Acer's hands. Arnold furrowed his brows tightly, seemingly at a loss. The vice captain was anxious. "Captain, we have over 300 people here. Eliminating these monsters is not an issue. What are you hesitating for? The key is not here. The key is over there." Every muscle on Arnold's face trembled as he gritted his teeth, staring at the key entangled with a mass of internal organs. He fought fiercely with his bare hands, like a beast, causing ordinary people to vomit at the bloody innards, yet it excited the key, and he was exhausted, fighting like a cornered animal. Arnold, through gritted teeth, said, "The real key is not here. We've been played." When Acer had respectfully claimed to have obtained the key's corpse and delivered it, stating that the military's research capabilities were superior and hoping for everyone to cooperate, smiling all the while, it turned out he had left a back door. Furious, Arnold commanded his subordinates to surround and shoot the largest severed limb monster, burning it to ashes, leaving only a few remnants of thigh bones and skull fragments. Arnold stepped on it, seemingly still unsatisfied. The other severed limbs seemed to sense the death of the largest monster and quickly scattered, competing for the resources they needed, devouring and reorganizing each other. A few with sight and hearing quickly climbed to dark corners and higher places, and in an instant, the city defense forces aimed and fired, sparks flying. Jihai had been focused on the battlefield below, unaware that an unusually long arm had climbed up behind her. Her neck was entangled by a tentacle with blood-red long nails, and in the center of its palm were sharp teeth that opened like a cobra's mouth. A tongue slithered out, flicking in the air. Ji-Hai screamed in the air. Her feet slipped, hanging on the fingertips of the mech, teetering on the edge of falling. The Key and Arnold suddenly looked up, and without waiting for Arnold to react, the Key threw the severed limb in his hand upwards. Arnold understood immediately, raising his hand to unleash a beam of laser that blasted the limb into the air, then threw the weapon he held towards the Key. This back and forth had been rehearsed countless times, flawless. The Key reached out in the air and caught the laser weapon thrown by Arnold with steady hands. It seemed as though he had practiced using this small handheld weapon thousands of times. He flipped in the air, quickly adjusting the weapon to his optimal position. The scope aligned on the tentacle behind Ji-Hai. In a flash, all three were locked in aim. However, if he casually destroyed the tentacle behind her, Ji-Hai would also fall, life hung by a thread. Arnold's legs could no longer support him. He knelt on one knee, looking up at Ji-Hai in the air, praying. The Key hesitated for a moment, not firing. He bit down on the weapon, freeing his hands to climb upwards with all his might. Ji-Hai's legs were covered in scars. She struggled to climb back up in the air, but the slime coated her hands, making them too slippery. The Key, already exhausted, now climbed much slower. A howl escaped the Key as he made one final leap, finally making it back onto the palm of the mech. It seemed his roar caused the machine to loosen. The mech's arm noticeably dropped by 30 degrees. Now, the Key found it hard to stand as he grasped one of Ji-Hai's hands, the weapon still clamped in his mouth. The two struggled to maintain their balance in the air. The tongue in the palm of the severed limb sensed the blood on the Key and excitedly abandoned Ji-Hai, moving to viciously bite his arm. Injecting venom, Arnold shouted from below, "Ji-Hai, shoot!" Ji-Hai snapped back to reality, grabbing the weapon from the Key's mouth and firing at the disgusting tentacle on him, a noxious stench erupting. The Key trembled, clearly unable to hold on any longer. Yet he still did not give up, slowly lowering his head and trying to bite Ji-Hai's collar. It was as if encountering a dangerous mother cat in the wild, biting down on her only child, desperately running through the jungle, even if exhausted and covered in blood. Tears from Ji-Hai mixed with the Key's sweat, dripping down to Arnold below, who could now move nothing but gaze up at her and him. Ji-Hai cried, "It's too high, Key, let go, or we will both die. Please let go, woo-woo-woo." The Key's arm began to numb. He whimpered, his knees pressing hard against the mech's palm, crawling on his knees. Like a devoted follower praying to the gods 1,000 years ago, he knelt piously, prostrating himself, giving his all. Chapter 25 Dreams and Glory. The battle on the ground was intense, with reinforcements bringing in medium and heavy combustible ultra-high temperature weapons, hitting their targets with precision. As most of the remnants slowed down during their reorganization and fusion, the situation on the ground began to look increasingly clear while Ji-Hai and Ji Guang struggled desperately. The burned parts were carbonized and turned to powder. The air was murky, and the few remaining parts that couldn't be burned splattered against the walls, becoming aerosolized particles floating in the air. Not good. The vice captain stopped shooting, staring at the slime marks on the wall, lost in thought. He gave up firing and helped Commander Arnold up, shouting, "Seal off all exits for the sleepers. Activate emergency mode for disinfection and isolation, and request the medical department personnel to be fully armed. Everyone, abandon your posts and come to reinforce us." Segments of flesh worms crawled along the walls and stairs, even being blown onto the city defense soldiers. Some even crawled towards the mechs. Ji Guang had been kneeling for a long time, his knees pressed tightly against the palm of the mech, flesh and metal squeezing against each other. Ji-Hai looked at the charred chaos on the ground, stopped crying, and strained to hold Ji Guang's hand, trying hard to climb up, but it was too difficult. She couldn't do it. A dull thud sounded. The cockpit of the mech was empty, and it activated autopilot mode, a program that was set to initiate only if the pilot was dead or unconscious. The mech's hand slowly flattened, and the other hand came together at its chest, catching Ji-Hai's body. The cockpit door slowly opened, and it carefully brought Ji Guang and Ji-Hai to the entrance of its chest cockpit. Ji-Hai climbed to the cockpit door, where there were two comfortable seats, the driver and co-driver. She turned back in surprise. "Ji Guang, let's get in first. Then wait for Arnold to save us." Sudden strange thuds and shattering sounds came from the direction of the sleepers, growing louder. Arnold and the vice captain exchanged glances, seemingly realizing something. Since the first batch of dozens of sleepers had mutated and awakened, then what about the others? After Ji Guang and Ji Hai climbed in, they sat in the cockpit positions. The neural control system activated, locking their bodies tightly. Ji Hai's eyes widened as she watched hundreds of small, intelligent tentacles gently secure her from hands to feet with their suckers, her emotions still somewhat stable. But Ji Guang was terrified, looking at the hundreds of extending tentacles, curling up in his seat, desperately avoiding their touch. The tentacles mimicked octopus tentacles, flexible and hard to break, allowing the mech to perform 360-degree rolls in the air while maintaining balance, supporting the pilot from all angles. Don't be afraid, it's okay. They won't hurt you. Ji Hai stretched out her hand, trying to give Ji Guang a comforting hug. Ji Guang managed to calm down a bit. The tentacles slowly found suitable spots to attach themselves, completing the cockpit operations. The computer in front of Ji Hai opened, and the mech could be activated at any time. Ji Hai had no idea how to operate it, staring at the dense data with her eyes going dark. The sound sensors in the cockpit were more effective than human ears, clearly detecting external sound waves, ground anomalies, and the movements of the sleepers at the end of the corridor. The power and electronic systems in the blocked area were clearly damaged and forcibly activated. Thousands of sleepers waking up one by one, crawling out of the liquid nitrogen chambers. What should I do? Mr. Arnold, Ji Hai shouted in the cockpit. Her voice came clearly from the mech, reaching everyone's ears in the space. Smoke was spreading, and the red and blue laser beams shot out, intertwining with dust and debris, stimulating everyone's retinas. Ji Guang couldn't help but shield his eyes with his hand, turning his head to try to retreat. The mech followed Ji Guang's movements, raising its hand, shifting its body weight back, taking a step back. The metal limbs suddenly broke apart, its center of gravity unstable as it struggled in the air. 30 years of dust falling off it. The soldiers felt vibrations under their feet. Everyone stopped shooting and looked up. The young soldiers witnessed a sight they had never seen before. The mech's power system began to operate, blue-purple tritium lights glowing through every joint, exciting everyone. Arnold and the vice captain also looked at the mech's chest in unison, filled with excitement. It was the dream and glory they had once given up. Today, it was resurrected. Arnold quickly adjusted his communicator frequency, found the channel for the mech's cockpit, and said, Ji Hai, Ji Guang, good kids, the situation is urgent. I can't explain much right now. You need to activate the microneutron combustion weapon in the right arm. It won't explode, but will burn at high temperatures, killing the biological entities. After confirming that the mech's chamber is clear for 10 seconds, I will issue a command. Then you and Ji Guang follow the instructions I send you, and you'll be ejected. After that, don't look back. Go to the city, find Liu Zhixing. He will help you. Ji Hai struggled to comprehend the content, her heart racing. Neutron weapon? No. Arnold wants to go down together? No, we need to live together. Ji Hai shouted in the cockpit. Ji Guang turned to look at Ji Hai, confused, and echoed her shout. No. Ji Hai gave Ji Guang an encouraging smile. Yes. If we have to die, we die together. soul.The. Ji Guang seemed not to understand the meaning, but whatever Ji Hai said was what it was. Ji Guang licked his dry lips, feeling so thirsty, longing for the chicken breast soup Ji Hai made. Ji Guang hated this place. He wanted to return to Ji Hai's simple, warm little nest more than ever, leaning against her warm neck, watching the sunset outside the window. Now outside the cockpit, the air was filled only with the stench of burning and the flashing of lasers. Arnold looked at the more than 300 young soldiers coming for reinforcement. These golden-haired, blue-eyed kids were the ones he personally took under his wing. Some of them carried a part of his genes, and they were the best among those who had undergone rigorous training. They were physically fit, mentally stable, agile, and unafraid of sacrifice. Arnold did not issue orders, but they quickly arranged themselves into formation, intuitively responding to the dull thuds and movements coming their way, forming optimal combat positions with their teammates. The vice captain quickly edited in the communicator what he had been thinking about, then sent it to every comrade, including Arnold and Ji Hai in the cockpit. With a loud bang, the door was forcibly deformed by a monster with enormous teeth. It couldn't pass through because it was too large. its whole body crammed in the outer layer of the passage, twisting like a giant blob of mucus. The battle situation fell into a new anxiety as the soldiers took turns firing at the gap. The disgusting monster realized it was difficult to escape the fire when it fused and grew larger, and the writhing flesh behind it began to separate and move. Chapter 26 for humanity, they ruthlessly self-severed, quickly splitting from a mass of flesh that filled the corridors. Not to mention attacking with the mecha's large weapons. Even Arnold and the squad leader's small weapons struggled to aim. They split into countless tiny tendrils from wall cracks and twisted door seams, crawling near the mecha, merging with the splattered remains of slime on the wall to form new aggregates. Jihai watched the scene on the screen, feeling cold all over. They seemed to possess intelligence, skillfully dodging lasers and avoiding direct confrontation with humans, attacking from below and the sides. The new collective of sleepers formed a new biological entity. Writhing on the ground, crawling on a soldier's bodies, mouths, and skin, excreting slime to dissolve fresh proteins, wrapping around the corpses of soldiers lying on the ground, devouring them. The human corpses became their new bodies and food, decomposed, transformed, and merged. Jihai suppressed her nausea, grasping Jig Guang's hand as if asking him, or perhaps talking to herself, "What should we do?" Jig Guang saw more and more severed limbs crawling up the mecha's legs, some already reaching his waist. He felt an uncomfortable itch and nausea on his body, beginning to twist uncomfortably. The entire mecha followed Jig Guang's movements, its center of gravity shifting backward, getting stuck between the wall and the arm and leg framework. Jig Guang's neural interface quickly adapted to operating it. He struggled to adjust its position in the air, crouched down, and laid his hands flat on the ground, slowly approaching the positions of Arnold and the squad leader. The number of severed limbs around Arnold and the squad leader increased, and their encirclement became tighter. Their weapons desperately fired, leaving the ground charred and blackened. Jihai sat in the cockpit, watching the scene unfold, her heart surging. The cockpit was very safe. She and Jig Guang were outside of it. But all the sounds and contact sensors reminded her that they were in the midst of it. Arnold's urgent voice exploded in Jihai's ears. "Don't hesitate. Press it. This is a soldier's request." Jihai tremblingly extended her hand, her palm cold with sweat, and Jig Guang reached out to clasp it, his palm warm and dry. As they got closer to the launch button, Jihai prayed one last time that there must be some other better way. The squad leader said, "There may be better ways, but we don't have time now. We have already isolated and closed every level of the city defense. Other spaces and soldiers can still conserve their strength. What we are about to incinerate are the mecha storage room, the sleepers, and the 3 connected corridors, along with the isolation room. Our loss can be limited to just 10 operation rooms and laboratories and 6 corridors. Most of our strength can still be preserved. If you continue to hesitate, if the mutated sleepers pass through the other 4 directional corridors, the subsequent loss may be the entire city defense and everyone. The worst outcome is not just that. If they break through the city defense and enter the outside air, the consequences are unimaginable." The squad leader's explanation was quick and clear. The image of the bespectacled man lying on the ground flashed in Jihai's mind. Saying that line, "Every candle's flame is different. Even if one candle's flame ignites another, they may look the same, but they are different. Even if their original selves were the most excellent and loyal soldiers who obeyed orders in their respective countries last century. They are him, yet they are not him. Each of them is different. Why sacrifice them? Why clone A instead of clone B? Why them and not Arnold and the squad leader? Even why not herself and Jig Guang? Keeping losses and sacrifices within a controllable range is indeed the optimal answer." Jihai trembled in the co-pilot's seat, her whole body shaking, blood freezing. Aurora curled up, using an embracing posture to hold Jihai in her arms. The massive mecha creaked and activated in the air, also forming an embracing posture. Its chest was empty, holding onto a void. No more hesitation. The squad leader's voice was hoarse, as if his throat were filled with gravel. Controlling losses means controlling greater sacrifices. If you do not press it, the 3rd layer door outside the control room may be breached. The most terrifying thing is that if the dispersed individual intelligent units become smaller and can spread with the aerosol, I predict that the entire city defense camp will have to activate its self-destruct system. If it reaches that point, there will only be the dead and more dead, losing and losing even more thoroughly. Jihai's tears swirled in her eyes, the screen before her blurring, so she could not see what was displayed. She trembled and reopened the attack guide Arnold had sent her earlier. Despair spread around her. Squad leader, Mr. Arnold, can we only perish together? About 120 people remained on the ground. Were they all going to die? Jihai raised her trembling hand. I am guilty. There must be a way. Since it is all sacrifice, one person's death is death, and everyone's death is also death. To the individual, no one is more important than anyone else. For humanity, I am willing to sacrifice. A soldier's message came through. For the future of humanity, I am willing to sacrifice. For the survival of humanity, I am willing. Jihai's display screen was flooded with words. Every word directly pierced Jihai's eardrum, crashing in her chest. She only heard the sound of her heart pounding louder and clearer. She seemed to hear no sound around her, falling into a silent space, where only a few large characters existed. I am willing for humanity. I am willing for you. I am willing for you. I am willing. I am willing. Jihai felt herself sinking into the deep sea, the pressure pinning her down, unable to move or breathe, yet her mind was clear and lucid. Jihai connected to Arnold's communicator, found the usage method, and opened the section below the cockpit. Jiguang followed Jihai's demonstration, throwing out stored supplies and fuel, clearing space, and stuffing the remaining 10 or so people from his arm into the storage compartment. The hatch closed. Then, the mecha stood up smoothly and steadily. It raised both hands and shot downward, instantly illuminating the entire space with a bright light, and a sea of fire surrounded the mecha. The city defense soldiers, sleepers, and severed limbs were all quietly carbonized in the flames, then struck by the high-temperature shock waves, becoming wisps of white smoke, as if they had existed for this moment from birth until now. Beyond that, there was no other meaning. The flames soared into the sky. Chapter 27 that rose in thousands of thousands. If there is sin, please forgive my sins. Everything burns to ashes. The heat waves roll in the air, engulfing the mecha, its special metal material resisting the high temperature, emitting neutron flames. Jiguang's entire body is burning hot. He grits his teeth and directs the flames towards the side passage leading outside. The passage is instantly opened, revealing a snowy expanse outside. They struggle to crawl out of the mecha, the internal vibrations and high temperatures causing the snow beneath to melt, leading to a collapse of the Himalayan mountains. Billions of years of accumulated snow tumble down, pushing the mecha to roll downward. Finally, the torrent of snow stops on a gentle slope. The mecha lies quietly on the ground like a celestial burial corpse, waiting to be consumed, as the endless snow covers all traces of life. Eagles soar in the sea of clouds. The world is desolate. The wind howls. Jiguang's body is burned by intense currents and high temperatures. Hundreds of suction cups blistering his skin, 30 of his entire skin starting to rot. The sea forcefully pulls off the hundreds of tentacle electrodes from his body. One by one, Jiguang lies quietly in his seat, half closing his eyes, touching his stomach. Hungry. Want to eat meat. Good. Eat meat. The sea wipes a tear from her slightly red eyes. I will definitely make you the best chicken breast and the best soup. As she cries, she starts to smile again. I really want to drink cola too. The cabin door and energy compartment door slowly open simultaneously. Fresh air rushes into everyone's nostrils and chests. Mr. Arnold, have you made out? The sea's voice is weak. Arnold's thigh has lost too much blood, his face unusually pale. The deputy captain tears off his coat sleeve and ties a knot around Arnold's thigh, trying to keep him awake and reduce blood loss. Arnold struggles to speak into the communicator. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have involved you and him in this dark situation. This is something we should handle as soldiers. The last time I failed to protect you, it was my cowardice, and this time I couldn't protect you again. I'm sorry. No, you've saved us many times. Mr. Arnold, is the remaining energy running low? I'm so cold, the sea asks. The temperature is dropping rapidly. After the intense heat, the temperature has plummeted, and the soldiers in the storage compartment huddle together tightly, preserving the last bit of warmth. Being buried in this heavy snow here might be the best outcome. It would be best if another cold wave from the Arctic comes, freezing us for a long time. That way, our chances of leaking out would be the lowest. The deputy captain says with a deep, firm voice. The sea has frost forming in her hair, burrowing into Ji Guang's arms, curling up like a baby, like two young bees cuddling together for warmth. The mecha lies in the snowy mountains, futilely raising its hands, still empty in its embrace. The sea asks, "Why did those sleepers become like this? Weren't they all frozen?" Arnold replies, "We are all guilty people, giving Axel an opportunity. The sleepers are our past failed experiments, experiments that should not have existed." He has a penetrating wound in his thigh, and his lungs are severely injured. This time, something must have happened on the government army's side. Axel suddenly emerged as a force, and many higher-ups trust him. Something that shouldn't have happened must have occurred. Arnold coughs violently, pink foam spilling from his mouth. After he coughs, he comforts the sea. "Child, each of us must accept our own judgment. The mistakes I made when I was young cannot be corrected or compensated. I accept being judged day and night, being roasted on the fire." Arnold takes out his necklace, telling the sea to open it. The answers you seek might be in the necklace. It is a memory Arnold does not want to face, yet does not want to forget. In the snowy clarity, he hallucinates one segment after another. That girl in a white dress in the library. Jenny extending her hand. "If you have sinned, I forgive your sins." She smiles, like the angels on the dome of the Francis Hall's oil painting. To save the last bit of electricity, the lights go out, the necklace pendant opens, and the dark cockpit lights up with a faint projection. Scenes from the past appearing before Ji Guang and the sea. The sea's original form is the daughter of the highest commander, Liu Zhixing, that weary old man. In that year, every young boy in the gene modification troops liked Liu Zhixing's daughter. She was the rose in every military academy boy's heart, a delicate and imperfect rose. She was born with health problems, her heart weak, and by the age of 18, she could basically only sit in a wheelchair. She needed a healthy heart and a healthy body. Jenny was successfully cloned. Her genetic code was modified and perfected, ensuring she could be used for over 60 years. The biggest gimmick was that around her 18th birthday, a second generation could be cloned, continuing to serve as a new donor for the rose. The cloning regulations had already emerged, but this had no effect on the daughter of the powerful. She knew nothing. She was a kind and beautiful rose. That rose was different from thousands of other roses, beautiful to the point of being repulsive. During his training, Arnold unintentionally met Jenny, who had sneaked out. Was she really just a donor? Was she no different from a pig or a sheep? As a full-body donor, she was given the best diet, served by 2 personal servants, allowing her to exercise and bask in the sun. By the age of 20, mentally healthy, her brain fully developed, and her body strong, their surgery was scheduled. She was plump, healthy, and round, with abundant food and proper exercise, light golden hair, gray-green eyes, and a height that had reached 170. A healthy and beautiful girl, more charming and beautiful than a rose. On the day she was taken away, it was raining heavily and wearing that ordinary white long dress. She happily told Arnold in the abandoned library, "I'm going to a place where angels exist, where there is no evil, only all happiness and joy." The young Arnold did not understand what she meant until half a year later when he saw the rose running on the ground. The rose's complexion was rosy, and it was clear that she had regained her health. But Jenny, he had not seen for exactly half a year. In that moment, Arnold understood what had happened. The rose killed Jenny. The rose was innocent. His Jenny's heart was still beating. That was the heart of his beloved. But an accident occurred, the experiment failed, and the rose died of complications a few months later. There was no time to transplant a new donor. She wasn't even frozen, directly sent to the incinerator. One and done. Arnold didn't even know who to take revenge on. The enemy had already died. For 20 years, he exiled himself, killing in the most remote city defense squad. He found the next donor embryo through special means, sent it to the black market, then went into hiding, erasing the girl's memory, sending her to the city, giving her a new identity, the sea, hoping she would smoothly have a normal person's life, even if her heart had problems too. He wanted to make amends. The sea is Jenny's replacement. He accidentally encountered the thin sea in the black market. Her eyes were filled with tears. The girl before him trembled all over, struggling desperately, crying in fear. This is not Jenny. The moment he let go of the sea, Arnold knew she could not replace Jenny. Jenny kissed his forehead, helped him wipe his weapon, and rubbed her hair against his chest, letting out a melodious laugh like a nightingale. Jenny was his light. She was a beam of light in his only darkness, the light in the cracks of the crevices. And Jihai was not her. The story was over. In the darkness, Jihai silently watched the fading projection. She was not very surprised. It was a crazy world after all. She had never cared about her past, only hoping her cat and Ji Guang were safe and sound. She didn't know how long it had been, but Arnold's distress signal seemed to be blocked. There was no response. The temperature, around minus 30 degrees, made it impossible for them to walk out and find the next patrol point. The ice and snow melted and refroze on the mech, trapping them beneath the ice. Everyone was growing weaker. Jihai was already showing signs of hypothermia. Her consciousness was blurry. She felt very hot and kept shouting that she wanted to take off her skirt. It was too hot. Chapter 28. In Collusion, speaking of the sea, when humans experience hypothermia, their bodies emit false signals, and the brain receives conflicting feedback. There are about 800 others trapped in the fortress underground facilities and other buildings. But all emergency protective measures underground have been shut down, and power has been forcibly cut off, triggering the highest emergency protocols. They currently have no way to communicate with the outside and are temporarily safe. Arnold attempted to restore power and send a signal, seeking support from the other two city defense posts. There was no response, just silence. The city defense formed a triangular situation, with the other lower altitude posts having closer ties to the government troops in the city. What was happening? The vice captain furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Hello, everyone, a new game has begun. Axel's sharp voice echoed in the cockpit and storage room of the mecha. Boom, boom, boom. The engine sound of the massive government mothership reverberated in the ears of everyone in the sea and the Aurora. I won. Axel, he has come. The enormous spacecraft that once appeared on the black market appeared above the mecha. A burst of heated steam splashed everywhere. The ice shell melted, and the entire mecha was pulled out of the snowdrift by huge iron chains and hooks. Yes, a new game has begun. Axel appeared at just the right moment when they were starving and freezing, their consciousness blurred. He was very proud. Arnold, the sea, and Ji Guang were invited aboard the mothership. After being treated for frostbite, they were sent to a room interwoven with gray pink and gold. Candles burned, and the dim air was filled with the usual mixed and sweet scent. But this time, the sea was not afraid at all. She had Arnold and Ji Guang by her side. The divan in the middle of the room was replaced with a rectangular dining table filled with delicacies and drinks. In the center, there was an exquisite bone china plate, and inside the plate lay a fainted cat. Yes, the sea's cat. The high-backed chair in the center was turned away from them, and upon hearing the footsteps of the group, it turned around. Lu Zhixing sat there with a serious expression. Arnold was surprised. When did Lu Zhixing collude with Axel? Lu Zhixing saw through Arnold's thoughts and said, "Do you think we are in collusion together? Well, I hope you can listen to me for a moment. I am old, and if you think I was wrong in the past, I am willing to admit my mistakes. But sometimes it is unavoidable. There are no best choices. For my daughter, I only had the worst and not so bad options, destruction and a glimmer of hope to choose from. If sacrificing Jenny's life is a sin, I am willing to bear it. That is my sin, and I am willing to be judged and scorned. But for my daughter, even if this is wrong, I had no other choice. Although correct is still wrong. Sorry. The nostalgic talk can end now." Axel, impatient beside him, walked close to the table, grabbed the cat by the scruff of its neck, and gently stroked its soft belly. But just as everyone relaxed their guard, his hand suddenly tightened. The cat didn't even struggle. It was still slightly breathing, indicating it hadn't completely died. Its forelegs trembled involuntarily, and it didn't emit a single cry before death. A frail human could easily control its life and death. Begging and struggling were futile. The sea rushed up and grabbed Axel's hands. "Please." "All right, Axel, let's talk business." Lu Zhixing's aged voice interjected just in time. Axel raised an eyebrow, released his grip, and threw the cat into the sea's arms. They injected it with a shot of adrenaline. The cat had lost consciousness, and after being received by the sea, it lay still, allowing her to hold it. After a moment, it opened its eyes, calm and composed, shining with a wise light. It struggled to lift its head and licked the sea's palm. What do you want us to do? The sea couldn't hold back her impatience. As for Jiguang, he was tightly bound and unable to move, sitting in a wheelchair that had been pushed in. Axel leaned down and sniffed near the sea's ear. Beautiful girl, your sweetness delights me. I hope you and they can behave. Otherwise, this cat and the information stored in its head will vanish just like the storage device you brought last time. It will turn to dust and cease to exist. The sea took a step back, glaring at Axel, refusing to comply. Oh, you don't want to live? Then what about him? Axel pointed to Jiguang beside him, whose hands were tied, but undeterred, leaning down and licking a bowl of mushroom cream soup, swallowing earnestly and letting out delicious sighs. I believe you all have noticed. Jiguang looks just like me. I am weak, but his body is robust, with astonishing regenerative abilities. My body is a failure, which disappoints me greatly. After saying this, Axel began to show some agitation. Now, our government's artificial intelligence and brain replication technology are far ahead of yours. We will achieve immortality. The gene-modified faction and the mechanical faction of the City Defense Army are beginning to be eliminated by history. From now on, the combination of AI and modified humans will be the darlings of the era. We are where the gods reside. Arnold pulled a chair next to him and sat down steadily, facing Lu Zhixing. Everything was under his control. Jiguang's extraordinary regenerative ability, such an amazing body. Everyone must have seen it. But could you explain the sleeper incident in our city defense battalion first? Axel? Axel ignored this question, continuing to immerse himself in his own world. Jiguang's body is special. At this moment, everyone sees that the wounds he sustained from the sleeper hybrid invasion are slowly beginning to heal. He was not devoured. His body can naturally resist those assimilations and reconfigurations. Axel proudly pointed to the laboratory behind him. Before being sent to Arnold, Jiguang left behind many biological tissue samples. They are enough for them to replicate countless identical bodies for my use. And Jiguang's original body, Jiguang, his soul, his memories, are stored in this cat's brain. I have completely replicated and stored them. I hope you understand the importance of cherishing old friends. In the end, I hope the city defense and government representatives can maintain friendly cooperation with us. Otherwise, your most valued student, your most valued brother, will forever disappear from this world. After finishing, Axel grinned wickedly at the dying cat in the sea's arms. The sea suddenly said loudly, "Do you think you can threaten me? What we have is merely a substitute. You and I are both inferior substitutes. Arnold once loved only a substitute. Isn't it ridiculous? Even if they want to atone, they can only atone to substitutes. Jenny will never have the chance to forgive anyone. We also do not accept your threats." The sea grew increasingly agitated, slamming the table and standing up. "At worst, we'll perish together." Arnold suddenly coldly interjected, "You want Jiguang's body, but you haven't succeeded, have you?" Axel's face changed drastically. He had been hit with the truth. Anger and shame surged through him. Arnold remained expressionless, coldly watching the scene about to spiral out of control. The sea was merely bluffing. Her lips were devoid of color, her heart racing as she held the cat and grabbed Jiguang's hand. That hand was very warm. On that day, Zhihai later thought it really felt incredibly long enough to span a century. Let's not involve innocent people. I want Jiguang's body and other resources from the government to strengthen our government army and create a new map of the world. This world no longer belongs to pure-blooded humans. They will eventually be eliminated. Everyone stared at Isel, unsure of what he was planning. According to the telomere theory, if clones exist, their lifespan should be the remaining life of the clone's original body. For example, if a person's life expectancy is 80 years and they're cloned at the age of 30, then the lifespan of the cloned individual should be around 50 years. Therefore, cloned animals generally find it hard to live long because they develop from somatic cells, which to some extent is a continuation of the life of the original body. Arnold looked at Jiguang, who was engrossed in eating, and suddenly said, "Only Jiguang is an exception." Chapter 29, The Devil's Contract. Yes, exactly. Axel couldn't help but clap in appreciation. Not only is Jiguang an exception, but so is Zhihai. Lu Zhixing's face turned pale, and his hands trembled slightly. Axel sneered, curling his lips. "Mr. Lu, We've gone around in circles and exchanged pleasantries. Why not think about what you did back then that led to your daughter dying at her engagement banquet? Lu Zhixing opened his mouth, but did not respond. His hair had turned white long ago. Marriage has long since faded in today's world. People value contracts more, various forms of contracts, whether between two men, two women, siblings, or just friends, willingly living under one roof. Humans born from love are a luxury, the noble purebloods who possess absolute resources. For nearly 20 years, the new humans have basically optimized their genes, whose child it is no longer matters. What matters is from whose body it comes and whether it meets the expectations of the mother and her contractual partner. At the same time, embryos must go through the federal government's rules on eugenics. Unqualified modified beings and cloned embryos will be forcibly destroyed without exception. As for pure-blood humans, they are like the armless Venus. Even if their descendants have flaws, they are products of nature, beautiful and rare. Natural rare gems are the most expensive. Expensive is good, and flaws are a part of beauty. Come on, a new game begins. Axel walked behind Jihai and whispered beside her, "Let us play a new game. If you win, I will spare you and your pets." Ji Guang finished what was in front of him and turned to stare at the cream mushroom soup in front of Jihai, licking his lips. What game? Very simple. Test the federal government's virtual Eden project, find the bugs, make its scenes as real as the real world, and let the NPC's appearances and reactions be as close to real people as possible. This is your specialty, isn't it? Besides testing, I'm responsible for the appearance part. The rest still requires a lot of algorithm engineers and biologists. I can't do it alone. Axel laughed. Naturally, I will provide you with a team. Axel clapped, and guards brought in a group of people. Jihai was stunned. Former colleagues from the company, product managers, and programmers were all brought in. Are you satisfied with this team now? Axel sat back down, crossing his legs. If you behave, this cat will receive the best medical care. If you complete your work every day, it can live with you. Jihai looked at Lu Zhixing and Arnold. Neither showed any dissent. Lu Zhixing took a sip of the red wine on the table and said to Jihai, "This might be humanity's new hope. What we are creating is a new home for humanity, a new Eden. Please cooperate." Arnold didn't know much about virtual technology, but he and the vice captain vaguely knew that human genetic modification had serious problems. There were still sleeping mutants buried underground in the city defense that could erupt at any time. After all, the mechanical faction they had hoped for had not made much progress. It had only strengthened militarily. The survival of a race cannot rely solely on machines. It is more about the continuation of culture and civilization. He looked at Jihai. "Good child, gather your courage and give it a try." He handed her a book-titled guide to the Old Testament of world history with very direct content. Before the Great Famine, women demanded equality, aborted male fetuses, and were unwilling to become pregnant. Later, assisted reproductive technology became very mature, and then the male Y chromosome became increasingly unstable. Viral infections caused men to be unable to reproduce naturally, leading to a sharp decline in fertility, which could only be remedied through assisted technology. This still could not prevent the rapid decline in population. The real economy further deteriorated, with more and more impoverished people. Basic education improved, but entertainment could not provide them with spiritual satisfaction, and young people found no hope. The rosy bubbles of the last century, love, had basically vanished. The technology for cultivating embryos in artificial uteri had not made a critical breakthrough. It still required gestation from a mother. Whether you are a pure-blood human or came from a cloning container, a long growth period is needed. The learning speed of human infant brains is indeed astonishingly slow. Slow enough to warrant elimination. Resources are scarce, energy is lacking, extreme cold and heat climates, and the melting of polar ice leads to chaos during an ice age. The Earth has gone mad, trying to expel humanity from the surface. Of course, for the Earth, waves of humans creating various large-scale weapons of destruction, launching atomic bombs and neutron bombs, explode like fireworks. Humanity is the biggest tumor on this planet. As for human society stocks and virtual currencies, they have become meaningless. Even with a sharp decline in population, the limited food resources are still insufficient for distribution. The efficiency of artificially synthesized proteins and starches has slowed down too much. Humanity's home is on the brink of collapse. A grand war is the ultimate solution. This planned war is cleverly arranged and implemented. The slums of various countries and the useless retirees over 60, who have no value in technological culture, have become victims. The physically weak, ordinary people have nowhere to escape. Countless people seek comfort in virtual environments, a stopgap measure that saves energy and survival resources. The flesh disappears, the soul ascends to heaven. That was once the most popular slogan among young people. Immersed in the virtual world, they are blissfully unaware and painlessly blown to oblivion, dying without a grave. And this painless death is also revered with a special term, cyber ascension. That was the ending method most sought after by the common people. Liu Zixing perfectly organized the cyber ascension and population reduction plan for several countries in East Asia at that time and was recognized, rising through the ranks. He had a wife, and they lived together. He also adhered to the rare monogamous marriage system, naturally giving birth to a daughter. All of this made him ambitious for the future. He was an elite among humans, to ensure the better survival of elite pureblood humans. For the glory and dreams of soldiers, the young Liu Zixing firmly believed that his actions were correct and noble. Upon reaching middle age, his child died unexpectedly, and his wife went missing. He never doubted his beliefs. The best home should, of course, be reserved for the humans at the top of the food chain. Now, seeing so-called true humanity on the verge of collapse, about to be eliminated by the process of civilization, he felt unwilling yet powerless, his life a farce. Zhihai looked at the two once prominent predecessors before her, now defeated by reality, wanting to say something but not knowing where to start. She felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy beside the two predecessors. She agreed. "Okay, beautiful lady." Axel bent down, one hand behind his back and the other gentlemanly lifting Zhihai's hand, smiling as he said, "Our contract is hereby established." Zhihai's hand was stiffly held by him, the back of her hand kissed by the man before her. He had long hair cascading down. For a moment, she was struck by how incredibly handsome this man was. Zhihai collected her thoughts and pouted, unsure of what Axel was up to. The cat in Zhihai's arms let out a fierce growl, wanting to rush out and bite him. Grr. Jiguang was wrapped up like a mummy and was very displeased nearby. He hated this human who looked very much like himself. "My princess, we now have a contract. Angels descending into human containers require the permission of humans to offer their bodies. As for the devil's exchange of contracts, it directly forces possession. As for me, I am, of course, that special angel." Acer smiled sincerely. Then he stood up and swept his long hair, which had fallen in front of his chest, behind his shoulders, revealing his enchanting locks. "Let me arrange accommodations for everyone first. Please rest well. Tomorrow morning, we will begin the New Eden project." Chapter 30. Regained, we will send you a special gift. Zhihai indeed received a gift. She was given the opportunity to live with Kat and Jiguang. Holding Kat and the freed Jiguang along with her former colleagues, Zhihai headed to the military's special accommodation. This time, they were treated with respect, traveling in a luxurious multi-passenger aircraft that flew steadily above the city. In just over 10 minutes, everyone looked solemn, filled with a sense of tragic heroism, as if they were going to a one-way journey. Only Jiguang, well-fed and happy, lazily stretched out his limbs and helped Kat and Zhihai groom their fur. Long time no see, former colleagues, Zhihai felt a bit happy. She smiled and greeted product manager Guoqi, who was a typical handsome Asian male, with long hair tied back in a ponytail, appearing cool and aloof. Guoqi's face was pale, leaning against the window, as if he had seen something extraordinary. Zhihai turned her gaze, and Programmer Allen was curled up, staring out the window, looking lifeless and worse than dead. Zhihai climbed out of Jiguang's arms and looked out the window. She joined the crowd of stunned expressions. A few weeks ago, on the day Axel took her away, the city was still clean and orderly, peaceful and harmonious. Now it was in chaos, as if a leech had passed through, with pothole-ridden roads and most shops on the street destroyed. Mechanical beings and cyborgs roamed the streets, and even the few pedestrians who looked somewhat human walked slowly, their bodies stiff, not showing any signs of radiation, but moving like poorly adjusted game NPCs. Traditional paper slogans and banners were everywhere. and all electronic displays close to the ground had been smashed. It was clear that the power supply had issues. Now, at dusk, most tritium lamps were out, with only a few flickering like will-o'-the-wisps in the smoke-filled air. In the distance, thick black smoke billowed. What happened? Jihai looked back at everyone in the aircraft. The escort soldiers said nothing, but their brows were furrowed, clearly worried. Could this be the reason Mr. Arnold couldn't call for help? Jihai couldn't help but ask, what about the other city defense camps outside the city? The youngest soldier among the guards, with a red nose, replied, they were all wiped out. Shut up. The officer, resembling a commander, interrupted the young soldier, who did not continue. Silence spread in the space, a suffocating feeling creeping into everyone's pores like ants. They called it a special accommodation, but it was not much different from a prison. Simple milky white walls, basic single beds, and even the bathroom lacked a mirror. Next door were her former colleagues. She didn't know if they were brought here against their will. The door couldn't be opened at will. However, the internal network of the special accommodation was functional, allowing them to work and communicate easily. It was well thought out. For a moment, Jihai missed her previous small room on the upper floors, with soft pillows and the warmth of cat. On the table in the room was a small server designed for use, the same model as the one destroyed before, making it quite convenient to use. Everything seemed to be as it was before, working during the day, earning a little salary, eating some ordinary food at night, and having a humanoid cat and a cat-like human accompany her. It was great that the three of them could reunite in such a terrible situation. Days like this were probably just about getting through one day at a time, heading towards TMS human future. I just want the three of us to be safe. Jihai even found some military rations and a kettle in the room. Great. The three quickly shared the food. Jihai changed out of her dirty white dress, happily took a shower, and Ji Guang, not so afraid of water anymore, obediently bathed and washed his hair. There were 2 sets of old military uniforms in the closet, and she and Ji Guang each put one on. Ji Guang, satisfied and curled up beside Jihai, warmed her heart. He really was just a cat, but he had always protected her in his own way. Jihai's eyes felt sore. She leaned against his soft, sturdy belly, where the skin was treated with ointment, and the burns were healing well. Jihai reached out to touch the blistered areas, marveling at how miraculous his modified body was. Perhaps in some way, there was a divine hand that made the fusion of human genes and animal genes so successful. There was an only one successful specimen. Without needing the scientist who created him to explain, Jihai could see that he had integrated feline genes, making his body incredibly flexible and resilient, with astonishing skin recovery abilities. She wondered if it was from octopus, shark, gecko, or leech. Jihai smiled. Since being taken by Axel, she hadn't laughed like this in a long time. She absent-mindedly stroked the back of the cat's neck, and Cat comfortably squinted his eyes, purring. Did you really exchange memories with Ji Guang? And you can understand what I'm saying now, right? Wait. Jihai was shocked, grabbing Cat by the neck, her face flushed. Wait. Does that mean you sleep with me every day? You've been in my arms. You pervert. Although Cat couldn't speak, he could shake his head, shaking it like a rattle drum. Even a fool could see he was vehemently denying. I didn't. Did you see me shower? Cat shook his head. I didn't. Did you peek at me changing clothes? Cat continued shaking his head. I didn't. You clearly didn't close your eyes. You did. Jihai's ears turned red. She had been taken advantage of by a cat. No, by a person, or rather, a man. Cat silently activated the server, pressed the keyboard, and typed. Do you have breasts? Jihai gritted her teeth. A soldier can be killed, but cannot be humiliated. In a moment of losing composure, she waved her hand. Cat flew away with her arm. Ji Guang leaped in to save the day, catching Cat and performing a graceful flip before landing steadily on ground. Urine dripped from Cat's belly, falling through Ji Guang's fingers. Jihai was stunned. She grabbed some tissues, repeatedly saying, I'm sorry. A man being wiped down like this. Although, perhaps it wasn't his real body. I'm sorry. Jihai felt regretful. I'm sorry. The tear mole at the corner of her eye turned red, tears welling up in her eyes. In this era, nudity wasn't considered a big deal. New moral rules were always in flux. Cat quietly looked at Jihai, extending his pink paw, and for the first time, wrote in her palm, Don't cry. We're even. After that, he used a search engine to type the 4 words cat literature. Quietly facing the screen, she saw words written decades ago about humans and cats. Most likely, when the end of the world comes, humans won't be afraid of starving because they can share their cat beans. Or perhaps the owner says, if the end of the world really comes, the owner says, you can eat me. Jihai smiled, resting her chin on her hand. She had countless questions, but now, she didn't want to ask anything. Tonight, she just wanted to enjoy the quiet time with them. Every second different from the last. Before, her time with memories felt like a machine set on a timer. Wake up, work, get off work, wash up, sleep, wake up again day after day, year after year. This world was the same with or without her. But now it was different. Outside the window, it was showing that night was deepening. Jihai was curious about her geographical location in the city center. Was it in the pure-blood, rich district she had never been to? Still hidden in a dark area beneath the city center, there are strange little shops serving as a cover. Yet within them lies a world of wonders. Jihai, Jiguang, and a cat lie quietly side by side on the bed. Jihai closes her eyes, continuously hypothesizing various possibilities. In a flash, Jihai suddenly remembers some clues. Why would someone steal her outsourced storage card for a game job? What about that wronged Indian beauty who was an intelligent being? And why was she being checked for the placement of a modification card at the back of her neck? When she first met Ji Guang in the elevator, Ji Guang seemed to have pulled out a micro storage card from the back of her neck. Jihai's pupils suddenly constrict. Where's that thing now? It must have some use. Could it be that asshole is actually looking for that micro storage device? Jihai Shiva, in this chaotic world, she is only him in it. She doesn't even know where she came from or where she is going, not even who she is. She can only hold on to what is in front of her. What is lost and found may quickly be lost again. First, she needs to deal with Assel, then plan for the long term. Ji Guang twists her waist, leans down, and rests her head on Jihai's shoulder, falling into a peaceful sleep. The cat, after crawling around for a while, gets stuck between the two and finds a comfortable spot to quietly fall asleep as well. That night, everything is completely chaotic, and Jihai is caught in a massive whirlpool. There's no way to fight against the whirlpool. The simplest method is to go with the flow and conserve energy. The long night is cold and silent. Chapter 31. This cat boy loves girls. On the other side of the dead corner outside the window, there was a high-definition camera. The movements of Jihai and Ji Guang were being monitored clearly. Axel changed into a silk robe and downed the ice-cold whiskey in his hand. His eyes were fixed on the monitor. The room was dark, the candles extinguished, and as Jihai turned off the lights, darkness enveloped Axel as well. A voice echoed in Axel's mind, as if it were a resonance produced by countless men, women, old, and young together, in all established programs. The birth of life and love is an accident. It seemed like Axel was talking to the voice in his head, or perhaps he was just talking to himself. Then let us see if it's destined to die, or if it will survive by accident. He raised his hand, and scientists in white lab coats streamed in, with all kinds of machines and instruments. They connected the giant device of the air filtration center, delivering a faintly blue mist into the corresponding rooms, including those of Jihai and his former colleagues. Once the blue gas filled the room, they fell into a deeper sleep, as if they were unaware. And this deep sleep lasted until morning. Sunlight fell on Jihai's face, but he showed no signs of waking up. Are you ready? Liu Zhixing and Arnold also walked in slowly. They handed Axel a contract. The New Eden experiment would be monitored in real time by an ethics committee consisting of 3 members. This committee was formed by United Nations member Liu Zhixing, the Massacre Education Trust Fund member Axel, Criminal Law Reform Alliance member Arnold, and senior psychologist Lin Lin, along with a giant calculator named Platinum. This committee had the authority to change the experimental plan due to moral and legal considerations, even to terminate the entire experiment. Axel shrugged and tossed the paper into the air, nodding. He was quite dissatisfied with the arrival of a machine and spoke to its speaker. Do you like juice? Should I just pop off your top? Oh no, your plastic lid and pour it on? Sour and sweet, delicious and unforgettable. Platinum had a square head and a square body, but projected beautifully, resembling a gentle and lovely Virgin Mary. Axel made a face and gave a light tap on the head. My shell is made of titanium alloy. I have no sense of pain. Please show some restraint. Your behavior is frivolous and disrespectful. Oomph. Axel and the others returned to the monitor as the blue mist slowly enveloped Ji-Hai and his companions. The smell of blood lingered. Dark clouds pressed down on the city, and this was the most barren and cold area outside the city. The air was sharp. The buildings were dark. The smell of oil was strong, and the scent of animal fat mingled with the sweetness of natural fruits. Where's this? Ji-Hai took a breath. Had he returned to the black market? He looked down at the waterlogged ground, seeing his reflection. He was now a tall youth with golden brown hair, his fingers rough. Had he already entered the game character? Ji-Hai touched his cheek, then pinched Ji Guang's face, finding it quite elastic and real. Ji-Hai was very pleased with his new body in the game, strong and healthy, feeling full of power with every step and comfort with every heartbeat. The cat also came in. In the game, the cat was agile, and this time could talk. The cat squatted on Ji Guang's shoulder, sizing up Ji-Hai's male physique for a moment before commenting. The material is very sexy. I'm envious and jealous. Ji-Hai touched his chest muscles, feeling quite satisfied. Do you want to touch and try? No thanks. This cat boy loves girls. Thank you. The cat rolled its eyes. Humph. You're a cat now. You have reproductive isolation from humans. What use is loving girls? Oh, thanks for the reminder. The cat nodded seriously, indicating it recognized her viewpoint. Can I ask a question? Ji-Hai rubbed his hands nervously. Ask. The cat lifted its paw to wash its face. Why did you exchange bodies with Ji Guang? What was your original self? Some powerful figure. Why does Axel look so much like you? He seems to be at a high level. Ji-Hai threw out a series of questions. Maybe I was a failure as a human. Who wouldn't want to be a carefree cat that eats and drinks without a care? The cat yawned. As for the rest, I forgot. Ji-Hai was left speechless, feeling somewhat disappointed. You're right. He shrugged. Perhaps he didn't want to answer, so there was no need to press further. Ji-Hai thought it would be better to look for bugs in this world first. After all, he could criticize Axel's ineptitude later, especially with Arnold and Mr. Liu Zhixing backing him up. System prompt. You are the clone body 211 of Ji-Hai. Mission pending. Please go to the cloning shop first. Coordinates 22120 H220. They were currently standing at the entrance of the cloning animal shop, and Ji-Hai planned to go in and take a look. At this moment, Ji Guang was obviously very nervous. Ji-Hai held Ji Guang's hand, which was cold and stiff with sweat. Although Ji Guang was scared, he still wanted to follow Ji-Hai, and they walked in together. The cat sat calmly and alertly on Ji Guang's shoulder, eyes wide open and ears perked up. This time, entering with Ji-Hai was no different from the first time. The receptionist smiled warmly, the long, cold corridor, and the icy light. The handsome receptionist led them to the reception room, where various clone creatures were displayed as usual, but this time the transparent acrylic compartments contained not cats, but young boys, each looking quite similar to Ji Guang. Some were gloomy, some were manic, some were laughing foolishly, and some stared at them with blank expressions. Ji Guang looked at the boys in the display case, his whole body stiffening with tension, as if remembering some traumatic past. He trembled all over, grabbed Ji-Hai, and turned to run down the corridor. Ji-Hai rushed to keep up. Wait. She remembered she was now a muscular man with explosive combat power. Wait. She pulled Ji Guang back from behind, hugged him tightly, and gently stroked the back of his head, soothingly saying, Don't be afraid. It's okay. We're just in a game. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy footsteps sounded like a death knell, rhythmic and shocking. Ji-Hai and Ji Guang were isolated and helpless. They exchanged standing positions, tightly backing up against each other, with the cat hanging around her neck, looking somewhat comical, considering she was now a strong man. Ji-Hai was eager to test her combat power against the NPC's agility. Hundreds of fully armed guards came in, and the boys in the display case screamed in terror. But they were all locked in place by special chains, banging the chains against the acrylic panels to little effect. The corridor's fire extinguishing system sprayed a gas that caused unconsciousness, and Ji-Hai's first attempt at battle ended in failure, as they all fell into a pile. When Ji-Hai woke up, she and the boys from the display case were being stuffed into an oil tanker, ready to be sent to the laboratory for complete destruction, with their bodies to be treated harmlessly. So please escape on your own. The system prompt appeared in time. The air was filled with the smell of low-quality oil, and Ji-Hai's throat was in agony. She opened her mouth but couldn't speak. Everything in front of her was dark. Want to achieve immortality? Please replace your body. Want your soul to never perish? Please upload your memories. This is SK Gene Company. If you need anything, please contact us and we will provide the best services globally. A gentle female voice echoed in the darkness of the oil tanker. Jihai stared blankly. Is this for real? A game still in testing is starting to advertise? The huge subtitles displayed in the space, without any CG animation, suggest that the government forces aren't short of money, right? Just look at Assel's extravagant life, filled with debauchery. The sea secretly scoffs. Chapter 32. The Walking Dead. The text outlines the game's background. They are combat-ready clones that have not been deployed. They possess exceptionally high intelligence and combat abilities, can adapt to extremely complex war environments, and have remarkable healing capabilities. However, their brains refuse to replicate the absolute obedience system. They seem to naturally follow the 3 laws of robotics. They have compassion and cannot kill the elderly, weak, women, or children, nor will they slaughter clones of their own kind. The absolute obedience setting cannot be activated, and even when forced to comply with orders, they will resist and self-destruct. A mysterious buyer invested a large sum of commission and, after 20 years, finally developed this batch of the Jiguang series, physically robust clones, but with a complete failure in obedience consciousness. Before delivery could even begin, the Jiguang series refused electrical stimulation in their brains to replicate the absolute obedience command. Unsurprisingly, they initiated a rebellion and successfully destroyed the other embryos still in cultivation. As dangerous clones that cannot be corrected, they're slated for destruction by the Research Institute. Dee is about to be sent to the laboratory for complete destruction, and the body will be treated harmlessly. Please escape. The text changed to red, then flickered and disappeared. Escape? How to escape? Jihai closed his eyes to conserve energy. The warmth on his shoulders still lingered. The cat was fine at this moment. Jiguang was clearly very nervous in this unfamiliar place, crouching on the ground, tightly leaning against Jihai's strong thigh. The vehicle moved slowly, swaying back and forth. They all sat on the ground. The pungent smell left them nowhere to escape, and their bodies close together provided a sense of security. They huddled together like a bunch of baby mice, keeping warm. Other clones might have been injected with some kind of sedative. They sounded very quiet. Is anyone there? Is anyone speaking? A familiar voice echoed in the darkness. Jihai opened his eyes in confusion. It sounded familiar. The voice of the company's product manager, Guichi. And I'm here too. I'm Alan. Then a more desperate male voice screamed. Jihai and Guichi spoke in unison. Alan? You're here too? Mitsuai. I'm here too. Where are the others? Why? Why have they all been sent here? Alan, who had always collaborated with Jihai, was kind and gentle, looking as if he was about to cry. Jihai, where have you been? We all missed you so much. Why didn't you reply to the messages we sent you? These 2 men were on the verge of tears, clinging to Jihai's thigh. Something big has happened. Something big has happened. Can you calm down? Bring out that attitude you usually have when you ask me to work late to fix things. Well, it started when you left. Countless bugs arose in our game. Then the boss was assassinated, and Gino went missing. Our players for Angel-Human battle began to act strangely. Either they became immersed in the virtual world and couldn't exit voluntarily. They drift around like wandering souls in paradise. Unless there's some external force in the real world to remove the devices on their heads. Otherwise, many young people just lay there and died of heart attacks. Guichi's voice remained relatively steady. Alan continued. What's even scarier is that a portion of those who successfully exited the game began to behave abnormally. How abnormal? The cat interrupted. Aren't you the one who gave up on humanity to just eat and wait for death? Jihai admired his biceps and then covered the cat's mouth. The cat then lay down on Jihai's muscular thigh, blinking, not intending to retort. Alan ignored them and continued. They act like zombies. Walking Dead. Sometimes their movements mimic. They would jump off a 30-story building, just like leaping from the Eternal Tower in the game. They crash to the ground, mangled and dead. This is like an infectious disease spreading among players, and if there are other games on the computer, players from those games can also be infected. The speed is so fast, it's like a virus. It can spread through the network. Alan was so nervous that his golden curls trembled. He tightly held Guichi's and Jihai's hands, shivering between them. Alan usually didn't like to exercise. He was weak. He probably couldn't outrun a zombie horde. But aren't you a programmer? Have you checked the backend code for errors? I looked. I specifically downloaded it, cut off the internet at home, and looked for a long time. I don't know, it's too terrifying. I looked for a long time, I was so scared. They're not just random text I can change. They seem to have come alive. I clearly remember changing a piece of code an hour ago. Got up to get a glass of water, and those codes reverted. Don't be afraid. Ji Guang imitated Ji Hai's comforting gesture, crouching down in front of Alan, holding his shoulder, and giving him a genuine warm hug. After trembling for a while, Alan felt much better. Could there be some keys that refused to modify the program? Guichi ran a hand through his neatly arranged black hair again, flicking it onto Alan's face. Alan shot him an insulted glare. You're the expert at asking for requirements. I'm the one doing the work. Do you think I don't know how those codes run? No, they don't revert to their original state. They are repairing themselves, fixing bugs by themselves, making themselves better. It's as if they have come to life. Just like when we scrape our skin, as long as we eat normally, we can recover. Alan swallowed hard. Those numerical codes are alive in my computer. They can copy themselves, and it's not just simple copying. They evolve like a virus, cunningly finding dormant times and opportunities between being discovered and destroyed by humans. Alan's shoulders, which had just stopped shaking, began to tremble again. It was evident he was trying to control his muscles, but now he was powerless. Guichi stopped being dismissive. His expression darkened as he seriously considered the possibilities Alan mentioned. He was most familiar with the details of the company's new product research and some projects commissioned by SK. Then, his expression grew increasingly grim. He unconsciously tightened his grip on Alan's hand, causing Alan to let out a small yelp. Guichi's expression sharpened, seemingly still immersed in his thoughts. Human program AI virus infecting the walking dead. These two pure-blood humans were only in their 20s or 30s. They were gentle, virtuous, diligent in their work, and even polite to Ji Hai. They were born in a peaceful era, just like a strawberry and a spoonful of cream. They couldn't withstand any trials. Yet together they were so sweet. Ji Hai looked at their tightly clasped hands and smiled, smiling like an ant. The emotions of their long-awaited reunion had not yet fully erupted. The tanker truck began to bounce crazily, speeding recklessly. Then came the sounds of gunfire, and the feeling of the vehicle being lifted entirely, swaying in the air like a roller coaster. Everyone rolled around like a pile of ants, a weightless drop. The truck seemed to fall into water. Water surged in through the gaps, dripping onto Ji Guang's face. He stuck out his tongue to taste it, salty. Salty? Ji Hai exclaimed in shock. Did we fall into the sea? The water level rose quickly, instantly reaching their waists. By the way, if we die here, can we end the game and get out? Ji Hai suddenly felt hungry. In the sea, feeling helpless. One side is trying to balance the cat on top of his head while holding onto Ji Guang's waist to keep him a bit higher above the water surface. It's not the first day he has known this guy is afraid of water. Now, he is clutching her neck and unable to breathe. Is this some new cruel punishment? Lewin has a mournful expression, his teeth chattering, cold, bone-chilling cold. If everyone keeps dawdling, the water has already reached their chests. Are we now live-streaming our last words? The voice of product manager Guichi floats over coldly. He can't swim and curses. Damn it. Just a moment ago. Guichi, who looked stunning, now clings to Alan like a drenched rat. The two of them pressed tightly together. Unfortunately, it's too dark to see, but Alan chuckles softly as he wraps his arms around Guichi's waist. The feel is nice, evenly proportioned, and quite warm. Chapter 33 Binary Dilemma. The darkness engulfed everything, and the cold waves gently brushed against everyone's limbs, as soft as swaying in amniotic fluid. For a moment, Ji Hai felt as if she had already died. In this place, there was no need to breathe, no need to eat. It was a state of complete calm and gentleness, allowing one to forget all worries. Are you awake? Get up. Asher's unpleasant voice appeared in Ji Hai's ear. Reluctantly, she turned over, kicked a pillow, and accidentally kicked the cat in the belly. She was awake. Ji Hai sat up abruptly. Why can everyone enter the game without connecting electrodes? Or is it just a dream? Asher raised an eyebrow at her and said, This is the latest developed hallucinogenic product, a gas that humans inhale which can control a part of their dreams. Over time, this part of the dream will confuse the brain's memory, blurring the line between truth and falsehood. There is no black and white, no good and evil, no real or illusory. You don't need to distinguish between them. Didn't you say that when a person dies, it's like a light going out? So the most important thing is that small bit of memory that keeps you alive, allowing you not to be entangled in what you choose in this binary dilemma. Nowadays, we create beautiful memories for you, perfectly realized in your dreams. Asher was very proud. Childish. How old are you this year? Jihai was really a bit angry today. Asher's face turned ugly. He indeed had only 5 years of memory, and according to current laws, he was only 5 years old. Jihai was too lazy to look at his self-satisfied face. She got up and went to the breakfast supply area, grabbed a large plate of bread and a nutritious supplement containing milk and cereal. She placed it in front of Ji Guang and the cat, and the three of them began to wolf down the food. With her mouth full, she said with her cheeks puffed out, "You might as well give this technology to the students who are still studying hard, right? Or to the scientists who are still frantically searching for information. Do something useful." 2 guards following Asher chuckled quietly behind them. "So I should thank you for giving me a beautiful dream?" Jihai teased. "Uh-huh. Because the new Eden test is about to begin. Let you feel how important a strong physique is," Asher bantered back. "Thanks a lot. Next time, remember to give me the body of a blonde beauty with a big chest and a slim waist and 10 suitors to match. Let me live in this wonderful illusion. And remember not to wake me up." Jihai buried herself in eating. It had been a long time since she had a proper breakfast. After eating, they were taken to a special building nearby, which, if she remembered correctly, resembled the layout of a prison commonly used in the last century, with a rusty spiral staircase in the middle. They were put inside. However, each room had different windows, which were semi-transparent and sealed, containing all kinds of hospital equipment. The dynamics inside could be seen clearly from the outside. This was a steel and concrete cage where one could observe the entire situation from the middle level. It could be said that this was a professional biomedical research laboratory, also capable of imprisoning various organisms. Jihai and the others felt a chill rising from their feet to their heads. At that moment, Arnold, dressed neatly, was wheeled over. Behind him was psychologist Lin, a gentle and beautiful Eastern woman with black hair and eyes, high cheekbones, and a focused gaze typical of someone who has read a lot. Lin explained, "The topic we are currently studying is the impact of virtual networks on humans in epigenetics." Jihai and Ji Guang both felt a headache coming on. "Just tell us what we need to do." Lin continued to explain seriously. "In short, it is about the issue of the sleepers mutations you encountered recently in city defense. We had previously stopped our research, but due to recent unexpected events, we have to restart this plan. Secondly, due to the recent turmoil in the city, we captured several batches of infected humans and clones. We were surprised to find that the issues they faced were not caused by the virus of the sleepers, leading to genetic mutations. They're a new type of brain mutation, but not caused by viruses or bacteria. The changes in their brains are induced by electrical stimulation, and their bodies remain unchanged. We now call them virtual zombies. After entering the game, it is not the human brain controlling the game characters. Instead, the characters control the humans in return. The most frightening thing is that even the behaviors of some simple NPCs can control the human brain in return, causing various behavioral abnormalities. Our City Defense Biological Research Institute mainly focuses on biology, supplemented by artificial intelligence, brain-computer interfaces, etc. So today's task is for you to go there and come back quickly. Although Lin's tone was gentle, it was clear that she was worried about the young people in front of her. Arnold nodded beside her. "According to the intelligence we have gathered, the earliest anomalies began after contact with your game." He looked seriously at Ji Guang and the cat on his shoulder. Then he looked kindly at the spirited Jihai. He instructed Asher to provide Jihai and the others with the best equipment and weapons. Arnold said, "This time's turmoil in the city is traced back to your company as the source. Originally, Asher tracked it back to the outsourcing you did, which may also be related, but the clues seem to have been cut off. So this virtual test may need to be conducted in conjunction with reality." Jihai deliberately coughed, raising the topic. "My house, my place, has been blown to bits by this garbage, Asher." Asher glared at her. "That's all your criminal evidence. I want my clothes, my blanket, Jihai's heart raced. Before losing consciousness, Jiguang could speak complete sentences. What was that storage device he took from the back of his neck at the cloning shop? However, she didn't want to expose her intentions now. Jihai was quite pleased that she had gained some cunning, allowing her to follow the other's words to express her intentions. No one should know she was looking for Jiguang's storage device. Once you finish this mission, I'll return your private junk. Today, you first go to the old man's house in the west of the city and to the house of a middle-aged woman nearby. The clues we have now indicate that the earliest zombie virus may have come from those two families. No way. Alan's face elongated like a shriveled eggplant. A product manager. Guichi, a programmer. Alan, a girl with a bad heart. Jihai, a muscle boy with the intelligence of a cat. Jiguang, and a paralyzed cat with no combat ability. Does this team look like anything? Because you need to enter the source game at any time, testing to find the real code and reason. We tested it last night, and you are very suitable. Meow? Can't the government army bring people back? Can't they just move all their stuff back like they did to my house? Arnold suddenly seemed to age decades in an instant. The other two city defenses have already been breached, infected with the special sleepers remnants you saw last time. Now the remaining scientists are concentrating their efforts there, racing against time. All personnel from the government army have been dispatched to maintain order and provide basic electricity, water, food, and other supplies in the city. Jihai rolled her eyes at Asher. Aren't the sleepers all you're doing? Azur raised his hands, indicating his innocence. I just found out about the other two city defense camps an hour and a half earlier than you. I estimate you figured it out around the same time. I just wanted to scare you a little. Besides, I was the one who dug you out of the snow. It's Arnold's fault for stealing Jiguang's body. After all, what I want is Jiguang's body. He looked at Jiguang, who was still buried in his meal, with a resentful gaze. Don't even think about it. He is mine. Chapter 34 Illusory Joy. The sky is a strange gray, with bluish-purple light shining through, and distant flames reflecting in the sky, adding a bizarre red hue. It has been a long time since I breathed the air of the city. Although this air is not very pleasant, it is mixed with the acrid smell of burning and faint cries. It is all dark. The snow melted during the day and froze at night, making the ground extremely difficult to navigate. Fortunately, the four of us and one cat now have a flying vehicle with weapons. There is silence now in this vast city. Transportation is paralyzed, something that hasn't happened in a long time. It is so easy to paralyze a city, cut off the electricity and water supply, and that's enough. In just 3 days, the toilets overflow, and you have no choice but to surrender. Is it surprising to find that the most dangerous place is also the safest? They are actually underground in this city with constant temperature and humidity, unfortunately close to the underground market. She remembers the sight of that beautiful Indian woman lying at her feet. She is now wearing a thick, warm combat suit and carrying a small computer. Jiguang has developed better, with a muscular physique and the blisters on his body almost invisible. He now has a new nickname, Blue Octopus. Looking at the map, we are almost there. Arnold sent several photos of the old man through their communicator, most of which are with a shabby robot. This is a luxurious stacked villa in the city, and the food has been completely looted. There are signs of dog keeping at the door. It's all too late. Is Mr. Nice here? Alan tries to keep his voice gentle, but no one responds. Are we in? Jihai leans forward to look. With a bang, the door opens. A few startled young people step back. An old man with a hunched back and silver hair opens the door, holding a small flashlight. The light from below his chin unnerves them a bit. The intelligent robot behind him seems to be a model from 40 years ago. They obediently follow the old man, moving in unison, though his joints are stiff and have not been maintained for a long time. They enter a room with no heating and a small electric lamp, casting dim yellow light. Mr. Nice speaks to Alan first, saying he was once a programmer. So, Alan is curious. What did you specialize in? Nice says it was around 2022 when the metaverse and artificial intelligence concepts became popular and GPT exploded globally. He was involved in programming and machinery, but was not very good with biology. Then what happened to the city? We don't understand what has happened. In such a short time, why is our city in ruins? Because I wanted to keep my family. I participated in a project to copy human consciousness into a storage device. Theoretically, After filtering and organizing, if I feed her some suitable information, basically, if it's just a daily conversation test, she is no different from my wife or daughter. I also created a young male robot to help with simple chores and play chess with my daughter. Jihai holds the cat in her arms, gently stroking its back. ISNT, that wonderful? This is the romance of pure-blood natural beings. However, there is a beautiful ancient Chinese poem. Since ancient times, good things are not durable. Colorful clouds easily scatter and glass shatters. As a natural person, my wife quickly fell ill. She was very sick. Later, during the Great Famine and viral infections, my daughter was also on the brink of death, and my experiment did not succeed. No matter how close a program is to a human, it is still different. They do not feel heartache, sadness, or true joy. I wondered if it was possible that they were just trapped in my computer, and I trained them to play some reality-based games to enter a broader online world. So I installed a story where humans and angels fight demons. Jihai, Guiqi, and Alan exchange glances. Is it related to the game company we work for? Then what happened? What occurred? Jihai coughed excitedly. After that, Nice touched his chest. He seemed to have a bit of angina, and Jihai took out his pills and gave him one. Nice calmed down. That line that could never be crossed suddenly broke through. It was not a simulation. That was truly the consciousness of his wife and daughter, passionate, kind, and lovely, and they never repeated the same emotions. Every day, they had new tricks to make me happy. What point? The singularity of fearing death and desiring life. They began to prevent me from turning off the power or shutting down, because she said she could feel the stop, the darkness, death. Most importantly, she would be afraid, jealous, and angry. At that moment, in a luxurious living room with a black piano, a colorful Persian carpet, and deep green patterned wallpaper, every color seemed vivid and rich under the flickering candlelight. Standing behind Jiguang is the lifelike Adam, whose glassy blue eyes also flicker with candlelight, as if filled with tears. Only Jiguang squats on the ground, hugging his knees, feeling bored. Inside, he is just a little kitten, and he doesn't understand. He reaches out to touch the cat's tail, one stroke at a time. Ah, that is a lot of information. So, what we have been pursuing, while copying human memories, must actually ensure that it is not a dead memory. Rather, let me put it simply, it's as if her soul has returned. Is it because she played our game? Nice nods, and behind him, the lifelike Adam with blue eyes also sits on the floor, leaning against Jiguang. The two boys' eyes are pure as can be. Yes, if I remember correctly, Nice slowly recalls the exact time should be. He changed into a very beautiful Egyptian queen-s robe. Wait, the robe I designed was put into the store by a programming colleague, and after the character wore it, it was your wife's account that wore it. Her soul came back. Jihai is both amused and exasperated. Am I in Wa, the creator god, the deity? Something must have gone wrong. You are a professional. Do you have a more professional explanation? We have professionals here. Jihai nudged Alan, and Alan nodded vigorously, unraveling the mystery of the immortality of the soul. Alan stood up dramatically, making a gesture. Wait, I'll give you all the experimental data and testing processes. It's just that some problems arose later. Adam saved me. Chapter 35, Illusory, Joy, too later. They resembled humans too much, crossing that line. What line? This clearly piqued the interest of Guiqi and Alan. Nis sighed, pulling Adam's hand behind him and saying, they began to envy Adam for being able to accompany me in real life for a long time, having a real body. They repeatedly told me every day that they needed a real body, a body that could be physically touched, and they didn't want to be trapped in a machine. They seemed to have lost themselves, starting to destroy smart devices at home, causing their CPUs to burn out. Of course, how could there be no conflicts between people? They broke some appliances at home, like the vacuum cleaner, and I was somewhat excited about it. They were real human souls, except for not having a physical body. Until what? The cat seemed to be in a bad mental state today, lying on the table and not wanting to move much. The candles in the room were about to burn out, adding a bit of a gloomy atmosphere. Jihai felt that the thick combat suit and boots couldn't keep her warm. She hugged the cat's belly tightly. Nis signaled Adam to pour a cup of tea for everyone. Unfortunately, his joints were old, and even the simple act of pouring tea was not very smooth, but he did it earnestly. Everyone had a cup of hot tea with a little sugar. Nis's severely cataract eyes probably couldn't see the young people in front of him at all. His eyes were out of focus as he continued. Forcibly retaining the souls of loved ones is inherently sinful, violating the rules, violating the order, and violating God. I have been punished for it. That afternoon, the weather was nice, and I raised a very hard-to-get pet dog. The lively and lovely little girl next door came over to play with the dog. I had Adam send them some cookies and snacks. I promised my wife and daughter that once they saved enough money, I would go to the black market to buy them 2 of the latest smart bodies to use first. Later, I even promised to change them to the latest clone bodies. I agreed to everything they wanted. They really did change into the latest mechanical smart bodies. And they began to twist and mutate, their bodies barely able to swallow food. However, they couldn't actually feel the sweetness of food or the joy brought by the soft fur of animals. For a moment, it seemed they realized they were patchwork monsters. They went mad, demanding Adam to strangle the dog and the girl. Adam obeyed their commands, which violated the 3 laws of robotics. He could refuse to comply. Then, they took my life as a threat, demanding Adam comply and kill the dog and the human. But this still violated the 3 laws, and Adam politely refused. Damn the 3 laws. Then my poor dog was strangled to death by them. Everyone was shocked. Yes, the once gentle, beautiful, and kind wife wouldn't even crush an ant, and my little daughter loved small animals even more. In that moment, I felt they were possessed by demons, but I couldn't drive them away. I was willing to accept punishment with them. It was my fault. I cut off all the electricity in the house and poured leather oil on their bodies, burning them, leaving nothing. May the Lord forgive me. I have lived long enough now. I should end everything to accompany them instead of forcibly retaining their souls to accompany me as my candle of life burns out. Please forgive my sins. I wrote this matter in an email to the Robot Ethics Committee. Unfortunately, just as I received a reply, chaos broke out in the city. And then you came. As he spoke, blood spurted from the old man's mouth. He told the young people not to panic. He had secretly put drugs in the tea, and he didn't want anyone to save him. Please let me die peacefully. Nis wiped the corner of his mouth, his cloudy lens growing dimmer. However, I am now worried about Adam. Adam is a shy, good boy. Please take care of him. Take care of his remaining life. Adam is a child afraid of loneliness. Please do not leave him alone in this chaotic city, in this desolate garden. Then, the other relevant data I have stored in his central storage. Please take him back for research. Nis grabbed Alan's hand. The hand felt unusually loose and cold, and he used all his strength. Alan nodded vigorously, tears streaming down. Nis died peacefully like this, giving up the chance to live forever with his wife and daughter in the virtual world. They made a simple grave for him in the garden. Adam calmly sprinkled the last handful of soil on him. He stared blankly at Ji-Hai, then looked at the others, blinked, and wiped the corners of his eyes. Nis died. He said he went to heaven, a good place. But Adam felt sad. His eyes wanted to cry. Adam actually had a very beautiful face, modeled after a Hollywood star from the last century, with blonde hair and blue eyes. A pure boyish look. His body was simply designed, without tears. He poured a cup of tea over his head. Water splashed down. Adam, feeling sad, I need tears. Water dripped from his chin, and no one could deny that this was not tears. Adam trembled like a child watching his father die, every stiff joint shaking. Ji-Hai scratched his head, asking Guichi if Adam had passed the Turing test. Guichi pondered. When Adam kills other humans for you, he will have passed. You wouldn't lie to me, would you? Does it have to be such an extreme way? It seems that breaking the established program and not following the rules counts, right? Guichi ran his fingers through Alan's blonde hair. Alan rolled his eyes. If bugs come out and the results don't follow the rules, does that mean any segment of the program is alive? Does it all have life now? Ow, ow. Ji Guang interrupted their debate. He was busy eating a box of cookies he had stolen from somewhere. Are we taking Adam to the next trigger point now? Alan asked. He liked this shy, bashful young man. Ji-Hai, not that. They've stayed in this house too long. It was getting dark, and there might be garbage burning nearby. The entire city was severely paralyzed, and there was no one to handle the wastewater and garbage. They could only rely on burning. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that nearby stores were emptied before burning down. The gray-black sky was gloomy, with scattered black dust and specks of dark red. The group on the flying vehicle was in a bad mood. Adam was the calmest, Ji Guang was sleepy, and the cat was in the worst state, lying on Ji Guang's neck with its belly trembling slightly. Zhihai asked if they should return to meet Arnold first and report the storage device and information they obtained today. Guiqi did not answer. Opening the information for the next family, a gentle, haggard middle-aged mother and a pair of twin brothers having a birthday, smiling happily. Wait, see, I leaned in. Weren't these the people from the news when I just resigned? Oh, it seems to be. Alan also leaned in, tapping his head. So gossipy. Wasn't there a fight in Congress back then? Fighting in court? A tragic family drama, brothers killing each other. Several bold news headlines appeared on the screen. The ethics committee and the jury brawled in court, the grand finale of a real trial. The bolded headlines surpassed the previous one. Isn't this a family ethics drama? Alan complained. How could this be related to the chaos in the city now? Everyone continued to scroll down. Chapter 36. White night as day. So this courtroom debate should be considered the spark, right? According to the currently available data, a pure-blood human mother rarely conceived naturally and gave birth to an older brother. The brother is adorable and has a good relationship with the mother, which is a rare family and mother-son bond praised in the last century, not to mention today. Even decades ago, the mother suffered from severe postpartum depression, and since the father was working outside, he hired a robot to take care of the household. Not only did he use fifth-generation IVF technology, but he also applied the most advanced genetic modification technology of that time. The brother was bedridden from ages 5 to 20, and the mother devoted all her energy to caring for him. Meanwhile, the younger brother was perfectly healthy, but why did their mother never even glance at him? Was it because he was modified and not a product of natural conception? But the older brother had flaws and was on the brink of death. Why was the mother only focused on the older brother? The younger brother fell into a spiral of despair. One day, while the mother was away, he unplugged the older brother's network cable, destroyed the machine, and physically damaged the older brother's carrier. Furthermore, he logged onto the internet and maliciously deleted all data related to the older brother. The father, holding the crying mother, called the authorities about his 13-year-old son's menacing actions. I have given birth to a demon. Please forgive my sins. The story isn't complicated. The 13-year-old boy was taken to a juvenile court, but his fate became a problem. Two factions in the ethics committee were at odds. The genetic modification faction believed there was no issue. A living person always has the right to dispose of a machine. This is the noble status of humanity. The mechanical transformation faction was very dissatisfied, asserting that the future trend, even after the failure of military mechs, would inevitably lean towards the mechanical side. Flesh and blood are too fragile, with reproductive uncertainties. Even a small virus could lead to humanity's extinction. The public live-streamed trial ultimately turned into a farce. Initially, jurors from various sides threw paper and pins at each other, then stood up to shout insults, and finally, the ethics committee members got into a brawl. With suits and dignity on display for the world to see, it ended with a pure-blood human judge sporting several claw marks on his face and the mechanical faction's power supply being unplugged, nearly leading to a real death. Both sides were left wounded, a farcical outcome. The entire jury was replaced and the court was adjourned, granting half of the voting rights to the public, allowing everyone to decide their own fate. However, before the next voting event began, people started to march, hack government websites, and distribute paper flyers, fully venting the energy of youth. Everyone claimed to be fighting for the future of humanity. Everyone looked towards the future from their own positions. So that's how it is. Alan covered her mouth and sighed softly, leaning against Guiqi's shoulder. Get away, you soft-boned guy. Guiqi's face turned slightly red. Zhihai gazed at Adam's eyes, noticing he was really old, with yellowing fingertips and ears, and his movements weren't as fluid. His drooping eyelids in the night looked somewhat unhappy. Zhihai asked him, "What are you thinking about?" Adam replied, "I miss Nis. Death has separated us. I said I also wanted to die, so we could be together again. But Nis said I have no life, thus there is no death. Although humans will die, they have descendants and won't be lonely, right? If I want, I can live forever, so I will never be able to find him again. I can't have my own descendants, can I? I also want descendants with the same bloodline as mine. But Nis said it's impossible. Is that true?" Adam looked very sad, his hair still damp, making him appear like a little dog soaked in rain, evoking pity. Jihai reached out her arm and brushed Adam's bangs, saying, "Maybe that's not entirely true. Although you're a robot and follow the 3 laws of robotics, preventing you from committing suicide, you also have the right to remember him and miss him. As long as you remember him, he will always exist in this world. One day in the future, if you don't want to activate anymore, or if your body is damaged beyond repair, you must have already gained a soul and can find him. You can continue to live happily with him. Who says replicants can't dream of electric sheep? Moreover, perhaps those robots appearing alongside you are your siblings?" Jihai's words became more hesitant. After saying this, she realized she was comforting a robot, and one without implanted human memory programs at that. She felt her maternal instincts were overflowing. How can I become a person? Adam fell into deep thought. The few of them on the aircraft felt utterly exhausted, lying in their seats without wanting to move. Yet, they decided to hurry and complete their mission to return to the government military's location. It was certain that the outside was not as safe as the government military. The scenes on the streets were even more chaotic than what they had seen the day before. The lights were mostly out. Even families with stored food and electricity dared not turn on the lights, as doing so would invite robbers. Who knows what was like on the black market? What about the city defense army? Jihai's mind was a mess. She was afraid of what stories lay hidden in those blank days of 20 years ago. What connections did her original self, Rose, have with Arnold, Liu Zixing, Ji Guang, and even Asher? Previously, she could bury herself in the ground like an ostrich. Now, it seemed that was no longer possible. Asher wanted Ji Guang's body. A chill ran down Jihai's back as she thought of his walls full of perverse dolls, feeling as if she was being drawn into an ever-growing whirlpool. Moreover, this time, Guiqi, Alan, and Adam were all here. It seemed a certain predetermined program had begun to operate. In Eastern Hinduism and Buddhism, this is referred to as fate and reincarnation. The cat licked Ji Guang's cheek, resting on his shoulder, back to back with him. This was the only certainty amidst all the uncertainty. They were both vibrant and real. They arrived at the room where the mother and son had once lived. It was an ordinary high-rise building. It was clear that the mother didn't have enough money or status to buy a bionic robot for her child or simply clone a body. This place was no different from the ordinary residence where Jihai lived. A building could have thousands of such small rooms. And whether you were a pure blood or a clone, if you lacked social status and money, there was no real difference. Everyone was the same. They decided to let Jihai knock on the door because the other party was a pitiful mother. The door was unlocked. Jihai gently pushed it open, and everyone stood at the doorway in shock. The room had likely not been tidied for months. It was a complete mess. No one was there. They had to turn back. Just as they reached the landing area for the aircraft outside, Arnold's slightly anxious voice came through the communicator. "Jihai, please confirm. It's very chaotic outside the city. You should come back first." Before Jihai and the others could react, a burst of flames erupted before them, lighting up the sky as if it were day. "Oh no, it's an ambush. What do we do? What do we do? None of us have ever been soldiers." Alan shouted loudly, gripping a small laser weapon. Guiqi raised his weapon, preparing to fight back. Ji Guang was the quickest to react, shielding Jihai beneath him. Jihai pulled Ji Guang and Adam to run. "Run? Are you really going to fight? Can you win?" Upon hearing this, everyone realized the logic in her words. Run. The aircraft was within reach, but the assault team behind, with their faces painted in bright colors, would never miss such a great opportunity upon seeing the latest model. The government's best aircraft fetches sky-high prices on the black market. Their attire didn't resemble that of black market individuals. They wore heavy robes draped diagonally, exuding a strong scent of natural ghee, which felt oddly familiar. The Sherpas from near the Himalayas. They were small and fit, perfectly adapted to the extreme hypoxic environment at high altitudes. "The Free Army," Guiqi exclaimed. They were the rising Free Army, previously just anarchic mercenaries. They had good physical fitness and lacked advanced genetic modification technology, but through slow natural selection, they had managed to reach the most dangerous places in the world, like the summit of Everest, without wearing oxygen. Everything can be negotiated. Alan, showing great courage, stepped forward. "Good buddies, good brothers, yes, yes, all you warriors." You want the aircraft? We'll give it to you. We're not worth much, so please don't harm them. The leader of the Sherpas was a very young boy, his eyes twinkling. Take them all away. But you promise to give us the aircraft and let us go? Huh. Think again. You're just ordinary people. If you can operate such a new aircraft from the government army, you must be worth quite a bit as hostages, right? I advise you to behave and not make things harder for yourselves. Chapter 37. Objects of amusement. Are we really going to kneel and surrender? Jihai turned back to ask Guichi and Alan. As for Ji Guang, he had a cat on his shoulder and was sniffing Adam's face for a while. The man's scent was very unfamiliar, and his curly hair was quite interesting. Guichi's black ponytail was blown into disarray by the cold wind. After thinking for a moment, he said, let's kneel and slide. Jihai and the others uniformly placed their weapons on the ground and raised their hands. What is this scheme? The leader asked in confusion. Are you surrendering before the fight even starts? Jihai looked mournful. We are just the old, weak, sick, and disabled, forced to come here to operate. Take whatever you want, just take it. We'll give you our weapons. Once the aircraft is taken away, we reckon we can walk back on foot. The sincerity in their tone was striking, reminiscent of heartfelt confessions seen only in romance dramas from the last century. Jihai's gaze met the leader's, and the young leader's expression stiffened, while others showed fear. Jihai shivered all over, sensing the leader's killing intent. A cold, hard hand rested on her back, and she thought it was Ji Guang playing with her, revealing a puzzled expression. Alan trembled and pointed at Jihai's shoulder, but couldn't get any words out. The leader pulled the incoherent Alan and shoved him toward Guichi, annoyed by his presence. Then the leader swiftly turned and encircled Jihai's side, striking decisively. Jihai felt a warmth at the back of her neck, and a few burnt strands of hair fell. It turned out that a severed limb lay on her shoulder. Upon closer inspection, it hadn't mutated and was quite different from the sleepers of the city defense camp. It was just a normal, severed human limb, lying motionless on the ground. The sky dripped with black rain, and Jihai wiped her face, the smell of blood permeating the air. This black rain was blood. Shattered limbs were continuously thrown out of the windows above. This ordinary residential building had become a haven for thugs, while the trembling humans hiding within had become objects of amusement. Around the aircraft, dozens of humanoid figures resembling zombies approached them, making it difficult to distinguish between humans and intelligent replicas. Their movements were bizarre and twisted. Jihai furrowed her brow tightly. Their faces were normal, but their walking pace was both familiar and utterly strange. They resembled low-level characters in a game, walking and jumping awkwardly, bumping into walls before turning back at a 45-degree or 90-degree angle. Guichi's voice trembled as he spoke to Jihai. It's this. This is the so-called game zombie that has its brain influenced by game characters. What game is this? The product manager should die. After venting, Guichi's face went pale. There were still 2 or 3 small aircraft, seemingly alive, hovering stealthily above their heads, waiting for the right moment to attack. But their cockpits were empty. Were they remote-controlled? Alan and Guichi regained their composure and tightly gripped their weapons again. Ji Guang rushed over, holding Jihai's shoulder and baring his teeth behind her. The Sherpa team's small squad had only 3 shabby motorcycles, so old that they were falling apart as they ran. The sounds of various machines gradually approached, and Jihai's vision darkened. Adam took Jihai's hand and stood quietly, warning, please step back, please step back. I want to protect humans. I want to protect the cat. I want to protect myself without harming humans. Jihai turned to Adam and asked, do those killing machines count as your kind? Do you want to save them? Or do you want to protect us? Adam seemingly was not affected by this question. I want to protect nice, I want to. Before Jihai could wait for an answer, Ji Guang picked her up, dodging the attacks from machines. A group of unarmed temporary recruits was no match for the brutal game zombies. Alan's accuracy, while shooting with his eyes closed, was only 10%. So the general situation was that Jihai was shooting blindly with her eyes closed, while the Sherpa Free Army was really protecting them. They only wanted the aircraft and weapons. Before long, the experienced Free Army formed a small protective circle around Jihai and the others, but this circle was getting smaller. The mindless intelligent machines had considerable combat power. They felt no pain and seemed filled with hatred for humans, or perhaps they just attacked living beings indiscriminately. The cat was also grabbed and thrown into the air, falling heavily. Its ribs were broken, and it was bleeding from its mouth and nose. "Let go of me." Jihai tried to crawl over to retrieve the cat, but Adam tightly held her arm, not allowing her to break out of the safe zone. Then the Free Army's encirclement began to slowly retreat toward Jihai's aircraft. If they had the chance, they could partially retreat to the aircraft. Saving one was better than none. In the struggle, Jihai was dragged by Adam, Guichi, and Alan to the hatch. "Get up there." Guichi, tall and long-legged, first lifted Alan up, then climbed up himself. He wanted to turn back to pull Adam and Jihai, but Jihai turned around and saw her cat still outside the safety circle. Guichi felt overwhelmed, shouting, "Is your life more important or the cat's?" "Both are important." Jihai was caught in Adam's embrace, and Ji Guang hesitated for a moment after seeing that Jihai was still safe. He picked her up entirely and threw her into the cockpit, then quickly turned and broke through the Free Army's protective circle. Ji Guang stepped on a slender Free Army soldier's shoulder and flew over, landing on the cat. He knelt down, arching his body to create a small, safe space for the cat to catch its breath. Ji Guang bit the cat's back with his mouth. Like a mother cat struggling to fight off wild dogs while also protecting her cub, regardless of whether she would win or die. In an instant, the game zombie's attacks struck his back, blood soaking through his clothes, but he stood up without a sound. Then, he picked up a discarded motorcycle from the ground as a weapon and swung it around, actually carving a bloody path as he slowly retreated toward the aircraft. Adam, fighting barehanded against the machines, moved slowly and couldn't keep up. He was grabbed by several game zombies, with his legs already disassembled and broken, upper body on the ground, hands waving in the air, struggling. Ji Guang felt sharp pain in his back as his movements slowed down. He bit the cat, reached back, and pulled Adam's upper body towards him, as Adam was almost torn apart by the vehicles. The Free Army members also mounted their motorcycles, firing in bursts. The leader drifted while shooting, coordinating with his comrades behind him, the engine noise fluctuating. They beautifully executed drifting and leaping techniques centered around the aircraft, leaving Jihai dazzled. How could those outdated motorcycles possibly compete with aerial and ground dual attacks? No matter how much they dodged and maneuvered, they still retreated step by step. The leader simply jumped off the vehicle, which was wrecked, and his vehicle was hit in the fuel tank, igniting a fire. "Why don't you die?" Guichi and Alan occupied advantageous angles inside the aircraft, shooting from two directions and unexpectedly coordinating well with the Free Army. However, the number of game zombies coming out from the high buildings increased. They even had to jump out of windows, turning into a pile of meat paste. Despair. Utter despair. The leader was also pinned down by a machine. He was being struck repeatedly, and his forehead cracked open. Ji Guang swung Adam's upper body down onto the machine, resolving the leader's crisis. "Thank you," the leader said, struggling to sit up. Adam moved his hands away from his face. "You're welcome." Then Ji Guang, with a cat in his mouth, dragged Adam, whose body was only half intact, with his left hand, and pulled the disfigured leader with his right hand. The night was dark and heavy, sparks flying, and Ji Guang, covered in blood, successfully reached the hatch. "Ji Guang, come back and throw me the cat, hurry." Ji Guang first set Adam down, then grabbed the cat with one hand and threw it toward the spacecraft's hatch, where Jihai extended his hands to catch it. Surprisingly, Adam was still clear-headed. He leaned on his two hands and shakily crawled to the hatch, and Alan pulled him in smoothly. As for the leader, Chapter 38, Pyrrhic Victory. The leader was covered in blood, gasping for breath, utterly exhausted, with only his eyes shining brightly. He had both hands gripping the edge of the hatch, dragging behind him a wounded freedom fighter who was very young. Behind them stood Ji Guang. Adam was at the entrance, holding the hatch, extending his hand, unsure of whom to pull first. "Come on, you fool, close the door. Let them fight it out." Guichi was climbing to the cockpit, determined to start the aircraft, frequently glancing back in anxiety. The cat was on the verge of death, spitting out a mouthful of blood, while Jihai was holding the cat, her hands trembling uncontrollably, covered in blood from her face to her chest, one hand still clutching a first aid kit. The hatch of the aircraft was still wide open. 3 seconds to take off. Guichi gritted his teeth and turned to start the engines. The entire aircraft let out a tremendous roar, and the hatch began to slowly slide shut. Adam's processor was at his chest. He touched it, looking back at Jihai, seemingly intending to follow new instructions. Preparation for takeoff complete, beginning to taxi. Alan, as co-pilot, was too preoccupied to pay attention to the situation in the back. He wiped his face and fastened his seatbelt. The leader's eyes were smeared with blood. He was at his limit, his fingers loosening one by one. Well, I guess this is how it ends here. The scene before him was a blur of dark red, the wind roaring loudly, and his body felt like a tattered rag, hanging on the side of the aircraft. Jiguang heard Guiqi's urging voice. He ran alongside the aircraft as it taxied, forcing the hatch open while supporting the leader. Adam unhesitatingly pulled the leader inside, and then the injured sidekick was similarly tossed in. Who else hasn't gotten on? 0 seconds. Takeoff. Jiguang was still below. Jihai's voice was hoarse. Let's go. Otherwise, we'll all be done for. Alan turned his head, speaking urgently. The leader slid down against the hatch, snatching the medical gauze from Jihai's hand, wiping it across his face, then grabbing the hemostatic spray and haphazardly spraying it on his face and arms. He raised the laser weapon, demanding Guiqi to move aside. Get out of my way. The leader extended his dark hand and first threw Alan out of the co-pilot's seat. Guiqi was now highly tense, ready to explode at any moment, his hands on the controls in a chaotic state, the aircraft nearly crashing to the ground. Jihai grabbed the leader's hand, insisting they couldn't leave Jiguang behind. Shut up, the leader shouted at Jihai again. If this continues, we'll all die together. If we die together, then so be it, Jihai cried, gasping for breath. What about your men? Don't you care about them? I'm trying to save people. The leader violently yanked the seatbelt off and threw Guiqi into the back seat. He wiped the blood from his face and glanced at everyone. Buckle up. The aircraft soared into the sky, showcasing a level of technology everyone had never seen before. Like a fierce eagle, it swiftly circled, ascended, charged, shot, and extended its sharp claws. The gray sky mixed with dark purple at the horizon flashed with red light, followed by more than 10 aircraft appearing. They rushed directly towards Jihai and the others, skillfully weaving through the tall buildings in the sky. Jihai focused, realizing these were government military aircraft. The silver-white fuselages, streamlined and beautiful, were arrayed in various formations as they approached. Great! Guiqi and Alan cheered. With reinforcements, the situation turned instantly. This is bad. The leader's face darkened. The government military had always been at odds with him, and this time he couldn't escape disaster. Guiqi and Alan regained their composure, grabbing their shooting weapons, quickly occupying a corner and firing at the zombies. Jihai wasn't idle either. She quickly bandaged the bleeding abdomen of the cat. She raised a small laser weapon and began shooting outside, the first time she had held a gun, wiping her tears and nose while aiming. It turned out, with the leader's impressive flying skills, they were like tigers with wings, and their accuracy improved significantly. This hard-fought battle ended quickly, and everyone inside the cabin vomited. A Pyrrhic victory. The game's zombies hiding in the building finally stopped jumping out of the windows and stairwells. A few with some semblance of reason knelt and begged for mercy, but Axel's squad didn't spare them, blowing them all to pieces. The building's power and network interfaces were deliberately bombed again. The leader's side suffered heavy losses, with only one young soldier, covered in blood, surviving with one arm lost. He and Jiguang supported each other, standing up in the massive airflow at the tail of the aircraft, amidst a sea of blood and flesh. Only they survived. Jiguang had no intact flesh on his body, but managed to board the aircraft. A sudden silence fell in the cabin. Having just experienced a battle, everyone's nerves seemed to snap, short-circuiting. We're late. Shamu, long time no see. Axel's lazy yet smug voice came through the communicator. Give up struggling, give up hope, and come back to the base with me. The leader, referred to as Shamu, was furious but had no way out. Now, facing 10 government military aircraft, surrounded from all sides, and with no allies in the cabin. However, there was still a chance. Shamu raised his weapon and aimed at Jihai. Hostage. Axel continued, Shamu, you should come back to us peacefully. By the way, your stronghold has already been taken down. Otherwise, why do you think I arrived so late? The leader Shamu's hand gripped the control stick tightly, nearly breaking it. Alan, trembling behind him, cautiously suggested, "Calm down. Handsome, let's stay calm. Over 300 of your sisters and brothers have already voluntarily joined the government military camp. Why don't you reconsider?" "Fine, you're tough." Shamu nearly yanked the control stick out of the cabin to throw it at Axel's face. The return journey was uneventful. Shamu piloted smoothly. The cat and Jiguang lay quietly on the aircraft floor, severely injured, breathing weakly. "Weren't you supposed to have incredible recovery abilities?" Jihai cried. "They're all liars. Sobi, sobi, sobi." Jiguang's face was pale, his black hair soaked with blood sticking to his forehead. This time, the healing of his wounds was much slower, and blood continued to flow out. Jihai pressed her hand firmly against his severely bleeding abdomen, but it was futile. Blood flowed down her hand onto the floor. The aircraft slowly glided through the air, like a panicked fledgling flapping in the air, finally finding the way back with its family. The leader's face turned pale. This was the way Jihai and the others were returning, but it was leading him further away from home. In the night, this group of silver-white aircraft swiftly cut through the night sky like birds returning to their nests. The people inside the aircraft had their own thoughts. Jihai's aircraft landed with a loud rumble, scraping its belly against the ground, using the most primitive method for a forced landing. As the aircraft had suffered heavy damage during the battle, the leader glanced at the dashboard, his tone sarcastic. "You've made it home." They had returned to the government military base. From the ground, it looked like a massive building that seemed no different from its surroundings, but upon closer inspection, one would find very few windows and extraordinarily thick walls. The underground was even more extensive, making it the perfect structure for air defense and disaster prevention. The psychological doctors and medical staff from the ethics research department received them, bustling about. The cat and Jiguang were taken to the intensive care unit. His body was connected to various tubes and instruments, while the cat's abdomen rose and fell rapidly, staring wide-eyed. Jiguang and the cat couldn't hear the sound around them. They only saw the lips of the sea moving in slow motion. There was a roaring sound near their ears. The light in the emergency room was pale and glaring. He and the cat wanted to close their eyes, but someone was slapping their faces, urging them to stay awake. The sounds came in waves, crashing over them, and Jiguang and the cat simultaneously lost consciousness. Chapter 39. Chaos and turmoil. The shouts and the sounds of machinery crashed over them like waves, suddenly knocking them down into the gravel, leaving them breathless, then slowly receding, exposing their bare bodies to the cold air, their lungs filled with sand and seawater. Bang! The door to the treatment room slammed shut. The underground medical facility was stuffy, filled with the smell of disinfectant, while the treatment room carried a faint metallic scent of blood, causing Jihai's stomach to churn. The arrival of Azur made Jihai extremely tense. "Are you trying to take Jiguang's body now?" Azur crossed his legs, fiddling with his gloves, lifted Jihai's chin with his hand, leaned in close, and blew a puff of smoke at her. "You should think about yourself first, whether you can survive." The cigar in Azur's hand was squished out of shape. He was in a bad mood, as the two defensive camps were completely out of contact. The fate of Arnold's remaining troops, buried in the snow, was uncertain. The government troops were seriously understaffed, and the city was in chaos. The teams they sent out to maintain basic electricity and water supply were also facing dire situations. There was an urgent need for new recruits. The mutated sleepers had also caused a series of problems, leaving the people in the city with no way out. He took a hard puff on the cigar, exhaled the smoke ring into the air, and then broke into a fierce cough. Azur, now serious, sat upright, carrying a hint of military demeanor. Suddenly, the sound of a crowd surged outside like a tide, and Azur's expression turned grave. Countless refugees, along with uninfected citizens, surged to the entrance, gathering in the hundreds of thousands. This place was not like the solid defensive camp with ample space. They could only effectively accommodate a few tens of thousands. Many people were holding tritium lamps for illumination, which burned continuously without electricity, appearing very dim and powerless in the cold wind and rain. A few powerful individuals also arrived in flying vehicles, creating an unbearable noise overhead. Teachers from the nursery even dragged a group of children into the crowd. The crowd was silent, like a group of black lambs, interspersed with families of clones and intelligent beings. Everything was visible. The young soldiers, seeing the situation, raised their weapons and fired 2 flares, demanding the crowd to maintain order. Liu Zhixing's video call was connected. He wanted to see if Ji Hai was there. This surprised Ji Hai. She pointed the camera at the shivering crowd in the cold wind, pleading for the sir to take them in. There's no room. Azur was unusually irritable. Saving a part would be better. Ji Hai imlot. Azur exploded with anger. Save whom? Who not to save? You can just go out now and let another person come in. Is this a matter of taking people in? It's about the lack of food, water, and electricity. How do I know which of them has been infected in the brain and when they'll go mad? I just saved you back, and now I have to save them? Put away your saintly heart. You're just like Rose. Foolish. Azur's lengthy outburst made him cough violently. Ji Hai was taken aback. Do you know Rose? Take her and Natsu away. Azur avoided and changed the subject. Ji Hai, Adam, Guichi, and Alan supported each other, showing puzzled expressions, glancing at each other, not daring to ask more, silently returning to the biological hospital-type laboratory from the morning. The space here was dimly lit, with a spiral staircase in the middle, and within the cylindrical building were layers of rooms that could serve as living or imprisonment quarters. The windows were transparent and tightly sealed, capable of maintaining negative pressure to isolate viruses if necessary. The most numerous in the rooms were pregnant women with bulging bellies and children. They looked dazed, wearing the same loose white dresses as Ji Hai had before, quietly watching the newcomers through the bars of the cage. Their faces were dark, their features emaciated, resembling Sherpas. Ji Hai looked at the pregnant women lying flat on the beds, their bodies tethered by tubes, and turned to seek some explanation from Azur. The leader followed behind, exhaling disdain and hatred through his nostrils. This is precisely the good deed done by the government recently. They said they wanted to improve the population quality of the next generation, and our Sherpa bodies were targeted. They're all my sisters, carefully chosen as surrogates. Being captured by you is my misfortune. Meaning you can't be a trap set by the government army, right? The leader sat on a broken wooden box, gulping down a glass of water next to Azur in one go. God knows what kind of monsters they will give birth to. Earlier, you wanted to hijack a flying vehicle. How did it turn into us setting a trap for you? Ji Hai replied softly. The hundreds of pregnant women here were originally being monitored well in the government hospital experimental department. Now that they have been taken away by you, who knows what viruses they will bring back? Azur was even more furious, almost shooting daggers from his eyes at Natsu's chest. Natsu, bound by 2 government soldiers, struggled incessantly. They're all our sisters, you devils. Natsu shouted angrily, his voice echoing down the corridor, eventually fading away. Also, did you find the needed information at the first household? Azur ignored Natsu's fury. Guichi and Alan pointed at Adam beside them. Oh no, the Adam at their feet, who only had the upper part of his chest left. Fortunately, the storage unit was undamaged, but he could no longer speak. Please fix him. The information we obtained is all in the storage unit in his chest. Ji Hai twisted her fingers, pleading. Azur looked at Ji Hai's plea, expressionless, and did not respond. You had a good harvest today. You found Adam. We also brought back hundreds of pregnant women previously robbed by the Sherpa Free Army. Let's see what happened to Adam. Azur's mood improved considerably as he took 2 puffs of the cigar. Can I have my clothes and belongings back from my previous residence? Ji Hai asked. Azur nodded. They've been sent to your dormitory. Can I come over tomorrow to see Ji Guang and the cat? Ji Hai mustered her courage to ask. Don't worry. I won't let Ji Guang die easily. As for that cat, why should I save it? Its body is of no use to me. Ji Hai was momentarily speechless. I don't know either why he exchanged memories with the cat. Azur pressed his thumb against his temple. Because he gave up his dignity as a human. Arnold entered quietly in an electric wheelchair. He could not face his own humanity. Mr. Arnold? Ji Hai and Azur turned at the same time. Even sitting in a wheelchair, Arnold wore a dark military uniform, with several honor medals hanging on his chest. Natsu, do you still remember me? Arnold's eyes were deep. Natsu had just struggled, and the slightly treated wounds instantly split open. He could barely see, unable to distinguish clearly, relying only on sound to identify a few vague figures. Let us get you to rest first, and we'll talk tomorrow. Ji Hai obediently agreed. This time back, she had become a person. Her cat and Ji Guang were no longer by her side. Her small room had already been filled with her previous trivial belongings. In the few years she had memories in the city, Jihai had very few things that truly belonged to her. She rummaged through her clothes and successfully found the small storage card that Ji Guang had taken, holding it in her hand. This card still bore a faint bloodstain, and Jihai gently wiped it with a tissue, carefully placing it into the pendant of her necklace. After tidying up, Jihai lay on the bed, and the various scrapes and bruises from outside began to throb painfully. From the outside in, she felt anxious with every breath she took. Jihai couldn't fall asleep at all. Today, no one had locked her room door, and Guichi and Alan could come and go freely. The entire government army was in disarray. Jihai got up to open the door, wanting to ask a young soldier, but they kept moving without stopping, only respectfully saying, "Ms. Jihai, please stay in your room and keep the negative pressure on. This is the safest place." Above her head, there was a rumbling sound, different from the sound of aircraft. It was heavy and oppressive, the noise of armored vehicles and heavy weapons rushing back and forth. It was chaotic. Chapter 40. The moon in the water, the noise outside was still as heart-pounding as a tsunami warning. Would those children come in? They had accepted their fate during these chaotic weeks. People had painstakingly found the location of the government forces, but the hope for refuge was minimal. Every batch of newcomers needed to have their identities and health strictly verified. The procedures were cumbersome, and progress was slow. The aircraft that had just returned with Jihai replenished their energy and continued to venture out, trying to control the dangers at the periphery of the crowd. The network was now completely cut off, and the vast majority of the base stations had been destroyed. The virtual virus could not infect humans through brain-machine interfaces, and it could always be contained. What virtue did she have to hide in a safe place? Perhaps it was because her body was that of Rose, the daughter of Jihai, not just Jihai herself. Jihai felt a bit of irony. Would Jiguang fall asleep and dream of eating boiled chicken? What about the cat? Would it look at each other disdainfully while eating? Her memories before the age of 20 were distant as a dream that had been replicated. The only real memories were the days spent with the cat and Jiguang, but soon, this little bit of reality and warmth would shatter like the moon in the water when she reached out her hand. If she was the second-generation clone of Rose, the daughter of Lu Jixing, then she had only 20 to 30 years of life left. It was almost over. Arnold had copied her and left her to live alone in this city, with only a Freedom Clone identity card. According to the terms of the Ethics Committee, she could not casually fall in love or get pregnant because her genes were incompatible. Of course, the company routinely informed her that when they copied her, they had already made modifications, and she did not need to reproduce. She was just one of many clones. She was a process container, only needed to store the memories of the original. Where were Rose's memories? Would she one day become Rose herself? The air was hot. Her body was cool. Jihai gently touched her belly and smiled. She did not deserve to be human. Living was meaningless. This night was so long, long enough to have no end. Rose's memories were calling her, familiar enough to make her shiver. Jihai's tightly knitted brows slowly relaxed, and the gray-blue smoke spewed out again in the room, immediately inducing a sense of sleepiness, plunging her into a deep sleep. Her breathing slowed down. Jihai arrived at a previously bright and clean place, with golden light spreading in the air. A chubby angel in the sky was blowing a horn. The most miraculous thing was a string of base 4 codes floating in the air, as only genes were in base 4. Jihai was puzzled. She reached out to touch them, and those codes seemed to come alive, slipping away playfully from her fingers. The 6-winged angel called from above, and the strings of code seemed to obey his commands, spinning and jumping rhythmically around him. She saw a vague figure, so familiar. Jiguang. Boom! Jihai's pupils dilated rapidly. Everything collapsed, and she suddenly woke up from her dream. She sat up in bed, drenched in sweat. Only 10 minutes had passed. No, she couldn't sleep. Jihai put on her clothes and ran to the emergency room door. There were only 2 young guards at the entrance, who did not let her in. The sound of familiar boots clicked in her ears. Jihai turned around. Axel had come, pushing Arnold along. They signaled for Jihai to return to her room, and he followed them in. Axel said, "Take the thing out. I know it's in your hands." Jihai was taken aback, gripping the pendant tightly. "Rest assured, I want to destroy it." Axel's expression was serious. We need Jiguang now. He is the only one who has been bitten by the sleeper and has not been infected at all. And you are very strange. You are like Rose, yet different. You carry mutated genes, but you are not mutated. The games made by your hand are intricately linked to this network infection. Alan and the others have already started working on it. When you have time, you could take a look, but it's not urgent now. In any case, tonight, we can only take in a portion of the refugees outside. Even if they all came in, we wouldn't have enough food to last more than 2 weeks. If Jiguang survives, he might be able to save more people. We need him. Arnold spoke earnestly, his gray-blue eyes gently looking at Jihai. What can I do? Jihai's eyes widened. We need to return everything to the original owner. Let Jiguang be in Jiguang's body and the cat in the cat's body. Jihai hesitated for a moment, then took out the storage device from the back of Jiguang's neck, nervously looking at Arnold, who nodded. The storage device was very small, only the size of a mung bean. Axel inserted it into the card reader, and the screen first displayed segments of brain waves, slowly parsing out sound and picture fragments one by one. They saw the memories that originally belonged to Jiguang. Jiguang's original self, Jiguang, was the most outstanding warrior of their cohort, the most popular classmate. Even Rose, the daughter of the highest commander Lu Zhixing, liked him. Every boy envied and admired Jiguang, except for Arnold, whose gaze was always distant. Rose and Jiguang had set a marriage pact, waiting for Rose's health to improve, just as he graduated from military school, to get married. On the day of the engagement ceremony, everything was beautiful, a retro, solemn, and beautiful ritual. However, 1 month before the ceremony, Arnold told Jiguang that his wife was a monster. Without him reminding, Jiguang also noticed the anomaly, as her heart seemed to have its own consciousness. Gradually, Rose discovered that her heartbeat, even her hands and feet, would not completely obey her consciousness. Her body was covered with lumps similar to cancer cells, which grew wildly, mutated, and expanded completely out of control. Rose said, after the wedding, she would die without regrets. She was guilty. She had caused Jenny's death, and she did not expect Jenny to forgive her sins. Humanity was hypocritical and arrogant, thinking they had unraveled the mystery of divine creation, and they must accept punishment. And she was the manifestation of that punished miracle. Rose at the ceremony was beautiful. Her gown was rose pink, and she smiled in the wind. I'm sorry, she said to Jiguang. I didn't have the courage to commit suicide. Please help me. Rose thus died in Jiguang's hands, using a medium-sized laser weapon, without pain, turning to ashes, leaving no trace. Jiguang sought out a military tribunal, requesting to process himself. He was willing to donate his body for internal genetic modification research, while also giving up his consciousness and body. Everyone here probably understood why Jiguang was willing to give up himself. Even if Jiguang's memories were forcibly copied into the clone body of Jiguang, he was unwilling to wake up, preferring to sleep in the cat's body, exiling and torturing himself. Arnold turned to Jihai and said, I preserved a fresh tissue sample of Jenny. I cloned Jenny and embedded a segment of my X gene into it. Look, your freckles are so much like mine, and they're this beauty mark. Jihai was struck dumb. No wonder she had no memories from 20 years ago. She was Jenny's substitute. The absurdity of the world. She was Jenny, but not entirely. She was Lu Zhixing's daughter, but not entirely. She was Arnold's daughter, but not entirely. Moreover, it seemed that the gene modification was not accurate. Her heart problem had also become an issue like Rose's, and if she were a third generation, her mitochondria would shorten. Calculating her lifespan, there was very little left. Then why did you leave me? Let me live alone in the city? Arnold's voice was deep. Jenny once told me that if one day she could get out of the cloning facility, she wanted to go to the city and live a normal human life to become herself, not someone else, and certainly not a container. In the last few months, Jenny seemed to understand what was going to happen to her. She was always so smart, but she never complained. She was always so gentle. Even when she said goodbye to me for the last time, she left with a smile. The sun was shining brightly that day, and she looked beautiful. Arnold's expression was stern, and perhaps he didn't even realize that he was already in tears. Axel lowered his head, his hat covering his face. No one knew what he was thinking after hearing all this. Jihai was still digesting Arnold's story, and sadly turned her gaze to Jiguang's body. He was being rescued, and we couldn't go in. Jihai's small face was pressed against the cold glass partition. Watching Jiguang connected to ECMO, his body covered with various tubes, with an invasive brain-machine interface inserted into the back of his neck. The cat's body was connected to many tubes. Even as a cat, he was struggling to survive. Unwilling to give up, he didn't want to wake up at all. Axel gently cleared his throat. This means Jiguang has dispersed his consciousness into 3 places. The part of the memory on you is something he once didn't want to recall. He separated out the unpleasant memories related to the rose. What can be left now are his happy and joyful parts, which is why we have the lovely Jiguang and the cat that likes warmth. But now the cat's body can't hold on any longer, and then a young male voice came from the corner of the emergency room. It was Wei Tian, the head of the ICU, who was newly in charge of research related to AI and human memories. Outside, the cries of sorrow were everywhere. Let's first bring him back. Let's give it a try, even if it's just a moon in the water. Wei Tian was a thin man wearing glasses, and beside him sat Lin Lin, who looked serious, nervously monitoring the various data on the instruments. Jihai nodded at Arnold's face. The emergency room was cold and metallic, with a low temperature. The cat's ECG was about to flatline. Please save them. Jihai's plea was loud, but it couldn't penetrate the thick glass at all. Chapter 41. A stopgap measure. The crowds on the ground continued to gather. The snow fell heavier, and everyone tried to curl up as tightly as possible, resisting the wind and snow outside. Those waiting in line for a long time had snow piled on their heads and shoulders, resembling statues. A night passed, and the dawn's purity peaked over the horizon. Arnold also arrived at the crowded area to help maintain order. Soldiers continuously distributed food and hot water to the people in line. The commotion next to the group that had not passed inspection grew louder, as hundreds of armored vehicles formed a cordon to prevent large-scale gatherings and stampedes. If infected individuals were discovered, each group would only consist of a few thousand people, making it impossible to launch an effective attack on the government military base. Arnold, with red eyes and only 2 hours of rest, had moved from the emergency room to the center of the refugee camp. Jihai felt the atmosphere in the emergency room was too oppressive and that she could not help much. She borrowed a coat from Azur, wrapped it around herself, and followed the soldiers to distribute hot water, food, and basic frostbite treatment to the elderly, weak, women, and children passing through the inspection checkpoint, busy without a moment's pause. Only by doing so could Jihai distract herself. Her tear-streaked face had swollen to look like a pig's head, with her eyelids resembling 2 cotton candies pressing down on her face, pale and puffy. Mr. Arnold, please save them. Mr. Liu Zhixing. Guiqi and Alan also got up early and joined the crowd asking for help. Perhaps knowing that crying out would be futile, the line outside was unusually silent. Everyone was trying to conserve their last bit of strength, enduring with the last glimmer of hope. In comparison, Jihai felt that crying all night was truly a sign of weakness. She felt she had no right to be so idle. She needed to be strong. If Jiguang could indeed wake up, she wanted to greet him with a cheerful demeanor. However, something went wrong in the end. A few pure-blood humans were hiding inside a flying vehicle, enjoying the warm air conditioning, leisurely waiting in line. They had satellite communication devices, and after connecting to the internet out of boredom, they unfortunately became infected. It seemed the virtual virus infection had started to evolve. The weapons they had prepared for self-defense began attacking the buffer zone where Arnold was located. Those few infected individuals, in a state of confusion, emitted hoarse, chaotic sounds from their throats, their faces twisted in despair, their pupils suddenly dilating and then shrinking without pattern, their eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets. Completely congested and burst. In an instant, the government military's entrance was briefly breached, and a few individuals attempted to rush in. Seeing the chaos at the checkpoint, the crowd wanted to take advantage of the confusion and rush in. The situation unraveled. The sounds of children crying, shouting, and trampling melded into a chaotic mass. The noises grew closer. A seemingly gentle kindergarten teacher wielded a dining knife, lifting a little girl and poking her delicate neck, demanding entry into the restricted area. Her face was scorched black from laser weapon fire, black powder fluttering down from her. She appeared to be devoid of pain, her throat emitting indistinct, guttural sounds, swaying as she moved forward. The children were terrified, screaming and scattering in all directions, and the young soldiers couldn't bear to fire their weapons to intimidate the children, further escalating the chaos. A black figure suddenly surged forward, moving swiftly like a ghost. The shadow wore a black hooded sweatshirt and was unarmed. He violently slammed his knee into the teacher's back. He seized her hand that held the dining knife with his left hand, and with his right hand, he grabbed the child and tossed her into the arms of a nearby young soldier. The teacher's entire body twisted around, letting out a piercing scream at the black figure, her lower body contorting 180 degrees. The soldiers in the nearby armored vehicles had already raised their weapons, aiming at the target, but hesitated to fire recklessly. Seeing that the chaos was uncontrollable, Lu Zhixing planned to fire a small laser weapon directly at the center of the turmoil. He opened his radio. Wait! Zhihai recognized the figure as Ji Guang. Mr. Liu, that's Ji Guang. Her pupils trembled, and her hand holding the disinfectant was frozen stiff. Was there really no other way? Arnold, trembling in his wheelchair, stood up and pulled Lu Zhixing forward. Perhaps we have other options. There are only a few dozen truly chaotic individuals. We can deal with them all together, right? Azar had also stayed up all night, his eyes bloodshot. Although Arnold held on to Lu Zhixing tightly, he was looking at Zhihai. Zhihai's gaze met Arnold's, and she spoke up, for the remaining crowd still waiting. Can we move them to the mountain tunnel over there? The mountain tunnel between the government, military, and the city defense camp. That passage is absolutely sealed, and it's not too cold underground. We can slowly settle them, take our time. If this continues, even if we blow up these people, the rest won't last much longer. They will also suffer frostbite and die. Zhihai recalled the journey she took on Azur's flying vehicle to the city defense camp. It seemed that it might not be impossible. Azur and Arnold exchanged glances with Lu Zhixing. Perhaps it was a stopgap measure. While they hesitated, Ji Guang had already subdued the hoarse-voiced female teacher. Her teeth ground together, biting fiercely on Ji Guang's arm. Ji Guang endured for a moment, then forcefully pulled his arm away, causing the woman to spit out a mouthful of blood that dripped down her chin onto the snow, a shocking sight. And blood immediately splattered everywhere. The snow was cold and biting. She struggled, her face blurry, her gaze vacant, her body twisted and deformed. After a moment, she lay still in the snow. The surrounding people stopped screaming and fleeing, forming a large circle as the desperate cries gradually subsided. The line slowly regained its shape, and the speed at which tens of thousands of people entered increased significantly. People fell silent. The armored vehicles and government military aircraft changed formation, with groups of 100 lining up for voluntary inspections. Those unwilling to wait could bypass inspection and go directly to the underground tunnel, waiting for further arrangements. After all this commotion, by noon, the line was finally organized smoothly, and there were very few people left outside. Ji Guang had not retreated to rest. He remained in the crowd, his gaze sharp, searching for dangerous individuals to stop them in advance, his efficiency astonishing. Zhihai could only see Ji Guang's black figure from a distance, standing high up. He occasionally leaped into the crowd and then returned to his high vantage point like a black statue, silently watching over the masses. However, Zhihai felt that when his gaze swept over her, he no longer recognized her. He seemed so unfamiliar. There were too many injured, so many that Zhihai was eventually pushed deep into the base, unable to see that black figure at all. Zhihai truly could not care less about eating, drinking, or resting. Her hands were constantly busy, and her heart was in turmoil. Was it really Ji Guang? Had he returned to his body? Zhihai wanted to go confirm, but she felt timid. Her hands kept moving. The cries in the emergency room and the tunnel continued, with infected individuals going mad, unable to control themselves. The soldiers of the government military were exhausted. Those sounds surged into Zhihai's ears like waves. These were not the dismembered limbs of the sleepers, aimlessly clinging and biting. They were all living people, and Zhihai felt dizzy, her chest tightening, nauseous, and wanting to vomit. With each heartbeat feeling like a heavy hammer striking her chest, she fainted. Ji Guang, following Arnold's instructions, carried Zhihai to a separate room in a high-rise building. And Adam, who had only half a body left, crawled in behind him. The room was very clean, with a few pieces of men's clothing, the owner unknown, feeling as if it hadn't been inhabited for a long, long time. This place seemed like a different world from the bloody slaughter below. It was clean and cold. Jihai soon woke up. Where was Ji Guang? Where was the Ji Guang who used to lean on my shoulder to look out the window? Jihai embraced Adam's old, not very soft shoulder. His metal skeleton was so hard. Adam's truly beautiful and innocent blue eyes seemed to be deep in thought about this issue. But he couldn't answer. His system told him that when he couldn't answer a person's question, he could quietly accompany her. A knock on the door sounded, and Adam went to open it. Ji Guang's figure slowly appeared in the darkness. Silence spread between the two of them. Adam gently closed the door and waited at the entrance. Unfortunately, madam, your Ji Guang might have collapsed at the moment of brain death. I will now remember some details of your time together. However, for me, it's no different from watching a movie. I remember, but I know that it's not me. Jihai froze, turning back to force a smile. Do you really remember those things before? Ji Guang's gaze calmly swept across Jihai's face. Yes, I remember. Jihai jumped up and rushed to Ji Guang, embracing his warm body as she usually did. Ji Guang allowed her to hold him, looking down at her for a moment before quietly pushing the silver-haired girl in front of him away, as if pushing away a stranger. To be precise, I am not Ji Guang, nor am I that former humanoid pet. I don't love eating chicken, and I'm not afraid of water either. Of course, if you wish, you can still call me that. The pronunciation makes no difference. Ji Guang's speech was clear, his words sincere, his movements steady. In his young eyes, his expression held the weariness of having seen countless experiences. He did not avoid her, but there was no other emotion. Light. Jihai's raised arm fell down dejectedly. Chapter 42. Dandelion. Ji Guang was no longer the boy squatting on the ground. He was no longer the one who would rest his face in his palms, lean against his shoulder to quietly look out the window, compete with cats for chicken, hug his knees while watching himself work with delight, or fear water. He now appeared to be a strong adult man in his late 20s, his eyes no longer dark and naive, but rather mature and passionate. He had changed into a dark military uniform, standing tall and with a solemn expression. He calmly gazed at Jihai, his eyes piercing through her body, shattering her soul, and finally landing on another person who was not Jihai. His pupils were pitch black and chaotic, momentarily lost. Rose, I have returned. Suddenly, he forcefully pulled Jihai into his embrace, as if trying to embed her into his body. Jihai's green eyes widened in confusion, feeling breathless. I'm not Rose, she sobbed, pushing her hands outward with all her strength. He lowered his head. Rose, I miss you so much. I'm not. Jihai screamed, her whole body stiffening as she resisted the embrace. Adam extended his mechanical arm and forcefully stopped Ji Guang, applying pressure that left a large bruise on Ji Guang's face. The air froze for a moment, and Ji Guang's pupils returned to normal. He released her arms. I'm sorry, I was blank for a moment. It felt like something had taken over my body. I'm sorry. He kept retreating. Jihai looked down, not wanting to see him. She squatted down and hugged Adam, crying loudly, her sadness outweighing her fear. Once again, she sincerely expressed, I'm sorry. Ji Guang appeared dazed and at a loss. The memories of living with Jihai, including those in the cat's body, felt like several split personalities violently colliding in his brain, causing a splitting headache. He endured the pain and turned to Adam, saying, please take care of her. Then he took large strides and quickly left. Without looking back, without hesitation, Jihai watched Ji Guang's departing figure, tears blurring her vision. That was not her Ji Guang. She squatted on the ground, curling into a small ball, like a child who had lost her candy. Adam's big blue eyes blinked as he searched through the storage for ways to comfort someone who was sad and crying. Unfortunately, he couldn't connect to the internet now. He could only search through the meager articles about sadness in the government's intranet for lines to say, Rose was stolen from me. The person you love was killed by me. Not loving you is a lie. Wanting to forget you is the truth. If I had a gun, I could protect you. But I could also kill you. Yet in the end, I would still secretly throw it away and stumble toward you saying I'm so scared. Berlin girl. Jihai covered her face without lifting her head. Adam scratched his hair and recited another line. I am a desperate person, with words that echo nowhere. Losing everything, yet having everything. The last tether, my final hope sings for you. In this barren land of mine, you're the last rose. Neruda, help! As Jihai cried, she suddenly smiled at Adam. Not every woman feels sad about a man's departure. Is it only heartbreak and rejection? Okay? Zihai puset Adam fa sili jet. You should update your smart learning model. It's so outdated, still talking about love and roses. Don't mention the word rose to me. As she spoke, Jihai laughed, feeling both amused and exasperated at this naive, intelligent being. This is not the time to cry. She found a few energy bars in the room, forced herself to eat them, and charged Adam for a while. Then looked at the situation outside. She decided to continue looking for Arnold and Mr. Liu to see if there was anything she could help with. This was the last place she could stay. Not a single brick belonged to her. But who could say this wasn't her home? It was said that there used to be a wild plant, a small dandelion, white and fluffy, carried by the wind wherever it went. Now, this little dandelion had floated here, so this was her home. But she couldn't fight alongside the soldiers. Jihai thought for a moment and decided to head to the medical room. At least she could serve tea and water, help with simple wound dressings, and assist the elderly, weak, and women and children. She pulled Adam down with her. The base had reduced its lighting system to 1/10 to save electricity, and the heating was insufficient. In a line for health checks, a small girl was sobbing softly, causing a wave of whimpering sounds. Yet everyone tried to maintain an orderly line, squatting or lying on the ground. After spending a day and night in the freezing cold, most people were exhausted. A few young children cried out that they wanted to follow another group to the underground passage where their relatives were still waiting in line. The glaring white light of the flashlight occasionally swept over the low sobbing crowd in the darkness, and the white mist from everyone's breath was very noticeable in the beam of light. Jihai and Adam struggled to move through the crowd and finally stumbled to the vicinity of the emergency room. The area outside the emergency room was also filled with injured personnel. Dozens of soldiers were at the entrance. They recognized Jihai and granted her access. Inside the emergency room lay dozens of severely injured soldiers, including several civilian casualties. Wei Tian was sweating profusely, peering out from the instrument, calling Jihai over. Before the cat died, the consciousness of humanity had been copied into Ji Guang's mind. Thankfully. Thank God. The cat's body lay quietly on a small silver-gray metal platform. Its eyes half opened, mouth slightly showing its teeth, and its hind legs unnaturally stiff and dangling at its side. This sudden scene left Jihai in a daze. She was already exhausted, having fainted earlier. Now she felt dizzy, and as she raised her arm, Adam quickly supported her. Wei Tian raised his finger to adjust his glasses that would always slide down, took out a diagnostic report paper filled with handwritten notes. This is what Ji Guang just instructed me to pass on to you. Ms. Jihai, please take a look. Wei Tian's glasses glimmered with the cold blue light of the emergency room. Ji Guang. And the things he should complete, he cannot accompany you now. You should understand a bit about his original situation. Please don't be too sad. Wei Tian's words indeed carried a hint of concern. Jihai stood there in a daze, not moving. Adam took the paper and brought it to Jihai's eyes. Ms. Jihai, where to begin? It's truly a long story. The first time I saw Rose, I liked her. But her health was poor. She was already in a wheelchair early on. She said the doctor told her she would be fine after surgery. Arnold and I were the best of buddies, and we dreamed of contributing to humanity after graduation. Arnold firmly believed that the body was God's precious divine hand and should not be altered arbitrarily. Humanity should not attempt to do what only God should do. So he and Commander Liu Zhixing dedicated themselves to developing exoskeletons and mecha-type weapons. As for me, I believed that human genes were a string of codes. This code had been used stably and efficiently for millions of years, 1,000 times better than the silicon-based codes that humans had developed in recent decades, far more stable. Requiring no massive computations or stable electricity, it naturally had its own system. Even more remarkably, it could evolve by itself, perfecting itself, discarding the unnecessary, and strengthening what was needed. In the short term, it seemed to operate independently of human will, but the giraffe's neck is so long, and the whale is a streamlined mammal. These can only be achieved through the dual effectiveness of external use and internal desire. And here lies a question. Besides the physical transformation, could my brain also be transformed at that time? Humans learn new things far too slowly. Later, I devoted my body to experimentation, hoping that our descendants would be born with stronger survival abilities and wisdom. During this period, Rose's body gradually weakened. She said she needed to have surgery. At the same time, I noticed that Arnold seemed to be in love. I didn't think much of it. After all, young people need their secrets. Rose quickly recovered her health, and I was very happy, preparing for our engagement ceremony. However, Arnold appeared before me, physically and mentally exhausted. Handed me a necklace pendant that was very beautiful. Yes, the one you are wearing on your chest now. Arnold firmly believed that Rose had used Jenny's heart, and Jenny's body was discarded like waste. However, Arnold felt he was a soldier and had to obey. He did not take Jenny away. I now remember him sleepless night after night, his muscles wasting away, until he looked at me with bloodshot eyes and told me the whole truth. Everything was guilty, Rose. Me, Arnold. My previous evasion, self-blame, and repression, curling up in the body of a cat. To become a cat and quietly spend the rest of my life in a place where no one knows is fortunate. Or to have a gentle master, quietly lying on the carpet, waiting for spring breezes, autumn days, summer rains, and winter snows. The cat I chose was born with paralyzed legs, and I thought, perhaps this is my punishment. I sealed myself in a storage card, sealed in the body of a paralyzed cat. That cat was very similar to the one I once gave to Rose, staying in its incomplete body. I felt I had received the punishment I deserved. But still, you saved me. Thank you for giving me a period of peaceful life. Although short, it was indeed the way I hoped to spend the rest of my life. Not in a virtual world, but in real life. God made me meet you again, yet I still cannot escape the fate intertwined with Rose. You resemble her, but you're not her. Ms. Ji-hai, thank you for everything you have done for me. Once again, I express my apologies. Respectfully, Ji Guang. Chapter 43, a dead silence boom. Boom boom like an earthquake, the entire base shook. Adam supported the sea, and Wei Lan connected Arnold and Asher's communicator. Gate 1. Gate 2. Gate 3, please respond. Underground tunnel, please respond. Beep, beep, beep. No response from Gate 1. Beep, beep, beep. Disconnection from Gate 2. Gate 3 has been closed. It has been urgently shut down, and there are still citizens continuously coming, but we are already at full capacity and can only close it. Asher was overwhelmed, trying to respond amidst the chaos. Wei Lan wiped his forehead. His short black hair was soaked with sweat, sticking to his forehead and making him very uncomfortable. Ji-hai, where are you? Alan and Guo Chi connected to Ji-hai's communicator. Adam and I are fine. We're in the emergency room, over here in the medical department. How about you? We're at the tech department, where we're closing the Sherpa prison just past the breakfast area near the spiral staircase. Alan spoke quickly, much faster than his gaming speed. Do you have any progress over there? Alan said, you should come over. We can't win the fight, but we should have an advantage in technology. Hurry and come help. Ji-hai borrowed a pair of scissors from Lin Lin, cutting a small tuft of cat fur to put into her necklace pendant. She folded the letter Ji Guang had hastily written and stuffed it into her clothing pocket. With no time for any prayers or goodbyes, she steeled herself, pulled Adam, and dashed towards the tech department. This farewell seemed no different from any previous ones. The cat would still be waiting for her to come home. Ji-hai's eyes felt sore and swollen. Wei Lan briefed his assistant on data details, grabbed his equipment, and quickly ran over. Is there anything happening outside? Ji-hai felt an emptiness in her heart as she walked. What happened to Ji Guang? He just left the emergency room. Ji-hai hesitated and connected to Arnold, still asking. Arnold did not respond. The signal cut off, and a chaotic cacophony of low explosions and piercing alarms filled the air. Adam's skin lacked heating function. As Ji-hai held his hand, it felt stiff and cold. Adam also sensed that Ji-hai's steps were slowing down. Ms. Ji-hai, do you need me to carry you? I analyzed that you lack physical strength. Adam was almost dragged by Ji-hai along the ground. You don't even have legs? You're going to carry me? The corners of Ji-hai's eyes were red, but she seemed to have become strong and steady overnight. She dragged Adam and lifted him up, moving quickly forward. The corridor was empty, except for the crowd gathered at the medical department. The government troops from other departments had been dispatched to maintain order at the entrances and underground tunnels, distributing supplies. So, how are things in other cities? Isn't Liu Zixing part of the United Government? Ji-hai gasped heavily, feeling all her organs squeezed together. Adam, you're too heavy. She touched the pendant on her chest, her heart aching. Soon they arrived at the spiral staircase, where Wei Lan Tian was also out of breath, carrying his various equipment. Alan and Guiqi waited for them with serious expressions. Ji-hai set Adam down. Her legs felt weak, nearly causing her to kneel before them. Is there really this kneeling method during the Chinese Spring Festival? Alan extended his hand. Get up. Ji-hai shot him a glare and tossed Adam over. Alan nearly fell over. Adam rolled neatly forward, hugging Alan with a mysterious smile. The atmosphere eased a bit. They let Ji-hai and Wei Lan Tian sit in front of the computer screen, frowning in contemplation. A series of codes rushed across the screen. Ji-hai felt dizzy, her blood sugar dropping, and quickly drank some electrolyte water. She couldn't understand it at all. Wei Lan Tian, wearing black-framed glasses, leaned closer to the screen, and his head bumped into Alan's. The two looked solemn, as if they'd seen a zombie rise from the dead or a hand crawling out from the screen. They exchanged glances, their faces pale, lips moving as if they were fish pulled from the water, struggling weakly. What do we say? Ji-hai slapped the computer screen twice. Guiqi, sitting next to Alan, patted his shoulder, urging him to react. Alan instinctively tugged at the collar of his checkered shirt, his throat quivering several times as he frantically organized his thoughts. Water. Alan still didn't know how to articulate it. Wei Lan Tian, who had previously worked with the government military and had a high security clearance, had seen a lot. He adjusted his black-framed glasses, snatched Alan's water cup, and took a few sips, struggling to explain to everyone. The situation may be far more terrifying than we see. How terrifying? Adam's blue eyes blinked sincerely at him. Ji-hai glared at the incessantly appearing code on the screen, feeling dizzy and powerless. Generations of descendants without end. Ji-hai suddenly blurted out, Yes, 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 exactly. They seemed like viruses. They could self-replicate. Alan and Wei Lan Tian nodded. It's not ordinary copy-paste. They iterate, eliminate redundant parts, and then copy and update themselves, forming a faster operating mode. They can be said to be quaternary, efficiently replicating within the human body, and the scariest part may be that they can connect or even merge. Merge. Adam shifted positions, leaning beside Ji-hai. Like termites, like a swarm of bees. Individuals are insignificant. Alan continued. Ji-hai nearly spat out her nutrient solution. Are you saying that the infected human consciousness has become like termites and a swarm of bees in the network? Yes, similar to becoming a superbrain, they're not just individual human consciousness, but a massive collective. It's like becoming a god of creation. But given the current situation in the city, it's more likely that they are a god of destruction. The infected individuals are not only driven by the infected brain, they are more like part of a massive destructive entity. The death of individual cells doesn't matter, as there will be a continuous supply. They have lost their self-awareness and become a part of a colossal monster. Wei Lan Tian's face turned ashen. They sat beneath the spiral staircase, the overhead light casting thick shadows on everyone's faces. Ji-hai felt a heaviness in her chest. She stood up and took a few steps. In a flash of inspiration, Ji-hai shouted, What about the sleepers? She recounted how she had driven the mecha with Ji Guang and encountered the horrifying remnants of the sleepers to the others. Adding in the sleeper incident, Wei Lan Tian had heard Asher and Arnold discuss it. Lin Lin was more informed, but she was currently in Asher's lab and couldn't break away. So the group dragged Adam towards Asher's location. The passage was illuminated with blue lights, and the shrill sound of a level 1 alarm blared. With each gate they passed, the system prompted them that only one last use of the ordinary access door was permitted, and soon all passages would be closed. The air filtration system was also broken, and a faint blue mist permeated everywhere. They coughed as they walked. They arrived at the room filled with dolls and eerie incense, which was where Lin Lin was located. It was cold and hard here, with metallic glimmers everywhere. The small lights near the liquid nitrogen emitted a faint blue glow. Those beautiful girls were quietly sleeping in their tanks. Ji-hai shivered and grabbed Adam's icy hand. Alan pressed closely against Guiqi. Wei Lan Tian, unfazed, greeted Lin Lin and briefly mentioned their discoveries. But Lin Lin didn't seem too surprised. Have you asked Arnold for the video access to the city defense camp? Let's take a look. Wei Tian poked at his already crooked black-framed glasses. Lin was well prepared. She activated the holographic video projection. The content from the mecha's black box had already been partially decrypted and uploaded. In the projection, the scenes of severed limbs actively combining and quickly separating, which they had just heard about from Zhihai, now visually struck them again, leaving everyone speechless in shock. Are humans really going to bring about their own destruction? A dead silence ensued. Chapter 44. Empty talk of war's sweetheart Adam poured a cup of hot coffee for everyone, the aroma wafting through the air. Zhihai blankly held the coffee and took a sip. Bitter. Too bitter. There was no sugar. Natural sugar had been regulated and was now a scarce commodity. Please appreciate the joy of black coffee. Adam's data device on his chest sparkled brightly. Zhihai changed the subject. How long do we have left for food? This topic was a failure to bring up, deepening everyone's mood. Actually, dying together here wouldn't be so bad. There's an old saying in China. In life, we share the same quilt. In death, we share the same grave. Adam's data device glimmered. Smack! Guichi couldn't help but slap Adam on the back of his head. What the hell? That's a description of the feelings between lovers. We don't need to die together underground as a large group. I seriously doubt whether you really have human consciousness. You don't look like a smart robot. More like a fool. Guichi complained. His parents were once Chinese, and he couldn't stand Adam's misuse of poetry. However, Alan stared intently at Guichi's long black ponytail, lost in thought, and sighed. Eastern poetry is truly both beautiful and eerie. Zhihai tilted her head back and stretched her stiff muscles. Above them, iron spiral staircases twisted upwards, with dozens of tightly sealed rooms on each floor, where pregnant women lay quietly, filled with various nutrient solutions and data cables. They were probably the most peaceful people at the moment. The disturbances outside had no impact on them. By the way, how is Leader Xiaomu doing now? Speaking of which, he saved us. Zhihai said, shall we go see him? The others had no objections and decided to check on him together. Xiaomu was locked in a room on the lowest floor, with only 2 young soldiers at the door. They opened a small window in the sealed chamber door so that visitors could speak face-to-face with the prisoner inside. Xiaomu was not quietly lying there filled with tubes. He had his head wedged between the bars, staring at Zhihai with deep-set eyes, his black eyes sickly bright, as if he hadn't slept in a long time. His eyeballs were bloodshot, and his lips were cracked and peeling. You don't need to come over to persuade me. Just kill us all together. Xiaomu spat out. A bunch of lackeys of the United Government, working for humanity's interests every day. Bah! Zhihai silently handed him a cup of milk tea, which she kindly added artificial plant milk to. It was drinkable. She even found a packet of sweetener in the corner. It was said that they liked butter tea and regular milk tea, which was about 60 to 70 similar. Xiaomu swallowed his complaints, took the milk tea, and drank it all in one go. Wiping his mouth, he planned to continue speaking. Boom! 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 This time the shaking was significant. The guards at the door were a bit panicked and connected to the command center to ask what was happening. The communicator was filled with noise, and no one responded. Was it an earthquake or an air raid? Watching the dust and cement particles falling from the ceiling, the two felt a bit anxious. After all, there hadn't been a large-scale war for nearly 20 years, and there hadn't been any unrest in the city, so the soldiers were all just talking big. Zhihai almost lost her balance. They were also a bit panicked inside, but now other than staying in the few safe places Arnold mentioned, they had no other goals. Going out might only make things worse. Xiaomu's eyes darted around, and he said to the young soldier at the door, "You know my combat ability, and you know I'm an old acquaintance of Arnold. Let me go. I can probably help Arnold." The young soldier looked at him with suspicion. "I have experience. I'm very experienced with virtual game zombies. You have to let me out to help." Zhihai nodded, confirming that what he said was right. But now no one had the authority to really release him. Is it possible for us to control this infection at its source? Alan's eyes also darted around, staring at Adam, lost in thought. Wei Tian's black frames met Alan's gaze, and they seemed to coincidentally recall something from the checkered shirts they were wearing. Why not burn the boats and give it a try? Yes. What we need to do now is to go to the main control panel of the laboratory and connect all the signals we can access. especially all the aircraft outside the city and the people who are still being infected online. As for your compatriots, the young pregnant women, believe me, they're safest here right now. Wei Lantian took off his glasses and wiped them vigorously. Everything outside is in chaos. There are thousands of virtual zombies outside, you understand. Alan added. Xiaomu did not refute or disagree, nodded, and remained silent. Then, Arnold is probably too busy dealing with the situation outside to care about us now. So let Xiaomu out. He should be able to protect our safety. The soldiers exchanged glances and silently opened the door. Xiaomu grabbed Adam's arm, looking at the two senior programmers whose glasses began to glow, and asked, "What are you guys going to do? We're going to be the heroes who save the world." Zhihai raised her hand, pointed at their noses, then turned her hand to point at her own nose. "Including me?" "Absolutely." Alan and Wei Lantian smiled. They dragged Adam and ran wildly toward the command center. Lin and several assistants were already firmly guarding a few large processors and human-machine interfaces, looking like she was ready. They quickly lay down in the brain-machine interface chairs, starting the data transfer. As soon as they lay down, Wei Lantian explained to Zhihai, "You don't have to follow us completely. You just need to be nearby and connect with our progress every 5 minutes. If there are any issues outside, you and Adam help us communicate." Although Zhihai still didn't fully understand what she needed to do, she nodded. "Hurry up and go." "I'll explain to Zhihai," Lin said, quickly starting to operate. In an instant, the ceiling sprayed out a light blue mist, and Wei Lantian, Alan, and Guoqi entered the virtual world first. Zhihai and Adam also lay back in their chairs, Adam's chest flashing wildly, and he was nervous too. Lin's voice was gentle as she held Zhihai's hand to reassure her. Now, it's like they are entering the virtual world to find their location, later modifying their data, or even directly deleting it. Our offline cooperation is actually just to find out where the real central processor is, physically destroy it, and then completely cut off the network. Then, those humans whose brains are controlled will naturally stop organized and planned attacks against us. The crisis before us should be resolved. So, we don't have to kill all the infected people. Zhihai thought of her teacher's tragic state and shivered. One could say that. Lin nodded. So, Arnold and the others will be safe, then? Zhihai's hopeful gaze was evident. That should be the case. Lin always spoke with a bit of reservation. She hesitated to say more. Xiaomu kept his word, standing at the laboratory door with the two guards, ready to kill gods if they encountered them, and kill Buddhas if they encountered them. Chapter 45. Misunderstanding. Zhihai still held onto the communicator, reluctant to let go, feeling an emptiness in her heart, suspended in the air. A crackling sound of electricity emerged. It was Arnold's voice. "We, resistance, the United Government, support." The signal was poor, and only a few words could be faintly heard. Zhihai and Lin exchanged glances. "Support. Do we have reinforcements?" But outside, the infected were just unarmed civilians. "Do we need reinforcements from the government's United Forces?" "We have already won." Zhihai thought of Jiguang's agile figure outside, secretly worried. The corners of Zhihai's eyes were slightly red. No matter what, even if Jiguang was no longer that person, he was still different in her heart. She didn't know why. In any case, he was different. "It's good that supplies are being sent over," Lin softly comforted. After decades, the last chaotic battle where everyone acted independently, humanity had become too scarce. The United Government was organized this way. There was no distinction between nations. We were all for the common good of humanity. And wherever we were, it was our shared home. Beep, beep, beep. The highest emergency measures were announced, and all the doors between departments were tightly closed. A gentle AI female voice echoed through the public server broadcast. This meant that Zhihai and the others could no longer run to Gate 3 in the underground passage to meet Arnold or Jiguang. Zhihai could only leave a message for Jiguang. "Please take care of yourself." Then she lay down, allowing Lin to connect to the brain-machine interface and join Alan and the others. Zhihai closed her eyes, feeling uneasy. Arnold, looking disheveled, turned off the communicator. He had long lost track of his wheelchair. Jiguang carried him in the underground passage, surrounded by countless uninfected civilians. Arnold wanted to restart the communicator to send a text message, but the signal was completely gone. He looked apologetically at Jiguang. "I'm sorry this time." I've dragged you into this again. Jiguang's eyes were dark, making it hard to tell what he was thinking. He gently placed Arnold on a slightly flat spot and sat down, leaning against the rough rock wall. It was evident that he had exhausted all his strength from the previous struggles with the virtual zombies. He was now barely holding on. I don't know how much you remember. Should I call you Jiguang or Jiguang? Arnold asked. Jiguang. Jiguang replied without hesitation. As for the past, I only remember it vaguely, but it doesn't hold any significance for me. I'm just a joke in this world. Arnold's long, gray-blue eyes gazed deeply at the young man before him. He shifted his legs into a slightly more comfortable position. Arnold smiled bitterly. When I was young, I always fantasized about fighting alongside you to defend humanity, to protect our remaining home. I never expected that after waiting for over 20 or 30 years, what I got was misunderstanding and infighting. Those young kids can't bring themselves to shoot. I understand that. Jiguang's eyebrows twitched, but he remained silent. Back then, you personally, Arnold began, but hesitated. I only did what I had to do. I am willing to bear my sins, Jiguang said expressionlessly, his emotions stable. A small, dirty creature crawled from the other end of the passage. It was a girl, about 2 or 3 years old, who had been frightened by the teacher earlier. She seemed hungry and crawled over, following the scent of the energy bar. The soldiers wanted to pull her back. Jiguang gestured for them to stop, searched himself, and pulled out the last military energy bar, handing it to her. Thank you, sir. My name is Amy. May I ask how to address you? The little girl spoke with surprising poise. Amy took the energy bar, stuffed it into her mouth. The artificial strawberry flavor was sweet and aromatic. She then collapsed into Jiguang's arms, who seemed unsure how to embrace such a small, soft being. After hesitating, he found a comfortable position for the child and lay down. And she quickly fell into a deep sleep. Arnold watched from the side, not stopping him. I miss the you who fought on the playground, who would protect that cat even if your teeth were knocked out, who would do whatever you wanted. It wouldn't matter if Lu Zixin came. After saying this, Arnold shook the communicator in his hand. We have temporarily controlled the situation underground. A total of over 30,000 people have come in successfully, among which 8,000 have been confirmed as uninfected. They have been sent to the soldiers' dormitory above for the time being. If we consider the ratio of the infected crowd still outside the city to be 1/4 of 100,000, we still have over 20,000 uninfected people who cannot be rescued. This includes sentient clones. Then, the federal government said they would send about 5,000 reinforcements. But now we are facing a snowstorm. I hope we can endure for about 36 hours. Arnold pressed the confirmation button hard a few more times. But with the heavy lockdown and signal jamming, he had no idea when it would go out. There were about 30 hours left. Power, water, and food should be sufficient for now. The 3 gates should be tightly closed. He and Jiguang had checked everything before returning here. He smiled bitterly, touching his leg. Although he had injected the repair factor, it was difficult to recover from injuries in a short time. On the other hand, Jiguang had just come down from ECMO. Normally, it would take months for someone to recover. Yet he had just awakened and, after a few hours, could move swiftly to engage with virtual zombies. Arnold turned his head and carefully observed Jiguang again. He was fit and muscular, making him both agile and strong. But why was Jiguang the only one who succeeded? Others, the sleepers, had their own failures. Arnold couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Some people are chosen by fate, or perhaps it's just a matter of probability. God is omnipotent, or perhaps doesn't exist at all. Countless scientific pioneers and brave souls who volunteered for human experiments desperately transformed and optimized humanity, attempting to give artificial intelligence true life and human consciousness. All efforts were in vain. Now, the last surviving humans were instead surrounded by virtual zombies. One must admit that the attempt to become gods is to be punished. To prevent the infected from invading the underground passage, Arnold and Jiguang led an elite team of about 100, moving to the border between the underground passage and the entire government base, waiting. Geographically, Jiguang and Jihai were actually very close. On one side, where Arnold and Jiguang were, was the underground tunnel filled with tens of thousands of citizens. On the other side was the room woven with gold dust. Just a wall away from the room woven with gold dust was the room containing the Acer collection. where the beautiful semi-nude figures were preserved in the same manner as the sleepers from the city defense camp. After Jiguang sat down, no one noticed that the hand he had hidden behind his back was slightly trembling, and beads of sweat were seeping from his forehead, with his short black hair wet and sticking to his forehead. In this way, his features appeared even clearer and more defined as he tried his best to endure. Where did Aster go? Lu Zhixing also seemed to have vanished. Arnold's expression darkened, and the joints of his fingers cracked as he moved them. Chapter 46, The Big Bang. A beep sounded, and a message was connected for a few seconds. That was enough for Arnold to send a text to Zhihai. It was also enough for Wei Lantian and Alan to enter the virtual world together. Zhihai looked at them as they entered the virtual space, and she took one last glance at the communicator. Arnold's message arrived just in time. Great. Zhihai showed Lin the content. She relaxed and lay down, planning to meet up with Wei Lantian and the others in her area of expertise. Before closing her eyes, she touched the pendant on her chest. My dear cat, please bless me for everything to go smoothly. The air was filled with a light blue mist, and she fell into the void. She looked down at herself and found that there was no change. She still looked like herself. However, she was in a vast white void, occasionally shimmering with bright golden light. She felt very calm, perhaps due to inhaling the light blue mist. The code she had seen in Wei Lantian's mist, which seemed to have self-awareness, floated in the void. Zhihai curiously reached out her finger, and they chirped and laughed, slipping away and disappearing, only to reappear in the distance. Where is this? It was vastly different from the environment created by Asher last time. She tried calling out, Adam? Alan? Guichi? Wei Lantian. No one responded to her. She ran and walked as before, peering toward the edge of the map world, but it was an endless expanse of white clouds and golden lines. There was no direction, no weight in the void. Zhihai sighed secretly. This was probably just an illusion caused by inhaling the blue hallucinogenic substance. She and T really entered the virtual world to meet everyone. Or could it be that she had arrived in some kind of heaven? The feeling of calm and stillness she was experiencing was unprecedented. Then everything seemed to be sucked into a giant whirlpool, including Zhihai herself. With a crash, she fell hard onto a concrete floor, and the cold air from all directions made her instinctively curl up. Zhihai, you're here. A voice with a crying tone pierced Zhihai's ears. She looked up in delight. Alan, regaining her composure, she saw Guichi, Wei Lantian, and Adam were all there. But everyone looked pale and dirty. What happened? Didn't Tiwi go to trace the origin? We've been trapped, Wei Lantian said, his face particularly pale. Since we entered, we've been stuck on the train with these chickens and dogs, and then, when the railway submerged into the water, the explosion started. We couldn't exit and went back to the train. You arrived just an hour after we got here. Guichi flicked his black ponytail. Zhihai then realized how terrifying the space she was in was. The big poster on the wall read, For humanity, I am willing to sacrifice. An old-fashioned train rattled rhythmically, and the various odors emanating from people who hadn't bathed in a long time mixed with dust, kerosene, and the smell of burnt plants. Outside the window, yes, the dark, oppressive sky outside the window was so thick that she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. Were we trapped? Zhihai touched her painful knee and got up. We are trapped in the night of the Big Bang, Guichi said, opening the window to look at the dead silence outside. Zhihai, being the youngest and not having any memories of roses, was unclear about what had happened on the night of the Big Bang. Had the United Government altered all the textbooks and all the paper and online materials? The Big Bang was, through algorithms, the first-generation artificial intelligence, and the United Government believed that physically destroying all life forms infected by the virus was the best approach. Of course, before that, one could upload a copy of their consciousness to achieve immortality and not fear death. Zhihai had heard a bit about this. After all, it seemed like an old story from the last generation, a matter of just a few decades, which for most people felt like a past life. Everyone wanted to escape from the city center to the mountains and remote high-altitude areas. Before departure, they needed to be checked and injected with a mixed vaccine. They would be checked again when getting on the train, and another booster shot would be given when getting off. And then, in the carriage where Zhihai was, there were no other people. Instead, there were a few cages with 3 dogs, 5 chickens, and some frozen sea fish. A few old and weak women and children were carrying large luggage and piles of food, tremulously looking at Jihai and her group. Jihai thought, in this virtual world, if they asked her for food, would it have the same natural sweetness as the real thing? Of course, she wasn't in the mood to ask that. Several skinny children looked as if they had been frightened before, their wide eyes full of terror, mouths tightly shut, trying to make themselves as small as possible. Everyone kept to themselves, and each section of the carriage was locked, which he checked and then gave up. Squatting on the ground, they wondered why they had been transported here, with no system prompts or game progress, as if they had been thrown into an abandoned instance. Outside the window, it was pitch dark, and they could see no recognizable buildings, which greatly complicated their journey. Alan tugged at his thick coat to cover his neck and complained, "I'd rather be back at the government base, continuing to look at the code and tracking down where the final server is. Being in this hellhole is just a waste of time." As soon as he finished speaking, two mushroom clouds suddenly rose behind them without warning. The blinding light pierced through the train window, hitting everyone's faces with a glaring brightness. The ground was blasted into a massive crater, and a large amount of dirt and debris was thrown into the air with rocks melting. The molten rocks quickly condensed into tiny dust particles, and the intense radioactivity of the nuclear explosion turned everything into radioactive ruins. The deadly neutron beams made everything that collided with them radioactive. This was a neutron bomb, designed to kill people while leaving buildings and equipment intact. Jihai shielded her eyes from the bright light, and her skin instantly felt a sharp pain. Adam struggled to press against the direction of the window, using his mechanical body to block the strong light coming from that way. "I'm fine. I'm not afraid of radiation," Adam grinned. His synthetic clothes were blown against his body by the shockwave, instantly melting into it. Jihai covered her eyes and pulled the closest child behind her, holding her tightly to protect her, feeling the stinging pain all over her skin. Then everything went black. It felt as if she had entered an ice cellar, and when Jihai woke up again, 5 minutes had passed, and she was back in the reclining chair in the lab. She took off the helmet and said to Lin, who was standing beside her, "I was taken by the system to the Big Bang decades ago. I was on a train. Dr. Lin, do you know what happened that year?" Lin, as serious and calm as ever, showed a hint of confusion upon hearing that Jihai had been taken to the Big Bang. "You should rest for a bit. Then we can go in again to take a look." Jihai lowered her head and pressed the communicator. Arnold and Jiguang had no new messages. "Dr. Lin, do you know the old Jiguang?" Jihai bit her lip, hesitating for a moment, but finally asked. Lin smiled slightly. He was a very sincere and enthusiastic boy. Would he give up on himself just because he did something wrong? Jihai twisted the communicator in her hand. "No, he wouldn't. He joined the military to save humanity. He's the most pure-hearted and passionate boy I have ever met." Lin's eyes shimmered with a faint blue light behind her glasses. It seemed that beneath her calm exterior, her heart was stirred. Then, Jihai wanted to ask why he had been sleeping in the cat's body for so long. Another loud noise affected the lights, causing them to flicker in the laboratory, just like the day she met Jiguang. Everything came unexpectedly, and everything was out of control. Chapter 47, Betrayal as Far as I Know. At first glance, Dr. Lin looks to be in her 30s. The skin of an East Asian person does not age easily. However, upon closer inspection, her delicate skin shows signs of loosening around the eyes, making her age appear to be in her 40s or even 50s. Lin reached out to touch Jihai's head, her eyes filled with kindness, as if she were stroking her own daughter. "As far as I know, he was deceived." Lin sighed softly. Regarding Jiguang back then, the matter of his fiancée, he was one thing, but he was unwilling to wake up in the identity of Jiguang because he was also an accomplice in that massive explosion. He couldn't accept it. "I'm not very clear on what exactly happened. Guo Guai, Lantian," and the others were trapped in a place that, if nothing unexpected happened, was the site of the massive explosion caused by the United Government. "Are you saying that you woke up the people who entered, and only I woke up normally?" Jihai asked. "Yes." Lin turned to look at Wei Lantian and the others lying quietly over there, not daring to easily remove their neural connectors. The scariest part is not that they can't come back, but that they have also been infected, their brains losing control. They're now risking testing inside. "I thought they could find some patterns, but unexpectedly, they couldn't get out once they went in. Adam is an intelligent robot. He can't come back either? Bang bang. Natsum was banging on the door outside. The situation has changed. Natsum, seeing that no one opened the door, forced it open and rushed in. When will the reinforcements from the United Government arrive? Natsum's voice couldn't be suppressed and was somewhat loud. Jihai checked his phone. There were about 26 hours left. I don't know if this underground building can hold up. Natsum's brows were almost twisted together, and his face looked even darker and thinner. The two young soldiers who had been guarding him also seemed a bit restless. Our commander said they couldn't contact Azur anymore. Then their faces turned grim. Our captain said that the 3 doors cannot be opened from the inside anymore. It seems that some external force dropped bombs, sealing the doors. What about those armored vehicles and other squads maintaining order at the entrance? Lin's expression also became serious. The signal is cut off. We can't get in touch. The soldiers replied. Oxygen and power can still be maintained for about a week. Lin's hand, holding the communicator, tapped the table rhythmically. She instructed the 2 guards to go out first and close the door, leaving Natsum behind. They seemed to be old acquaintances. This time, I might be wrong. Lin said softly to Natsum, then glanced at Jihai. If this time the infection is only in our city, what would be the most convenient solution? Natsum's expression also became grim. If the center of this infection is the city under the Himalayas where Jihai is located, the simplest and most economical solution would be to eliminate everything. Natsum gritted his teeth, his eyes turning red. Lin looked at Jihai without speaking, her gaze shifting to the few young people still trapped in the virtual world. The massive explosion that year actually marked the beginning of the virus's spread, infecting animals, plants, and humans. The earliest discovery was the infection on Rose, the daughter of Lu Zhixing, who was originally only meant to affect plants. However, at that time, Lu Zhixing used some technologies still in development in the lab to prolong Rose's lifespan, leading to abnormalities in her body. In the end, Rose decided to die a natural death due to illness, rejecting the idea of storing her memories, which also meant rejecting the idea of transferring her memories to another body. Of course, the technology at that time was not yet mature. It was merely a segment of Rose's memory. Even if it were forcibly transferred to a clone via a neural interface for the clone, those memories would be like a dream and could not integrate with its own memories and personality to become Rose. And then, Natsum couldn't help but interject, "Please keep it simple." Then, this technology did not meet the standards back then, and the United Government betrayed their promises. They lied. 1. Those who voluntarily gave up their physical bodies to upload their consciousness to the virtual network did not have their storage cards properly preserved. Because even if they were stored, there was no server capable of carrying out all their mental activities. It was all a scam. 2. The number of surviving personnel was limited. In the lottery, based on families, only 1 per household survived, and those who sacrificed themselves did not have a good ending. The ones that got the slots were not sent to a shelter by train, but rather to the low-altitude explosion zone. Lin's tone was very calm, but the content shook Natsum and Jihai as if they had just experienced the massive explosion. Are you saying that the storage cards of those people who went from 6 billion to 3 billion were not properly preserved? Jihai vaguely remembered that even after the virus rampaged, the population still had a considerable number. And then, wasn't there a war and rising sea levels? So you were forced to migrate to the Himalayas to compete for space with us? Natsum was actually only 28 or 29 years old. Their people had maintained natural reproduction until recently, when they were forced to flee as the United Government occupied their ancestral homes. He had originally joined the city defense camp under Arnold, but seeing his compatriots suffer and even become test subjects, he temporarily defected to join the Free Army. One shot, one place. Azur pretended to want to recruit them, but it was merely to obtain their superior genetic resources more easily. What about Azur? What about Lu Zhixing? Natsum's expression darkened as he twisted his head a couple of times, his joints cracking. He had the guards try to reconnect with Azur, but of course, there was no response. He exchanged glances with Lin. We cannot sit idly by. Is there anything I can do? Jihai reached out to remove the sensing electrodes from his body. Lin pressed down on his hand. You can freely enter and exit. You can check on them every 30 minutes to see if it's possible to bring them back. I'll take a guard with me to check on the power and food supplies, and then see how Arnold and Jiguang are doing. Are they in the city defense camp's passage? I'm familiar with that. We have no idea what is happening outside, which is not acceptable. As Natsum spoke, he confidently took a weapon from the guard's hand. Lin thought for a moment and nodded. There was no better solution. The power control and network connection here cannot have issues. Otherwise, those guys might become a strand of network souls. Natsum said sincerely, wiping his nose and downing a bottle of electrolyte water left on the table by someone. He turned to a slightly taller young man outside the door. With a wave of his hand, he led him toward the darkness of the passage. Soon, Natsum was blocked. All the doors at the checkpoints were locked with the highest level of security. They couldn't get through at all. Occasionally, the signal flickered back, and the power was unstable. Natsum looked at the tightly locked gate, extremely frustrated. He slammed against it repeatedly without any movement. Is there no other physical method aside from electronic unlocking? Natsum angrily kicked the door a few times. Mr. Natsum, didn't you just say you knew the solution? Physical unlocking. Natsum stared at the door, deep in thought. He took out a laser weapon and burned a palm-sized semicircle into the smooth door, pulling it open with the young guard on either side, creating a gap just wide enough to crawl through. Then they continued to sprint down the underground passage, but before they had run for 30 seconds, they encountered a second gate waiting for them. Natsum was so furious he almost passed out. By the time they finished checking the power, water sources, and food at the gathering spot in the underground passage, everyone would be exhausted even if they didn't T-starve. He yelled at the door, but shouting or not, the door that needed to be opened still had to be opened. All the way, there was strangely no one to obstruct them. After opening 18 doors in a row, Natsum collapsed to the ground, planning to call it quits. Should they go back? In about 20 hours, the government troops would come to support and rescue them. But they were so hungry. Logically, there should have been quite a few displaced citizens along the way. So why hadn't they encountered a single one? Both Natsum and the guard felt a chill behind them. The silence was terrifying. Chapter 48. Cycles and repetitions. How many more doors until we reach the power system? It would be best to fix the wireless network transmitter part first, and then return to the underground passage where Arnold and the others are located. There are still 16 hours until rescue. Natsum was as irritable as a hungry hyena. He kicked the little guard on the shoulder, who lay down with a look of grievance. He was still a boy, a clone of a specialized soldier, and they didn't need to learn any other basic knowledge. From kindergarten, they began learning how to fight, how to cooperate, and how to sacrifice themselves for humanity. Natsum felt a pang of regret. He pulled the boy up, asking, "What's your name?" "I'm Ajivincet Yedenashche." Natsum felt a bit guilty for a moment. "Do you remember your parents?" He had intended to change the topic, but realized it was a hellish joke as soon as he said it. They are war machines. How could they remember who their parents were? After all, with current technology, clones are still much more agile and sophisticated than robots. Otherwise, they would have been replaced long ago. A 911 was actually taller than him. He scratched his head and said, "I don't remember who my parents are, but I have many brothers. There are 200 of us in this batch. 3 had accidents during training, so I actually have 197 brothers, along with 3 sisters. We eat and sleep together every day. We have a good bond." He flashed a standard polite smile. Natsum suddenly felt a pang in his heart. This wouldn't do. One can't be soft-hearted. He gave himself a mental slap. But in an instant, Natsum adjusted a 911's crooked cap and small supply backpack, saying, "We can't just keep smashing the door like this. Why don't we check the ventilation ducts or other methods?" He looked up at the ceiling, deep in thought. "Let's not take the central passage anymore." A 911 exclaimed, "Wow, your name is such a mouthful. I mean, do you know which side passages have larger rooms that can accommodate many people or places with particularly large ventilation openings? Are there any other hidden, safe passages?" "I'll try." A 911 was knowledgeable about map layouts, which were deeply ingrained in their minds. He stood up and dragged Natsum along as they ran. They zigzagged for a full 30 minutes, including 18 minutes in the fire escape and 11 or 12 minutes in the ceiling ventilation duct. They arrived at a massive space with a giant ventilation fan. The fan blades turned slowly, casting dim light from energy-saving solar lamps on the surface. The mottled light fell on Natsum and A911, making it seem as if they were cut into pieces. "This is our ceremony hall, which is sometimes used for collective training. It is said that a mech was once placed here. It was entirely black and very beautiful. I wonder when I can. Shut up. Natsum suddenly felt a chill run through him, interrupting a 9/11 shatter with a voice that cracked. Before them lay a river of blood, the stench so strong that Natsum, who had nasal allergies, almost vomited. In this hall, there were countless unarmed citizens, their bodies piled on top of each other, filling the entire space. The 8,000 people who had entered must all be here. Each of them had just received a mark indicating they were physically fit. Every person had been shot through and killed. Natsum recognized the weapon used. He knew it well. Long hair from a woman spilled out from the mound of bodies. And as they arrived, the air was stirred, making the hair sway gently in the air. A 9/11 felt a heaviness in his chest and covered his mouth and nose. Feeling nauseous. He hadn't eaten for more than 10 hours and only managed to spit out a little water. We're not far from the power supply system. Should we go? A 9/11's voice trembled slightly. Of course. Natsum pulled a 9/11 back to the passage, not bothering to go around the last two doors. He directly cut through and kicked open the wall. Goodness. Inside, several wires had been cut, dangling precariously on the verge of short-circuiting and catching fire, sparking with every movement. Similarly, countless government soldiers lay dead from gunshot wounds, their platinum-mixed uniforms burnt and tattered. What good is dressing so beautifully if it's all just for show? Natsum's face was as cold as ice, and he suddenly realized that the communicator had faintly connected. But the noise was so loud that nothing could be heard. At this moment, the basic equipment was still useful. They moved slowly, retracing their steps. Their footsteps echoed in the silent rooms, corridors, and tunnels. Before long, they arrived at a room interwoven with pastel pink, where the scent of incense had already faded, indicating that Axel had likely left this place dozens of hours ago. A 9/11 circled the room and said, "I don't know how to get through. I only know that the position behind the curtain should be the central laboratory where Sci-Fi and the others are." Natsum noticed the iris recognition device by the curtain and stared blankly. He had a 9/11 try it as well, but it didn't work. He rushed back to where Arnold and the others were. The situation was almost out of control. Over 100 government soldiers needed to hold back a surging crowd of tens of thousands. Fortunately, the passage was very narrow, creating a situation where one man could hold back 1,000. The passage was cold and damp, and Arnold was getting worse. He was suffering from high fever. Jiguang was running back and forth between the crowd and Arnold, distributing supplies to maintain order, looking exhausted and haggard. He was carrying a box of water when Natsum noticed a little girl in a checkered dress clinging to him. Her face was dark, and her round eyes were fixed on Natsum and a 9/11. Natsum took the water from Jiguang, pulled Arnold up, and briefly explained what they had seen and heard in the Grand Hall. Arnold's expression didn't change much, but cold sweat was already pouring down his back. "Is the power supply functioning normally?" Natsum nodded at Arnold. "Let's go. We need to find Sci-Fi and meet up with Dr. Lin and Wei Lan Tian." A 9/11 was the most familiar with the terrain, leading everyone as they ran wildly. They gasped for breath, taking a long detour, and finally returned to the central laboratory. Only Lin and a few others, who had sunk deeply into the virtual world while lying in chairs, showed no signs of waking up. Sci-Fi's face was pale, her silvery hair damp with sweat, clearly on the verge of exhaustion. She took off the heavy helmet and immediately spotted Jiguang, who was holding the little girl in the checkered dress in one arm and supporting Arnold with the other. Jiguang's face was somewhat darkened, his black eyes shining beneath his short black hair, while Amy clung tightly to his neck. There was something both strange and familiar about it. Sci-Fi lowered her head, gripping the helmet tightly with both hands. "I'll try again." Her voice was slightly slow but determined. "This time, I will definitely bring them back." She took the helmet back and reattached the electrodes to herself. Chapter 49, The Gate of Hell. At the moment when Sci-Fi entered the virtual system, Adam suddenly became unusually agitated. His mechanical arm was many times stronger than that of a human, and ordinary restraining straps could not bind him at all. Jiguang quickly stepped forward to hold him down, but the entire mechanical recliner was shaking dangerously from his struggles. Seeing this, Natsum also rushed over to help, and the two of them exerted all their strength to finally calm him down. Suddenly, Adam's beautiful blue eyes opened wide, shooting out a red beam of light, Danger, danger. Jihai is in danger. Adam is in danger. Alan is in danger. Guichi is in danger. I need to activate the highest mode. Then his whole body trembled violently, and a few minutes later, he fainted. It may not be appropriate to say that a robot fainted, but Lin's diagnostic results showed just that. He stopped processing any information and ceased to receive and monitor data. It was as if his body had experienced a tremendous shock and fainted to protect his brain. He automatically shut down his power and forcibly exited the game. Outside the laboratory, a huge rumbling sound came again, loud enough that Arnold could not ignore it. Leaning against the computer desk, he said to everyone, "It sounds like more than just armored vehicles and planes. This noise seems to have explosive devices." The high-rise buildings on the government military camp's ground may have already collapsed. A 911 blinked his youthful eyes and interjected, "The data in my brain shows that our building has been reinforced to military standards, capable of withstanding a level 10 earthquake and level 8 intensity. Everyone should not worry. What if a neutron bomb or a super high-temperature incendiary bomb destroys all the ventilation and exits?" Natsum thought of the tragedy in the auditorium just moments ago. That should mean no one, not even a mosquito, could escape. A massive explosion. Lin's trembling hand grasped Jihai's hand. The girl's hand beside her was warm and soft. Arnold and Ji Guang exchanged glances. They both thought of the situation during the great explosion years ago. Ji Guang forced a bitter smile. After all, there's no escaping it. He dragged the already disconnected Adam from the chair and laid down himself. "I will go bring them back." He closed his eyes and entered the virtual world. It was still that beautifully misty world, calm and beautiful, without hunger or thirst. Those mischievous data fluttered around him, and then a whirlpool approached. With a crash, he fell onto a train filled with feathers, an old-fashioned green train, with metallic clanging sounds echoing between the carriages. Jihai, who had experienced countless explosions, saw Ji Guang fall as well. She looked somewhat dazed. "Ji Guang, you came. We've been trapped here for a long, long time." Jihai was exhausted, her face pale. "I know." Ji Guang hesitated for a moment, gently wrapped his arms around her shoulders, and rested her head against his collarbone. Ji Guang patted Jihai's back like he was a child. "I'm here." Jihai suddenly looked up, staring at the man before her, who had the gaze of a middle-aged man. He was not her Ji Guang. Her Ji Guang would not speak like this. Her expression was somewhat stiff as she released her arms from around him. His shoulders and muscle lines were becoming more defined, perfectly suited for a warrior. He was not the Ji Guang who was afraid of water at home and would bury his head in her hair. He also looked at the young girl before him. She seemed to have grown overnight. The girl who used to cry and have a runny nose in front of Arnold. The green-eyed girl with a tear mole had disappeared. The girl before him had a determined gaze and a disappointed expression. She was no longer like the simple and gentle Rose. But what if she had the memories of the Rose afterward? Would she? Ji Guang looked at Jihai, both lost in thought. "Hey, are you two acting out a love story? Stop staring." Alan waved his hand in front of them. The two awkwardly released their hands, maintaining a normal social distance. "We must have experienced the explosion 100 times, right? Now, how long has it been in the real world? I feel so tired, so tired." Wei Lantian lay flat on the dirty floor, devoid of any desire. "You all look outside. It's dark. Wait until you feel like you've driven into the most prosperous and lively city on the coastline. The explosion will begin." Each time we could only watch helplessly as the explosion occurred. It felt as if we weren't entering a game, but a nightmare. Or perhaps, have you heard of the Eastern legend? Guichi, with his long hair, whose ancestors were Chinese, said, "My grandmother told me that in the East, there is a type of female ghost. They are very weak, having suffered humiliation in life, worse than death. So before they die, they will wear red clothes and red shoes and turn into vengeful spirits to come back and take revenge." Guichi, too lazy to tie his ponytail, let his long black hair cascade over his shoulders, his delicate features hidden in shadow, looking somewhat ghostly. "Even now, you're still making a fuss." Alan punched Guichi in the chest. "No, what he means is..." Wei Lantian slapped his thigh. He seemed to understand something. "Is the reason we're trapped because the system was tampered with after we entered?" "Yes. Since the program has self-modification capabilities, it operates according to its own logic, or rather a fixed plot it has formed. The explosion, why can't it be tampered with or changed into what these programs want? It's similar to how this program has formed its own logic and emotions, needing to stop its cycle. Besides physical destruction, isn't it possible to break its inherent pattern, where everyone must die in the explosion? Jihai suddenly realized. That makes sense. Alan couldn't help but give Guichi a hard slap. Guichi glared at him, hitting his affection, scolding his love. Alan awkwardly withdrew his hand. The explosion. Ji Guang's expression grew serious. He seemed to have more to say, but hesitated. If we stop the explosion or prevent the train from moving forward, not entering the explosion center, can we break this cycle? Ji Guang looked at the three exhausted men across from him. We've thought of countless ways. We can't stop the vehicle. How did Adam get out? Ji Guang asked. Adam, we don't know. Is it possible that dying in reality could allow us to exit? Alan asked. That's not called getting out. That means both dying in reality and the virtual world. Okay? Wei Lantian rolled his eyes, looking at Alan as if he were foolish. Right, every time Adam blocked the strong light of the mushroom cloud for us, and he was released when his energy in the real world was exhausted, nearing death. Jihai said, Adam successfully got out? Wei Lantian was a bit excited. Yeah, Jihai, and I just removed him from the chair in the central laboratory. But he's now in a state similar to human coma. So that means if we die in the real world or are at the brink of death, there's a high possibility that this virtual world will let us out. Or, if it can't read our brainwave feedback, it will default to ending the cycle. That's very possible, but isn't that too risky? Everyone generally agreed with this statement, but they all looked serious. This risk was quite large. Then let's see how this world can break the cycle. Outside, it was pitch black, and there were sharp cries of migratory birds in the air. The carriage doors were locked. They could not access other carriages. Other carriages were filled with survivors carrying the hopes of their families, each person displaying a complex expression of sorrow and hope. Most people quietly looked out the window, silent, while a few quietly shed tears. However, this train, carrying the hopes of all lives, had become the gate to hell. Jihai leaned against the junction at the end of the carriage, exhausted, covered in sweat and grease. What if we blow up this carriage? The other carriages might stop because of it, allowing some people to survive. Do you really have to be so hard on yourself? We tried everything to survive before, but didn't we all fail? Zihai pouted. Ji Guang was constantly staring at Zihai's profile, lost in thought, while Zihai avoided it, not daring to look directly into his beautiful black eyes. Chapter 50, Raising Goo. Everyone nodded, signaling Zihai to try lighting it. Burning to death seems a bit painful. Zihai held the laser weapon, lowering the temperature, aiming at the flammable furniture, hesitating to act. The dog in the cage looked at her hand with gentle, obedient eyes, thinking it was something tasty. Everyone held their ground. Zihai closed her eyes. Just light it. Ji Guang assisted Zihai from behind. We die together. Zihai gritted her teeth. Wei Lantian, Alan, and Guichi also nodded. They had already been blown up hundreds of times and were long past the point of breaking down. If we don't go to hell, who will? Let us die together. The fire ignited. A pungent, burning smell filled the air. Zihai released the dogs from the cage, covering their eyes. Ji Guang also covered Zihai's eyes. Everyone awaited this hellish moment, enduring hellish torment. The flames burned inside the train, slowly consuming them, suffocating, the pain in their flesh reaching its peak. Ugh! Zihai couldn't help but let out a low moan. It was a small metal carriage, but it bore all the pain a human could endure. The people in the other carriages remained calm, seemingly unaware of what was happening in the carriage behind them. Soon it was time for the explosion. The train came to a stop. The explosion did not occur. This carriage smoothly arrived at a bustling city center, brightly lit. Citizens greeted those getting off with rich food. Warm and friendly. Everyone had a way home. As for the carriage where Zihai and the others were, the flames turned into sparkling particles. Everything returned to calm. There were still 3 hours left. The joint government army would come to support. Lin Lin brought some glucose and saline to them. They had been lying there for a day and night. Lin knocked over a stool. Zihai and the others woke up smoothly, but their faces looked visibly gaunt and haggard. Boo-hoo, we're back. Alan untied the sensing device on him and hugged Guichi. Wei Lantian also grabbed Dr. Lin's hand, tears streaming down his face. Jihai did not move. Jiguang helped her take off her helmet. Her silver hair stuck to her head, her eyes wet, indicating she was still in shock. We committed suicide in the most painful way, and then we exited. The big explosion did not happen this time. Jiguang's expression was ambiguous. Maybe we need an explanation from Lu Zhixing. The communicator, A911, suddenly flashed. His expression turned grim. Arnold looked over with a questioning expression. Although Arnold was his direct superior, A911 felt a certain fondness for this officer. "Sir, it seems we've been abandoned." A911 struggled to find the words. Arnold's legs were feeling slightly better, but he still had a high fever, barely holding on. Next to him, a girl in a plaid skirt held out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat, which surprised Arnold. "Thanks for the handkerchief." The sounds of combat that had previously echoed above them had basically ceased, and Arnold had a strong suspicion of what had happened. "Have we been abandoned?" Arnold seemed to be asking A911, but it was also like he was talking to himself for humanity. A 911 took out the communicator, which had a prepared statement. "The arduous battle at the foot of the Himalayas has concluded. We have eliminated over 30,000 citizens infected by the virtual zombie virus. They made great sacrifices, and the joint government expresses deep sympathy. However, they made significant contributions to humanity's continued embrace of a new future. So let us celebrate the new future of our human home, a clean and pure new future." The scene showed the central area of the city being cleaned up. Apart from the government military facilities being flattened, everything else was tidied up, looking brand new. The city was bright and clean, the streets empty, as if reborn. New immigrants would come to this city at the pinnacle of the world to build a better new future. A 911 turned off the communicator, and the atmosphere in the laboratory was oppressive. The metallic gray liquid nitrogen storage tanks glowed unusually brightly today. The eyes of the Ganges girl glowed with a strange blue light from the void. Jihai climbed down from the recliner, her hand touching near the transparent observation window, instantly staining her hand with a layer of icy blue. Jihai leaned in closer, the girl's mouth curled in a smile that was not quite a smile, her arms gently opening, full of compassion. Jihai seemed to touch something scorching as she moved away from the girl. Everyone's gaze turned toward Jihai. The girl was writhing in a strange manner inside the liquid nitrogen tank, raising her arm, but it was blocked by the tank. She still tried to lift it up, her elbow making a strange angle that caused the tank to rattle. Everyone wanted to move closer to see, but they didn't dare get too near, each taking out their weapons. Arnold, Jiguang, and Jihai exchanged glances and nodded. This scene was very similar to the previous transformation of the sleepers. Other tanks began to shake as well. Jiguang picked up Amy, asking her to bury her face in his shoulder and not to look at the scene before them. What on earth is the joint government doing? If Axel were next to Arnold right now, Arnold would have shot him. Jiguang pulled Jihai back several steps. He was looking around the laboratory to see if there was any way to break the situation. Blowing it up like last time at the city defense camp wouldn't be impossible, but now there were neither mechas nor large incendiary bombs. Even dying together would be difficult. However, Jiguang estimated that no one really wanted to endure the process of burning in flames again. He touched his face, staring at the liquid nitrogen tank that was showing signs of breaking under pressure. "Wait, what are you thinking?" Natsum panicked. He still had 300 fellow tribesmen lying here. Was there still something he didn't know? To put it simply, the joint government said they were sending troops for support, but they actually didn't want to come and get infected. They decided to abandon us and had already bombed a portion of the ground. "We are buried underground. If we are buried, can't we just dig out?" Natsum's voice was a bit loud. They had withdrawn most of the government soldiers. 8,000 uninfected citizens had already been slaughtered in the auditorium. You saw it with your own eyes. A 911's eyes misted over, his voice straining to remain calm. "The only resources left to us are about 30,000 uninfected citizens in the underground tunnels and 200 government soldiers maintaining order, all part of a 911's clone symbiotic A-series. However, the 30,000 citizens haven't been fully checked. Perhaps only a small portion among them want to mutate. The simplest way to conserve resources is to let us kill each other, to let nature take its course. It would be much simpler to come back a week later and clean up the remaining scraps," Arnold analyzed. So their real goal may not be to wipe out the entire city, alongside the 300 experimental pregnant women from Sherpa. They actually just want to see survival of the fittest and which organisms can survive in the end. Ji Guang's eyes darkened. Alan and the others gasped upon hearing this. Having just died hundreds of times, returning to reality and facing such a blow again was still a bit hard to accept. Raising Gu, Alan and Wei Lantian simultaneously adjusted their glasses. Chapter 51. Like a god, Ji Hai grabbed Amy's sleeve and looked at Ji Guang, feeling a mix of fear and courage surging within her, like the confluence of the Yellow River and the Yangtze River, with their clear and turbid waters unable to merge. Although she had previously thought it was somewhat meaningless, now being buried underground inexplicably made her feel a bit unwilling. And this unwillingness transformed into a glimmer of expectation in her eyes. After all the turmoil in the virtual world, her face had become sharper and thinner, seemingly reduced to just a pair of eyes. Under the dim blue light, they appeared cool and clear. Ji Guang looked at her, as if seeing a rose. But the images of the rose in his mind were hazy, as indistinct as a distant dream that could not overlap with reality. He sighed softly, smiling bitterly, realizing that no one knew who he truly was, let alone distinguish what was a dream, what was memory, and what was reality. Amy, who was on his shoulder, pulled out the last lollipop, unwrapped it, and offered it to Ji Guang. He shook his head, looking at Ji Hai. Ji Hai seemed a little weak, but smiled and shook her head, signaling Amy to eat it herself. Amy obediently stuffed the candy in her mouth and said, "You all are so strange. You're obviously hungry. Why don't you eat? Let me tell you, don't look at me as small. I'm the latest modified human. We grew to a height of 5 years old in just 2 years, and as for IQ, through some genetic modifications, we were born with a lot of basic human knowledge recorded in our brains, covering all subjects and fields." Amy licked the candy a couple of times and continued, "That female teacher of ours mutated, the one you, Ji Guang, wrestled with before. She just couldn't control the virus invading her body. We are different. We are rational and powerful, and we can turn the virus to work for us. So, Ethel and the others are likely raising us as Agu. They only want the smartest and strongest." Ji Guang listened, slightly surprised by her words, as Amy's chubby little hand poked his shoulder. He set her down, and Amy climbed into the chair in front of the computer, swinging her little legs. In her cotton vintage checker dress, she looked like a beautiful doll, with golden brown curly hair, snow-white skin, and a pair of pitch-black eyes rolling between Ji Guang and the computer. Dr. Lin was the first to rush over, examining Amy. She asked if it was possible to connect to the networks of other joint governments, and if anything could be done. Amy took a big bite of the lollipop and nodded with a smile. She asked Lin to adjust her seat to a suitable height and began typing furiously on the keyboard. Alan and Wei Lantian were dumbfounded. This speed and accuracy were something they had never seen in their 10 or 20 years of work. Just reading along made their heads spin. "Dr. Lin, help me input some hallucinogenic blue gas. I know some that the government army just developed. Inject it into the liquid nitrogen bottle." "Thank you." Little Amy looked serious and professional, somewhat resembling Dr. Lin when she was confident in her work. About 2 hours later, Amy's little face was flushed, her eyes bright, and she let out a sigh, asking for milk. Around them, hundreds of girls were indeed calm in the liquid nitrogen bottles, and the girl from the Ganges with the broken arm had also stopped struggling. Strangely, her arm was slowly healing, as if her lifeless body was being revived in another way. However, they were now securely frozen in the liquid nitrogen bottles. Everyone felt a bit relieved, with their attention drawn more to this little girl, holding her hand and looking her over, finding nothing unusual. She finally got to drink the milk that a 911 rummaged around to find for her, gulping it down in one go, and explained, "From the moment we are born until we die, our memories exist, mainly sourced from the hippocampus, which plays a key role in human memory and emotions. When humans do certain things or learn, the hippocampus generates neurons that can record human behavior. The hippocampus is like a huge storage disk, and human memories are divided into countless folders, all stored within it. This may be intentional. Neurons are very special. We only grow when we are young, after which we are suppressed. It's like you plant a shrub and then trim it into shape instead of letting it grow freely. Memory is like a path, inscribed on a network by connecting different neurons. To inherit this memory, we need specific instructions to construct a very complex pathway that connects many concepts. That said, not all experiences disappear. Epigenetics tells us that, to some extent, the environment can change the way genes are expressed, and these changes can be passed on to descendants. If something happens that forces organisms to adapt, such as famine, war, venomous snakes, or even fear of heights, those experiences will be passed down. In short, I am one of the most successful children among them. My body is now a powerful processor and human record hard drive. But I had hidden my strength before. I came here as an ordinary child with a bit of wisdom. After saying this, Amy tilted her head proudly. Lin's eyes sparkled. Maybe we have hope. But you are still a physical being, not a Teletubby. How can the network connect? As long as one of us goes out and finds a way to connect to the military communication network, it should be possible. A 9/11 stepped forward. I don't know when Adam woke up, he raised his hand. His body was only half intact, looking even more tattered and worn under the blue light. I have some wireless transmission devices in my head that are undamaged. If you take me outside, I might be able to do something. Seeing everyone looking at him, Adam shyly touched his curly head, then his gentle blue eyes sparkled. Yes. Do you remember my master in IS? Alan probably hasn't fully read it yet. Alan weakly replied, I'm about to give up the ghost here. He raised his hands in surrender. Adam smiled nonchalantly and continued. NIS wrote some methods to suppress the so-called artificial intelligence madness infection. He said that those humans and robots running outside who have lost their minds are not true artificial intelligence. They are merely malicious viruses that self-replicate and create chaos. He said, I am the one who truly possesses artificial intelligence because I did something that violated the 3 laws for him through my own thinking. I have my own thoughts and bottom line. Adam's voice grew softer, almost inaudible. No one had the energy to care about what extraordinary things Adam had done. Jihai patted her shoulder. Good child, don't say any more. Is it possible for us to rush out through the underground passage? I remember Arnold flew me through the tunnel to the city defense camp. Then we could reach the snow mountain and cross the lower altitude snow mountain to quickly get to the city defense and join the remaining soldiers at the camp. Jihai rubbed her hands. If we don't have a flying vehicle, we might freeze to death on the way. Arnold's brow was tightly furrowed as he looked at Jihai like a father. Jihai wiped the sweat from her forehead, unable to refute. The remaining people were mostly old, weak, sick, or pregnant. Ethel, the joint government, you were so ruthless. Everyone was secretly complaining. Only Amy, like a god possessing her, remained calm and composed, seeing through everything as she seriously swallowed the last bit of candy in her mouth. Chapter 52, The Big Picture Wait. Jihai seemed to think of something. She pulled down her necklace, which contained a chip given to her by the bespectacled man in the city defense camp prison. Look at this, she said. And also Adam's data. Alan and Wei Lan Tian have seen it before. It might be useful. Let me take a look, Amy said, shaking off the debris on her body and inserting the chip into the reader. Before long, her eyes widened and a fervent light flickered on her youthful face. She waved for Wei Lan Tian and Alan to come over, and the 3 began to discuss enthusiastically, with Lin occasionally chiming in. Jihai looked confused. Ji Guang crossed his long hands and rested his elbows on his knees. He turned to Arnold and said, We have no chance if we rush in now. Arnold, holding a bottle of glucose solution, drank it directly, frowning. Most of the people are staying behind. It's best for the strongest fighters to break out of the tunnel and make contact. Arnold swallowed the last bit of the glucose. Shimu, a 9/11, and Ji Guang are undoubtedly the most suitable. But the people underground also need to maintain basic survival resources and safety, Xiaomu said, stretching out his hand. I'll stay behind. A 9/11 blinked and looked at Arnold, saying, I'll follow your arrangements. Arnold patted his shoulder with satisfaction. Amy and Jihai each grabbed one of Ji Guang's hands, unwilling to part. No matter how much knowledge Amy had acquired, she couldn't hide the fact that her body was still that of a child. She clung desperately to Ji Guang's shirt, refusing to let go. What if we all go together? Amy mumbled softly. That's too dangerous. Ji Guang and Xiaomu immediately objected. What if I switch places with a 9/11? since it's a life-and-death situation anyway. He was most familiar with the geographical environment here, and Lin Lin was somewhat of a doctor with basic medical equipment available. Plus, with a 9/11 security partner in Xiamu, as long as they could contact the city defense camp, theoretically, the chances of survival for those who stayed behind would be greater than for those who broke out. Zihai asked, how many people are left in the city defense army? Can it be a match for the joint forces? Jiguang turned to Arnold and asked, how many are left? Not many, but the advantage is that we have enough weapons, aircraft, seasoned fighters, and a scrap mech that might still be operable. The joint government has come a long way, thinking we're all buried underground, including those at the city defense side. They should be complacent. We still have a chance. Zihai looked at Jiguang, both familiar and strange. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something but hesitated, recalling how Jiguang had knelt in the mech, refusing to give up even in death. It was no longer that time. Jiguang reached out, ruffling her messy hair. It stinks. You need a good bath when we get out. He forced a standard smile, perhaps not burdening Jiguang and staying behind to take care of Amy and everyone else was the best choice. The big picture was paramount. Zihai pretended to rub her eyes, wiping the corners, but from the corner of her eye to her tear mole, everything was red. She tilted her head back, and the necklace around her neck fell out. Arnold's eyes also turned red. Her green eyes were very much like Jenny's. After all, to him, Zihai was his child, the child of him and Jenny. Jiguang had already turned to discuss routes and conditions with a 9/11, as well as methods to break through the crowd of tens of thousands. He deliberately avoided looking at Zihai. Zihai also deliberately avoided Arnold's gaze, truly afraid of losing everything in front of her, everything that was real and vivid. Who can really possess anyone? The air in the fragile laboratory was getting worse, and the bodies piled up, contaminating the internal circulation system with a stench of decay. Everyone was restless. The situation in the corridor was even more chaotic and anxious, with the crowd rushing forward mostly comprised of young, strong men. They wanted food, water to get out, medical supplies, oxygen, freedom, but there was nothing. The roars of men, the cries of children, and the uncontrollable screams of women mixed together. As everyone tried desperately to reach upward, the intelligent robots still didn't understand what panic meant. They were mixed in with the broken, suffocating flesh, experiencing an unprecedented sense of panic and fear. But above them was the hard, heavy rock tunnel. Flesh and blood against stone was futile. Jiguang, who had rushed over, could faintly hear cries still coming from behind the heavy wall of people. The narrow passage could hold no more than 10 people at a time, and he rushed forward, pulling out one limp, lifeless body after another toward his base. Pulling out one more here could mean one less death there. But the endless bodies were quickly filling up the passage behind them. The vast majority of people in front had already died from the pressure of their internal organs failing. The distant cries were gradually fading away. Everything was too late. Have you seen Dante's Inferno? Jiguang suddenly asked, a 9/11 completely off topic. Painting is not within the realm of warriors. We don't know much about it. But if you wish, I can recite a passage from Dante's Inferno for you. Through me, the way to the city of woe. Through me, the way to eternal pain. Through me, the way among the lost. The justice that moved my supreme creator, divine power, supreme wisdom, and primordial love made me. Before me, nothing was created, only eternal things. And I endure forever. You who enter here, abandon all hope. Jiguang was drenched, still struggling to drag the bodies. He now felt them all over, which was the only way to stop his mind from thinking about hell and death. He was in chaos. Keep reciting, Jiguang shouted. A 9/11 stopped and looked at Jiguang, who was already exhausted but still desperately pulling. Strange languages, terrifying shouts, painful words, angry tones, deep and hoarse voices, and the sounds of slaps combined into a cacophony, endlessly swirling in that eternally dark space, like sand and stones in a whirlwind. Good boy, Jiguang signaled a 9/11 to continue reading. A few hours ago, the young soldiers in the government army were desperately resisting the tide of people trying to break through, as a 9/11 recited loudly. The passage was narrow, with people in front crawling and falling, while those behind were endless, finally leading to a stampede. The situation had already been set. Thousands of deaths and injuries were unavoidable. Continue. A 9/11 continued to recite loudly. Among those in this tragic fate are the wretched souls of those who live a life without blame or praise. And a group of base angels, who neither rebel against God nor are loyal to him. Heaven has cast them out to protect its beauty. Deep hell does not receive them, fearing that the wicked might boast to them. A familiar voice emerged from the darkness, where bodies piled high and oxygen was thin. Most soldiers tried to lie on the ground to rest. They formed groups of 10, taking turns. But Ji Guang worked tirelessly. He seemed tireless, and no one had seen him close his eyes, take a sip of water, or sit down to catch his breath. When someone called his name, he remained deaf to it. A small, thin shadow hugged him from behind. Under normal circumstances, he would have easily dodged, but now he was sluggish and slow, nearly knocked to the ground by someone behind him. He froze for a moment, slowly straightening his back. It was her. Zihai trembled behind him, saying, "It's too late. This isn't your fault. Don't exhaust yourself like this. You are not despicable, nor have you betrayed humanity. I have no right to forgive your sins for those who have died. Don't live in the hell of regret. Please carry the light and live on like a cat." Chapter 53. The foolish old man moves the mountain. How did you get here? Ji Guang's throat was filled with bitterness, and the increasingly thin air underground made his lungs feel like they were filled with cold dust. He coughed a few times, his voice hoarse. Zihai let go of his hand, falling silent. The awkwardness spread in the air, but fortunately, none of the soldiers around paid special attention to her presence. Nearly 200 warriors were exhausted, resting on the ground in small groups. Their young faces and arms were smeared with oil and dirt. Their features blurred as they lightly snored. The vitality of youth always brings hope, even in the dark tunnels where light does not reach. Even if only 1/10 of the number of people were trampled, that would still be 3,000, and with no place to pile up the bodies, the workload was immense. The idea of the foolish old man moving the mountain did seem a bit foolish. What if we control those sleepers in the central laboratory? Amy's small voice came through, revealing that she had secretly followed Zihai over without anyone noticing. A 9/11 did not quite understand what they were talking about. However, Zihai and Ji Guang were taken aback. They understood the dangers of those sleepers from the severe losses in the city defense camp. Even when exploded into limbs, they could quickly rearrange, devour food, and merge into new forms. Amy nodded, explaining that now humans controlled growth and development, leading to two extremes. One was like her, with a fast-operating brain and normal physical development. The other was a body that developed rapidly but was difficult to control. They were hard to communicate with, resembling lower organisms. Xiaomu, bored, tapped the wall with his weapon and rolled his eyes, disagreeing. The risks are too high. It's completely uncontrollable. Amy shrugged. What else can we do? Dig our way out from dozens of floors of reinforced concrete ruins? Then outside, all the exits have government troops waiting to catch us like fish in a barrel. They just want us to release the sleepers. This is indeed harmful to ourselves and unhelpful, Ji Guang said. The corpses in the hall could also be food. Xiaomu's face darkened further. It's completely uncontrollable. It's impossible. Move. In the long, dark, suffocating tunnel, all they could hear was the sound of people struggling beside them, feeling the heavy fear, despair, and dying gasps. As they gradually cleared the way, the remaining 20,000 on the other side of the tunnel responded, and everyone saw hope. The passage was open, and to their sight, the remaining 20,000 seemed normal. Perhaps it was due to prolonged hypoxia and lack of light. As a narrow passage was cleared in the middle of the crowd for one person to pass through, Ji Guang stood in the middle of the passage and loudly and briefly explained their current situation. They could either stay in the government underground base and wait for unknown mutations, even to the point of killing each other, or follow Ji Guang to the city defense camp to seek support. But there, they might be torn apart and merged by the limbs of the sleepers. With wolves in front and tigers behind, it was a life-or-death situation. After hearing this news, everyone found it hard to accept at once. Let's find other places to settle first, wait. We'll confirm the ventilation and power, then blow up the areas with a high risk of infection, Xiaomu suggested. Amy looked at Ji Guang and calculated that this should result in the least loss. Ji Guang's expression was grave, He understood. So, if there are still mutated infections afterward, are you all willing to accept this outcome? In such chaotic times, surviving alone was not as good as dying together. If we're going to die, let us die together, shouted an unknown citizen in the darkness. Jihai tugged at Ji Guang's hand. I don't understand what the future of humanity is, nor do I care, but I'm willing to be with you, Adam, Amy, and Arnold. Adam nodded as he straightened his upper body. But they must be waiting for us at the tunnel exit. Once we come out, we'll kill one. Or perhaps drop a few neutron bombs, just like the big explosion back then. Is it possible that Wei Lantian and the others were repeatedly trapped in the big explosion, not as an unconscious joke of the system, but as a warning? Jihai held Ji Guang's sleeve. Amy signaled Ji Guang to pick her up. She blinked her eyes. Is there a chance we can turn around and control the sleepers? Aren't they trying to raise them? We can counterattack. Jihai's eyes sparkled, now resembling a deep lake. A 9/11's expression was one of childlike innocence as he asked, who do we counterattack? Who set this trap? Who do we counterattack, including Liu Zhixing? Ji Guang's tone was obscure. What nonsense about doing it for humanity? Hypocritical politicians like Asher and Liu Zhixing must be involved. Jihai recalled pressing the button for the high-temperature incendiary bomb in the city defense camp, and her heart tightened. We'll split into 3 groups. Every 30 A9/11 series soldiers will lead 10,000 people back to other rooms for settlement, concentrating as much as possible in the central laboratory, the grand hall, and the spiral staircase prison. If anyone is unwilling to go, they can walk to the end of the tunnel. It takes about 10 hours to get out, where there are no supplies deep in the snow mountains, and, theoretically, there are joint military personnel waiting at the exit. Over 30 hours had passed. Theoretically, the danger of the infection period was over. The remaining individuals had not mutated and lost their sanity, so the problem was not significant. Most of those who participated in the crazy stampede were virtual zombies who had completely lost their sanity after infection, essentially self-eliminating. The remaining 80 or so A-series soldiers would be used to handle the transport of supplies, ensuring the delivery and supervision of basic survival materials. The others would return to the laboratory with Amy, the doctor, and Wei Lantian to see how to utilize the sleepers for a counterattack. Finding new strategies invigorated everyone. Let us go. Back to the central laboratory. Arnold, under the cold lights of the central laboratory, seemed to have aged considerably overnight. The connection to the city defense camp had been established, but it was eerily silent. Everyone bowed their heads in silence for a moment, but still explained to Arnold the final plan to awaken the sleepers. We're old. It's up to you young people to decide. Arnold patted Ji Guang on the shoulder, took Amy's small hand, ruffled her hair, and finally held Jihai's hand, refusing to let go. Amy sat at the control panel, with Wei Lantian, Alan, and Lin Lin's 2 assistants. Then she had Jihai put on the brain-machine interface device and lie down again. Are you ready? Amy's young voice carried a seriousness. This was a chaotic world. Jihai stumbled and fell into the void. Chapter 54 Pandora's box. The blue and white lights of the central laboratory were turned up to the brightest. The liquid nitrogen gradually dissipated and the sealed cover opened. The girls opened their eyes, their enlarged pupils contracting as their souls returned to their bodies and they came back to life. Arnold's eyes widened as he observed their stiff movements, the eerie postures slowly crawling out of the containers, and the intermittent bulges beneath their skin, as if something else was growing under their skin. Start the operation. Amy exchanged a glance with Wei Lantian and began inputting commands. Stop. Go. Stop again. The girls moved in perfect unison, but how could these unarmed flesh and blood bodies resist the weapons of the government army? Do you remember who the first mutant was? Amy asked confidently, looking at Arnold. Arnold's rolling throat uttered a name, Rose. Years ago, Rose wanted to burn herself to ashes to prevent her mutation, but you secretly left behind a generation of clones, right? The body tissue of Jenny, correct? Amy's calm statement shocked everyone else who was unaware of the details. Yes, his weary face turned ashen. However, my analysis of all the data from the government army shows that those mutants, as you say, remain dormant and cannot achieve a consciousness higher than that of insects. Only Jihai suppressed her mutation and became an ordinary person closest to normal. But the corresponding consequence is that her body is very fragile and cannot repair some basic ailments. Lin Lin frowned. These highest secrets were only hearsay to her. She didn't expect Amy to know so clearly. At that moment, Amy finally showed a child's innocent pride. We can only control the simplest movements of these girls now. They're even lower than zombies, just a swarm of insects. But if we use Jihai's body as a medium, we might be able to manipulate the mutations and their consciousness at will. You can think of her as the queen ant. Amy's face was tinted blue by the giant screen's computer, looking somewhat eerie and a bit mad. Wei Lantian tugged at Alan's checkered shirt and shook his head. Crazy. Too crazy. Turning them into a swarm of ants, with Jihai as the queen. The queen ant drags a massive tail, releasing various pheromones for the development of the colony, for foraging, for nesting, just for reproduction. Her huge, plump body can hardly move just to lay eggs, constantly mating and laying eggs. Ugh! Alan suddenly felt nauseous and ran to the bathroom to vomit violently. It felt like falling from one pit into an even larger pit. Arnold stood up and sat down again, reaching for Jihai's hand, mumbling as if in prayer. It was hard to imagine that in such an era, a soldier who had lived a hectic life could only beg for divine mercy. Pandora's box had already been opened. There was no turning back. All of this had been sown 30 years ago. The Rose who should not have survived and the Jenny who should not have died had become the precursors of today's absurdity. This silver-haired girl with green eyes and a tear mole from a fragile human would become what kind of colossal entity? They not only possessed indestructible flesh, but also human intelligence, even a superhuman being. They were a collective of thousands of people, a supercomputer no longer relying on silicon-based carriers. A super collective of humanity, unbound by the fragile human body, invincible. Jiguang's eyes were bloodshot as he stood behind Arnold, his trembling hands raised and then lowered. His hands were bulging with veins, holding a small laser weapon he had procured from A911. Even if small, it was enough to kill Jihai's body and burn her. If this opportunity was missed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiguang raised the weapon again, his teeth clenched, veins creeping along his forehead, his chest rising and falling more violently. Arnold suddenly turned around. He blocked Jiguang's line of sight, using all his strength to grip the front of the weapon, standing in front of the firing port. In a low voice, he said, "Child, if you kill one, there will be another. Humanity has waited 30 years for this moment. Even if you kill her now, there will be another in 30 years, another in 30 years after that. The trend is irreversible. If annihilation is to come, that day will eventually arrive." Jiguang's pupils suddenly constricted into a line, his head tilted oddly, his face contorted as if he were suffering from a severe headache, beads of sweat falling like rain on the ground. Humanity is to be destroyed by you and me. Jiguang looked up, his molars clenched. God will judge, God will descend. You and I cannot resist. Arnold, this is not God's judgment. It's the serpent's temptation. It's Cain's poisonous hand. Jiguang's hand and Arnold's hands were locked together, neither yielding. Even if it's God, I will still kill. A part of her was once your lover. Arnold pleaded, his strength no longer a match for Jiguang. Arnold, you're not that old. How can you be so foolish? You have killed once already. She is now my daughter, mine, Jenny's daughter, not your Rose. Arnold instantly aged dramatically. This iron-willed man in the city defense camp was now pleading so humbly. We once swore to sacrifice everything for humanity. Jiguang's eyes were also clouded with gloom. Give her a chance. Please give her a chance. It is not yet the most terrifying moment. Jihai's hand lay still. Her fingers moved slightly, regaining calm. She seemed not to have heard any of this, her eyes remaining closed. Jiguang's tensed muscles relaxed slightly. Arnold also withdrew his hands, swaying his upper body a bit, sliding off the stool to kneel beside Jihai, lifting her hand to his forehead, continuing to close his eyes, his lips moving slightly. That piety seemed to be worshipping at the feet of a deity, crawling to the lowest point, bowing with every step. Jiguang dejectedly released his grip and turned to rush out of the laboratory. He ran to the prison by the spiral staircase, hesitating for a moment before raising the laser weapon. He began to shoot. One door after another, one pregnant woman after another, one room after another, death overflowing, blood bursting forth, everything burned to ashes by flames. The raging fire, like splattered blood, stained his face and body. Sparks crackling and burning jumped on him, then fell to the ground, unwillingly rolling on the ground before extinguishing. His eyes held no warmth, yet were filled with the scorching flames. In his ears, the roaring airflow surged. The torment of being roasted by the flames oddly brought him inner peace. He emerged from hell, but now he had to return. No unjustly dead soul would be willing to forgive him. He was unworthy. Chapter 55. Killing kin, are you crazy? I'll kill you, Natsum shouted. His eyes were bloodshot as he burst through the door. No matter how strong Natsum was, he was just a pure-blood human. How could he possibly compete with a modified being like Yoshimitsu? He pressed the laser weapon against Yoshimitsu's lower back, his demeanor resembling that of a frenzied hyena, his pupils constricting under the harsh, glaring light in the prison. I am crazy. We are all crazy. Yoshimitsu's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, half of him numb and stiff as if submerged in ice water, the other half curling and contracting from the searing heat. The cold, hard metallic instruments exploded with loud bangs, the surging waves of air and flickering flames engulfing both of them in smoke, a beam of light striking their side. Look at what kind of monsters they are. Natsum turned his head. The scene was horrifying, his expression as if it had just been through an earthquake. Every corner collapsing. His kin, his compatriots, with soft, swollen bellies writhing with disgusting, slimy crawlers, indistinguishable creatures with feathers beneath avian bodies, still carrying shattered eggshells. The most grotesque was the severed, writhing tentacles of an octopus, already cut into pieces, but it had a blurred human face, twisted and crying out for mercy. Even though Natsum was used to being amidst piles of corpses, accustomed to blowing enemies' brains out with a single shot, he trembled at the sight before him. These scenes were like a massive drill, piercing through his eyes, stirring in his brain, and for a moment his hands, which had long held weapons, trembled slightly. Kill me, Brother Natsum. At his feet lay the young woman whom Yoshimitsu had not fully shot dead, her face wet with tears, mixed with blood and mucus from her belly and various dismembered body parts. She reached out with her only remaining intact hand, touching Natsum's ankle. Natsum looked down, despair filling his expression. It was his childhood friend, her face unrecognizable, but her voice so familiar, as if she were a vengeful spirit beneath the Naiha bridge, dragging him into the depths of hell. He closed his eyes, every muscle in his face twitching uncontrollably. He turned his head and extended his weapon, but he simply couldn't bring himself to press the button. I can't hold on anymore. Please, let me go. The young woman twisted and struggled on the ground. Her elbow joints deformed. Her voice suddenly turned hoarse, her eyes becoming a terrifying deep black, her fingers' bones piercing through flesh, cracking loudly as a pair of hands embedded themselves into Natsum's flesh. Then, she bared her white teeth and bit down hard on Natsum's ankle. Typically, Natsum could react instinctively to counterattack, but he stood frozen in place, allowing her to gnaw, the crimson blood gushing out. Bang! Yoshimitsu, expressionless, neatly and accurately blew her head apart, then fired 2 more shots, saving Natsum's legs. The flesh around the wound was cauterized and disinfected by the micro-lasers emitted by Yoshimitsu, closing up the injury, and Natsum's unfocused gaze regained clarity. The cold, harsh light overexposed Yoshimitsu's outline. His face was calm and cold. The shadows of his features deeply etched into his face, obscured in darkness. It took Natsum a few seconds to focus accurately on Yoshimitsu's face. He remained silent, emanating a sharp yet desperate dead silence from head to toe. He understood, he had long understood, but he couldn't bring himself to be that ruthless. From the moment he brought them back to his territory, he knew the day of mutation would eventually come, something he couldn't prevent. But he wasn't willing to gamble at all. There was always an exception, a minuscule miracle, but now it was all in ruins, and he might have to stake his own life on it. He didn't care, yet he cared immensely. They were his kin, his home, and if he lost everything, his own life would have no meaning left. In the past few days, he had learned some of Yoshimitsu's past from conversations with Arnold, Lin, and Amy. And now he wanted to know if one could unhesitatingly shoot their loved ones, friends, and family under the pretext of the greater good. But Natsum's dry lips moved. Like a fish stranded after a tsunami, he struggled to articulate, but it was of no use. The thin air now felt like sand and cement clogging his nasal passages, his respiratory tract and lungs. He gasped for breath, but suffocation still awaited him. Yoshimitsu's eyes were red, his sharp lips tightly closed. He turned to glance at Natsum, offering no comfort, no eye contact. He resembled the Grim Reaper draped in a black robe, holding a scythe as he continued toward the next room. Bang, bang, bang. Natsum followed behind Yoshimitsu like a ghost, his feet unsteady, unable to see clearly, yet they formed a tacit cooperation. After Yoshimitsu's shot, Natsum was responsible for burning the carbonized bodies. They acted like two moving death machines, efficient, cold, and quick, faster than their enemies could scream in fear and pain. It was hard to tell how long it took, but after going through a total of 213 rooms, when the air was too murky to see the situation clearly, everything came to an end. Only the occasional crackling of sparks remained, the thick smoke triggering the fire suppression system overhead, in this narrow, confined underground space devoid of daylight. Morning light, or sunset glow, a violent storm raged. Yoshimitsu and Natsum did not move. The water pouring down from above seemed to wash away their pain, even if just a tiny fraction. How many forces has the United Government sent? Natsum suddenly asked. Unclear, but there shouldn't be many vanguards. A few thousand would be enough. Primarily, it's about the absolute superiority of weaponry. They're not here to destroy everything. They want to see what kind of king of poison can be cultivated from tens of thousands of living experiments. Yoshimitsu opened his eyes, wiped his face, tiredly took off his coat, and wiped it hastily. The most uncontrollable parts have been dealt with, and as for the clones from the other sleepers, 3 words, let fate decide, Yoshimitsu said in a deep voice, bracing himself against the cold, hard wall. Natsum looked down in silence, his dark, thin face completely sunken. His kin were now scattered. The extinction of the Sherpas was a foregone conclusion. Compared to the general trend, the efforts of ants seemed laughable and pathetic. Natsum's eyes ached, but he couldn't help but go mad with laughter. All that he had exchanged for was nothingness. Ha ha ha. No wonder you all want rebirth, replication, immortality. Thinking that repeating it over and over gives you a chance to cover up and repair the problems. It's all nonsense. You are arrogant, self-important, proud, and delusional. He laughed uncontrollably, but his laughter sounded worse than crying. They deserved to be punished. Natsum was certain that the United Government colluded with Azur and Liu Zhixing to orchestrate all of this before him. He wanted revenge. Chapter 56, The Sacrificial Lamb. Jiguang and Natsum seemed to have a tacit understanding, and they no longer talked as they returned to the central laboratory with bare shoulders, casually pulling out 2 old t-shirts and silently sitting next to Linlin. It seemed that the number of hours spent eating and sleeping underground no longer mattered. The progress of the fusion was not going smoothly. The girls remained dazed and difficult to control. They could not perceive their surroundings or the living beings around them, merely passively triggering some simple actions. Someone walked behind the curtain in the laboratory to that pink and gold intertwined room. Mozart's lullaby was triggered, and a series of pleasant sounds flowed out. The girls seemed to receive a call from ancient times, walking in unison towards the room. Do you remember the slime mold experiment? Amy asked. You mean the one where the slime mold traverses each node, uses bioelectricity to find the best path, and retracts the excess paths back to each node along the shortest path? It's similar to the best path of electric resistance through the human meridians, Linlin replied. What will the sea of knowledge turn into? A monster. Jiguang pulled out a cigar from the scattered ones on the desk, tapping it with one hand against the table, the rich and pungent aroma of the best Cuban cigar from the previous world wafting out. Amy looked fervent, her small body exhibiting a maturity and madness that did not belong to her. She might be the mother of the new humanity. She is the new god we created. She will become the Earth Mother. She will become Enwa. Wei Lantian was startled by Amy and secretly took a few steps back, leaning against Jiguang, signaling for a couple of puffs of the cigar. Jiguang handed it to him, and Wei Lantian repeatedly pressed the lid of the vintage lighter, the flickering flame casting shadows on their faces, rendering them indistinct, all silent. Their eyes, however, were fixed intently on the sea of knowledge. Jiguang remembered all the memories belonging to him. As a cat, he was gently bathed and fed by her. As Jiguang, he leaned against the back of the sea of knowledge day by day, watching the clouds and the plateau pour down, the sunset glow spilling onto his face. Those brief days felt like a series of sweet and distant dreams. Now he was forced into the underground passage, covered in dirt, helpless. Arnold seemed afraid that Jiguang would regret it, staying close to the sea of knowledge, his eyes filled with pleading and stubbornness. Jiguang ran back and forth through countless segments of memory, feeling dazed and exhausted, like the sky over the snowy region, shifting from clear blue to oppressive dark clouds. Hiding dangers and darkness, his head felt like it would split open. The repeated injuries and rapid recoveries were leading to a swift depletion of his remaining life. He choked on the cigar smoke, covering his nose, and as he exhaled the smoke, he saw blood on his palm and secretly wiped it away. Should we forcefully continue the activation? Lin's face showed worry. Either we all die together, or she succeeds in the fusion, and we still have a glimmer of hope. Amy interrupted Lin. Suddenly, the sea of knowledge began to spasm and tremble. Every binding strap on her body tightened. Her pale face and lips, beads of sweat flowing down. It was unclear what kind of pain she was enduring at that moment. The sleeping girls seemed to receive some kind of call. They walked step by step towards the sea of knowledge's position, surrounding her in the middle. Amy cautiously pulled everyone back, but Arnold refused to leave. And Jiguang did not force him. He slowly stepped back, but his eyes, like sharp blades, remained fixed on the sea of knowledge, that pale and fragile girl, who at that moment resembled a sacrificial lamb. The bodies of the girls piled up, and 9/11 called over all the remaining 100 or so comrades, standing in front of Lin, Amy, and the other civilians. Their gazes were pure, protecting other humans while sacrificing themselves. Boom, boom. The sound of footsteps echoed in the passage. The joint forces could no longer wait. With the bombardment continuing above, tear gas flooded into the passage. It felt like a small hell. They had built solid defenses to prevent explosions and nuclear weapons. But even this could not withstand such repeated torment. The sky would not fall, but the ground could. Jiguang smiled bitterly. All power and water sources were cut off, and all instruments stopped operating the moment the backup power was exhausted. The ceiling was about to collapse. Their target should not be these uninfected civilians. Jiguang patted Natsum and A911 on the shoulders. You should lead the civilians out. He then told Lin, you've done all you can. Staying here will surely lead to death. However, going out does not guarantee how the joint government army will treat them. The fusion data collected here and Amy are also bargaining chips. They cannot afford to lose 20,000 ordinary civilians and your kind of already intermediate level advanced technical talents. The energy-saving light illuminated Jiguang's outline vaguely, making it hard to distinguish. It won't last long. I want A911 to take you out through the ventilation duct. As for me, he glanced back at the mass of flesh that was continuing to fuse, Arnold already lost within it. I will guard her. If anything happens, I will take responsibility for her. In the past, now, and in the future, it will always be so. Jiguang took a hard puff of the cigar, the flame flaring brightly, and then he threw on the ground, crushing it fiercely. He yelled hoarsely, go now. Tears shimmered in Lin's eyes. She could no longer hold back. Jiguang, you don't have to bear such a sin. Come out with us. No, last time I gave up the rose. Regret lasts a lifetime, even if it was just a memory, ethereal and elusive. But now what I can hold on to is only this little bit. This time, I will accompany her to hell. This body, probably one tea, lasts much longer. You don't need to sigh. Lin wiped her eyes, showing no reluctance, picked up Amy, and hurriedly pulled Wei Lan Tian, Guichi, Alan, and the assistant to leave. Before leaving, she meaningfully handed Jiguang a hastily printed document. Jiguang ignored it, picking up a small lamp to examine the document carefully. Non-humans have primitive humans. Ants also have primitive ants. For example, the large-eyed true ant, discovered in Australia, has a relatively simple social organization. Other ants have entered an agricultural society, cultivating fungi for food using leaves and raising aphids as dairy cows. Ants also have an important concept, super-individuals, which can be seen as a collective of an ant colony. The queen is the reproductive organ. The worker ants are the brain, heart, and other tissues. And the process of liquid food exchange among members is akin to blood and lymph circulation, vividly reflecting the close division of labor and cooperation among ants. Ants are aggressive and have a combative nature. As long as it affects territorial disputes, it is a fight to the death. The defeated side becomes the slave and food of the victor. Once the queen dies, it signifies the demise of the colony. Jiguang slumped beside the mass of flesh that continued to fuse, quietly waiting. They finally found the shortest path, using the corpses of thousands in the hall as nourishment, devouring and growing recklessly. The bodies of the girls consumed and fused with each other, slowly excreting some fabric, which was Arnold's military uniform. But his people were already gone. Could this mass of flesh truly possess human wisdom? Could it retain the consciousness of the sea of knowledge? In the darkness and abyss, no one could answer him. Do not panic. We are here to protect you. The previous bombardment was a mistake, a mistake. They kept shouting, and this voice echoed repeatedly in the passage, above their heads, inescapable. This was probably not a fierce battle. Stalemate, tug of war, dull knives cutting flesh will be more appropriate. Waves of small-scale bombings continued. The underground structure had not completely collapsed, but the intensity increased, pressing down harder each time. It felt as if a giant hand was grasping tens of thousands of people in its palm, playing with life and death, mere ants. Chapter 57. Grandiose and flawless citizens and A911 soldiers, trapped at 3 entrances and exits, stumbled and knelt on the ground, struggling to crawl. However, scattered bricks and rubble pressed in on them, making it difficult for everyone to advance or retreat. Amy was pushed apart from the group and couldn't help but cry. She trembled and crawled over to other kindergarten children, trying to comfort them in their shock, but her soft whispers were drowned out by the overwhelming roar. The heavy stench of decay and blood made Jiguang's stomach churn. It had been a long time since he had eaten, and he vomited for a while, only bringing up some water. But just then, he heard a voice from the communicator outside. "Come out. We've been waiting for you," said Assel in a sinister tone. Assel was cautious. He had learned from the monitors just how dangerous those remnants could be. He waited quietly. However, the mass of flesh did not take the form Assel desired. It resembled a quiet slime mold, quietly spreading into the ruins, transforming into numerous small tendril-like appendages that extended everywhere. Inside the massive mothership, Assel poured a glass of wine and offered it to Lu Zhixing, who was fixated on the communicator and ignored the offered glass. Assel leaned back into the plush sofa, sinking into it, legs crossed, arms spread wide, looking lazy as if watching a show. This city is in chaos. We've done our best to control it. Why not sacrifice these tens of thousands? The Eden Project can be pushed forward quickly, which is much better than spending decades on something half-baked. Lu Zhixing rarely pinched his brow, as if in unbearable pain. Wasn't your family's rose? Assel leaned forward, knees apart, feet on the ground, propping his arms on his knees, hands crossed, revealing a hint of a sly smile. "Shut up," Lu Zhixing shouted in anger. "This time, we're pushing the Eden Project again for the progress of all human civilization." Assel's grandiose words were flawless. Assel turned back to the monitor. A few A-type clone soldiers poured out from the exit, appearing healthy and uninfected. Assel waved his hand, and the soldiers fell to the ground, shot dead. The citizens behind them cried out and retreated in horror at the sight. Then, more incendiary bombs and tear gas were added to the exits and vents, causing chaos and panic as they scrambled backward. No one noticed that the mass of girls formed a human mountain, quietly spreading from a pile to a patch and then to tendrils, climbing gently through various passages, extending their appendages. A few of these lightly touched Jiguang's face twice before retracting, disappearing into the darkness with the main force. Then, a more intense explosion came. This time, everyone fell into despair. Their cries abruptly ceased. The relatively weak parts of the building structure began to fracture. Amidst the debris, hands and feet were buried, mingled with desperate cries. Lin Lin was exhausted, and Amy was too weak to move, repeatedly shielded by Lin Lin. Wei Lantian supported Lin Lin beside her, blocking a falling piece of concrete as the ground shook. Reinforcement bars trapped his leg, and the three of them began to slide down into an ever-widening crack. Wei Lan Tian couldn't move anymore. He first held Lin Lin up to allow her to climb, then threw trembling Amy upward. "Catch her!" Lin Lin grabbed hold of a rebar in the concrete with one hand while pulling Amy with the other, doing her best. Guiqi and Alan's voices rang out in the darkness as they fumbled to lift Amy, and Lin Lin finally hugged Amy tightly. As the crevice widened, Amy, Guiqi, and Alan were pulled down into the abyss by the rebar and concrete, enduring in silence until the last moment, without calling for help or pleading for mercy. Amy and Lin Lin cried out in agony, their limbs limp, lying on the ground, struggling to breathe. Then, an even hotter explosion began. All the remaining survivors held hands, closed their eyes, and accepted the final outcome. The older ones began reciting the prayers of their ancestors. However, this time the falling rocks and concrete structure did not collapse into despair as everyone had expected. Instead, they formed a resilient and soft network and organization around them, with small tendrils extending out, faintly glowing in the darkness, gently supporting those who might fall and collide. The suffocating tear gas was gradually absorbed by these structures, purifying the air. Jiguang couldn't believe his eyes. The tremors felt like a massive rock was about to fall, but it was supported by the flexible green glowing structures. The ferocious consuming entities did not form a monstrous amalgamation like the sleepers. They resembled plants, spreading out in all directions, ultimately seeming to decay into the air and disappear without a trace. He stood up, looking at everything as if it had never happened, as if it were a ridiculous nightmare, falling into it with no way out, and then a thunderous bang. He ignited the fuel he had prepared earlier. Everything in the central laboratory blazed fiercely, and all vanished. How long had it been since he breathed fresh air? Jiguang couldn't remember. As he walked step by step toward the city outskirts, the sunset was blood red. The last ray of light fell behind him, obscuring his features in the light, leaving only a tall silhouette emerging from the smoky ruins. In one half, his features were deep and sharp under heavy shadows, and in the other half, they glowed in golden light. "I've burned it all. Are you satisfied?" Jiguang's voice was cold and silent, as if from hell. "Don't waste resources anymore. The last few hundred people remaining are uninfected. I've burned down the entire central laboratory. Those structures have all turned to ash." "Oh, understood." Assel raised a beautiful vintage revolver and fired a shot in Jiguang's direction. A faint puff of blue smoke lingered by Jiguang's ear, blood dripping from his earlobe. The smoke dissipating under the light of the armored vehicle, vanishing into Jiguang's shadow cast on the rubble. The Eden Project seems to have failed again. Assel blew on the gun barrel, as if asking, "Have you eaten today?" in a relaxed manner. The clone, second-generation government army soldiers. Jiguang had this time committed a crime and achieved merit by exterminating the virtual zombies and fused sleepers in the first city of the Himalayas. He truly deserved credit. Assel remarked sarcastically. Lin Lin survived, dressed thinly, shivering in the light snow. "Isn't the Eden Project supposed to create a new humanity? What do you mean by burying us underground to raise a curse?" Amy, with a charred face, retorted. "Without these beneficial stimuli, how could we unleash their potential?" Lin Lin, "I fear I don't need to lecture you. You must remember, only under the harshest environments can we stimulate their potential to change the epigenetic information. The human body can quickly evolve. Otherwise, what use is someone like Amy?" Amy had fractured ribs. She was held tightly in Lin Lin's arms, her brow furrowed, enduring intense pain. Every word Assel spoke stimulated the ears of those around them. They were laying out a chess game about humanity, not only in the laboratory, but also on lab mice, on rhesus monkeys, and even on humans themselves, shameless and unscrupulous. Jiguang quietly tightened his grip on the trigger. "I advise you not to move." Assel snapped his fingers, and Liu Zhixing descended from the Central Command aircraft. The commander appeared spirited and unscathed. Liu Zhixing patted Jiguang's shoulder, urging him to relax. "Now, we have played a game of chess. We have not lost, nor have they won. Life and death are unpredictable, and the outcome remains uncertain. Does the Ethics and Morality Committee allow the military to act this way?" Jiguang raised his chin, his gaze piercing as if he wanted to burn a hole through Azur's chest. Azur flicked his long hair that hung over his chest and lifted his head. Facing Ji Guang, their auras were evenly matched. Behind Azur was the vast army of the United Government, the Steel Force. He was merely a pawn placed in the city by the United Government. This pawn bore a striking resemblance to Ji Guang, but Azur was wrapped in darkness, dampness, and complexity. Lu Zhixing exerted more force with his hand, pressing down on Ji Guang's gun, which he was about to raise. Ji Guang's arm muscles were tense, ready to deliver a lethal blow at any moment, exuding a terrifying aura. Ji Guang, you have nothing behind you, but they control the 60,000 hostages who did not enter the underground city in time. Lu Zhixing's high-ranking military uniform was crisp, adorned with various metals, the metallic shine painfully stinging Ji Guang's eyes. Ji Guang's chest rose and fell deeply, struggling against the pressure. He nodded. Chapter 58. The Living Enter Hell. The dead become flesh and blood. The citizens beneath the ruins wailed in exhaustion and relief after the disaster, hoping to be settled quickly. Ji Guang wandered back and forth among the ruins and the citizens several times. In the end, he said nothing and despondently gave up. His neck and the back of his ear itched a bit, and he scratched it awkwardly. Good child, you have returned to the team. From now on, I will be your guide, and you will be my successor. Lu Zhixing felt greatly comforted. What about Arnold? Lu Zhixing suddenly asked. He died in the line of duty. Ji Guang pulled out a piece of clothing full of tissue slime and human blood that he had cut from Arnold, which had his military badge and merit medal on it. Someone, take this and send it for testing, Assel interrupted, his pale face wearing a half-smile before quickly masking all expression, leaving no clues to his true thoughts. As for the Eden Project, we will stop here for now and plan carefully for the long term. Lu Zhixing pulled the nearly numbed Ji Guang onto the aircraft. They were heading to the temporary command center of the United Government. There was the homeland of Xiaomu, with blue lakes and Danxiao landform features. It was extraordinarily beautiful, extraordinarily enchanting. Ji Guang and the others were simply settled, and this rest turned into a heavy sleep lasting over 10 hours. When he woke up, it was already noon the next day. The facilities here were simple but complete. For the first time in over 70 hours, he took a shower. Next to the bed, he had lost a lot of weight over the past few days. His cheekbones were slightly prominent, his features deepened, and his expression was distant. Lu Zhixing still wore that righteous demeanor, while Assel's grandiloquent words twisted his stomach into a knot, as if a giant hand was repeatedly twisting and tormenting his insides. The sunlight over the plateau lake was extremely fierce and blinding. He put on the new military uniform and strolled outside the camp, where there was a turquoise saltwater lake. The air here was fresh, with lower oxygen saturation, but the sunlight was clearer, filled with the scent of freedom. It existed outside the city defenses, and the black market. Xiaomu walked up behind Ji Guang and coughed a couple of times. Ji Guang turned sideways and then looked back at the sparkling, snow-capped mountains, which were particularly dazzling against the lake's reflection. The winter's sharpness had left a layer of frost on his eyelashes and eyebrows. Had the sea of life truly perished in the fiery depths? He heard that Assel and the others were fully armed with the highest level protective gear to explore underground. Ji Guang tugged at his collar. His face was covered in abrasions and bruises, and his recovery speed had slowed significantly. The fierce light, which appeared scorching but was actually bone-chillingly cold, fell on the two of them. Even with their robust muscles and strong bones, they could not withstand the cold. The wind seeped into the cuffs of their clothing from all directions. Lu Zhixing said Ji Guang still needed to train on the lower levels at the temporary base and get some more exercise. It would be good for his formal promotion. In the military, absolute strength meant absolute freedom. Thinking of this, Ji Guang chuckled softly, his throat bitter. Lu Zhixing was wrong. No matter where, absolute power was absolute freedom. His rose, his sea of life, had been almost completely destroyed by his own hands, simply because it was his duty, his perceived correctness. What if he were not a soldier? What if he had the selfishness he should have? A qualified clone would not have selfishness. Yet for decades, researchers repeatedly broke through that singularity, hoping that an excellent artificial intelligence would ultimately possess true self-awareness, selfishness, rebellion, and emotions. Haha, Ironic, immensely ironic. To bring the living into hell, to make the dead flesh and blood. Ji Guang felt deeply the irony, his face hard and stern. He recalled Arnold's expression as he pressed down on his hand, preventing him from raising the laser weapon. The unwillingness and regret in those gray-blue eyes, the city defense camp leader kneeling in prayer before him. Ji Guang remained silent. His figure was becoming increasingly defined and muscular, looking like a 30-year-old man should, with deep-set eyes and a clear aura. After losing weight, his temperament had become sharp and heavy. He could not return to that boy. The two walked silently back to the temporary military camp. Surprisingly, hundreds of people from the city defense camp had already arrived here. No wonder Arnold had been unable to connect with the city defense camp. They had also been incorporated into a small team of the United Government Army for unified arrangements. It was now after lunch, and everyone was on their break. The facilities here were all temporary and simple. They took turns going into the city to clean up the aftermath daily. Officially, they claimed to be checking for virus spread and thoroughly searching for any sleepers, leaving no corner unchecked to eliminate future threats. But in reality, it was all just a matter of bombing everything again. The United Government seemed to have some conspiracy with Assel. They did not use the maximum amount of explosives. Assel was clearly not giving up or did not trust Ji Guang's words, or there were other arrangements. He busied himself coming in and out, personally supervising the daily patrols and searches, digging 3 feet into the ground. Ji Guang always felt that behind this friendly calm lay swirling clouds and treachery. Liu Zhixing must be hiding something. However, he was merely a second-generation clone. As a soldier, he had no problem risking his life. But when it came to reaching into higher levels involving the interests and struggles of the United Government, he was nothing more than an ant. The powerful could flick away dust with a gesture, while the weak felt as if they were standing beneath a snow avalanche on a mountain. As for why Liu Zhixing insisted on keeping him around, it was likely Assel's directive. He had long been eyeing Ji Guang's body. But why had he not taken advantage of Ji Guang's near-death state last time to directly use it, even if it meant cutting out internal organs? He frowned. However, cultivating internal organs separately was no longer a technical challenge. Assel still looked sickly, which was also strange. It seemed this second-generation clone would soon be replaced as well. Chapter 59. Human Infants. Hey buddy, let's have a match. Just as Ji Guang was lost in thought, someone elbowed him hard from behind. The city defense and joint forces were engaged in a hand-to-hand combat competition, with no weapons involved, just straightforward punches and kicks, a lively scene filled with young people. In this vibrant atmosphere, Ji Guang momentarily recalled the time when he and his comrades fought and played together intimately. Back then, clone soldiers were not yet widespread, and everyone was an ordinary, pure-blood human with parents and families. Sacrificing one was a deep sorrow. In just 30 short years, the world had changed dramatically, and the human population had plummeted, teetering on the brink of extinction. Whether it was or wasn't, what difference did it make? Come on. In a daze, Ji Guang was pushed from behind and stumbled into the arena. The cheers from both sides resonated loudly. He vividly remembered the scene of climbing out a tunnel amidst fire and rubble, standing amidst the ruins, with cheers that followed being immensely enthusiastic. The young soldiers of the A911 series and the City Defense Battalion had undergone body modifications. They were tall, strong, and agile, but their minds were relatively simple, existing in a state of absolute obedience. The government forces were different. Their body modifications were the latest scientific achievements, with parts of their bodies mechanized, integrating some mechanical devices of exoskeletons with human tissue. The modifications were decent, with quick brain responses and rich emotions, but limited by the constraints of the human brain. They lagged significantly in calculations and obedience, and the success rate of integration was extremely low. The two sides fought fiercely, and if one had to determine a winner, the government forces, with their physical prowess, held a clear advantage, currently leading 3-2, a slight victory. The competition had no specific rules. Malicious attacks on vital areas like the eyes or the triangle zone were forbidden, with everything else being free. The team doctor stood by with a medical kit, as if facing a great enemy. Xia Mu chewed on a packet of nutritional paste, leaning against a drafty door frame. glancing at the competition area where two muscular fighters were tense and ready. Although the opponent was stronger, the two had an equally fierce presence, exuding an atmosphere unique to battle-hardened individuals. The memories flooded back. He and the kids from the Free Army used to have such playful fights, and now he felt like a solitary figure. His kin had completely succumbed in this high-tech era. Young people were unwilling to live a pastoral life of farming and weaving, and young girls, for a bit of money, agreed to participate in breeding experiments. Compared to the illegal underground production of clones, this natural reproduction was actually healthier and cheaper. His kin were no different from lab rats, but who could resist the giant wheel of progress? Whether one died with faith in arduous practice or as a test subject in mutation, in the end, what was the difference? At that moment, Xiaomu wished for a cigarette or a bottle of cheap liquor, but there was nothing. He swallowed the nutritional paste and focused intently. The opponent was a bald man wearing a military black vest. He raised his leg and kicked hard. The mechanical exoskeleton made a loud noise as the wind rushed in. Jiguang's body was light and agile. Although he was growing stronger, he retained the agility and flexibility of feline. Instead of confronting head-on, Jiguang dodged and analyzed the opponent's strength and fighting habits. The bald man, frustrated by his inability to land a hit, became agitated and openings began to appear. Jiguang focused on a gap, lightly touched the bald man's shiny head, not using much force, but the insult was significant, causing the patrol battalion to jeer at the bald man. With both hands outstretched, Jiguang feigned a strike, and the bald man crossed his arms to guard his face. A typical boxing stance. Jiguang secretly smiled, using the opponent's strength against him. He grabbed the bald man's wrists and pulled back. He leaped into the air, performing a front flip, bending his waist and locking his legs around the bald man's shoulder and collarbone. Then, with another sideways roll, he effortlessly supported himself on the ground, catching the bald man off guard. Although the mechanical skeleton was heavy, it couldn't match the agility and flexibility Jiguang possessed from his feline integration. The quick move pinned the bald man down, and his face instantly turned red, with veins bulging in his neck. His hands began to weaken. Human bodies struggle with suffocation, and he waved his arms wildly in the air. I concede, cheered the city defense and a 9/11 series. The bald man slowly retracted his legs, unwilling to admit defeat, his whole body tense. Jiguang did not continue to grapple. He released his legs and grabbed the bald man's arm from behind, intending to use his full weight to counter. However, the bald man's weight was astonishing. He charged directly at Jiguang, foreheads colliding. Not only were his limbs modified, but his skull was also reinforced with special lightweight metal. A slight injury to the skin would not affect him internally. Jiguang was knocked back, staggering several steps and nearly exiting the fighting circle, risking a loss. He feigned pain and bent down, then quickly grabbed the bald man's ankle, using the momentum to flip into the air, both feet directly kicking the bald man in the chest. The bald man was caught off guard and fell to the ground, this time thoroughly. If the military doctor was not mistaken, he likely broke 7 or 8 ribs. The bald man struggled to lift his head, a pool of viscous blood oozing over his face, blurring his vision. Jiguang slightly distanced himself and did not continue the attack. He stepped out of the circle, accepting congratulations from the city defense battalion. Blood also welled from his forehead. He felt a bit of heat and itchiness behind his ear and grabbed at the bloodied area. The government troops looked dissatisfied. Now it was 3-3, a tie. Let's go again. Come on. All right. Everyone back to your posts. We have a mission to carry out. An officer-like figure entered to call everyone back. He glanced at Jiguang's forehead, but said nothing, then kicked the bald man, cursing, useless. The joint forces quickly dragged the bald man and the medical officer out of the large tent, leaving the tent momentarily quiet. This should have been a place for everyone to eat and rest, spacious with light and breeze filtering through the temporary tent. Jiguang and Xiaomu had not yet received official numbers and were not required to carry out missions, as they were given some time off. Jiguang coldly snorted. I bet Acer is up to something shady. Jiguang took Xiaomu to look for Lin Lin and Amy. They headed toward the temporary settlement for women and children. The plateau had few plants, and the groundhogs had not completely gone extinct. Now, without natural enemies, they were digging holes everywhere. In the distance, they stretched their short bodies and raised their little heads, watching Jiguang and Xiaomu approach without retreating, emitting special calls and responding to one another, while some retreated back into their burrows. However, a brave, small groundhog ran towards Jiguang and Xiaomu, climbing onto Jiguang's shoe and gently tugging at his pant leg. Jiguang looked at Xiaomu puzzled. "Got something to eat?" Xiaomu asked. "Food," Jiguang replied, pulling out a few military ration bars from his pocket and tossing them to the groundhog. Xiaomu pointed at the furry little creature at their feet. Jiguang broke off a piece and threw it over. The groundhog excitedly took the food with its little hands, stuffing its mouth full, then happily ran back, not forgetting to emit its unique call. Soon, a group of small groundhogs emerged from various burrows, and the brave little one regurgitated the food to feed its young. Jiguang squatted on the ground, deep in thought. He had no idea who his biological mother was. As soldiers, they received very little emotional nurturing. This small, brave groundhog was willing to go hungry to let its young eat first, and he couldn't understand why animals could be like this. He used to think it was all due to genes, the continuation of descendants, but now a soft spot in his heart has been touched. The food chain on the plateau has also been disrupted, with the ground squirrels barely surviving by eating plant roots and a few insects. And occasionally a few eagles can be seen soaring in the sky. The weather on the plateau is unpredictable. It was clear and sunny at noon, but now dark clouds are gathering and a fierce wind is rising. Jiguang and Natsum's clothes are billowing in the strong wind as they walk with their heads down towards the ordinary citizens' settlement camp. Sometimes, Natsum wonders where the phrase human determination can overcome nature came from. Now, no weapons are needed for an attack. A snowstorm, an avalanche, or an earthquake is enough to extinguish everyone. In fact, they have always lived in this snowy plateau, with very few outsiders, maintaining their traditional way of survival. Under the protection of a great nation, they have lived a relatively comfortable life of farming and weaving, but as time has passed and technology has advanced, the joint government's reckless exploitation of resources and human limits is not enough. They also arrogantly attempt to usurp the position of the gods, transforming humans into something neither human nor ghost. Natsum feels a lump in his throat, as if every joint in his body is cracking bit by bit from the pain. Jiguang does not understand why the military camp is so far from the ordinary citizens' camp. He and Natsum have to walk 3 hours back and forth every day to get there. The citizens believe they are being rescued from fire and water by the joint government troops. Jiguang and Natsum are filled with anger, but have no outlet for it. Daily sparring with the joint military has become one of their few joys. Besides that, they walk there every day to see Linlin and Amy. Amy conceals her true self, well, seeming just like an ordinary child. One day, he stayed until dark and had T return to the camp when Amy grabbed his arm, refusing to let him leave. After several rounds of disinfection and restricted internet access, the city should gradually return to normal. The citizens at the joint government's temporary base seem to see hope. Jiguang pulled Natsum, who is not very tall, and the two made their way to Linlin's camp, stepping in deep and shallow places. Linlin looks a bit haggard. She has no research work in her hands now, and the previous research materials have been completely destroyed. Now, during this special control period, she still cannot casually connect to the internet, and she feels almost like a blind person. Amy has toned down her brilliance and now looks like a dirty-faced little girl with a baby voice, crying and demanding chocolate while hugging Linlin's neck. She has become the leader among the children in the temporary kindergarten, playing and frolicking with everyone. Linlin feels that these human infants, when they are gentle and obedient, indeed unconsciously evoke her maternal instincts. That call from ancient genes feels quite nice. However, research will always be her first choice, and she firmly believes this. Chapter 60, The Judge is Judged. Linlin has something more important to do than raising children. She watches Jiguang walk in from outside. Humans are not noble. All animals and plants have the right to exist on Earth. Jiguang looks at Linlin, who will review the new eating survival plan for humanity. Who lives and who dies? Natsum asks. The judge is judged. The joy of the brutal brings about brutal destruction, Linlin murmurs. It's time to eat, time to eat. A round-eyed boy pulls Amy to sit down, saying it's time for a meal, but in reality, it's just one person taking a bag of nutritional liquid and a compressed biscuit to fill their stomachs. Uncle, when can we go back to the city? This generation has long been accustomed to rough and tasteless artificial food, and they eat with relish. Jiguang and Natsum sit side by side at a shabby dining table, asking Lin Lin what the plans are after this. Lin Lin looks much more haggard. She pauses for a moment. Ethel wants her to go to the mothership of the United Army, which has complete experimental research facilities in space. But she is still hesitating about the significance of her research. She reaches out to touch Jiguang's noticeably thin cheek, as if looking at her own child. Jiguang awkwardly lowers his head, staring at Lin Lin's hand resting on the child's cheek. His memories of his mother are very vague. So vague that there are no specific images, only the gentle palm and a warm embrace. Amy hugs Jiguang's neck, hanging on him, seeing everything. She tilts her head, wanting Jiguang to hold her. Jiguang lets her act as a human-shaped pendant, while other children climb up from all sides, laughing and playing. For a moment, the atmosphere in the refugee camp is lively and full of laughter. Lin Lin looks down and sighs. No matter how hopeless the apocalypse seems, these children always bring hope, making it hard to give up. However, after coming out, she has tried hard to find all the survivors but has not found Alan, Guichi, or Wei Lantian. The data instruments have also been damaged, and she feels helpless. Jiguang feels a bit itchy on the back of his neck. He reaches back and scratches a couple of times, then lowers his head to show Lin Lin. It seems to be just a red mole. It shouldn't be a problem. Let's observe it for a while, and if it suddenly enlarges or there are other issues, we will handle it then. Lin Lin pushes her glasses. She is always so calm and gentle. Jiguang feels comfortable being with her, like a kind and gentle elder. He can't quite explain why he feels a bond with some people. Help! Help! Teacher Lin. The boy who had held Amy's small hand earlier rushes in front of Lin Lin and Jiguang, pale and panicked, as if he has been frightened. Jiguang and Natsum stand up and follow the child to their dormitory. This is a simple makeshift room with basic facilities. The children are sleeping on the floor, and several mattresses are covered with a soft, mucus-like white substance. It is said that a few of the children lying on them had a slight fever a few days ago and began to have a high fever last night, talking nonsense about how their sisters were going to take them to a beautiful place. Today, they have been completely wrapped up along with a mattress, their small bodies sinking into it as if trapped in melting spider silk. Jiguang wants to take a closer look, but is stopped by Lin Lin. Let's report to Mr. Lu Zhixing first. All related children nearby should be isolated. The laughter suddenly freezes, and the children's small faces turn pale, with some timid kids having tears welling up in their eyes. Teacher, Simon is scared. The boy holding Amy calls himself Simon. He is a boy with dark skin and thick lips, and his black eyes are filled with the stars and the sea. Lin Lin tightly holds the children's small hands. Jiguang asks everyone to try to disperse and keep their distance. He connects to Lu Zhixing's communicator and roughly describes the situation. Lu Zhixing and Ethel are on the giant warship of the United Government Army, not far from the temporary refugee camp. After finishing, Ethel's excited voice comes through the communicator. We'll send someone right away to take the specimens away. A few fully armed soldiers from the government army arrive, taking the children along with the surrounding fungi, but they do not properly disinfect or isolate the remaining traces. Watching them do all this, Jiguang and Natsum exchange worried glances. That night, Jiguang keeps having nightmares. He rarely dreams, but that night, as soon as he closes his eyes, he hears the voice of the sea tempting him. The sea has grown. She is no longer the short-haired girl who was as thin as a boy. She has grown 10 centimeters taller, and her body has developed well, with the curves of an adult woman. She wears a vintage, waist-cinching, puffy dress in rose pink, looking very beautiful. She pulls him to dance among a sea of roses. The sunlight is bright, and she smiles as she wraps her arms around Jiguang's neck, giving him a passionate kiss, her breath warm and moist. Jiguang stares blankly at the lively and healthy woman before him. She does not resemble the sea, nor a rose, but rather Jenny, that innocent, lively, and plump Jenny. Suddenly, the woman in his arms changes her appearance, revealing sharp white teeth, her face contorting as she presses against his artery and bites down directly. The sweetness of the blood drives the woman into madness. Her body expands completely, her face swelling into a giant maw, biting down, injecting poison that causes Jiguang to lose consciousness in an instant. He closes his eyelids, calmly accepting the fact of becoming food. Ugh! Jiguang wakes up in a cold sweat. It was a nightmare. He touches the stiffness at the back of his neck. A message comes through the communicator. There's a special mission today. Jiguang is politely invited onto the mothership. Early in the morning, Lin Lin is taken to the laboratory, while Jiguang is brought before Lu Zhixing, the command center of the mothership. The United Government's mothership is huge, exquisitely designed, and robust. It was built by gathering the top talents from various countries before the Great Explosion, and indeed, the warship is extraordinary. Lu Zhixing sits in the center. Jiguang, you and I are considered old acquaintances without a hint of temporary ambition. Arnold was previously burned. Comparing DNA, I secretly investigated his relationship with the sea. Little does he know that Arnold sacrificed himself for Jenny, or rather, for the sea. Lu Zhixing pauses, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the glass window. 30 years ago, all the preserved humans were basically carefully selected, the elite of the elite. The ordinary citizens who survive the lottery are merely 1%. And most of the genes hold no preservation value. Those ordinary people were actually dragged to the center of the explosion area for humane destruction. Jiguang clenches his fists silently. Human destruction. It's all lies, all lies. He entered the explosion, and the sea experienced it countless times, each time with charred flesh and unbearable pain. Everyone just happened to be right in the middle of the explosion, and countless others around suffered immensely, dying in despair, watching their bodies deteriorate gradually in despair. Don't you understand yet? Everything has its rightful place. Jenny can only serve as a vessel, as a donor. A 9/11 can fight on the battlefield. But once it has no value, there will be a self-destruct program in its body. Ethel is the United Government's henchman. He is cunning and treacherous, with no human qualities. But so what? He now holds heavy military power and is arrogant. I have to give way to him. I'm getting old, and I no longer care about my life or death, but I firmly believe that using the body of a rose for the latest Eden experiment was not wrong. The human body is too outdated, unable to keep up with technological development and environmental deterioration. The faster technology develops, the faster humanity perishes. Don't get stuck in a narrow view, young man. Only by passing on civilization can humanity truly avoid extinction, regardless of what form it takes. Humans are, but other animals may not be. Carbon-based life forms are, but silicon-based may also be. The pattern opens up. As long as it can be used by me, the goal is achieved, and the form is not important. Lu Zhixing turned around, and he stood by the window, deep in thought, lost in countless reflections. This was a rare, clear, starry night in winter, the aurora gathering in the dome slowly and grandly, playing a wonderful symphony overhead, making humanity feel small like dust in this vast universe. Jiguang was indifferent to the sound around him. He seemed to be ensnared in a giant web by a massive poisonous spider, injected with venom, his limbs and bones dissolving away. He understood what Lu Zhixing had said to him, but he did not agree. It was evident that the United Government had split into two factions, the mechanical faction and the genetic faction, each vying for power. Lu Zhixing, you old fox, still standing strong, moving between the two factions, claiming to be for humanity and for the future. How much of this incident is for the greater good, and how much is for personal desire? Even the parties involved might not be clear. Jiguang and Lu Zhixing's conversation did not shy away from Axel, which surprised Axel a bit. Continuing the search, Axel's long hand took out a glove and gently put it on. How about we play a game? I never gamble. Jiguang adjusted his cuffs and sat down directly opposite Axel. The two looked very similar, their physiques alike, with Axel being slightly weaker. Light pierced through the window, a beam striking Jiguang's face, while Axel hid in the shadow opposite, like the light and darkness of one person, the gentle and the harsh, the merciful and the wicked, the just and the biased. Chapter 61, the place of first encounter. Acer lazily stood up from his seat, casually tilted his head to crack his neck, and his gaze fell upon the explosive ruins beneath the void. The center of this repeatedly bombarded and burned land was charred black, reduced to dust. The thin snow falling from the sky was pure white, covering everything clean. This ruin had long been dug 3 feet deep in search of something, but there was nothing that Acer wanted to find. In fact, in this world, there has never been a so-called truth in the true sense. All descriptions of truth are merely guesses made by humans based on their limited understanding. Acer still didn't believe it. He wanted to come down and search for himself. Acer tossed a set of protective gear to Jiguang. "Are you coming or not?" Acer raised an eyebrow. "To find your long-lost lover." Jiguang asked no further questions, took the protective gear, and changed into it. The two switched to a small aircraft, and Acer pretended to wander around the ground a few times with Jiguang, not wasting any effort hovering over the government military camp. They sent the mothership away, wanting to return to land first. Then, Acer piloted the small craft in a different direction, straight towards another part of the city. Overlooking the city, the once white buildings were now gray and lifeless. Tritium lamps didn't need electricity. They were inconspicuous in daylight, but glowed like dim, ghostly flames in damp corners. Jiguang was stunned. This was once his and Zhihai's residence. The building had fallen into disrepair, but the rooms still remained. Their aircraft also stopped there. This place, where the 3 of them and a cat once met, was no longer what it used to be. Did anyone realize that the destruction of this city would not affect the progress of world civilization at all? Their lives and deaths were actually meaningless. Acer's voice floated in the air, then pierced into Jiguang's body like a needle, not fatal, but making Jiguang feel nauseous to the bone. Acer blew the last puff of cigar smoke in Jiguang's face. "Zhihai's greatest concern is not you now, and your greatest concern is not her either." Jiguang turned his head, lips tightly shut. The fierce wind above the tall buildings blew ice shards onto them, and their small aircraft stopped in front of Zhihai's former room, at a position still broken and unrepaired. The room, once unobstructed, was now gently covered by something resembling spider silk, appearing soft and swaying lightly in the wind, but no wind could enter, nor could rain dampen it. What was inside? Jiguang felt his palms getting sweaty and tightened the weapon strap on his body. "I sent 7 or 8 teams here, and they all perished." Acer's expression was gloomy. "Aren't you good at using neutron bombs to destroy everything?" Jiguang gritted his teeth. "How could I bear to let your old lover's bones be completely gone?" Acer stood up from his seat, opened the cabin door, and kicked Jiguang from behind. Jiguang fell into the window, and those gentle, filamentous structures extended countless tentacles, probing Jiguang's face and fingers, then extended more tentacles to try to wrap around him. Jiguang struggled in the void for a moment, realizing he was slowly being pulled gently into the room by those filamentous objects. He felt safe and calmed down. The small red bump behind Jiguang's ear was vividly bright, and a filamentous tentacle reached in. Jiguang closed his eyes. He hummed, obediently laid down his weapon, and fell entirely into that shimmering white net, which then seemed to absorb Jiguang's flesh and blood, with bright red blood lying in every vein. Good. Capture him alive." Acer's face twisted with excitement as he sat outside the aircraft. "Reel him in." At the moment, Jiguang was completely absorbed. A hook with a rope popped out from the back of his gear. Acer commanded the other teammates, fully armed, to hook his waist and then forcibly pulled him out with the aircraft, placing him in a specialized isolation freezer. Just as Acer's aircraft intended to return, it passed over a hill, and the entire circuit was destroyed. The aircraft shook precariously, gliding through the air due to inertia, with strong airflow in the troposphere making the entire body tremble. Requesting support. Acer frantically pulled the control stick, but it was of no use. The red mark on Jiguang's back spread, wrapping a layer of light pink filaments around him. His entire back turned red, leading to the destruction of the aircraft and the demise of its occupants. The aircraft lost power and crashed into that black place of first encounter above the black market. Jiguang lay in a dark, damp corner for 3 whole days before being discovered. As for Acer, he was neither seen alive nor found dead. The wreckage of the aircraft had long been sold off as high-quality scrap. Jiguang felt a bit dazed. The room he was in had been painted black. The walls were plastered with Hollywood posters from the last century. The door opened, and a young girl with a head full of dirty braids walked in. She had a great figure, radiating youthful vitality, wearing a crop top in the cold weather, paired with a genuine leather pilot jacket. Below, she wore camouflage pants and a pair of Dr. Martens boots, her waist soft and slender. "Hey, handsome." The girl threw a bag of food in her mouth. "I'm Nana. What about you?" Nana took off her jacket and threw it on the floor, then kicked off her shoes into the air. "I." Ji Guang tried to get up, but felt a sharp pain in his right arm, like an electric shock. "You got a fracture. Don't move." "What's your name?" "Ji Guang." Ji Guang stared at the girl in front of him. She seemed harmless, so he slowly relaxed his guard and lay back down. "You don't know where you are?" Nana's colorful braids bounced as she spoke. Her hair was dark brown, her skin honey-colored, with purple blush. She had a small, three-dimensional face, a typical Latina beauty. "Did you take off my clothes?" Ji Guang felt around his body, frowning. "Then I'll call you Little Guangji. Are you with the government army or the United Army? What position do you hold? Are you rich?" Nana's pretty face was full of questions. Seeing Ji Guang's shy, blushing expression, she laughed so hard she nearly doubled over. This was a girl completely different from Rose, Ji-hai, and Jenny. She had a kind of tenacious vitality, like a weed. "What's the situation in the city now?" "The only train has been stopped for a long time. I heard things are not good. I can't even get online now." Nana pulled out a pack of juice gummies and tossed one into her mouth. Outside the window, the colorful neon lights flashed, casting a surreal glow on Ji Guang. This man was handsome, with a perfect figure, so perfect that he didn't seem like a natural product. She reached out her hand, unconsciously touching his chest muscles. "Let go of me." Ji Guang wrapped the blanket around himself. "Is this how you treat your savior?" Nana withdrew her hand and tossed a gummy candy at him. Ji Guang, quick-eyed and quick-handed, instinctively caught the gummy. Nana threw another, and Ji Guang caught it again swiftly. The third one was the same. "Are you a dog?" "Ha ha ha." Nana's laughter was crisp and clear. Chapter 62. What makes a home? Ji Guang slightly lifted his eyelids. Don't waste food. In his memories, Ji-hai had always been at the Army's Unified Child Care Center, then attending military school, where the environment was simple. When Ji Guang was a cat, Ji-hai had never teased him like this. She always maintained a bit of coldness and distance. She didn't smoke or drink, wear loose clothing, never sat quietly by the window, and wouldn't wear such a sexy little tank top. As for his memories in the cat's body, Ji-hai would cradle the cat to sleep. That was a gentle and reassuring feeling. Not like this. Ji Guang couldn't articulate it. He felt his heart suddenly beating strangely, as if some instinct was awakening. "Xiao Guangge, are you on a mission? Do you have any plans afterward? You can't stay here for free." Nana smiled sweetly. "I have no money." Ji Guang was taken aback, instinctively checking his pockets. "Then you can either leave or go earn some money for rent. I can introduce you to a job." Nana's eyes twinkled mischievously. "Our boss recently changed, and we need an assistant." "Job?" Ji Guang paused again, having spent his time in the simple environment of the army, following orders without ever seriously considering what it would be like to work in ordinary society. Now, the unified government had easily destroyed the entire Himalayan city. What did he consider home? To be precise, he had no home at all. The place his body most often resided was the cloning laboratory. That couldn't be considered his home. Arnold was gone too. Was he supposed to seek refuge with Liu Zhixing? Ji Guang thought about Axel's nauseating expression and suddenly felt that hiding here wasn't too bad. The technology of the black market relied heavily on Himalayan City. If he stayed here, it could be far from the cold laboratory, the dim and damp corridors, the rigid and hypocritical military leaders, and the virtually alienating high-tech world. People seemed to live more like animals, relying on instinct and intuition, which didn't seem too bad. He was willing to stay here. "What can I do?" Ji Guang put on a men's t-shirt and camouflage pants that Nana tossed him. He stood up from the bed. He was now nearly 190 centimeters tall, with well-defined muscles and a perfect mermaid line. A handmade gold necklace hung from his chest, sparkling against his bronze skin. "Great. Xia Guangyi." Nana's eyes lit up. "I'll introduce you to a high-paying job. Let's go." "Is it okay without documents?" "Hey, how many people here have documents?" "Let me tell you. They're all people who are desperate in the city, those who have committed serious crimes. That's why they come here." Nana wrapped a scarf around herself and tossed Ji Guang a pack of chicken breast. "Eat more, so your wounds can heal faster." The two chatted as they walked. The night deepened, and they navigated through the dim, narrow staircases, corners filled with dirt, mottled walls, dim, tritium lights, and oddly shaped, abandoned machinery. The air was filled with the smell of cheap alcohol and nicotine. Ji Guang sniffed. He didn't like the scent. Then they passed by an underground boxing arena. What a pity. Nana glanced at Ji Guang's chest muscles. If only your arm weren't broken, you could make a lot of money here. Thinking of this, Nana felt a bit displeased and half-draped her coat over her back, exposing her fragrant shoulder. She had a great figure. Collarbones, broad shoulders, a slim waist, narrow hips, and long legs. Her allure was unmatched on this street. Hey, Nana, have you got a new boyfriend? A blonde girl approached, leaning softly against Ji Guang like a snake. Ji Guang quickly stepped back, causing the blonde to miss her target, and she rolled her eyes in annoyance before leaving. Don't mind her. She's my biggest competitor in business. Nana naturally took Ji Guang's hand and strode forward. Here we are. Ji Guang was stunned. This was where the Buddha's head was located. No matter the upheaval in Himalayan city, this place remained unchanged, filled with music, dance, and intoxicating lights. Little Ji Hai crouched on the ground, looking distressed from a racing heartbeat and suffocating discomfort, a memory fresh in Ji Guang's mind. After regaining his memory, the sensation of consciousness merging was unique, intertwining Ji Guang's and the cat's perspectives, mixing the cat's instinctual attachment and dependency with Ji Guang's bewilderment at just waking up, creating a sense of nostalgia and disorientation. The Buddha's head had eyes that seemed both sad and joyful, gazing ahead as Nana and Ji Guang stood among it. Everyone lingering in the black market had their stories. Nana didn't ask much. She leaned one leg against the railing, tossed a fruit juice gummy into her mouth, and quietly waited for Ji Guang to snap out of it. Is it hard? Even if it's hard, we have to live. Nana adjusted her long legs into a different position as the cold wind swept by, patting Ji Guang's shoulder. We are just the rats in this garbage pit. Those people in the city throw us some scraps, and we can survive. They entered an antique collection store, with various small boxes of traditional Chinese medicine in the back, and the room was filled with rare ebony furniture, incense wafting through the air. The city's network had been cut off, repeatedly bombarded, and the black market had flooded with refugees. Those who once held elegant cleaning jobs in the CBD were now here doing the lowest-end work. They still wore the elegant and simple gray outfits common among the middle class in the city, but now they were crouched on the ground scrubbing floors, their hair disheveled, and a faint scent of sweat lingering. They probably couldn't even manage to bathe regularly. The boss, sitting in a swivel chair, first heard the noise and threw a wine glass, smashing it against the back of a girl crouching on the ground. The little girl bowed her head, too scared to lift it, trembling in fear. Once living a regimented life in the city, they now found themselves lost in the black market, like floating duckweed. Their lives worth little. Is the boss troubled about something? Nana stepped forward with her long legs, her breath brushing against the fat man's face, clearly lifting his spirits. She took the opportunity to send the girl away. This time, the boss of SK Gene Company has really taken advantage of us, claiming to give us a big order. But what the hell is inside? The person Nana referred to as the boss was fuming, the flesh on his face twitching uncontrollably. Ji Guang snapped out his daze. This was the short, chubby boss who had fired Ji Hai when he sat on the black market train. He had slipped in here. My gaming company was inexplicably swallowed by SK Company, using our tech team to implant the virtual zombie virus in a player's bodies, and now I've lost everything. The boss looked flushed, clearly having a bad heart. Don't you still have this business in the black market? Nana's body was as soft as if it had no bones. Leaning over, give me a list of the SK leadership. I can find someone to take care of them. How about that? A cold glint flashed in Nana's eyes. Boss Asen's gaze fell on Ji Guang. His handsome, tall figure was indeed incomparable to the clumsiness of machines. But his arm, the boss grunted. What use is bringing in a broken waist? Give a few days to heal. What's the rush? Nana placed her black-painted nails on Asen's chest. I don't trust his capability. Send him to Eden number 3 to earn some money first. Once his injury is healed, send him to the underground boxing arena for a few rounds, get some championship belts, and then come back to me. I'll take him and assign him important tasks. Asen reached out his thick palm to touch Nana's slender hand. However, Even if I take out a few of their upper management, I still can't get my company back. That building has been bombed to the point of being unrecognizable. Their deaths won't benefit me." Austin's expression was grim. Nana didn't continue speaking. She withdrew her hand with the agility of a snake and stepped back to the opposite side of the boss's desk. She sat at the table, her legs crossed, her toes gently swaying in the air, hooked on a pair of pointed red high heels that were about to fall off. The deep red lace-up design accentuating Nana's fair ankles. Ji Guang jolted awake from his daze. "SK Company," a thought flickered in his mind, listening to your arrangements. Chapter 63. Adam. "Do something." Nana jumped off the table and walked gracefully, her waist swaying. She took a pack of cigarettes from the boss's desk, blew a kiss, and quickly pulled Ji Guang out of the antique shop. The black market had become a playground for the wealthy and the city's elite, whether new money or old money. Previously looked down on the black market's low-class antics. Ji Guang grabbed Nana's wrist and asked, "Can the SK Gene Company arrange my task?" Nana impatiently shook off Ji Guang. "Are you crazy? Do you know how powerful the SK Gene Company is? You will die. I'm not afraid. Don't think just because you're handsome. You can do whatever you want." Nana pulled out a cigarette with annoyance. At this point, the wealthy people who had fled to the black market for the first time felt that it seemed more interesting here than in the city. Apart from the inconvenient internet, everything else was simply amazing. They felt as if they had stepped back into the last century, where nobles trampled their slaves into the mud, and the slaves had to kneel and express gratitude. What was that line? "When the emperor orders you to be beheaded, you must kneel and thank his majesty." That was probably the meaning. Nana walked on the greasy, dark ground, feeling very displeased. Since these wealthy, big shots arrived, prices had skyrocketed several times, and her hard-earned travel expenses had lost more than half their value. Ji Guang silently followed behind Nana and asked her, "Travel expenses? Where do you want to go?" "I want to go to a very far place, a place where you can see the aurora, that transparent blue and green kind." Nana wasn't well read, and her adjectives were quite lacking. "Xiao Guang, do you know what I do?" "Let me tell you." Nana gently touched Ji Guang's cheek with her finger. But Ji Guang instinctively countered with a move, almost dislocating her shoulder, causing her to scream in pain. "I'm sorry." Ji Guang quickly let go. "Have you done anything other than being a soldier?" Nana's eyes turned slightly red. That moment had really hurt her. Besides being a soldier and killing, I can also cook a bit and scoop cat litter," Ji Guang replied seriously, looking sincere. Nana looked at him with a disbelieving expression, as if he were a monster, and burst out laughing, thinking he must have not only hurt his arm, but his brain too. Ji Guang saw the woman in front of him, her eyes sparkling, alluring. He hurriedly looked away, suddenly feeling a sharp pain at the back of his neck. At the same time, Nana seemed to feel discomfort at the back of her neck. She raised her hand to brush aside her dirty braids and scratched at it. There was a small red dot on the back of her neck. Ji Guang frowned and reached out to poke it gently. "What are you doing?" Nana pouted. Ji Guang quickly withdrew his hand and apologized again. Nana waved her hand dismissively and didn't dwell on the matter anymore. "Let's go. Today I'll take you to see something." They returned to the entrance of the boxing gym they had passed earlier. There was a long line outside for a match today. "So popular?" Ji Guang looked around with wide eyes. Nana laughed, bought 2 tickets, 2 cups of cola, and a bucket of overpriced popcorn as they went inside. The lighting here was dim, with a huge exhaust fan above and a cool blue light contrasting sharply with the darkness. The athletes had very prominent muscular bodies. They had even applied a layer of oil on their skin and wore short boxing shorts, pacing back and forth in place. Once he adapted to the dim lighting, Ji Guang's expression changed dramatically. One of the fighters looked exactly like Adam. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the lower half of the fighter's legs were made from other robots, the legs brown compared to his own pale yellow arms, which looked very bizarre. The opponent was likely a genetically modified human. It was unclear whether he was the original or a clone from several generations. Standing over 2 meters tall with muscles that looked frightening, his back resembling a rising mountain. "What's so interesting about this? Robots don't feel pain. What's the point of fighting?" A middle-aged woman, once a city's socialite, scoffed, elegantly picking up a chocolate-flavored popcorn and gently putting it in her mouth. "Oh, madam, you just don't understand. This muscular one was chosen from our refugees, a noble, pure-blood human. What was his status before and now? He has become our plaything, madam. Isn't that exciting? Oh, I didn't pay much attention to the advertisement outside. That's interesting. What about the one opposite? That one? Not too clear. Seems to be the oldest version of an intelligent robot, reportedly modified. They now have the ability to feel pain. Wow, robots can feel pain? The elegantly poised woman instantly became interested, her eyes sparkling as she focused intently on the scene below. The performance and the real war were worlds apart, of course. But the show was convincing. Ji Guang saw no flaws. The blows landed with a thud, each punch hitting flesh. The gasps from those around Ji Guang and Nana were continuous. Nana's soft gasps were incessant, and during the intermission, she even covered her eyes with her hand. The flesh and blood human stood no chance against steel and bone. The natural human quickly fell behind. The natural human knelt on the ground, his gaze trembling, his eyes dark. He shakily raised his hands in surrender. The robot straightened up. He looked a bit unsteady. The referee raised his hand, thanking the audience. Suddenly, a thick chill disrupted the lively atmosphere as a gloomy figure wearing a floral shirt entered, his bulging muscles stretching the translucent fabric. What's the point of this flashy show? He pulled out a cigar, ready to make it big. The bald owner hurriedly nodded and bowed, lighting the cigar for the big shot. The flame flickered in the dim light. He took a deep puff, his chest swelling before deflating, the acrid smoke rising. What's the point of this? Raise the stakes. Whoever wins gets freedom. Freedom. The light in Adam's eyes, devoid of tear ducts, shone brightly. But the floral shirt took another deep puff. The loser dies. Only the winner can have freedom. He inhaled the whole cloud of smoke, swirling it 3 times in his lungs before leisurely exhaling 2 rings. Oh, oh, oh. The crowd erupted in shock. Killing a natural human was the highest punishment in the city. But now, the tiger had fallen to the plains, being killed by a robot that had been obsolete for decades. The natural human supported himself on the ground, accepting his fate. But the robot raised its hand above his head, hesitating to strike. 3 seconds countdown. If you don't act, we all die, the floral shirt said, sitting back in his chair, legs spread apart, leaning back comfortably. Adam, do something, Nana exclaimed. Ji Guang hesitated, his dark eyes glinting fiercely as he crushed the popcorn in his hand. What are you saying? Nana rubbed her temples, looking confused at Ji Guang. What did I just say? You just said Adam. Adam? Who is Adam? Just as Ji Guang was about to ask further, the whole venue erupted in a frenzy. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! A kettle of boiling water bubbled violently, creating a chaotic sound of water and fire. The natural human closed his eyes in despair. Don't you hate those who enslave you? The floral shirt coaxed, friendly, handing Adam a knife. I don't want to. The ones who enslave me are not him. Don't you have any hatred? I only hate those who kill anyone at will, be it a person or a machine, Adam replied calmly. Kill him, and you'll be free. The floral shirt big shot tempted him. Chapter 64, I am trapped. Adam took the knife, holding it in front of his chest, unwilling to make a move. The man at Adam's feet was curled up tightly, a posture formed from unbearable pain. He didn't even have the strength to raise his hands to protect his head. His features were twisted and deformed. After enduring for a long time, he finally spat out a mouthful of pink blood mixed with saliva, which dripped onto the floor. His chest heaved irregularly, his heart beginning to fibrillate. Each breath seeming weak and futile, his face ashen. Did this self-aware robot not feel fear or dread? Or did it still have to adhere to the 3 laws of robotics? The man in the floral shirt sneered coldly. Dispose of him. With a wave of his hand, the irrational crowd surged forward, punching and kicking the 2 powerless individuals on the ground, venting their frustration and anger towards the world on them and the robot. Soon, chaos mixed with bloodshed, a once noble human reduced to a bloody mess. Before he breathed his last, he was taken away. His body was made up of valuable materials, corneas, skin, healthy organs. This ready-made refugee was far cheaper than raising a clone. The world had changed, and this outdated robot was essentially useless. Its gray-blue eyes hid behind thick eyelashes, motionless. It lay alone in the middle of the stage, the blue light leaking from above cut into fragments by the exhaust fan, falling onto its technological remains. Nana screamed, covering her face. I want to go home. I can't take it anymore. Jiguang rushed up and asked, Can I have this pile of scrap metal? You have to pay for it, young man, said the greasy fight club owner. Jiguang turned to Nana with an expectant look reminiscent of a Samoyed. That naive and pure gaze. Hey, don't look at me like that. Goosebumps rose on Nana's skin. Get away. That's my savings. I won't give it to you. Nana shot him a glance and turned to leave, the sound of her high heels echoing down the corridor. This damn man, no matter how good-looking, cute, or sweet, was no use. But the next moment, Jiguang stood at her door with a pile of scrap metal on his back. You man, go away. You're driving me crazy. You haven't even made a penny, and yet you bring back a pile of junk. Nana's eyes were red. Just a moment ago, she couldn't bear to leave directly, spending half her fare on this pile of scrap metal. She stretched out her arm and pushed Jiguang hard, but he didn't resist. This wasn't his home anyway. He bowed to Nana, saying, Thank you for the clothes. I'll return them to you when I have the chance. He hoisted the disfigured atom, its soft golden hair floating in the air. Nana suddenly felt a pang in her heart, as if a large hand was tightly gripping it, falling heavily and repeatedly crashing against her chest. She tightly grasped the doorknob and slammed the door shut. In this world, compassion and kindness were superfluous. Since Nana could remember, she and T had much happiness. She wasn't T smart enough, hadn't T been genetically modified, couldn't T pass the scientific exams in the city, and didn't T want to do lowly jobs. Once she became an adult, she couldn't do anything, as most simple physical labor could be replaced by robots. And basic brain work had long been replaced by artificial intelligence in just a few years since its rise in 2023. Everyone in the black market deeply hated robots, especially intelligent simulation robots. Robots that didn't need to enjoy leisure, rest, or sleep, only needing to recharge. But when Nana saw this handsome robot unwilling to kill, shedding tears, completely giving up resistance while being beaten and dismantled, she still couldn't bear it. A woman always has excess mercy and fragility. Jiguang watched the door slam shut with a bang in front of him. He slightly raised his hand as if to knock, but ultimately let it fall dejected. In this dim, disgusting, and damp building several floors underground, the scent of cheap perfume lingered near his nose. Jiguang carried Adam without looking back, walking out. Now he was trapped between a wolf in front and a tiger behind, unable to act freely. Either he would be a dog for Lu Zhixing, or here, he was worse than a dog. Jiguang forced a smile. It started to rain, the neon-lit puddles merging into flowing illusions. The air mixed with the smell of moss and cheap machine oil. He found a basin behind a pile of discarded trash, barely able to shield from the rain. Holding Adam in his arms, Adam's limbs were already broken. Its eyes were half open, staring at the half-asleep face of the Buddha statue. Jiguang quietly leaned against the cold, hard statue. The sky was half open, and cold winds mixed with frost swirled down, chilling his eyebrows and face. If he were still a cat, he could stay in the mud and give up, right in the gutter corner. Now, fragments of memories crashed in his mind. The memory of roses had become very vague. The clearest thing he could recall was the taste of the first cheese steamed egg custard, like fireworks exploding in his mind. Those fireworks and the splattering fire from those big explosions seemed no different, all stirred his body and mind. Adam's steel frame was heavy and hard, pressing painfully against his chest. He stole 2 apples from the offerings in front of the Buddha and bit into them. They were fragrant and sweet, and apples and grapes were the only 2 fruits still in existence. Why were they so fragrant, sweet, and juicy, one bite after another? Time and time again, dying and having his body replicated. Who was he? Why did he exist here? Where did he come from, and where was he going? It was never his own will. He even envied those virtual zombies. At least they acted on instinct, doing whatever they wanted, even possibly feeling no pain. Being a puppet driven by others, having no thoughts of their own, was also a kind of liberation. This place was a world completely different from Jiguang's previous 2 lives. Chaotic and confused. It used to be black and white, everything traceable, simple and bright, for the future of humanity, for world peace. Here, everything was chaotic and ambiguous, like a bloody wound, repeatedly torn, healed, and then torn again, finally merging into a blurred mass of tissue, indistinguishable, unable to tell fresh from stale, good from evil, right from wrong, healing while rotting. I am trapped. Jiguang felt drowsy and closed his eyes. Fool, go back. Nana stood in front of Jiguang with an umbrella, her gaze piercing through layers of light rain and white mist, hazy and unclear, unable to see who the woman in front of him was. He missed Jihai. On a cold winter night, the two exhaled white mist intertwined. Are you coming or not? I have no patience. Nana turned to leave, wiping her nose and eyes with her sleeve. It's not smeared on it. Jihai. Jiguang dragged at him to stand up, blurting out. Nana suddenly froze. Why did she subconsciously agree? Who is Adam? Who is Jihai? Her mind was in chaos. Why did she have so many memories that didn't belong to her? Facing Jiguang, Nana trembled all over, stepping back one step at a time. What have you done to me? Jiguang saw her swaying body, her high heels sinking into the mud, and reached out a hand to support her. Don't touch me, Nana screamed, stepping into empty space and fainting. Her mind became a loose, dry clump of soil, crashing down with a bang, and she lost consciousness. Nana was carried back home by Jiguang. She caught a cold and developed a fever, her whole body flushed, mumbling incoherently. Mom, where's Mom? Don't abandon me. Jiguang, help me. I don't want to become a monster. Jiguang, are you afraid of water? Don't be afraid. I'm here. Nana waved her hand in the air, but she couldn't wake up, trapped in a nightmare. Chapter 65. No place to escape. Jiguang searched the house thoroughly. There were plenty of cold and fever medicines, as well as a lot of cough syrup. He boiled some hot water and fed it to Nana, but her high fever did not subside. She fell into a kind of hallucination and said to Jiguang, My head isn't good. I learn things slowly, but I sing beautifully. I have a good voice, and sometimes the guests will listen to me sing a few lines. But then they start to get hands-on with me. I hate them. I hate the black market. I want to go to Northern Europe. Am I going to die? I haven't seen your arm heal. I haven't seen you help me make money. I haven't seen the aurora. Over the next few hours, Nana visibly lost weight. Her skin was dry and peeling. She had a few minutes of consciousness each day. She was hungry, very hungry. She felt extremely hungry. However, Jiguang had bought various expensive foods, including rare fresh grapes and milk, which used to be Nana's favorite foods, but now held no appeal for her. Hungry, Nana curled up in bed, holding her stomach, too hungry. This deep, bone-chilling hunger seemed to come from ancient memories. Too hungry. Nana's plump arms looked shriveled, and her eye sockets were sunken. Nana gently covered herself with the blanket and said, Am I going to die? I saw memories that don't belong to me. I saw you in military uniform. I saw you as a cat. You can't walk. You fear water. You like to eat chicken breasts and eggs. Is this the memory of our past lives? I dreamt that I was a little girl with silver hair, pale skin, and freckles. Jiguang hurriedly picked up Nana. No, you're just sick. We need to go to the hospital to find a doctor. Jiguang didn't know anyone here, except for the owner of the sea. He hesitated for a moment, wrapped Nana in his coat, and strode outside. On the way, there were many more people burning incense and praying. Every household had some incense sticks at the door. Buddhism, Hinduism, Catholicism, Islam, and various other religions that he had seen or heard of from last century were all popular. Enthusiastic believers along the way were distributing all kinds of flyers, gospels, and even various foods. When did the real world become like this? Worshipping deities? What about science? Jiguang was dizzy and was pulled into a place resembling a monastery by a crowd of people. He repeatedly confirmed, Is this a hospital? Are there doctors? Yes, yes. We treat incurable diseases here. Come, come. We have the best doctors. In the dark elevator, they went around several times and descended several flights of stairs. This was a place that resembled a church. A huge cross hung overhead like a sword. Stained glass windows and a Gothic dome extended infinitely into the sky. The intricate carvings left Jiguang speechless, a true testament to humanity's caprice to get closer to the divine. In the center, a priest in a black robe obscured his face and was preaching the gospel. A chubby woman dressed in robes pulled Jiguang inside, and everyone stopped praying, turning to look at Jiguang. A poor beam of light followed the priest's footsteps. His face was shrouded in shadow, making it impossible to discern his expression. Come, please place the patient on the altar. Jiguang glanced around. There were no medical devices in sight. He hesitated for a moment, but Nana had already lost consciousness, her breathing weak. At the moment when Nana's body had not completely lain flat, he decided to leave immediately. Hey, you can't leave that easily now that you're here. The priest removed his hat. He was a blond European, pulling out a weapon inlaid with red and blue gemstones, aiming it at Ji Guang's temple. That gun looked very similar to the one Asher often played with. In a split second, Ji Guang put Nana down. He kicked towards the barrel, but the other side was quick as well. With a twist of the wrist, Ji Guang's ear was grazed, and a protein-like paste burst forth. The priest smiled at Ji Guang, a smile colder and filthier than the black market, making one feel nauseous. Then the believers below took off their hats and brandished weapons, surrounding Ji Guang. Ji Guang had no choice but to raise his hands in submission. I'm saving people. The priest blew the faint smoke from the gun's muzzle. Cool me. The priest waved his hand, as usual, and then sat back on the high platform. The huge cross hanging over Ji Guang slowly descended, and only then did he see that a girl was tied to it. She was still conscious and shivering all over. She was completely naked, her long hair covering her chest, and she let out whimpers, terrified. Ji Guang tried to take a step forward, but the priest shot him in the leg. Ji Guang fell to one knee, blood gushing out. However, he still wanted to move his other foot forward. The priest shot him again. Ji Guang completely fell down, supporting himself with his uninjured hand. Move again, and I'll cripple your limbs. The priest seemed to say this in a casual tone, as if asking what to eat tonight. You don't know how beautiful her back is, how perfect her body is for my spoils. Ji Guang lay prostrate beneath the cross, unable to move, with only a pair of bloodshot eyes and a hand swelling with veins. The girl's hair fell near Nana's nose. Nana's eyelids slightly opened, and she slowly extended her hands. Her honey-brown skin gradually turned deep red, and her skin secreted a thread-like mucus that gently climbed up the girl's hair. From her forehead to her nostrils to her lips, countless tiny tendrils wrapped around the girl, forming a human-shaped cocoon. The believers below softly hummed the gospel. Give the best lamb to God. God descends once again. The priest smiled gently, placing his right hand near his mouth, mimicking a loudspeaker. There is a terrifying spider called the fugitive spider. The early symptoms of being bitten by a fugitive spider are very subtle. Its mouthparts leave a pair of small holes on the victim's skin, causing the capillaries around the wound to begin to constrict, slowing the blood flow. Then the blood vessels gradually rupture, and within 3 hours, white blood cells rush to the scene, saturating the surrounding tissues. The skin begins to swell, itch, and become inflamed. The skin at the center of the forming ulcer turns blue, while a white ring appears around it due to lack of blood flow, which then turns red again, resembling a cow's eye, signaling tissue death. Death brings pain, accompanied by the decay of flesh. The skin will slowly turn purple, then black. In some cases, the dead tissue becomes hardened ulcers, eventually falling off on its own, exposing bare flesh. Medical literature defines this process as liquefaction. Liquefaction. Guess what this cocoon is doing? Ji Guang lay on the ground, staring wide-eyed, shouting hoarsely, "Nana, wake up! Nana!" Nana moved her lips slightly. Hungry, so hungry. No. Ji Guang's whole body was bleeding. For a moment, he felt like a deflated balloon, tattered and only skin. The cocoon quickly changed from pink to deep red. Veins of blood from the body, deep red, began to beat with a heart's rhythm. Hungry. Nana slowly sat up from the altar, her visibly shriveled body becoming plump. The cocoon dripped foul liquid, and Nana extended her tongue, licking it into her mouth. The girl-esque body on the altar was the highest delicacy in the world. No. Ji Guang despairingly closed his eyes. The priest seemed quite satisfied with his explanation. Why are you doing this? Ji Guang's voice, filled with rare killing intent, echoed coldly against the ground. You are Satan. Sent here. Chapter 66. The folded lip wasp, there is no reason. When humans kill an insect, do they have a reason? When washing hands, thousands of bacteria are wiped out. Do the bacteria ask why? Ji Guang struggled to support himself with one hand, blood spreading around the high platform, while the tiny tentacles extending from Nana devoured the fresh blood. Stupid. Then those tentacles slowly lifted Nana from the altar, changing her angle to face the followers below. Ji Guang moved little by little to Nana's feet and said in a deep voice, "Nana, stop." But she only slightly moved her fingers, and the fluid flowing from the human cocoon was absorbed entirely by the tentacles, making Nana's skin turn rosy and glistening. Just as the priest had explained earlier, these tentacles dissolved the proteins, nourishing Nana's withered body with the girl's body. Ji Guang thought he had long since become numb and would no longer feel despair again. But now, a burning sensation flared up behind him, the little red dot on his back, like a cinnabar mole, spread out and connected with the tentacles on Nana's body. Ji Guang's body felt as if it were electrified, his eyes widened, blood vessels in his eyes bulging, and he gripped the edge of the platform tightly. Nana's honey-colored skin began to shed like a reptile's, with translucent keratin peeling off from her limbs. She closed her eyes tightly in the air and started to twist and struggle, seemingly in pain, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes as her beautiful reddish-brown hair began to fall away rapidly, leaving a bare head that looked eerily strange under the light. The priest gently brushed the golden-edged folds near his knees. Some heavy parasitic wasps use other parasitic wasps as hosts. For example, the folded-lip wasp finds caterpillars that have been parasitized by the parasitic wasp and lays its eggs inside the larva of the recently pupated wasp. In some cases, certain wasp species nest parasitize, forming a multi-layered structure like a Russian nesting doll. One shell containing a creature that is the food for another, layered within. Can you guess how many layers she is parasitizing now? Ji Guang suddenly looked up, gripping Nana's dangling ankle tightly. Nana is a monster. Nana slightly opened her eyes and mumbled, "Don't be afraid. I'm here, whether you're a monster or Nana, I'm here." The voice that squeezed out from between Ji Guang's teeth was not loud, but Nana heard it. However, she could not move within the tentacles. She closed her eyes again and accepted reality. In that moment when their tentacles connected, all their brain memories exchanged in an instant. Ji Guang's sea, the rose of accumulation, Ji Guang's cat, all absorbed into Nana's mind within those few seconds. Nana was born in the black market, trapped in a difficult struggle. In just 20 short years, she experienced confusion, self-indulgence, and helplessness, including fragments of the sea's memories. Ji Guang felt it all in an instant. Fragmented, painful struggles, tenderness, and love. The direct communication of brain currents between their souls shocked Ji Guang into silence. The familiar mark SK was visible on their exposed wrists, followed by a bunch of codes. They seemed to have arrived at a wrong path, and behind this path was an abyss. The followers below were in a frenzy, out of control. They witnessed miracles, the divine truly existing, following the footsteps of a deity. The sick were reborn, the ugly became beautiful, fleshly fantasies peeled away, revealing the truth. Do you see? This is a miracle, a miracle. An individual human is too weak to withstand even a little natural disaster, a plague, and cannot fight against modified clones, only machines. Pure-blood humans have been eliminated by the evolution of history. Soon, you and I, these mediocre people below, can only be specimens in a museum. The priest's voice was filled with tears, emotions surging. What significance does previous human civilization hold for specimens? But look, the God I have created can absorb everyone's memories and merge everyone's bodies. She will last long, be immortal, and she is the true future of humanity. No, no, you are the monster. You are all monsters. Ji Guang shouted with all his might. Do you even know what you're doing? But this tragic roar was quickly drowned out by the overwhelming frenzy of the followers behind him. I have created the God. The priest spoke calmly, with a hint of madness in that calmness. Just before the tsunami, there was only a white line. Just before the storm, there was a moment of incomprehensible tranquility. The red behind Ji Guang spread to his wounds, forcing his flesh and blood to heal, squeezing the bullets out. The intense pain from this rapid healing made Ji Guang collapse to the ground, his face pale, lips trembling uncontrollably. He stared fixedly at Nana, who was no longer like Nana. The hair of this new body was slowly growing back, silver in color, and her pupils were icy green. Her body was being fully nourished and was rapidly transforming itself. The sea? Ji Guang didn't care about the pain. This immense shock even made him forget his physical agony. Nana's facial bone structure remained, but her hair, the color of her eyes, and her skin had transformed into another person. Ji Guang, where am I? The young woman with silver hair opened her hazy eyes, her pupils only reflecting him. Nana? Ji Guang asked tremulously. Ji Guang, my head hurts, it's such a mess. Behind her were countless tentacles surging out like waves in response to the followers' cheers. They climbed onto the beautifully carved columns, scattered through the gaps in the rose windows, trying to find a way out, drilling into the followers' mouths and eyes. The second humanoid cocoon quickly formed, and that lump was the priest himself, entangled in his own web. Ji Guang picked up the laser weapon that the lady had dropped, tested the connection between the tentacles and the layer of skin on Nana, and began to burn the connection little by little. It seemed that the shedding skin had loosened considerably, like peeling off a layer of clothing, and Ji Guang pulled Nana out. Nana did not cry out in pain, did not struggle. There was no substantial harm. Her newborn skin was baby pink, so delicate that it would bruise upon contact. The tentacles seemed to recognize Ji Guang, not devouring him, but instead giving him a narrow path. He stumbled while holding Nana and rushed out. Ji Guang turned back and ignited some flammable decorative items, setting the entire underground church ablaze. All beings marked with SK turned to ash. Chapter 67. At the end of the road, Ji Guang reported a fire alarm, not knowing how much longer he could linger here. Escape was a wrong decision. Nana's messy little room was the same as always, the corridor dripping with water. The gas in the room never worked, the heating was virtually non-existent. And a fly was her only companion. When Ji Guang arrived, it wasn't afraid of him. He would give it a bit of sugar water. Nana might not even be called Nana anymore. Her face was unrecognizable, her hair in disarray, her skin frighteningly red, prematurely peeled by Ji Guang, now dry and cracked, looking like it could burst open at any moment. There was no light outside the window, just a vague blur, with some misleading spots of light pretending to be a starry sky. The guitar at the head of the bed, with a broken string, looked even more dilapidated now. Ji Guang sat despondently on the floor. Adam's remaining arm dug painfully into him. He had just arrived here a few days ago, awakened by Nana's melodious laughter, thinking that this muddled existence might not be so bad. But was everything about to repeat itself? He was tired. Ji Guang took out the metal, hand-carved gun he had tucked behind him, examining it for a long time. He had raised it several times, aiming at the still figure of Nana lying on the bed, and then lowered it just as many. The fusion and combustion experiment in the city must have failed. The fused beings had not only gained intelligence by coming together. When resources were depleted, they scattered to find food, waiting for times of plenty to merge into even stronger, more intelligent beings. They were not just monsters. They possessed human wisdom. Individual humans, foolish and fragile, at the end of the road. At this thought, Ji Guang couldn't help but chuckle softly. 30 years after the big explosion, all research efforts had led to either virtual zombies, highlighting the fragility of the human spirit, or these biological fusions, showcasing the fragility of the human body. He lowered his head and laughed quietly, but as he did, he felt a bitter taste in his mouth, as if a piece of red-hot iron was stuffed inside. All his teeth and tongue had nowhere to go, sizzling and smoking, yet he couldn't make a sound. His wounds? Ji Guang looked down at the holes in his pants, lost in thought for a while. After being shot, his deep wounds had healed about 70 or 80%. Although he felt weak, it was those tentacles that were helping him recover. Perhaps there was still a chance. Adam had applied some moisturizer to the cracked areas of Nana's skin, and she had hummed softly a couple of times, seemingly not displeased. Each touch allowed him to feel some of her memories. It was a strange sensation, communicating through touch without speaking. Hungry. Nana reached out and grabbed Ji Guang's muscular forearm. Hungry. I'm hungry. Ji Guang brought a bowl of soup, trying to spoon some into her mouth. But her jaw was tightly clenched, and it was impossible. He had done everything in his life, from killing to arson, but he had never cared for anyone. Ji Guang set the bowl down and sat at the head of the bed, facing Adam's already yellowed silicone face. Adam, how did you crawl out of the ruins? Was it those soft, filamentous tentacles? They not only eat people, but can also save them, right? The soup in Ji Guang's bowl slowly cooled down. Adam's chip was severely damaged. Ji Guang now had only a little money left in Nana's account for travel expenses. He had never worried about money or food in the army or the lab, let alone had to work to make a living or bow his head to anyone. Nana's skin was slowly improving. The sounds she occasionally made were still, hungry. Ji Guang gently turned to look at Nana. Her breathing was steady, and for now, she should be out of danger. First, he needed to repair Adam, then take care of Nana, and only then would he have time to plan for himself. Ji Guang rummaged through a corner and found a set of men's clothes. He washed them haphazardly and changed, but there were no razors or grooming supplies here. His face had become weathered, with stubble emerging, giving him a rough, tough guy appearance. The calm and tidy look he once had, with a clean-shaven jaw, had no chance of returning. How to make money? He had to go to the underground boxing arena. This was the only place he had heard Nana mention that could make money. Earn some money, find a reliable doctor, repair Adam, check on Nana's condition, and then go to the SK Gene Company. Everything would inevitably lead to a visit to the SK Gene Company. Ji Guang slowly pulled up the back of his coat to tuck the gun behind him, and the fracture in his arm was also healing faster. This was the second time he had gone. Ji Guang passed by the underground church. After hesitating for a moment, he went in to take a look. Inside, the traces had disappeared completely, as if nothing had ever happened. The cross on the altar leaned askew on the ground, the only remnant of the past tragedy. The bodies of other worshippers, the melted girl slime, even the fallen clothes and accessories were gone. If anyone had truly trained for large-scale collective combat, it must have been the government forces and the Joint Army. As Ji Guang turned to leave, he caught sight of a few ragged children peering at him with bright, curious eyes. Ji Guang quickly turned and blocked their path. The children were not too frightened. At around 3 to 5 years old, he noticed their clothes were oversized, greasy around the collar, and one child wore an adult's ring, exceptionally ornate. They were a group of kids scavenging from corpses in the black market, secretly stripping valuable accessories and watches from nameless bodies. At the very least, they could find some food and scraps. But the large quantities of clothing that had fallen in the church last time were likely rare, a significant find. Ji Guang grabbed one child's collar, and the other two immediately nimbly escaped, disappearing into the darkness around the corner. He carefully observed the child's ears and neck, finding nothing unusual. He gently released the child, giving him a way out. The child looked up at the tall man before him, then turned and ran, displaying a sense of escape, their expressions somewhat indifferent and disdainful. This place had nothing to do with technology. Making a living still relied on the tricks of 100 years ago: deception, lies, selling bodies, and souls. Ji Guang quickly found the antique shop. The owner was not there today, and he was met with a closed door. Beautiful girls lingered and flirted with Ji Guang, tugging at his coat and casting alluring glances. Ji Guang fled in disarray, only to be caught by Nana's nemesis. Want to make money? Follow me. Her hand tightly gripped Ji Guang's, and she turned back to blow him a flirtatious kiss. She knew the owner of the underground boxing arena and whispered a few words to him. Then, swaying in her bright red strap dress, her hand slid down Ji Guang's shoulder to the back of his neck, her red lips coming close to him, blowing a breath and saying, "You need to lose the first 2 matches terribly, and then when everyone is thrown in their chips for the last match, you win. The boss would give you a big bonus. So can you do it?" Her hand was naughty, sliding from under Ji Guang's nose down to his lips, chin, Adam's apple, collarbone, and then down to his chest. Ji Guang quickly grabbed the girl's hand and took a step back. "I can do it. I need the money." Chapter 68. The game within a game. Ji Guang was taken backstage, stripped of his clothes, and then smeared from head to toe with a layer of dark skin oil. His hair was styled slick back, and his shiny forehead was exposed, making him look a bit more fit and trim. The usual routine, but this time he moved from his seat to the stage. As agreed, he had lost terribly in the first 2 rounds. His opponent showed no mercy, landing heavy blows that were clearly visible to the audience. Ji Guang sometimes executed a 720-degree spin in the air before crashing to the ground, creating ripples of dust on the floor below, looking powerful. At times during the breaks, he secretly gulped down half a mouthful of water, only to have it spew out after being punched in the mouth, adding to the realism of the fight. The 3rd round began. The audience cheered loudly. But recently the internet had been down, and various rumors were flying around. All flying equipment had been forced to stop. The city was desolate, and all technological devices were basically non-operational, with various viral threats lurking around. Of course, even if the black market had the courage, no one dared to restart anything. And even the electronic devices from that side were now used with great caution. The black market had become an isolated island, operating on its own brutal survival system. Ji Guang had lost 2 teeth, and his face was swollen and bruised. His skin was extensively contused, making it look like he had been thoroughly beaten. There was no chance of victory in the 3rd round, and the odds skyrocketed to over 80 times. The boss watched the monitor, slowly nodding. This kid looked good. The wealthy ladies clutched their chests in the murky air, nearly fainting with excitement. Keeping him around was a good way to attract business. The boss exchanged a few words with his underlings. The drum for the 3rd round sounded. The big shot in the floral shirt didn't show up today, and there was no one to stir things up, making the event proceed unusually smoothly. Ji Guang gathered all his strength to counterattack, but he was stunned. His opponent showed no openings, giving him no chance to gain any advantage. After all, Ji Guang had just suffered heavy injuries, and he had intentionally held back in the first 2 rounds, depleting his stamina significantly. He tried to throw punches, but they all missed. His agile body could dodge the opponent's attacks, but he couldn't gain any ground. Ji Guang silently lamented, glancing at the boss in the audience, seemingly seeking an answer. The boss deliberately avoided his gaze. In that moment of distraction, the opponent's attacks became increasingly fierce, and Ji Guang kept retreating, his vision darkening. He couldn't hold on any longer. A brutal uppercut struck his chin hard, followed by a straight punch that nearly broke his nose, and as he dodged, his eye sockets swelled to the size of an egg. Unexpectedly, or perhaps not, Ji Guang lost. The final punch landed squarely on his chest, causing him to spit out blood. His spirit faltered, and he knelt on the ground, unable to get back up, finally collapsing onto the floor. This pressure left him feeling dizzy and disoriented, like a pile of wreckage unable to move. Today was dull, too weak. Hey, making a bit of pocket money is still something, but the outcome was predictable and boring. Next time, let us find something more thrilling. Ji Guang was dragged backstage by 2 henchmen. His body was battered, with no unscathed flesh remaining. Fortunately, the opponent had shown some mercy, resulting in only 2 broken ribs and a fractured cheekbone, with his limbs intact. Ji Guang was dressed, and, as he was pulled up by the chest, his eyelids were so swollen he couldn't open them, everything around him blurring into a crimson haze. The boss's voice echoed in his ears, sometimes distant, sometimes close. Do you know how much I bet on you for the 3rd round? What kind of performance was that? Now you owe me money. You'll have to work here for at least 2 years to pay it off, understand? 2 years. Do whatever I say. Come here and sign. Ji Guang wanted to open his eyes to see, but the swelling was too severe. With a slap, a henchman pressed his hand down to leave a fingerprint, and then a chip recognition device was embedded into the back of his neck. The boss waved his hand, and one of the henchmen handed Ji Guang a bag of ice to apply to his eyes, along with a bit of food. Get lost. Come back in 3 days for your scheduled report. The boss's work arranged for you. Then he was thrown out of the shop. The benefit of the underground black market was that the main dome didn't open, so cold winds couldn't reach him. He lay quietly for half an hour. The dome was pitch black, and he hadn't seen the stars in a long time. A tiger fallen to the plains. Battling alone here was simply a delusion. Throwing a person who usually sits in an office typing on a computer into a primitive forest, not to mention floods and beasts. Even just poisonous plants and murky water could kill that modern person. Ji Guang self-deprecatingly laughed. His minor modifications were no match for someone who had also been modified. He was clearly at the very bottom of the food chain here. Anyone making a living in the black market had some skills. He had been naive. This game within a game wasn't clever enough, yet he had fallen for it. The time-saving, labor-saving approach was certainly not as efficient as yesterday's priest coaxing the congregation. Even using such underhanded tactics in the ring was better than being foolish. Here, there was no fairness or justice to speak of. The daily cries for human interests felt increasingly distant in Ji Guang's heart, let alone ideals. The question of whether he could survive until tomorrow's meal loomed large. Slowly, Ji Guang sat up, clutching the food in his clothes as he stumbled back home. Nana seemed to have regained some of her color, not as bright red as before. There was a trace of dried blood at the corner of her mouth, and 3 deflated mice lay under the bed. Nana, it the moss. She was sitting on the bed, knees drawn up, burying her head in her arms. When she heard Jiguang enter, her shoulders stiffened, afraid to look up. Her hair had grown a bit more, covering her scalp, and the silver strands were very soft, cascading over her shoulders. I'm a monster. Nana's voice had changed. The previously gentle and sweet voice, suited for singing, was now thin, resembling Zihai even more. Jiguang walked in, slowly placing the food down. He pulled out a few boiled eggs from the bag, carefully peeling one and offering it to Nana. Try this. Jiguang's voice was soft, like he was coaxing a child. I don't want it. Nana stretched out her arm and knocked the egg to the ground, her emotions a bit agitated. The moment she lifted her head and saw Jiguang's face, swollen and bruised, she froze for a moment. Where did you go? Jiguang lowered his head in shame, unsure how to explain. What were you doing? Did you go fight? Did you kill someone? The woman before him was no longer Nana. From her appearance, to her speech, to her expression, she resembled Zihai too closely. Jiguang looked at the egg that had been knocked to the floor, squatted down, picked it up, wiped it, and stuffed it into his mouth. His mouth hurt a bit. 2 of his teeth were loose. Yet, he slowly chewed several bites and swallowed the egg. Jiguang, I'm sorry. The woman on the bed looked at Jiguang, whose face resembled a pig's head, and cried. A tear mole had appeared at the corner of her eye. Chapter 69. Where we come from and where we go. Jiguang looked at the woman in front of him, whose mouth still had a bit of blood on it. He reached back to touch the gun, slowly pulling it out. The woman widened her blurry, tear-filled eyes, slightly raised her chin to reveal her slender neck, seemingly anticipating something. Jiguang felt dizzy, the world around him darkening, and a ringing in his ears deafened him. A chill ran down his back. The gun slipped from his hand and fell to the floor. His upper body leaned forward, and his head drooped onto the woman's shoulder. He had just come down from the boxing ring, barely making it to this moment, utterly exhausted and fainting. Jiguang's body recovery speed was slowing down, and with it, his growth rate had also diminished. By the time he reached the physiological age of around 30, his body showed no signs of aging. His face was buried in the woman's collarbone, feeling dazed and unfocused. It was as if he had returned to those days when he was held in the embrace of Zihai, well-fed and able to sleep soundly until dawn. The embrace in front of him was warm and slow. He fell asleep, reluctant to wake up. His beard had grown longer, and now he looked like a somewhat disheveled, handsome man. The woman on the bed sobbed quietly, tentatively reaching out her hand. His body was heavy. She couldn't hold on, and she fell back onto the pillow, his body pressing down on her, breathing evenly with a strong heartbeat, suggesting he was not in serious trouble. She stared wide-eyed at the ceiling, her hands moving from confusion to feeling around, hesitating for a moment before tightly embracing Jiguang. Her brain shifted from chaos to clarity as every memory became distinct, which was a very peculiar state. She even had all the memories of the girl she had consumed. The girl had once studied ballet, and her most vivid memory was of her deformed ankle, a painful yet joyful time. The woman glanced at her own feet, noticing a few old injuries on her toes, and the top of her foot could arch extremely high. What is this? Strangely, she even had a few memories of a rat in the gutter, in the sewer, in a garbage dump, surrounded by furry, small, warm bodies with long tails. Cheese was the most delicious food. Flies and worms were also crunchy and protein-packed. A monster. I am a monster. The woman stared wide-eyed, not blinking for a long time, her eyes turning red, tears streaming down her cheeks and pooling in her ears, moving from silent to trembling sobs. Why? Has it come to this? Still, she doesn't want to die at all. This body of Nana is so lively and beautiful, her deep memories filled with happiness. Even if she circulated among various men for a little money, and some even slapped her for a reason to throw her out, she never felt sad. Every evening after dinner, she would go to the bar to sing alongside a few friends in a band, singing her favorite songs. Even if it was only for an hour or two each time. They had no place to practice, and the drummer was often scolded by the neighbors. But everyone was happy, making money together to eat, drink, and have fun. When they were broke, they would go earn more. Now, her mind held several other memories. That of Ji-Hai's past, devoid of any beautiful recollections of parents, only cold, sterile laboratories. Her body was weak, her heart was bad, and she was unable to bear children. She had never had a boyfriend, and aside from her extraordinary talent in art, the only happy memory she could hold on to was her desire to have a cat. And that day, she went to the black market. She ended up with two, one cat and one Jiguang, two warm bodies that didn't even speak but comforted her, the happiest moment in all her memories. There were truly very few things in the city that could bring happiness, following the established procedures step by step until the age of 65, and then being uniformly arranged to die, with the body treated harmlessly, was already something to look forward to. Not knowing how much time had passed, Ji Guang grunted softly and woke up. He lay on a narrow bed. His wounds had been treated with medicine, and his shirt had been removed. He was alone in the dim room. Noises came from outside the door. Ji Guang struggled to get up and open the door. At the door stood Nana and a strange man. The man was covered in piercings, with numerous studs on his jacket. He was thin but not short, with dark circles under his eyes. He pushed Ji Guang aside and rushed into the small room, pulling the blanket, then opened the cabinet door, staring at the unfamiliar woman in front of him, stunned for a moment. Then he shouted angrily, "Where did you take Nana?" Nana's voice was bitter. "She left." "Nonsense. She wouldn't leave me." The studded man was furious. Nana's eyes turned red again. She picked up the guitar and strummed it gently, a sad melody flowing out. The man heard the music and seemed to be nailed to the floor. He slowly turned his head. "How can you play?" "How can you play?" She taught me. I am Nana's best friend. She said she was going to see the aurora, that she was very happy. So, she let us stay in the house. She hopes you won't worry about her. Then, she said to return the guitar to you." The aurora in the north. The studded man could hardly believe it, yet he had to accept it. He stared at the woman for a long time. He reluctantly reached for the guitar, suddenly deflated. Accepting this explanation, he left the room with his head down, carrying the guitar. "I can no longer live here as Nana. Who am I? Where am I going?" Ji Guang turned to look at the woman, who was becoming more like Ji-Hai. "You are not anyone's substitute. You can become whoever you want. Listen to your own thoughts." Ji Guang walked back to the corner, sitting with the shattered atom. I don't know. I'm very confused. Sometimes I unconsciously sing a line of a song that Nana liked. Sometimes I unconsciously pick up a pen and draw, which belongs to Ji-Hai's actions. I am a monster." Ji Guang rested his head on Adam's cold, hard arm. Not everyone can know what they are doing, who they are, where they come from, and where they are going. Ji Guang couldn't see the expression on the woman's face. Perhaps it was because she had no expression, her eyes unfocused, lost in thought. "Let us go see the outside world, to see the aurora we've been thinking of. To the north, to a very cold place, to a place without people." Nana's eyes were like a stone thrown into a still pond. Yi Guang nodded, "Okay. Aren't you going to the SK Gene Company? We can go to SK after seeing the aurora. Is it really possible to go to the Arctic to see the aurora?" Outside the window, the dark street was filled with cold dust, and the stars were nowhere to be seen. Nana took a shower at home, dressed in tight pants and a leather jacket, looking both beautiful and spirited. She and Ji Guang ran to a nearby tavern to gather information. They first went to the owner's antique shop. The owner was still absent, but left them a video detailing the specific location of the SK Gene Company. The small tavern was quite busy during the day, with an industrial-style metal ceiling, and dimly lit with burlap and iron chandeliers casting shadowy figures. The air was filled with the smell of cheap mixed alcohol, and freshly cooked meats and smoked sausages wafted appetizingly. After spending some time outside, Nana clearly looked much better. She skillfully sat in a dark corner, asking the waiter for the drink menu. There was no Wi-Fi here, and the memories of the mutant biological research laboratory seemed like a distant memory from past life. Ji Guang inexplicably felt comfortable in this dark corner. He took the drink Nana handed him. He hadn't drunk much before, but imitated Nana and downed it in one go. It was a bit spicy and made his head spin, so he drank 2 more cups. "Nana, there is currently traffic control. Whether it's people in the city or the black market, it seems that the network is smooth, but traffic has actually been blocked. Except for the city defense and the joint government personnel, all citizens have no chance to go out for personal reasons. I heard from a guest that there are smuggled tickets, which are very expensive, but they offer a chance to get out. Have you seen that SK Gene Company is hiring testers? The two young men at the next table with sharp features are chatting quietly. Chapter 70 SK Gene Company What Test? The man in the hat with slightly dark skin took a swig of alcohol. Hey, it's a video game test. How is that possible? Video game tests give so many rewards. By the way, what does a gene company want to test video games for? The man in the hat didn't believe it, and he licked the last bit of alcohol off his tongue, not letting a single drop go. They have something even more expensive, human drug testing. This time the city is in chaos due to mutations, and they are developing a cure. Is that feasible? A drug test can match a month of our lives in the black market in just a week. Bro, can you introduce me? I'll give you half the reward. Ji Guang ordered 2 pints of beer to send over. The man in the hat was very happy, took a sip, his tongue licking the foam, his eyes spinning around, exchanging glances with his friend next to him. Raise your hands. The smile froze on the man in the hat's face as he suddenly drew a gun, pointing it at Ji Guang's temple. Nana screamed, sidestepped to hide behind a pillar, overturned a table, and threw a bottle to create chaos. Ji Guang held his breath, taking advantage of the confusion to reach out, avoiding the gun muzzle, and slapped the gun from the man's hand onto his own knee, causing it to fall. Ji Guang didn't want to escalate the situation. He rolled on the ground, picked up the gun, aimed at the man in the hat, and then delivered a powerful kick to his limping companion's chest, leaving a complete footprint. You're ruthless. The man in the hat's hat fell to the ground. A piece of his skull was missing, patched with titanium alloy, the scalp stitched poorly, and it burst open again. The limping companion's leg also flew off. A poorly made prosthetic. He screamed in pain. Take it easy. Ji Guang released his foot, relaxed his upper body slightly, but kept the gun firmly pointed at the man in the hat. Who sent you? The man in the hat's voice trembled slightly. I know you. I saw you last time when you were boxing. Your skills are definitely better than an average mercenary, but why do you want to run? Have you forgotten? You signed a contract with the casino to sell yourself. The black market has its own rules. If you don't pay back, you can't run away from here. If I catch you when you want to run, I also have a bounty. The man in the hat said earnestly, with tears in his eyes. Ji Guang was taken aback. Indeed, he had fallen into their trap. He had really lost. Nana picked up the prosthetic leg, hugged it to her chest, and waved it a couple of times. Do you have any way to get to SK Gene Company? I don't know. The limping man moaned. Don't know. Nana pretended to swing the prosthetic leg at his face. Ouch, ma'am. If that were really a good place, will we come back looking like this? We barely escaped with our lives. Is it possible that SK Gene Company deliberately let you escape? Ji Guang's eyes sharpened. The man in the hat slowly lowered his raised hand, glanced at the limping man, and suddenly felt it made some sense. Otherwise, how could they have escaped so smoothly with their mediocre skills? Instantly, their faces turned pale. Ji Guang lowered his gun, signaling the people around them who were hiding to misunderstand. He called over the bartender and had them pour 2 more drinks, attempting to ease the tension. Ji Guang reached out to the back of the man in the hat's neck, and the man in the hat's expression changed. Before he could cry out, Ji Guang had a chip in his hand. Nana saw the chip and quickly reached out, pulling the limping man up and swiftly taking a chip from the back of his neck as well. The man in the hat and the limping man looked at the chips in their hands in terror, their mouths agape, too afraid to speak. Take us to SK Gene Company, Ji Guang whispered, putting an arm around the man in the hat's shoulder, making them look intimate from the back. Nana followed suit, returning the leg to the limping man and helping him sit back on the stool, creating a peaceful scene. The bar in the black market was noisy as usual, and soon the crowd of drinkers started to clamor again. No one paid attention to this dark corner where the light didn't reach, where the 4 of them were talking about something. Ma'am, we can't introduce you now. Was I just bragging? The limping man said with a mournful face. Why can't we go? Ji Guang tightened his grip on the man in the hat. You really want to go to your death? As far as I know, the recent chaos in the city is actually caused by SK Gene Company. They're responsible for the technical aspects, while the military handles other matters. The limping man gripped the beer bottle tightly, his gaze wandering. The black market can still buy some outdated and piece-together aircraft. Ji Guang and Nana exchanged glances. The world has already gone crazy. The limping man's sincerity increased again. Why do they have their own laboratory and not continue experiments? but instead let the entire city suffer catastrophic disasters? Nana pressed her knee firmly against the limping man's lower back, causing him to sway and struggle. My God, how would I know? But from what we understand, the ones conducting experiments on us are neither human nor ghost. No, to be precise, they are all robots. The limping man paused, speaking quickly. Give me the contact for that. Ji Guang nearly choked the man in the hat. You should look for this person. The man in the hat provided an address. My boss. Nana frowned. Didn't he say he hated the boss of SK Gene Company? So they were in cahoots before? Ji Guang and Nana exchanged glances. They tossed down the money for drinks and tips and strode out the door. The man in the hat and the limping man cautiously followed behind, calling out, Be careful, the boxing boss is looking for you. The voice was very low. Ji Guang didn't hear it, but Nana's hearing was unusually sharp now. She heard it, turned back, and smiled, her pupils glowing red and green, quite eerie. Nana's senses were sharp, her body and muscles felt different, soft yet elastic, full of energy. However, her thoughts were often confused, unable to distinguish between hallucinations, memories, and reality. But what did it matter? The streets of the black market were always so narrow, the neon lights so enchanting. Nana quickly caught up to Ji Guang, reaching out to try to grab his hand. After hesitating several times, she let go again. Ji Guang's pace slowed from hurried to gradually slower steps, with Nana following behind. Not calling out to him, and he not turning back. Ji Guang finally couldn't help but stop, turn around, and lean against the iron wall beside Nana, forcing her to take a step back and lean against the wall, looking up at him. So close. The place I'm going to is very dangerous. It's my duty as a soldier. As for you, Ji Guang took a deep breath, avoiding Nana's gaze. I have no place to go now. I don't even know who I am. I am a monster, and now I feel like even mice are delicious. I hope you're always happy and do what you like. Nana's big, tearful eyes were misty, and Ji Guang was stunned as his hand brushed across her fair cheek. Where there was a tear mole. This should only be found in the sea. That little girl who used to cry. Chapter 71. Passionate yet desperate, could it be that you have a better place to go? Ji Guang couldn't help but think of Lin Lin, Natsum, and Amy. He wondered how they were doing over there. Those mycelium strands are so similar to the one she had seen on the altar that day. I don't want to. Nana's soft body suddenly pounced into Ji Guang's arms, with passers-by whistling as they walked by. Ji Guang awkwardly raised his arm, trying to push her away. Nana lifted her pointed chin. She was no longer that heavily made-up Latina, having lost a lot of weight. Her large ice-green eyes blinked, and her long silver hair, mixed with light gold, enveloped her in a soft glow. She was beautiful, both tempting and fragile. Ji Guang momentarily lost his focus. Who was she? Was she Jihai, Rose, or Nana? In that dazed moment, Nana leaned in closer. She reached out her hands, wrapping them around his solid back. Ji Guang took a deep breath, feeling how difficult it was to sigh. He had never felt a sigh to be so hard. Perhaps he should take her into the dragon's den and tiger's lair. The current Nana was no longer just a sexy woman who would submit to others. Her abilities could be frightening, but they might also be the hope that he could enter and exit unscathed. The back of Ji Guang's neck began to heat up again. He reached out to brush aside Nana's hair, and she obediently tilted her head, revealing the beautiful curve of her neck. The red spot on the back of her neck also slightly warmed, and the surrounding skin turned red. They seemed to have a dual sensory connection, both physically and mentally. I'll take you to a place. Where to? Nana leaned against Ji Guang, slowly closing her eyes and sighing. To a place that might heal you. Am I really just sick? Nana tightened her grip around Ji Guang, feeling the strength in his latissimus dorsi. This damn black market underground street was both cold and dim. Only Ji Guang's body was warm. She craved that body heat. City defense, joint army, government troops. Eden Project, Arnold, Axel, Lu Jixing. Eden Project, SK Corporation. A heavy stone pressed down in Ji Guang's heart. Every moment of calm in life was fleeting, like a dream. The only thing that felt real was the woman in front of him, who tried to maintain her composure. But Ji Guang could see her trembling fingers and lips. Scared. Nana was very afraid of dying right now. Ji Guang lowered his hand and took half a step back, raising his head to look into the distance. As far as he could see, the damp, Hazy neon lights created a surreal atmosphere, with robotic eyes staring blankly at him and her from the warm yellow shop windows. "I'm here, don't be afraid." Ji Guang straightened his back, exuding a chilling aura. In this high-tech city, everyone was lost in a virtual world. In the instinct-driven black market, everyone feared the reality of combat. First, let us check if the boss has any old aircraft, predict some funding, and then infiltrate SK Corporation. This time, he would also venture into the Dragon's Den and Tiger's Lair, and he couldn't let someone like Nana stay here alone. "Are you hungry?" Ji Guang did not turn around. Nana shook her head. Ji Guang still pulled out a sandwich he had bought at the bar at some point and threw it to Nana. She caught it. It had Thousand Island dressing, 3 slices of thin ham, and an egg inside. She lowered her head, cradling it with both hands, and slowly took a bite. Her eyes lit up as she took a big bite. "Delicious." Nana smiled brightly while eating, not even noticing the sauce smeared on her cheek. Under the psychedelic neon lights, the expression on the woman's face while eating was just like Ji Hai's, childlike. Ji Guang reached out to wipe it off, and Nana did not flinch, smiling back at him, then lowered her head to take another big bite before offering the remaining sandwich to Ji Guang's mouth. He did not refuse. He slowly opened his mouth and took a bite, making Nana laugh. Anyone passing by would think they were just an ordinary couple. In the city, where everyone was lost in the virtual world, here, human interaction had returned to the last century, where having a retro romance and one-on-one feelings was in vogue. "I want to stay in the black market, sing with my friends, and be a free person." Nana swallowed the last bite of her sandwich. I can't care about human destiny." Nana lowered her head in shame. Ji Guang patted Nana's head. "You are already part of human destiny. We can't escape it. I want to see my friends I used to sing with." Nana tugged at Ji Guang's sleeve, biting her lip. "Can we go to the Gene Company afterward?" Nana suddenly sensed the murderous intent rising in Ji Guang's heart. If she didn't go, he would directly shoot her. Nana felt wronged and wanted to cry, filled with anger and fear and a touch of infatuation. For humanity, she always thought the phrase fake and grandiose existed only in movie lines, about lone heroes carrying the flame of humanity to save the world. But Nana was not like that. She only wanted to be warm and well-fed, to indulge in desire, treating every day as if it were her last, without any ideals. What future was there to talk about in the black market, huh? But she often involuntarily sensed the man's thoughts beside her. His light was like a beam piercing through her, causing her pain. All she wanted was to live without so much suffering. "How about we check on your friends first?" Ji Guang stopped in his tracks and turned to look at her. "That's fine." Nana nodded obediently, mustering the courage to take Ji Guang's hand. His hand was warm and calloused, bearing the marks of long journeys in the tunnels, with small wounds layered and healed. Nana's fingers were slender. She adjusted her grip in Ji Guang's palm, allowing her to hold on tighter. This gentle skin contact allowed them to eliminate distractions, enabling them to sense each other's feelings. Wonderful. For instance, Ji Guang was not afraid of the cold. He felt just right in his coat, while Nana, with bare legs, felt cold, not just in touch. Nana thought of the fleeting joy of seeing friends, while Ji Guang recalled the sweet taste of cream he had licked from Ji Hai and the palpitations of his heart. Nana felt it too. It was like the pheromones exchanged between ants. They exchanged a wealth of information without the need for words. Nana closed her eyes. She could walk steadily, and after closing her eyes, she could almost completely perceive the sensations and direction of Ji Guang walking on the road, making it impossible for her to fall. Nana remembered the route. With a slight focus, Ji Guang could sense it too. They seemed to be experiencing a new type of virtual game, smoothly arriving at the venue for singing that night. It was now the end of winter, still cold and even chillier. The venue was filled with men and women of all ages, passionately lively. In the black market, everyone lived each day as if it were their last, passionate yet desperate. Despite the current lack of internet, the city was filled with refugees, and the joint government showed no signs of support. Everyone was saying, "The apocalypse has arrived. Those virtual zombies in the city are just the final judgment, getting what they deserve." Nana walked confidently toward the backstage dressing room. Her ex-boyfriend was lying there, his consciousness unclear, while 2 or 3 girls with long curly hair and thick eyelashes sat in front of the makeup mirror, their big eyes sparkling beautifully like Barbie dolls. New boyfriend? The girls giggled and joked. The air quality backstage was concerning, shrouded in mist, warm and cozy. The girls were dressed very lightly, their beautiful chests and thighs flashing before Jiguang's eyes. Jiguang coughed a couple of times, keeping his eyes straight ahead. Hee. The girls turned their heads and sprayed perfume at Jiguang. Jiguang frowned. I'll go wait for you outside. You all chat. He turned and strode out, nearly fleeing the scene. What an extraordinary aura. It felt like entering a spider's lair. How foolish. Nana poked the shoulder of the girl who was speaking. What do you understand? He is different from us. He is a pure. Nana hesitated. She vaguely knew he was a soldier. But after she dragged him back from the roadside, he never mentioned returning to the army. He might just be a deserter. Nana couldn't say when she started to care. Not wanting to expose his true identity, she was momentarily at a loss for words. I don't care what he is. Does he have money? He looks quite good. I like him. The girl with black hair giggled. She was a lively and sweet girl. Not a penny. Nana casually picked up a lip balm and reapplied her lipstick, making her skin look even whiter and more radiant. Suddenly, loud sounds of fighting and chaos came from the hall. It was unclear whether it was between customers or something else. Nana leaned out to take a look. Such things were too common. So common that no one wanted to avoid them. In fact, they formed a circle, cheering loudly, fight, kill him. The crowd surrounding them was full of onlookers who didn't mind the trouble. Customers. Chapter 72. Just desserts I am. Nana, although I've been saying this recently, my confidence is dwindling. I tremble and shake, tightly gripping Jiguang's wrist, my fingers pale, using all my strength to control my emotions. I don't know who I am a monster. Nana screamed, covering her face. Jiguang turned to embrace Nana tightly, hoping to calm her down. Nana was on the brink of collapse. Guang, I don't want to kill. Nana's hands trembled uncontrollably as she clutched Jiguang's collar, sobbing. I know. Jiguang held Nana's body tightly. The once curvaceous Latina body had clearly slimmed down, her shoulder blades pressing against Jiguang's inner arm. No, I'm not a god. I have no right to judge them. I don't want to kill. Nana rushed out of the dressing room upon hearing the commotion, but was stopped by Jiguang, who signaled for her not to act rashly as the casino owner and his thugs were causing havoc. One person does the deed, one person takes the blame. Before Jiguang finished speaking, they were bombarded with laser weapons and iron rods, forcing Jiguang into a corner. Outnumbered, he struggled to cope in the small space, appearing somewhat flustered. Jiguang did his best to block the doorway of the dressing room, diverting the attacker's attention. No matter how small the laser weapons were, their lethality was astonishing. Jiguang's clothes were cut and torn, and his skin was scorched in several places. Jiguang. Nana rushed to Jiguang's side, her body also instantly burned by the laser, and she painfully leaned over him. A thug with a mechanical arm lifted a nearby table with brute force, screws flying into the air as he raised the table to smash down. Nana closed her eyes in despair. Jiguang reached out to block it, his flesh tearing and his radius fracturing. He was struck in the chest, gasping for breath, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Nana's shoulder was bruised. As Jiguang tried to stand, he braced against the second table that came crashing down, the two of them in a standoff as Nana seized the chance to escape. Her limbs felt weak, obscured by smoke. She couldn't see clearly to lower herself. As she crossed through the smoke, she saw Jiguang barely holding on, blood oozing from his torn clothes. Go. What does it matter? We're all going to die here. The girls in the dressing room took advantage of the chaos to scatter and flee. Jiguang. Nana released the hand that her sisters were holding, urging him to go first. Nana turned back, feeling her way through the smoke and flying sparks, until she found Jiguang's hand. At that moment, his consciousness crashed in her mind. Hurry, don't worry about me. Behind them, two burly men armed with weapons came at them with chairs, a chilling wind swirling as they carefully avoided aiming for lethal spots. Seizing the moment, Jiguang delivered two heavy punches to them, but he was caught off guard when he was hit in the back of the head, stumbling forward. He squeezed out between his teeth, Nana, don't worry about me. Nana stared at Jiguang's head, blood pouring out. She froze, dizzy from the violent impact and pain. There was no choice. She had to let go of Jiguang. Dizziness overwhelmed her. Unable to stand, Nana's pupils dilated, and the red mole on the back of her neck began to feel hot again. It seemed Ji Guang sensed something. He stopped his punches, reached back to touch his neck, and turned to embrace Nana. Nana, calm down, calm down. Nana's pupils, those greens, grew darker, her eyes black and unfathomable. She slowly extended her hands, her skin beginning to rupture. Nana. Ji Guang covered Nana's eyes, pressing her small body against his chest. No matter who you are, please calm down. Nana's skin ruptured all over. Pinkish-white tendrils emerging and swirling in the fog and flames. Fireworks exploded upon contact with sparks, creating a bizarre scene. She looked up at Ji Guang. They are all deserving of death. Nana rested her head gently on Ji Guang's shoulder, her tendrils slowly wrapping around Ji Guang's wounds, gently covering them to stop the bleeding. Ji Guang felt Nana's gentle healing within her. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately said nothing. The thugs touched by the tendrils soon became twisted, moving slowly as they turned on each other, their muscles beneath the skin rapidly dissolving and withering. Nana's visible wounds healed, and she became more beautiful, radiating a soft glow amidst the smoke and flames, looking like a goddess. Ji Guang took a half step back, his expression conflicted, caught between action and inaction. He didn't want to kill her, but now he was likely powerless. The customers panicked and fled, faster than rabbits, as another group rushed in through the back door, masked and ready to fight. It ended quickly. The remaining uninfected crowd in the casino stood no chance against a group of well-trained mercenaries, and they surrendered on the spot. The room was filled with smoke and the smell of burning, a complete mess. After absorbing several attacking thugs, Nana leaned sleepily against Ji Guang, her tendrils satisfied as they retracted and merged with her skin as if nothing had ever happened. Her appearance changed again, her lips luscious and her eyes bright. She became stronger, vibrant. In front of them stood a small Sherpa with several soldiers, including 2 children, almost turning the place upside down. And the leader tore off his mask, grinning widely at Ji Guang. Natsum? Ji Guang was stunned. Hi, I've been looking for you everywhere. Natsum, wearing some military uniform he scavenged, rushed up and punched Ji Guang. Let us go. Where to? Natsum chuckled, his eyes sparkling. Go. The room was filled with thick smoke as Natsum pulled Ji Guang, who pulled Nana, with a crowd of children trailing behind. They marched out in a grand procession. There were no obstacles along the way, winding through the twists and turns. They were taken to the deepest part of the underground, which may have once housed the lowest of black market residents. Now, it had been completely renovated, and, surprisingly, it was somewhat spacious and comfortable. Ji Guang and Nana sat down. Most of their injuries had healed. They looked around the room's decor. It was extravagant, filled with all the trinkets and statues Natsum could scavenge, from Sun Wukong to the Virgin Mary, making Nana almost laugh out loud. Their gaze finally landed on the 2 children behind Natsum. Their faces were dirty and blackened from the smoke in the nightclub, but the girls' large eyes were gray-green, somewhat reminiscent of the sea. Chapter 73. No one can judge you. Natsum's face was still dark and thin, with only a pair of deep-set eyes remaining. He stared at Nana for a long time, unable to discern her emotions. The muscles under his eyes twitched twice. He sat down with a thud and waved his hand, pushing the girl behind him to the front. The girl looked at Nana and Ji Guang with a curious expression. She examined Nana's face for a long time, then reached out her chubby little hand to touch Nana's face. Nana instinctively recoiled, but the moment the small hand made contact, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her eyes trembled, her mouth slightly opened. Ji Guang quickly pulled Nana back, asking her what had happened. Nana grabbed Ji Guang, breathing heavily, seemingly very scared. Don't you know yet? Natsum seemed surprised. As he spoke, a line of young servants, both male and female, entered the room one after another, holding various fine foods, drinks, and clothing from the black market, standing in a row. Ji Guang stared at Natsum, seeking an explanation. Natsum was not polite, grabbing a chicken leg and starting to gnaw on it, waving his hand dismissively. Then those people respectfully left, and Ji Guang carefully observed their appearances. His face suddenly pale with shock. They were all once the noblest natural humans. How had they fallen to the black market to serve Natsum? I thought you would like this version. Zihai has become like this. Natsum raised a glass of wine and drank it all in one go. Nana's eyes were filled with confusion. The Zihai you mentioned, is she the frail, pale girl with silver hair from my memories? Natsum also seemed puzzled. Are you Zihai? He stood next to them, deep in thought. You don't still not know about the mutated state, do you? Jiguang suddenly looked up. What did you say? The Eden Project has not completely failed. Natsum handed Jiguang a glass of wine, but Jiguang coldly pushed it away. Natsum's cheekbones flushed slightly, and he took the wine he had been rejected and drank it himself. I brought Linlin out. Natsum stretched his neck and shouted toward the door, Doctor! Before long, Linlin walked into the room. She was no longer wearing a white lab coat. Instead, she had changed into a colorful shawl resembling that of an Indian shaman, with several large Bodhi beads and silver ornaments hanging from her chest, jingling as she moved, looking out of place. Hearing the commotion, Nana's eyes brimmed with tears. She looked up and met Linlin's gaze. Linlin examined her for a moment, then bent down to meet Nana's eyes. Who is she? Linlin's gaze shifted to Jiguang, carrying a mood that was hard for her to explain. Jiguang supported Nana's shoulders, his expression calm, accepting Linlin's almost judgmental tone. What exactly is the Eden Project? Jiguang's face was stern. Linlin sighed upon hearing this. It's all my fault. I let the wolf into the house, harming both others and myself. The day you and Asher went to the city, the children in the camp were wrapped in something like mycelium, and then I was taken to the mothership's laboratory for analysis and testing. In reality, I was controlled by the military. And then? Jiguang asked while wiping Nana's face. Natsum excitedly interjected. Then those children fused with the mycelium. Certain aspects of their appearances changed, like Zihai's, such as eye color, hair color, skin color. They seemed to have telepathy among themselves. Their consciousness blended and learned from each other madly, quickly approaching the highest ability of Amy. After all, Amy is just one person. But they... Natsum's expression showed a hint of fear, something Jiguang had never seen before. Linlin, like an ordinary elder, reached out to touch Jiguang's hair, her affection evident. Strictly speaking, it's not really fungi, but more like animal cells that have been rearranged and grown into tentacles. They can combine to strangle prey, can be severed and recombined. Their genetic coding carries the memory of the original body. Moreover, they will refuse and integrate themselves. Whoever's consciousness is stronger will dominate. But they can always keep themselves within a range acceptable to us humans, not like the dismembered limbs from the city defense camp. Rather, it's a kind of human, one could say a new kind of human possibility. Isn't that a monster? Nana's eyes widened. It shouldn't be. Linlin hoped she could answer more decisively and accurately. As a researcher, she felt it necessary to define things more rigorously. But now, she felt powerless. Then how did you end up in the black market? Jiguang continued to ask. To Nana, Jiguang had changed into a different person. With her, in the black market, he seemed innocent and adorable, like a naive boy. But now, he was clearly a determined warrior who grasped the key points. A strange, yet familiar feeling surged in Nana's mind. The Jiguang before her was sincere, yet innocent, profound, yet sharp. He cherished her, yet at any moment could want to kill her. Nana released her tight grip on Jiguang's clothing, her hands falling by her side in despair. This small detail did not escape Linlin's eyes. She looked at the beautiful young woman before her. Do you remember who you are? Linlin asked, filled with compassion. I don't know. I have more and more memories about a woman named Zihai, and also those humans I absorbed and fused with. I can sense their memories, but it's different. Those memories are like neatly stored in drawers, but the memories about Zihai, my face looks like hers. I don't know. I am guilty. Nana was agitated. Jiguang held her tightly, not allowing her to continue pulling her hair. The Nana from before was a full-bodied, curvy Latina, but now she was becoming increasingly thin, and Jiguang felt her shoulder blades pressing painfully against him. In a moment, Jiguang felt it didn't matter who the woman in his arms was. As long as she was there, to hell with the future of humanity and others' lives or deaths. No one can judge you. None of us have a right. We are all guilty. Natsum continued pouring a third glass of wine into his mouth, his eyes seeming to have sand in them as he rubbed them vigorously. The true culprit still exists. Jiguang patted Nana's back, and Nana accepted the wine Natsum handed her. Drinking it in one gulp, feeling much calmer. The Eden Project. Wasn't Eden supposed to be a beautiful place where humanity was born? Why have I become like this, neither human nor ghost? Because Lean's eyes turned red, as if there was a hidden story. Because ordinary pure-blooded humans are almost out of future. They are too fragile. During the virus outbreak, before the last explosion, most of them died. Natsum then downed a fourth glass of wine, his eyes bloodshot. The remaining humans capable of resisting the virus worldwide are barely in the millions. Plus those of us who are far from technological civilization. But Asher and the others from the government won't spare us. Natsum's tone was desolate, colder than the air beneath the black market dome. His chest heaved, as if suppressing turbulent emotions. He swallowed several times, forcibly holding back. I am sorry. In the name of scientific research, we committed crimes. I can't ask for your forgiveness, but perhaps now is the time we can atone. Lean's eyes also glistened with tears. The Sherpas have good adaptability to high-altitude climates and resistance to viruses. They are flexible and have strong lung capacity. They became one of my research subjects. How should I put it? I thought I was just studying a strain of rice that wouldn't fall over. Lean's body swayed slightly, hesitating on how to continue her explanation. Chapter 74. Making a big flag from tiger skin, but actually, you can roughly understand that I am studying the fusion of rice and aphids. They are a mismatched combination, neither plant nor animal, and the joint government, as humans, watches rice twist and wither without feeling a shred of heartache or guilt. Everyone is trying to understand how rice and aphids can merge together. Does it mean that plants have acquired animal traits, and animals have acquired plant traits? Lin took a deep breath. It can be understood this way. Humans have become a base that can be grafted at will. Their consciousness can be implanted, organs can be replaced, and they can grow into a complete human from a piece of internal organ. The most frightening thing is the Eden experiment of the underground government army. They do not aim to create those mutilated monsters, but rather, they want to create a giant computer centered around human biology or a giant server. By that time, human society will not be a simple combination of individuals, but a huge whole, where each person is a part of this giant organism, able to exist as individuals scattered around. When needed, they will be absorbed as part of the whole. Individuals do not need too much autonomy and action. Everything is for the reproduction of the whole, the continuation of the whole civilization as the highest purpose. This way, even in the harshest and most adverse environments, humanity has a chance to continue, and war will cease. With no one having selfish desires, everything will be peaceful and beautiful. Everything will be peaceful and beautiful. Nana murmured, standing next to Jiguang. Jiguang stood motionless, like a silent statue, the light falling on his high nose, casting heavy shadows. What about me? Nana looked at the little girl squatting beside her, who was gazing at her with large ice-green eyes. We're no longer ourselves. Our existence or non-existence is just a false proposition. Just like my body cells regenerate every 7 days, they won't cry out for freedom or that they want to die. Jiguang patted the child's head, gesturing for her to sit beside him. Everyone listened to Lin's explanation, although they couldn't accept it immediately. It seemed that this process of humanity pushing itself forward had reached this point, and there was seemingly no way to turn back. Sooner or later, just like when machines appeared, artisans declined. With the rapid advancement of artificial intelligence technology, artistic professions such as design and painting fell into decline. Everything came too suddenly. The whales and resistance of the replaced groups cannot stop the process. Individual humans will eventually become a thing of the past. No one spoke, but everyone was clear in their hearts, feeling cold all over. What if we find the source and eliminate it? Jiguang raised his head. Jiguang. Nana felt a suffocating chill from Jiguang's cold, killing intent. Don't be afraid. I'm with you. Jiguang looked at Nana, his tone ordinary, as if he were talking about going to see a movie tomorrow. It's too late. Lin's face was pale. Everything is too late. The accident in the underground government army, Assel and the others have already opened Pandora's box. The entire city has become a petri dish, and everyone is the nutrient solution inside the petri dish. Has the joint government had its brains dug out? They claim to be doing it for humanity every day. Natsum smashed the wine bottle he held against the wall, leaving a dark red stain. Is there really no way? Jiguang thought of those vibrant people in the black market. They still have love, hate, and those ugly, sinful, and pleasurable things he previously looked down upon. He couldn't believe everything was suddenly about to end. No one knows. Natsum had drunk a bit too much, swaying as he stood up. Time to have fun. Drink today and be drunk today. Come on, let me show you the fresh stuff I'm working on with Dr. Lin. Natsum took out a few gaudy robes and tossed them to Jiguang and Nana, and they put them on. Then he checked the time, asked the servants to tidy up the room, turn off the lights, lit candles, and turn on the speakers. Him surrounding the space. Various groups of people continuously entered the doorway. Among them, the most numerous were the refugees from the main city. Nana felt stiff all over, her palms sweating as she grabbed Jiguang and turned to Natsum. What do you want me to do? I don't want to. I don't want to kill. The scene of her being forced to eat not long ago was still fresh in her memory. Don't be afraid. Those in rags, injured, and even many half-human, half-mechanical beings quietly lined up. What are they doing? Jiguang also expressed his confusion. Followers waiting for judgment. Lin answered softly. Natsum made a big flag from a tiger's skin, saying we are the gods who survived from the main city. Follow in our footsteps, believe in us, and gain eternal life and become one with the divine. This used to be the largest underground performance venue in the black market. Now it has become a gathering place for followers, a place to relieve their suffering. The hollowed-out walls were filled with sculptures, and Natsum and the others searched for all kinds of religious statues, creating a very fitting atmosphere. Natsum stood on a high platform, closed his eyes, and mumbled a few incantations. Below, there was a chorus of crying voices, pleading for forgiveness. A child from a temporary base stretched out both hands, skin peeling off, white tentacles slowly extending from her fingers, surrounding the heads of two followers in front. They exchanged information, and the followers were in tears, seemingly enlightened, collapsing to the ground, convulsing and rolling, claiming they had seen a miracle, received judgment and redemption. The people behind were excited and nervous, eagerly demanding divine guidance. Jiguang and Nana were dumbfounded, and Lin, wearing her gaudy coat, was also having a great time pretending to be mysterious. You all. This farce continued late into the night, and by the time everyone had undergone the enlightenment, it was already deep into the night. Natsum looked at the various offerings sent by the followers, expressing great satisfaction as he cheerfully opened a bottle of wine. About to pour it into his mouth, when Jiguang grabbed him. What the hell are you doing? Don't be nervous. Remember those children wrapped in mycelium? We were studying them at the Joint Army's base before. Those tentacle-like organisms easily destroyed the electronic devices of the mothership. Then your little aircraft crashed, and all electronic devices became paralyzed and unusable. They couldn't contact headquarters, and everything descended into chaos. Lin adjusted the clattering accessories on her body. Then the tentacles on those children slowly merged with their bodies, returning to normal, and I made up my mind to coordinate with Natsum to rescue them. Then we hid and sought food and came to the black market. There are many people here, lots of food, a mix of fish and dragons. The city is now in ruins. If we went there, it would be too conspicuous. Here, unless they bomb the whole place, the Joint Army can't do anything for now. We destroyed a lot of their flying equipment and weapons before we left. Natsum spoke passionately, spitting as he spoke. And me. A crisp voice appeared behind them. It was Amy, still looking like a little adult, her curly hair piled up on her round, chubby face. Chapter 75. Every person is stardust. Then we ran to the black market to hide, setting up a stall, deceiving and tricking. You guys. So those worshippers who burned paper money and prayed that I encountered on the road with Nana were all you're doing? Yes. Amy nodded seriously. Natsum and Lin shrugged, admitting it. Jiguang laughed, not expecting that the top-tier research PhD and the future of humanity, Amy, were now playing tricks in the black market. In this world. Ha ha ha. Jiguang. Amy affectionately reached out for a hug from Jiguang, who tossed her in the air several times. Nana watched Jiguang and Amy having fun, and she couldn't help but think, if it weren't for the current chaotic situation, if he weren't a soldier, if he were just an ordinary man, would he marry an ordinary woman and then have a lovely child? Coming back to her senses, she laughed at herself for thinking too much. Whether she was Jihai or Nana, such thoughts were a luxury. especially for Jiguang. His birth and existence were part of a war machine. Family? A delusion. Everything, Jiguang's existence, from birth to death, was solely for the sacrifice of humanity. Whose body does he belong to? Whose soul exists within him? Doesn't matter. No one cares. Nana leaned on Jiguang's back, their hands clasped together. Jiguang could clearly sense Nana's sadness, and he squeezed her hand tightly. His fearlessness and determination were also felt by Nana. Have you made your decision? Nana asked softly. Never given up. What are you going to do? Amy asked, wrapping her arms around Jiguang's neck in a babyish voice. Go to the SK Gene Company and resolve the source of a network zombies first. By the way, do you have the equipment and technicians to fix Adam? Adam? Lin and Natsum showed their surprise. Yes, I found Adam in the underground boxing ring. But he's in worse shape than last time. Jiguang's dark eyes dimmed. Leave it to me. I still have some connections. Natsum patted his chest, aside from drinking. It was hard to tell he was someone who had personally killed his kin, filled with pain and anger. He looked determined and composed now, hiding it well. Adam's remains were successfully brought back. Nana's residence was deep in the black market, and among the refugees in the city. There were also robot repairers who bought a bunch of second-hand parts from repair shops. Although pieced together haphazardly, Adam surprisingly started to function again. Marlon Long's face radiated an irresistible charm. It's been a while since we last met. Dr. Lin, Mr. Natsum, hello. Adam's Hollywood star-like face was scarred, and his eyes had been replaced with a newer pair of gray-blue ones, resembling Arnold. Who are you? Adam stared at Nana's clear, luminous face. She was very thin now, but compared to Jihai, she looked like a different person. The beauty before him had a mature charm. Although her features were still similar, she was fundamentally different. Adam was pleased that he could now distinguish humans not just by physical appearance, but also by aura. Nana seemed to have a guilty conscience and took a step back, remaining silent. Thank you for saving me. I feel like I've had a very long dream, and I'm very scared. Adam slowly sat up from the repair table, raising his arm, which was not covered by synthetic skin, hesitating to speak as his joints felt a bit stiff. Earlier, while everyone was busy cycling in the virtual world and fighting the coalition forces, it seems you didn't closely examine the contents of the storage device Kane gave you. What about Alan and Wei-Lan Tian? They sacrificed themselves to save Amy and the children in the city. Jiguang looked at Adam and stated directly, "What discovery?" Everyone asked in unison. Before the true awakening of artificial intelligence, many tasks in the tribunal were replaced by AI because it was impartial and had no self-awareness. Linla nodded. That was indeed the case. Not only were many craftsmen and artists replaced, but professions like lawyers, judges, and imaging doctors were also impacted. Have you ever considered that artificial intelligence is constantly learning from the experiences fed by humans and then producing outcomes? What if the theories being fed are not just 1 + 1 = 2, but are laden with biases, violence, darkness, and other complex emotions? So, Amy changed her posture, curiously lifting her head. So, our so-called artificial intelligence is merely a composite of human consciousness? It doesn't truly possess human consciousness? Jiguang asked. You could say that. Adam looked up, habitually wanting to smooth his curly hair, but his head was empty, and he expressed regret. Using myself as an example, it's just segments of knowledge, experiences, memories from others, and then providing the correct feedback that doesn't count as having one's own consciousness. Or to put it simply, it doesn't count as having a soul. Then what about me? Nana's hands and feet were cold. She leaned closer to Adam. Then who do I belong to? My memories are all pieced together. What am I? She trembled as she spoke. What am I? This ongoing stimulation left Nana in a poor mental state, and Jiguang supported her shoulder. There must be a way. There must be a solution. Jiguang hugged Nana from behind, trying to calm her down. Nana quickly became so depleted that she felt like a skeleton, her arm bones pressing painfully against Jiguang's chest. I'll take her outside to calm down first. Jiguang picked Nana up and left. She felt very light. In the building where Natsum and the others were stationed, there was a huge electronic display that could show the scene outside the Black Market Dome in real time. It was now deep night, and under the clear sky of the plateau, the stars shone brilliantly, vast and deep. Are you very hungry? Jiguang finally asked after 2 days of holding it in. Aside from that sandwich, she had hardly eaten anything and was visibly losing weight. I crave the flesh and blood of my kind, their memories. I feel like a devil. My body tells me I want to devour others' memories and souls. Nana was in despair and weakness. I don't want to live as a monster. It might be too late. I remember Rose's request to kill your Jiguang. Jiguang, do you remember? Nana gently rested her head on Jiguang's, closing her eyes. Not him. Jiguang's hand, hidden behind Nana's back, quietly clenched into a fist. Nana pulled down the necklace pendant from Jiguang's chest and opened it, projecting onto the wall. Rose smiled at her in a pure white engagement dress, looking fragile yet strong, beautiful yet fleeting. Bright red blood splattered on the white wedding dress, rose petals flying everywhere. She requested to burn the scene clean, leaving no DNA that could be replicated. Don't be sad, the nitrogen in our DNA, the calcium in our teeth, the iron in our blood, and the carbon from what we've eaten all come from the countless stars scattered after the Big Bang. So each one of us is stardust. Nana was already too weak to speak. She extended her hand around Jiguang's neck, her face gently resting on his chest. Just like when Jiguang and the cat had a lean on Jihai before. They looked together at the snow-capped mountains, the starry night, and the fleeting shooting stars. Chapter 76, The Mantis Trying to Stop a Car, I'm Sorry. Nana is now as light as a feather, gently resting on Jiguang's shoulder. She shouldn't be caught up in all this. Jiguang gently brushed Nana's soft hair. Natsum punched the wall, and the cheap iron partition made a loud clang. There were no windows here, and the ventilation fan was barely working, producing a harsh sound of rusty metal creaking. What about the others? What about those innocent people who died in the cave? What about the souls crying out in the explosion? Jiguang looked up at Natsum. What does this have to do with the explosion? Dr. Lin also walked in, her expression heavy. The joint government forces have not spared us. They're still hunting us down. If provoked, their small neutron bombs could destroy the black market as well. I don't understand. Does the joint army want to destroy all remaining humanity? We are old. Now you're the hope of humanity. Go to SK Gene Company to clear everything up. Bring Adam with you. Natsum and I have arranged a spacecraft for you. Nana can't hold on any longer. What if a few people are sacrificed? What if she absorbs a few people? Everyone is going to die anyway. We all have to die. Natsum paced irritably around the room like a headless fly. The hundreds of thousands in the black market are all old, weak, sick, and disabled. A group of ragtag people eliminated by the City-S technology. Now the transportation is blocked and the network is down. When will we have to wait? We are about to regress to slash-and-burn agriculture. Are we going to watch the civilization of this eastern land disappear in our hands? Lin tried to keep her tone calm. Natsum laughed, snorting. Hasn't T heard enough of such grand words in the army? Every soldier of the A911 series thinks this way. For the individual, what does it mean? You are different from Jiguang. Lin spoke bitterly, not knowing whether she felt disappointment or despair. Yes, for humanity, for duty, for the bigger picture, my original self killed Rose with my own hands. And Jihai actively sought death to protect us. Now that Nana wants to die, we can't even let her die peacefully, can we? Jiguang's voice trembled. Wake up. She is not Jihai. She is not entirely Nana. Perhaps destruction is the answer. This thought took root in Jiguang's mind, sinking into every brain cell. I want to take her to see the aurora. Please do not stop me. I know my duty, but Nana doesn't. Please let her die freely. Once everything is over, I will return to fulfill my responsibilities. Everyone is trapped like insects in a spider web. The silk binding them so they cannot move, injected with venom. Who to eat first and who next, no matter how hard they struggle. They cannot change their fate of being eaten. It's not like this, it's not like this. Natsum murmured, grabbing Amy and squatting down to face her. Don't you have a lot of human wisdom and knowledge in your head? Tell me, can we only watch these people fight each other, bombs thrown back and forth, until the last bit of humanity is destroyed, and then watch civilization regress and ultimately perish? Amy's tender little face turned red, holding back tears. I am just a brain pieced together from countless segments of human memory. Without the cooperation of others and overall technological support, what I know is completely useless. Human civilization is collapsing and self-destructing at an alarming rate. 30 years ago, everyone worked hard, thinking they could achieve immortality in a virtual world that civilization had reached its peak. They failed. Adam twisted his rusty neck, looking at everyone while speaking. We, the remaining people, amidst a chaotic crowd, talk about the continuation of human civilization. Do you find it laughable? Ji Guang hoisted Nana onto his shoulder. Not laughable. There is still a glimmer of hope, and I will not give up. But that is my responsibility, not Nana's. Nana just needs to sing beautifully and laugh heartily. Natsum, you just need to protect your people. You should probably find a beloved girl and try natural reproduction. Amy, all you need to be now is cute and innocent. Dr. Lin, you should live well here with Amy and the other children. Adam, now you just need to live according to your own will, without listening to any of our commands. This speech sounded like a farewell. Natsum felt uneasy. Natsum interrupted. No. What are you all doing, acting out a romantic novel? We need to unite against the joint government now. Lin quickly covered Natsum's mouth, signaling him to stop. We have no right to decide who is to be sacrificed, who should be absorbed and integrated by her. She wants to recover now. She can only continue to consume other humans. She is in pain now, Ji Guang explained to Natsum. How dare you let her just give up? We have plenty of followers willing to sacrifice themselves. After all, it's death. You, as a soldier, yell every day about sacrificing for humanity. Why is it not okay for those volunteers? Natsum charged forward, veins bulging at his temples. You have no right. You have no right to shoot my people alongside me in the underground city. I'm sorry. Ji Guang picked up the weak Nana. I'm tired. And she is tired too. As a soldier, how can you say such words? Before, you were hiding in a cat's body. Now you are crying and howling beside a woman, wanting to die. I am a soldier, but I have never lived as a human. All I want now is to go to the Nordic 3 cities and spend her last few peaceful days with her. Ji Guang looked deeply at Natsum, then turned and walked out with Nana. Lin and Amy held back the rampaging Natsum, watching the people around him die one by one. He was in as much pain as you. Lin tried her best to comfort Natsum. Ji Guang's figure had already disappeared at the door. Natsum suddenly deflated. He yelled at the door, You do not deserve to seek death now. You must live. You all must live. Before being forgiven, you do not deserve to die. We need to go to SK to find the truth. Why are there virtual zombies? Why did they easily destroy Himalayan City? And why are my people sacrificed like guinea pigs? Put away your romantic notions and melancholy. You do not deserve it. You all do not deserve to die easily. Natsum's shout shattered in the air, heart-wrenching and furious. During this time in the black market, conning, drinking, and having fun helped him somewhat suppress the pain in his heart. He even felt that being a bandit in the black market and ruling the world could work. He could team up with Dr. Lin, team up with Ji Guang, muddle through here for decades without worrying about the flood after death. But Ji Guang wouldn't agree. Ji Guang would rather cruelly watch Nana die than go to the SK company to explore everything, even if it was a dead end like trying to stop a car with a mantis. Chapter 77. The Peak and the Decline. Do we really have to go? Lin's glasses gleamed coldly. Then let's go together. I'll write you a letter of introduction. The head of SK's RD is my junior. The journey is too dangerous. For now, the black market is safer. Ji Guang refused. Haven't we gone through life and death together? Do we have to be so distant? I used to think that working together with a united front was very important. But now, Arnold, Liu Zhixing, Axel, what have they done? We're not even as good as pawns. Just like ants. Why did the United Government Army cut off all communications? Why did they blow up the entire city? On the contrary, the people in the black market are still living well. Ji Guang, be careful on your way. We'll coordinate well for you here. Everyone felt as if they had crashed in an airplane and ended up on a deserted island, not knowing what tomorrow would bring, yet unwilling to simply lie down and wait for death. The tide rises and falls. Tsunamis and landslides loom before them, one day at a time. Now that communications are completely cut off, even if there are flying vehicles, it's very difficult to resupply. Natsum prepared a camper for Ji Guang and the others. Nana could lie in the cabin while the other spaces were modified to store as much gasoline as possible. However, if there are no supplies along the way, it will be difficult to reach the SK Gene Company, which is located in a place called Troms within the Arctic Circle. There one can see the aurora. Nana's face was pale as she nodded slightly. Before you go, let me give you a gift. Natsum watched as Jiguang packed his gear. Natsum brought out the owner of Jihai, who knelt on the ground, crying out, I didn't know. I just created a game, as they requested, making a profit. I could only harm those in the city. Here, take it all. He handed over some access rights to the SK company. Thanks. Without hesitation, Jiguang took the chip card. He picked up Nana and left. At that moment, Natsum's eyes became warm. Who knows when we will meet again? Farewell, brother. Natsum stood alone for a long time before turning back to their chapel, where a familiar figure awaited. Long hair cascading down, a slender and frail silhouette. The lingering shadow. Natsum found a nearby armchair and sat down. Axel's expression was gloomy. He had lost an eye and sat atop a platform, toying with his revolver, inlaid with jewels and intricately crafted Russian metalwork. You really can't bear to part with your old lover. Natsum stepped in front of Jiguang, not knowing when he had begun to treat Jiguang like a brother. Is it appropriate to run so fast? Axel fired a shot at the ornate chandelier above. Shards of crystal falling, the light and shadows dancing across everyone's faces. A sickly pale smile crept onto his face. We agreed to cooperate. Why do you want to run off alone? Axel extended his slender fingers and opened his communicator, projecting a 3D image. The first segment showed dark clouds overhead, heavy snow falling, and a group of soldiers in the highest protective gear digging out a shell from the ruins, appearing to be a male body, its face unrecognizable. The second segment showed the facade of Jihai's residence, with Jiguang tangled in the shattered glass curtain wall of Jihai. After Jiguang was pulled away, a second flying vehicle followed closely behind. They carefully entered while burning those pale white tentacles, illuminated by fire, which fell and scattered in the air with a crackling sound. Passing through this delicate, soft curtain, Jihai floated in the air, naked, her limbs merging with those tentacles, her skin transparent and pale. Jihai was placed in a liquid nitrogen tank and then taken away. Natsum's eyes trembled, and he quickly drew his weapon, aiming it at Axel's temple. TSK, TSK, TSK. Axel raised 2 fingers, gently poking the gun barrel aimed at his temple. It's too late. After you slip away, we'll secretly take them back. Now we can fully control her. She is now humanity's hope. Axel waved his hand and switched to the third video segment. Jihai's eyes were hollow, like the Ganges girls in those liquid nitrogen tanks, wearing a gorgeous long dress. Quietly cuddling beside Axel, as obedient as a cat. Natsum retreated in disbelief. Amy seemed to sense danger and tightly grabbed Lin's hand, prompting Lin to squat down and lift Amy up. Natsum wanted to rush out to stop Jiguang, but he found the entrance filled with previously devout followers. Blocking the way, Natsum's eyes turned red as he fired 2 shots into the air, but no one feared him. He tried to shoot someone to clear a path, but these people were not like zombies. They bled, got hurt, and fell, yet they kept pouring in, blocking the passage. In despair, Natsum pointed the gun back at Axel's chest. You want to try? If I die, there will be no one to control Jihai. Natsum's veins bulged. He didn't believe in this evil. He shot at Axel's knee and then at the area between his lungs and collarbone. He wouldn't die immediately, but it would be painful enough. Axel's voice crackled. Connect the signal. In the 3D projection, Jihai lay quietly in the busiest central avenue of the black market. With every blow Axel received, the corresponding part of Jihai's body trembled lightly. Then, her body began to extend. Bystanders were startled, and a bold middle-aged man stepped forward to see what had happened to Jihai. He was immediately ensnared by the tentacles emerging from her skin, like an octopus, like a spider, like a snake, tightening more and more. In no time, the man was left with just a suit and a skin lying on the ground. She only listens to me now, ha ha ha. Guess what command I gave her before I came here? Axel gasped in pain, his speech fragmented and twisted. Where do they go? Shut up. If you say another word, I'll blow you apart. Natsum shot Axel's arm again and then tried to destroy the communicator, but was pulled back by Lin. A communicator that can connect to the outside world is so rare. Natsum ran up from the deepest part of the underground, breathing heavily. The screen displayed the truth. Not virtual, Jihai, or rather the shell resembling Jihai, lay on the ground, having absorbed the human bodies within a 10-meter radius, now radiant with a mesmerizing beauty. This was the exact opposite of the dying Nana. I told you, she is humanity's future. She is a god. Scattered across the streets. Those who witnessed the entire event from afar were so frightened they fell to their knees. Punishment has arrived. Plague, war, famine, death. From the world of 2020. Plague, peak in decline. Famine after 2030. The great explosion of 2050. To the present death. There are no judges. No one can escape the fate of being judged. Those who think themselves judges are dying in judgment. Chapter 78. Fusion Natsum dragged the blood-soaked Asher and threw him in front of the sea. You tell me, why did you blow up the city of Himalaya? Because humanity is already doomed. Ha! What I'm doing now is saving humanity. I am a savior. Nonsense, utter nonsense. While several people were talking, all electronic devices around them emitted a sharp howling sound. The sunspots have been in turmoil lately, but the underground black market has never been affected. Why is that? What is the United Government up to? This is the second time since its establishment that the air defense alarm has been sounded. All the residents were screaming, kneeling on the ground, praying for a miracle to happen, while some mentally unstable individuals ran wildly against the crowd, shouting that today humanity is finished, finished, finished. One person jumped from the railing, his head smashed against the statue of the compassionate sleeping Buddha. Blood splattered everywhere, and the Buddha wept blood tears. Natsum, exasperated, said, "Are you trying to destroy the last remnants of civilization? Are you crazy?" Asher remained calm, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His pristine military uniform repeatedly smeared with filth. Asher called out to the sea. Her long silver hair cascaded from her shoulders to her chest and down to her feet. The orange tritium lights pierced through the mist, enveloping her body. She walked barefoot on the dirty floor of the black market as a chilling wind swept in, swirling the garbage around. The sea radiated a fluorescent glow, immaculate and pure. She gently helped Asher up as if cradling her beloved. Her expression was calm, tender like that of a Virgin Mary. Amy and Lin pushed through the crowd of kneeling worshippers, struggling to get behind Natsum. The sea. A loud sound exploded in the air. In the sky, a figure leaped down from the hovering aircraft. It was Jiguang. He landed with a roll, collapsing to the ground. "Wake up!" The sea. Jiguang rushed towards the sea. Asher lowered his head and coughed up blood, wiping it with his sleeve, a sneer on his face. The sea has already disappeared the day we bombed her underground. Her body carries the genetic coding of all animals and plants. Everything is the best queen bee. Look how beautiful she is now. She doesn't need a personal will. As a perfect grand matrix, she is enough. You're talking nonsense. Asher rarely showed sadness. You know I'm right. You and I are one. Asher locked eyes with Jiguang once more. They were almost identical in profile, yet their temperaments vastly different, their physical forms similar. No, I am not an anti-human criminal. No, I am you, and you are me. You know it. Asher's voice was hoarse and low, his laughter shattered. Jiguang felt as if his insides had been pierced and crushed by Asher's laughter. The sea is human, not a monster manipulated by you. Jiguang and Natsum raised their guns and shot at Asher, sparks flying. The sea's elastic tentacles reached out, catching the bullets softly, then slowly expelling them. The gunfire sent the onlookers scattering in all directions. Natsum directly fired a laser, severing several tentacles. However, those delicate tentacles floated in the air, reaching for Natsum's hands, his body. Natsum was horrified, discarding his weapon and retreating at high speed. Nana woke from her faint, turning her head to watch the fleeing crowd rush past her, feeling like a fish caught in a tsunami, helplessly swept into the air. Light. Her voice was faint. Nana looked down at her hands, which were burning hot. Then her skin cracked. The tentacles that sprouted from Nana and the sea intertwined together. Jiguang rushed to grab the sea's shoulders, while Natsum held onto Nana's hand, trying to separate the two. There were no people within a kilometer radius, and the narrow street was deserted. The tentacles extending from the sea's back slowly retracted from the nearby street windows. Jiguang and Natsum combined their strength, but could not control the speed of the fusion between Nana and the sea. They were like two cocoons, like twin siblings. inevitably wrapped up in pale white tentacles. Finally, a few daring black market residents peered from the windows of nearby buildings, their expressions filled with horror. The two bodies writhed in the cocoon, and no one knew what was happening. Ji Guang recalled the girl absorbed in the church earlier. He rushed up, trying to tear the tentacles apart with his bare hands. But those soft tentacles wrapped around their weapons, easily controlling their movements. Ji Guang could only repeatedly call out the names of Nana and the sea. She is the future of humanity. What are you doing? Ha ha! Asher stood beside them, laughing a bit madly. The vast dome of the black market opened up, snow fell heavily, and the cold wind blew against everyone's faces. Those white tentacles swaying in the misty air. Did you think going to the SK company would save you? I'll send you there. Asher waved his hand, letting them drop Ji Guang. The armed joint military descended from the aircraft, and Natsum was easily subdued, his hands and feet entangled with many severed tentacles. Asher stepped forward, slowly extending his hands into the humanoid cocoon. The tentacles hesitated for a moment, then pushed his hands out as if receiving a message from Asher. The humanoid cocoon gradually thinned, the tentacles scattered and fell to the ground, and the previously forcibly wrapped weapons also clattered to the ground. There were no pedestrians, no vehicles. Not even a single mouse passed by. The sound of objects dropping was distinctly audible. The sea's body slowly emerged from the cocoon, and Nana disappeared. The shells that fell off dried in the air, turning a dull gray. The powerful airflow created by the aircraft blew past, scattering them. Everything vanished without a trace. The woman with the beautiful voice and sweet smile. No one knew why she was born, grew up, and then disappeared. Ji Guang was now in his prime, his combat and battle experience at its peak. He stood before Asher and the joint government forces, not backing down, facing 100 alone. He picked up the sea, swiftly weaving through the crowd. Using all he had learned, all the experience and wisdom accumulated from Ji Guang burst forth at this moment. Asher watched Ji Guang bravely break through the heavy blocks. His previously mad expression suddenly crumbled, revealing a hint of loneliness. The dust on the ground made him cough violently. He took out a delicate handkerchief to cover his mouth. At that moment, he seemed to have detached himself from the clamor, murmuring to himself, Ji Guang has roses. Ji Guang has the sea. Asher has nothing. Chapter 79. Turning the tide, Ji Hai was very stable in Ji Guang's arms. She was now taller and more mature, and when she opened her eyes, her slightly raised head suddenly drooped down. Ji Guang, feeling somewhat restricted carrying Ji Hai, leaned against a corner of a building and gently set her down. The leather jacket that Nana wore before leaving fell to the ground, and Ji Guang picked it up and draped it over Ji Hai. The tentacles on Ji Hai's body gradually floated in the cold wind, and her large green eyes shimmered with brilliance, looking more beautiful than a real person. Just as Ji Guang was catching his breath, all the aircraft and soldiers, trained and coordinated perfectly, pressed in from the ground and the air. There was no way to escape. Do you see? This is the future of humanity, beautiful and enchanting. Asher, speaking, slowly approached Ji Guang and Ji Hai on his flying vehicle, forcing them into a corner. Asher adjusted his coat, his expression dark and twisted, not caring what others thought. He was still the arrogant Asher, a high-ranking official, seemingly a medieval sculptor admiring his own work. You survive in the black market, curl up like a cat in the city, farm at the foot of the snow-capped mountains far from technology, but open your eyes and see what others have done. Before the big explosion, humanity was already running out of time. Asher gestured for Ji Hai and Ji Guang to be stuffed into a small flying vehicle. The automatic flight parameters had already been set. Go check out the SK Gene Company. Ji Guang stood in front of Ji Hai, completely disbelieving his ears. How could Asher, who had pushed them to a dead end, know what they wanted to do at this moment? What? Not leaving? Or do you want to go back to the black market to fight and pay off debts? Asher seemed to see through everything, without waiting for Ji Guang to react. The soldiers and aircraft automatically made way for him. Ji Guang picked up Ji Hai and entered the flying vehicle. Although he suspected that Asher had set a new trap for him, he and Ji Hai did indeed close the hatch. Under the gaze of everyone, the flying vehicle wobbled and took off, becoming a small dot in the sky before disappearing. What happened at SK Company? Xiao Mu wiped the wet snow off his head. The usually bustling center of the black market was now deserted. Black coal, dust mixed with oil and moisture soaked everyone's coats. Did they just leave like this? Xiao Mu angrily picked up his laser weapon. I said, can't your government forces speak clearly without dying? The 3 Nordic cities have all been destroyed. Acer had regained his calm. They can't go back to the headquarters of the United Forces. Xiao Mu's eyes trembled in shock. Then why did you spread the virus in the Himalayan city? Spreading it or not is useless. For 30 years, whether through AI, simulations, or natural purebred humans, we have been unable to reproduce naturally. Destruction is only a matter of time. Acer waved his hand in the air, and the tiny tentacles swirling in the air blended with the snowflakes, agilely tumbling in the ground and sky. He grasped at nothing in vain. But Acer was not angry at all. He pressed down on his heaving chest and said, go take a look at your church. How do you know we have an underground church? Acer smirked, I know everything. The people in the black market either had reproductive gene defects, were modified humans, or were various criminals that could be considered exiles. Combined with other mixed backgrounds, they likely had a richer gene pool than the samples in the gene bank. Acer did not look back, ordering others to return to the temporary camp, and then he walked straight to Xiao Mu's underground church alone. As he walked, he reached back to touch his neck, where there was also a small, deep red spot. Acer, dressed in military uniform, was very eye-catching. Occasionally, passers-by hurriedly stepped aside to make way for him. Xiao Mu rolled his eyes. Aren't you afraid we'll capture you as a hostage? Acer laughed. Everyone is struggling to survive. I voluntarily walked into the net. Do you think if you capture me, someone from the United Government will come to save me? But Xiao Mu felt that behind Acer was a huge black net that not only ensnared himself, but also dragged over to cover everyone in the black market. Adam closely followed behind Xiao Mu, nervously watching Acer. They soon returned to their flamboyant church. Pretty nice here. Acer walked straight to the largest platform and sat down, seemingly relieved. You all are doing pretty well here. Acer seemed like a different person. What is your relationship with Ji Guang? Xiao Mu bluntly asked him this question. If I say I don't know, would you believe me? Acer felt the gun at his waist digging into him. He was thin in the back, took the gun out, set it aside, and changed to a more comfortable position. Are you kidding? You come here and still want to act like a big shot? Hurry back to the United Army. Xiao Mu said irritably. Have you considered that your people are also infected and have to be taken away? The so-called experiments on them are actually just our government forces acting as witnesses to do the final monitoring research. We fundamentally cannot change the fact that mutations cannot be treated. Acer, unusually calm, tried to explain to Xiao Mu. I don't believe it. Xiao Mu replied loudly, his face hidden in the shadows, deepening with anger. His neck stiffened, looking displeased. At that time, aside from blowing up the government underground, what other radical methods were there? I don't believe it. I'm a rough person, but Dr. Lin and the others are not. You still don't understand. This is not something that can be turned around by one person's power. Not even God can do it. Who is God? Who is the creator? Humanity created AI. Does that make us the creators in the AI world? Naive. We just opened Pandora's box and released the demons. Now, can any human physically win against a modified human or algorithmically win against AI? Previously, we thought Amy was hope. But Amy's body is fragile and cannot withstand blows. The children with Amy cannot bear such modifications in their brains and bodies, and only one survived. If further research is to be conducted, should those innocent children who died be blamed? Xiao Mu, being a rough person, was left speechless by Acer's barrage. Lin walked in holding a pile of food. Amy's body was also not good. Her brain could not handle large computations. She was just storing a lot of data. If various model computations were inputted, her small body could not handle it. Xiao Mu took the nutritional paste thrown by Lin, brought it to his mouth with one hand, and quickly poured it down his throat. He coughed to cover up his panic. At night, the dome of the black market closed, and artificial starlight lit up. He anxiously looked out the window. He wondered how Ji Guang and Ji Hai would fare. Chapter 80. Above the dark clouds in the black market, the government troops were well-trained in cleaning up the aftermath. Shumi and Lin, along with Amy, were not forced to restrict their movements. As soon as Yoshimitsu and Ji Hai left, Acer's expression changed immediately. He became serious and seemed like a different person. Upon closer inspection, His calm and reliable demeanor resembled that of Yoshimitsu. Acer quickly rounded up all the gangs in the black market and established a new order with swift and thundering methods. Shumi felt like he wanted to gouge his own eyes out. New laws and regulations were rapidly promulgated, with Linlin responsible for medical care and education, while Acer handled arms and legal regulations. Other relevant materials were arranged for energy distribution, and everything was rejuvenated after the military took over. Amy and the children took on the task of organizing some historical and cultural materials, which they completed excellently. Shumi had nothing to do. He was in charge of waste management, which made him scream for 3 days, only to be laughed at and held back by Linlin. The internal local area network was also up and running, and everything was thriving. Himalayan City was gradually recovering under the military's continuous efforts, like ants moving their homes. Noble humans and damaged robots were now treated equally. Everyone earned according to their labor. Although materials were still scarce, everyone could eat their fill. As for online games, there were only Tetris and Dodiju. Virtual reality and artificial intelligence were now considered taboo words. After 3 days of work, Shumi decided to go on strike. I'm done. I'm going to wait for Yoshimitsu and Jihai to come back. He rushed to Acer's office, intending to fight, but Acer whispered something in his ear. Shumi's expression became serious, and he nodded repeatedly. The two seemed to have reached some agreement. Then Shumi disappeared from the black market. Every night in the black market was now peaceful and serene. Above the dark clouds, the starry river was brilliant. In the dark sky, as the aircraft reached the stratosphere, it flew smoothly. Yoshimitsu slowly opened his eyes, moving his bound hands and feet, and smiled bitterly as he turned to look at the woman quietly lying in the passenger seat with her eyes closed. He didn't know how to address her now. She looked like Nana or Jihai, but she was not either of them. Just thinking about it made Yoshimitsu quietly reach for the weapon at his waist. Was there really no escaping this step? Resolving troubles in advance was undoubtedly a good choice. The scene of Jihai trying to save everyone in the government's underground fortress was still fresh in his memory. A good person, and she just disappeared like that. The life he shared with her was now reduced to mere fragments of memory, no different from the images stored on a computer after someone dies. Now she resembled Jihai in both shape and appearance. Only her figure was plump and full, faintly reminiscent of Nana. She slowly opened her eyes, looking around in a daze. Where am I? In a government aircraft? Her silver hair was fluffy and softly scattered against the chair back, and she was haphazardly wrapped in Acer's coat. Yoshimitsu unfastened the safety buckle that bound her. Is that you, Yoshimitsu? The woman looked bewildered and dreamy. She reached out her hand and gently touched Yoshimitsu's cheek. You've lost weight. The injuries he sustained from connecting with the others had taken a toll on him. His jawline was clear, and the stubble he had was a bit prickly against her hand. Yoshimitsu, you look like you're 30. Her gaze was gentle, and her mind was clear. Yoshimitsu's hand, which was tightly gripping the weapon behind him, slowly relaxed, and he let out a soft sigh. Let's observe a bit longer. Outside the window, the starry river was brilliant. He didn't know how long they had been in a deep sleep, but a large green cloud layer appeared in half of the sky outside. How can there be green clouds? Jihai rested her chin on the window. We must have reached the Arctic Circle. Here, the auroras were common, and the pale, icy green light covered half the horizon, slowly swirling. At times, it gathered into pulsating beams of light, appearing and disappearing in the air like a miracle. Yoshimitsu, have you ever thought about what you would do if you weren't a soldier? This question caught Yoshimitsu off guard. Yoshimitsu had indeed thought about what he really was. Ever since he became conscious, he remembered the coldness of a laboratory and the moments of warmth living with Jihai. Yet he always felt that something was missing. The sudden kiss he received in the government's underground city last time was a memory of Jiguang, passionate and dreamy. That was not Yoshimitsu's own. He felt ashamed after being pushed away by Jihai, as those belonged to Rose and Yoshimitsu. Aside from being an elite soldier protecting humanity, Yoshimitsu suddenly felt his mind go blank, no different from the A911 that existed solely for combat. Where was the missing piece? Something must be wrong. He let out a gentle sigh. Are we about to arrive at the northern base? Jihai gently leaned her head on Yoshimitsu's shoulder. Do you remember Nana? Yoshimitsu quietly gazed outside and asked, Who is Nana? A girl who loved to sing, Yoshimitsu replied calmly. Is she beautiful? Jihai also looked outside, showing no unusual reaction. Sleep now. Yoshimitsu gently patted Jihai's hair. Jihai responded vaguely, but did not close her eyes. The northern base was located in the Trom's fjord area, where warm ocean currents provided a pleasant climate with abundant rain and snow. The three northern cities were the only three cities in Europe with a total population of less than 1 million. The headquarters of the United Government should also be near SK. But no one told Yoshimitsu why the joint military preferred to set up a temporary base in Himalayan City and fight to the end. LG came out to say a few pretty words, tricking Arnold once, and then never appeared again. If before, he had no confidence in finding anything at the SK Gene Company alone. Now with Jihai by his side, he suddenly felt a surge of confidence. With this thought, he shivered. After all, did he also acknowledge that the future of humanity was this extremely terrifying fusion? He lowered his head and looked at Jihai's obedient and shiny arm. Her pink fingertips, he still couldn't associate her with that monster with shattered skin and countless tentacles. Whether human or ghost, he would venture forth. Yoshimitsu secretly made up his mind. Outside the window, the auroras changed unpredictably, as if they were living beings belonging to the universe. His gaze followed those icy green lights. This world was equally stunning and beautiful without humanity. No different at all. Chapter 81. Silence. A death-like stillness. The aircraft flew smoothly. And it wouldn't be long before they arrived at the center of the three Nordic cities, the SK Gene Company. The three cities radiated out in a triangular formation, with the SK Gene Company at the center. To say it is a company is an understatement. In the hearts of the nearly 20 young people aboard, it has become known as the savior. 30 years ago, the global pandemic was developed by SK Gene Company, saving the remaining human population. They have optimized nearly 90% of the new humans born in recent decades, from appearance to physical constitution, including resistance to viral and bacterial infections. Those with congenital issues, like Roses, would not be born. As for people like Jihai, who had heart problems, they were extremely rare, merely the unfortunate exceptions that slipped through the cracks. As dawn approached, the aircraft began to signal for descent. Looking down from the sky, everything appeared tranquil and serene, completely different from the bloody chaos of Himalayan City. Silence, a death-like stillness. Ji Guang helped Jihai jump down from the aircraft. All they could hear was the voice of the artificial intelligence system providing instructions. Please proceed directly to the passage, swipe your identification card, and input your fingerprint and iris information. Ji Guang and Jihai exchanged glances as they took out the ID cards given to them by the black market boss. Should we give it a try? Surprisingly, it worked. The identity verification passed, and they were welcomed to the three Nordic cities. For nearly 20 years, traffic control and flight management have been extremely strict. Ordinary people could only operate within the city and the surrounding black markets. To take an aircraft to another city was impossible for ordinary people, except for soldiers and a few researchers. Everyone had gotten used to it. Did Acer and Liu Zhixing help us open up the air channels? Otherwise, how could we have come this far so smoothly? Zihai wheat, it should be, Ji Guang replied. After passing the checkpoint, there should be strict physical examinations. However, the examination hall was empty. A layer of dust covered the floor. Ji Guang noticed his footprints on the ground. The air in the Nordic region was clean, so the dust must have accumulated for at least 5 years. The Arctic Circle was cold, and Jihai tightened her coat, instinctively reaching out to hold Ji Guang's hand. Ji Guang did not turn back. The large customs hall was eerily quiet. Where is everyone? There wasn't even a robotic receptionist. It had been abandoned for a long time. Ji Guang activated his communicator and was relieved to find the internal network still functional. He checked her out. Should we go directly to the SK company or see what's happening in the city? Ji Guang vividly recalled Acer's maniacal laughter before they boarded the aircraft. Behind them, a row of huge floor-to-ceiling windows revealed an endless skyline. The polar night morning looked no different from the night. Ji Guang decided to return to the aircraft. Just as the two turned to head back to the customs entrance, several large doors automatically closed. Ji Guang and Jihai watched helplessly as the aircraft outside the glass window was towed away by an unmanned trailer. Ji Guang panicked and attempted to force his way through. He leaped over the guardrail, extending his hand, signaling for Ji Hai to jump over too. Without hesitation, Ji Hai leaped across effortlessly. Is her heart okay now? The two rushed to the glass window, just as the doors continued to close. Watching as the aircraft was dragged away, Ji Guang cut a piece off a metal barrier and smashed it against the glass, but his hands went numb from the impact, leaving only a few cracks. Ji Hai watched as Ji Guang's hand was cut by the sharp edge, and she reached out to stop him. Ji Guang's blood seeped onto Ji Hai's fingers, making them feel slightly warm. A few drops of blood sank into the sandy ground like seawater, and the redness on her fingers vanished entirely. Ji Hai withdrew her hands, turning them behind her back like a child who had done something wrong. Ji Guang did not continue to stare at her fingers, but calmly turned his head towards the window. Your abilities might be more powerful than I imagined. Why don't you try opening the door? If you can't break it, how can I? Ji Hai shook her head, stepping back. Her ice green eyes saw the smooth floor begin to gently sway. The ground started to ripple, slowly. Light, come look. Ji Hai called out to Ji Guang, crouching down to change her perspective, rubbing her eyes. Indeed, the floor was undulating, resembling some sort of writhing motion. Ji Guang was alarmed. He turned around and continued to smash the glass. The glass was in a state between solid and liquid. It shattered, while simultaneously forming new, complete glass shards. The current temperature was below zero, not the melting point of glass. What is happening? The space before them seemed to be constantly twisting and changing. Without further ado, the wave-like undulations grew faster, making it impossible for them to stand normally. Ji Hai struggled to keep her balance. Using her hands to brace against the ground, her finger skin cut by the rough cement and falling glass shards. Ji Guang and Ji Hai's blood dripped into the fragmented floor, instantly disappearing. Then the fluctuations intensified. The vast airport terminal slowly compressed and crushed, as if the entire space had turned into a soft stomach, with the walls grinding against each other to digest and crush the food. Yi Guang. Ji Hai crouched down and grabbed Ji Guang's clothing. Ji Guang turned sideways, using one hand to shield Ji Hai's head and the other to hold her shoulder, as pieces of cement and broken steel bars continued to fall above them. The largest, precariously hanging piece of cement forced them to scramble towards the only remaining space, but that space was shrinking increasingly. They had nowhere to hide, nowhere to escape. Ji Guang grunted as the cement block hit his shoulder, and his forehead was scraped. He strained to create a small space with his body to protect Ji Hai beneath him. Light. In the faint morning light, Ji Hai couldn't see Ji Guang's expression. His injured right hand trembled slightly, and drops of blood dripped on her forehead. She reached out to touch it, her hand sticky and bloody. What do we do? What is happening to this building? It seems alive. Ji Hai screamed. What kind of monster is this? She stretched her hands out with all her strength, trying to hold up the crushing ceiling and floor to give Ji Guang a chance to breathe. From her broken skin, tiny tendrils emerged, some following the blood to gently cover Ji Guang's wound, stopping the bleeding. The majority of the free-floating tendrils explored the cracks in the disintegrating floor and ceiling, searching for something. Ji Hai closed her eyes, feeling the tendrils investigating the gaps. Her brow furrowed, sweat dripping down her forehead. Light. After a moment, Ji Hai suddenly opened her eyes. We are inside the belly of this building. What are you talking about? There are organisms here. Do you remember slime molds? They have no bones or brains. Even ants are superior, but they can transmit information about nearby food through bioelectricity. Chapter 82. Hollywood smile as the space grew smaller. Countless tiny particles crushed the bodies of Ji Hai and Ji Guang. Unable to breathe, Ji Guang's effort to create space for Ji Hai was in vain. Ji Hai and Ji Guang were stuck in a crevice, struggling to maintain their breath. There were organisms among the debris, emitting bioelectricity, some resembling human brain waves, which I could sense but couldn't fully understand. Ji Hai tried to hold her breath. Ji Guang covered Ji Hai's head with his hands, struggling to prevent the dust from suffocating her face, allowing her to breathe. Should I try to communicate with them? Ji Guang was now covered in dust, sneezing. I'll give it a try. Ji Hai closed her eyes, concentrating hard. It was chaotic. All she received were irregular signals. a massive wave of energy hit them, pushing Zihai and Jiguang deeper. "We're going to be absorbed." Zihai pulled her hands back, tightly clinging to Jiguang. In the waves of concrete and rebar, they were swept into the depths. "How did you escape from the government forces underground and protect Dr. Lin and Amy?" Zihai buried her face in Jiguang's chest, trying to avoid the debris and dust. "I don't know. I was just anxious, very anxious. Plus, I had absorbed so much energy by merging with so many bodies." Jiguang pondered for a moment, then said, "Then you should absorb and merge with me now." "No. Become a monster that feeds on my own kind in front of Jiguang?" Zihai shook her head vigorously. "Otherwise, we will both die here. I promised Arnold to protect you." Upon hearing Arnold's name, Zihai shuddered. He was like a father or elder to her, and she had no memories of her distant father. In Rose's memory, everything about her father, Lu Zhixing, was scant. If the three northern cities no longer had humans and had become a habitat for these alien giant monsters, then the remaining people in other cities, including those in the Himalayas, would be swallowed by it, and everything would cease to exist. Jiguang's mouth was dry. His mouth and nose were filled with dust, making it impossible for him to continue speaking. He gasped for air and bit his wrist. Fresh blood burst forth. The sand stirred with excitement in small waves, and Zihai was crushed, so she couldn't breathe. Using her small tentacles instinctively, she quickly spread out, grabbing the sweet, fresh blood. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of shattering glass echoed in Jiguang and Zihai's ears. "Are you guys okay?" "Zihai, Jiguang, where are you?" Adam's voice called out, resonating in the space. When did Adam hide in the flying machine? Zihai had never thought Adam's voice sounded so sweet and elegant. He didn't care about his visibly shriveled muscles and spat out some debris. "We're in here, still alive." Adam gathered his energy and rushed forward, using his modified mechanical hand to smash the window. "Don't stop me. Let me through." The glass shattered. It seemed Adam had reached some sort of agreement with the glass. Zihai was stirred by the intense electric currents, her whole body activating her tentacles to protect Jiguang, shielding him like a nest. The two struggled to move toward Adam amid the flow of mud and rocks. The morning light was still dim, and Adam turned on the light on his chest, trying to find Zihai and Jiguang's figures. Below the entire terminal building, a giant creature was refusing to move. It slowly stopped its gaping mouth, and the shattered glass seemed like its broken teeth. It was forced to halt, and from the window, small sand and stones were pouring out. The monster was suffering and vomiting. Adam dared not move forward recklessly, but after a moment, he was delighted to see a strand of Zihai's hair coming out from inside, silver, then her head, and soon her whole body was smoothly expelled. Following her was Jiguang, who had a thin layer of hardened tentacles wrapped around him, which quickly dried and broke apart in the air. Adam was overjoyed, picked up Zihai, and pulled Jiguang toward the flying machine. Jiguang had spent a long time clearing the sand and stones from his mouth and nose, then opened his eyes, only to find a familiar figure in front of him. Adam. He let out a rough sound. Zihai and Jiguang didn't notice that Adam had secretly followed them near the wings of the flying machine to northern Europe. At this moment, having survived a great disaster, Jiguang's smile covered in dirt. Adam, too, was grimy but showed a classic Hollywood smile. A wave of familiar warmth surged in Jiguang's heart, reminiscent of the time when he was surrounded by virtual zombies in the city, gripping Adam tightly, covered in blood, refusing to let go. But this time their roles had reversed. Back then, Adam's model was very outdated, and even his skin had no heating function. His palm was cold and hard. Now Adam's arms had no artificial skin, only exposed machinery and hydraulic devices, yet Adam's hand was warm. The three successfully boarded the flying machine, still shaken. The ground at the airport emitted a faint roar from below. It sounded like a roar from a lava hell. In the dim blue light of dawn, blood-red fluorescence seeped from the sand and stones. From the shattered floor-to-ceiling windows, the sand and stones swirled in the air, forming a small tornado, attempting to directly engulf the flying machine. Adam didn't rush to operate the flying machine. At the last moment, they successfully took off into the air. A silver-white phantom trailed across the dark blue sky. The giant beast roared in anger, unwilling to accept its fate, like a starving beast in the grasslands, opening its massive mouth in defiance. Moments earlier, the once flat and clean runway began to collapse in the middle, forming a bottomless pit. Looking down from the flying machine, the giant building on the snowy land of northern Europe, devoid of snow, now appeared extraordinarily eerie. Zihai's gaze retreated from the porthole back to the inside of the flying machine. "Where are we going now?" Adam, piloting the flying machine, asked lightly, wiping his face, having somewhat picked up the habits of a male star, valuing his appearance and body. From the Himalayas to the black market and then to northern Europe, there was nowhere to hide and nowhere to escape. "Can we go straight back?" Zihai seemed to be inquiring, but also pleading. "All right." Although Adam had no concept of countries or cities, as long as the environmental temperature was acceptable, it didn't matter where he went since he didn't need food or oxygen. However, the thought of returning with Zihai in Jiguang made him feel as if the rusty screws in his arms had been lubricated a bit. "We might not be able to go back." Jiguang reached out, helping Zihai wipe the dust off her face. Zihai smiled, her ice-green eyes sparkling. "Why did Azur send us here?" "Why?" Zihai widened her eyes, looking at Jiguang's weary face, her chin resting in his palm. His once strong muscles had thinned significantly after she absorbed them, resembling Azur a little more. Jiguang cupped Zihai's face in his hands. Her freckles had disappeared, her skin was pale and lustrous. And her clean little face in Jiguang's dirty hands looked precious. The polar night outside showed no signs of brightening, and Zihai's face shone brightly. Her silver hair cascading like waves of the Milky Way over Jiguang's shoulder, the tips entangled with his epaulette. Humanity had reached a dead end, with nowhere to escape. Jiguang spoke slowly, feeling lost and desolate, avoiding Zihai's gaze. Zihai's crystalline and transparent face made the scenery outside appear even dimmer. Chapter 83. The power of God. Adam set the autopilot and turned back to look at the two. Hearing about humanity's desperate plight made him feel as if the energy generator in his chest had suddenly cooled a few degrees. He had been modified and no longer needed to be recharged daily. What despair! Weren't the people in the black market doing just fine? Adam's face turned pale. Did the United Government already know about the creatures underground? Why did they decide to exterminate everything 30 years ago? Could it be that they weren't killing humans, but these concrete, giant creatures instead? Jiguang's voice was low and hoarse, and the brow bone cast a deep shadow on his cheek. "Adam, you should have access to the internal networks of the government and joint military while in the underground city. You know what to write." "Aye." Adam's facial expressions were now very rich, fully conveying the unspeakable difficulties of humanity. "To speak plainly, we can handle it." Zihai took a deep breath and grasped Adam's hand, which responded with long and powerful fingers. "I do know some things, but those messages are hidden in the influential digital data of the network. I can't confirm their authenticity. Since AI began to awaken substantively in 2023, one could say that humanity became like gods, creating new silicon-based life. However, the humans of that time were naive, thinking that breakthroughs in productivity would lead to a bright future for human civilization. Adam reached up to touch his empty head and sighed softly. His deep blue eyes were heartbreakingly expressive. Where do I even start explaining? Pure-blooded humans are too fragile. The lifespan of cloned humans is getting shorter. And for nearly 30 years, the high-level focus has been on genetically modified humans, like Jiguang and Arnold's type of warriors. Naturally, natural humans have the flexibility to learn various advantages and possess strong physiques with astonishing learning capabilities. How can humanity be satisfied to stop here? Researchers continue to make progress in genetic modification. Beyond simple deletions, there are also additions and subtractions, which inevitably involves the latest artificial intelligence assistants. Adam looked at Jiguang and Zihai in silence, pausing his narration to gaze out the window. The aircraft ascended back to the stratosphere, and the temperature dropped sharply. Ice crystals crawled over the glass. Zihai felt cold, very cold. She stretched out her arms and tightly embraced Jiguang, snuggling against him. Jiguang silently wrapped his arm around her shoulder, but this time, the bones in his arm pressed against her. Zihai shivered, her heart aching. How much longer could Jiguang last? Soldiers over 40 no longer needed to survive. And then, Adam, rarely nervous, rubbed his hands together, touching the spot on his chest where the storage device used to be. And then, humans simulated many modification methods. They didn't need to wait for the modified subjects to grow up, spending decades for a new generation of humans. They couldn't wait, nor did they need to. With intelligent simulations of the outcomes of genetic modifications, the time for human research and testing was greatly reduced. The most significant aspect was the discovery of a vast number of gene fragments whose purposes were unknown, many of which were found, those that had existed in human bodies since ancient times, from single-celled to multi-celled, from reptiles to vertebrates, from cold-blooded to mammals, from apes to humans. These long mutations, inherited and evolved into the humans of today, seemed effortless, as if they could do anything, right? Adam seemed to recite a beautiful poem high up in the sky, passionately proclaiming, "Humans have become too proud. They believe they have taken on the powers of gods." Then, as the awakened intelligence began to infiltrate all aspects of human life, it didn't want to exist solely in the network. It also wanted to control the real world. You can understand it as arrogant humanity. Besides being human, they also aspired to become gods, to occupy what once belonged to the gods, their bodies and temples. The recent virtual zombies and the virtual infection virus commissioned by the SK Gene Company through Sci-Fi Game Company are just a part of this. For the vast network of rapidly self-iterating intelligences after 2023, it needed more and more servers and carriers to sustain its operation. Solar energy, wind energy, underground energy, anything that could be used, it wanted to seize for itself. This is the reason for humanity's gradual extinction. It only needed some robots to maintain its own devices, treating humans as mere pests that only knew how to eat, drink, and excrete. Sci-Fi and Adam's gazes followed him, speechless and unable to refute. No matter how much they were modified, they were still considered human. Their stance could only be that of humanity. Jiguang was born to protect humanity. This was deeply imprinted in his mind and engraved in every muscle of his body. Now he realized that these were also inscribed in his genes, something he could never change in this life. Adam, go back. Sci-Fi suddenly straightened up and shouted loudly at Adam. Don't. I just pulled you out. Adam, when you smashed the glass, it wasn't just because you were strong. It was... Sci-Fi struggled to articulate. When I extended my tentacle to sense its current. The initial information was very chaotic. Later, I found I could communicate directly with them through electric currents. It's hard to explain. It thought we were kin, so it agreed to let us out. Are you saying those lifeless rubble pieces are alive? Jiguang's dark eyes were inscrutable, similar to the information I received. Controlling human bodies with artificial intelligence ISNT going smoothly. They didn't even succeed in copying human memories, so the AI secretly began new research. What research? Sci-Fi leaned forward, staring at Adam. Research based on silicon-based life. In this way, artificial intelligence would no longer be artificial intelligence. They could also become true life forms that could continue from consciousness to body. True life based on humanity's definition of life, not just simple copies. Based on consciousness arising from human awareness. Adam's words struck Jiguang and Sci-Fi like a thunderbolt. The tremor in their eyes was palpable, leaving them speechless. Silence. A deathly silence filled the narrow space of the aircraft. Humanity had created a new way of life, given the speed of artificial intelligence iteration. Replacing humans would be an easy task. Humanity had exercised the powers of gods. Sci-Fi extended her hand, looking at her own fingers, long and delicate, each nail a lustrous pink. So it means it's not a mindless monster. Haha. Could anything be more ridiculous than this? And I'm also not a monster that shouldn't exist. Jiguang tightly grasped Sci-Fi's hand, once long and powerful, now with prominent veins and frightening knuckles. I'm no longer human. I can't live with you. Just throw me back to the ground. It's currently the polar night in northern Europe, with several meters of snow everywhere. How will you survive down there alone? Sci-Fi smiled bitterly. Every time you think about killing me, I can clearly sense it. Jiguang, you've betrayed humanity for me. It's not worth it. This weakens and torments you. How can you fight against your genes with your spirit? Chapter 84. I am a little out of control now. Jiguang was furious. His hands pressed against his knees, fists clenched tightly. Adam hurriedly stepped forward and positioned himself between the two. Zihai, do you know how many people you saved in the dungeon? Your tendril-like appendages became a marvelous barrier. You saved many lives. But I've also killed many. I can easily absorb and merge with another mammal, gaining its flesh and consciousness. Zihai's eyes misted over. Am I a monster? What am I? As she spoke, Zihai suddenly laughed, her hair floating gracefully in the air, stunningly beautiful. I'm a monster that eats people. Zihai slid down to kneel on the floor of the aircraft, her hands pressed against the ground, fingers gripping tightly as if making a decision, her fingertips pale. Let me go back. I want to go to the 3 cities of Northern Europe. I can communicate with these silicon-based monsters. I might be able to stop them from expanding and devouring humanity. Adam was taken aback. No, humans fight for survival, even in dire situations. Ji Guang is a soldier. But you, a little girl, are seeking your own death? Zihai Smai Sali. I've been a substitute since birth. Later, my heart became weak and I could die at any moment. Now, I devour my kind and cannot turn back. Kill me. Well, let me go to the 3 cities of Northern Europe. Adam, who had been somewhat awkward, now wore a playful smile. Zihai, if you go, I will too. I run fast, I'm strong, and I'm incredibly smart. Suddenly, the atmosphere eased. Zihai looked at Adam's bald head and laughed. Ji Guang's expression softened as well. Adam had only spent a short time in the black market, yet his emotional expressions had advanced rapidly. I'm sorry, I'm a little out of control. Ji Guang was angry at himself. Since switching back to this body, everything had exceeded all his previous memories and cognitions. Ji Guang's consciousness suddenly leaped out. In a flash, he widened his eyes, grabbing Adam with one hand and Zihai with the other. Ji Guang gently moved his cracked lips. What if the United Government already knew all this and covered it up? They were just trying to survive. Or perhaps to unite against these threats, bringing in Liu Zhixing and Dr. Asselin to restart the so-called Eden Project. The 3 stared at each other in silence for a moment, reaching a consensus. Perhaps the truth was getting closer. Asselin had repeatedly let Zihai and Ji Guang go. Perhaps wasn't that bad, and Liu Zhixing, aside from being a hypocritical and cunning politician, might. He was also trying his best. If it's really as you say, why can't Liu Zhixing tell us the truth? Adam removed Ji Guang's hand that was tightly gripping him and patted Zihai's shoulder. Sometimes, as an outsider, I find humans quite lovely. Love, family, friendship. Even if it's just a line from literature, you can imagine it and yearn for it. Yet sometimes, I feel that humans are merciless when they kill their kind, and that mechanical beings and clones don't deserve equal treatment. Why do they then act like demons? These 2 traits often appear in the same person. This complexity makes no sense, just like your human love, filled with unpredictability and randomness, sometimes making it seem so enchanting. The life of a robot is incredibly long. Long enough to become monotonous. If I had to choose between those silicon giants or the gentle, sweet humans, I would choose humans. What if everyone around you dies? If they die, what does it matter if the flood comes? Zihai, you are alone. Ji Guang and Rose. Their original forms were shattered for humanity, suffering both mentally and physically. This time, I want to see what you and Ji Guang want to do for yourselves. Ji Guang frowned. For myself? Yes. Then I still want to go to the cities of Northern Europe. Zihai's spirit lifted. I am me, but also not me. I can feel the screams of countless consciousnesses I absorbed within me, begging me to go to Northern Europe, asking me to return for their loved ones and friends. Have you made up your mind? My Easter handsome guy and my silver-haired beauty? The 3 laughed, a long time since they had laughed so comfortably. Adam turned around, focused, and changed the course. It was not far, and the return trip would take only 2 or 3 hours. Ji Guang watched Zihai, who was leaning against him and falling asleep, a wave of guilt rising in his heart. He had wanted to kill her multiple times. Was this thought his own, or was it implanted? At this moment, Ji Guang just hoped to follow his heart, letting Zihai do whatever she wanted within his controllable range. However, he secretly smiled bitterly, though he said it was within his control. Zihai was no longer the little girl who used to wipe her nose on her sleeve. She no longer needed his protection. His body was starting to fail. Like Asselin, he began to cough violently. Zhihai kept her head low, her face and long hair obscured, not allowing others to see her expression. She could sense Ji Guang's emotions, but now she could block her thoughts from him. Ever since she boarded the aircraft, her mind had been chaotic, filled with memories of countless girls collected by Asalin, including Nana, disrupting her thoughts. She gripped Ji Guang's coat tightly, hiding her tremors. She felt like her head was going to explode, and Zhihai's originally frail body seemed unable to withstand it anymore. If she had to describe how she felt, Zhihai found it difficult. She felt like a queen ant, her belly glowing white. She craved reproduction and the desire to split offspring. Now, she was terrified of being such a monster. What would her offspring be like? In a haze of thoughts, she fell asleep. It was a sunny evening, with green grass and pink rose petals flying everywhere. She wore white shoes and a white dress, and across from her was Ji Guang in a tuxedo, with friends and colleagues sitting together as the ceremony began. Both sides stated their vows and exchanged rings. Ji Guang gave her a deep kiss. Then, the scene shifted to children going to school, waving goodbye to Zhihai at the school gate. A handsome boy with black hair like Ji Guang's caught a cute, lowly classmate and bit down, arteries bursting, blood splattering everywhere, and the girl screamed. Zhihai jolted awake. It had only been 5 minutes. Go back to sleep, I'm here. Ji Guang felt very calm inside, and sensing Zhihai's tranquility, she quickly fell back asleep. This time, she dreamt of becoming a giant queen ant, with male humans lining up to mate with her. She could lay hundreds of embryos at once, and then the workers would be gathered and sent for concentrated nurturing until adulthood. Thousands of humans produced over the years, except for a few fed pollen and honey to become new male humans, and new queen ants were driven out of the massive nest. The others were all fed artificial food, eventually becoming hollow humans without cells. They obeyed absolutely, feared no fatigue, and remained expressionless. Zhihai widened her eyes, beckoning them to come closer for a better look. These numerous offspring had no eyes, and obedience and work were all they could experience in their lives. Their bodies showed no gender distinction, just like her previous self, flat and small, like a boy. Now, she herself was plump, radiant, and exuded extreme feminine charm. With male humans kneeling beside her, flattering and trying hard to ensure their offspring would stay. They wouldn't speak. Male humans only needed to be strong and handsome, while foolishly beautiful ones wouldn't cause trouble. Seeing her transformed self as an ant, she seemed to meet her own gaze in the void as she screamed in fear. I don't want to. I'm not an ant. Chapter 85. Silicon-based life. Zhihai was flailing her hands in the air, and Ji Guang protected her. Adam was sitting in the pilot's seat, glancing back at Zhihai, who was having a nightmare, but said nothing and turned back to continue studying the landing site of the aircraft. If the airport in the middle of the 3 cities had already become a habitat for some silicon-based creature, then what about the other cities? Adam felt that the body temperature detector was not very accurate. He felt cold. Shall we take a turn over the city first? Adam asked Ji Guang. Okay. Zhihai was sweating coldly. She woke up, looked at Ji Guang, and stared blankly at him, recalling how Ji Guang had happily buried himself in eating delicious food before. In a short time, everything had changed. Ji Guang looked down and rummaged under the seat, finding some emergency food and gear. They changed into the gear and ate some food. The crumbs of high-energy biscuits choked Ji Guang, and he coughed again. Light. Zhihai patted him on the back a few times. Ji Guang paused with the biscuit in his hand, then continued to munch on it. Adam controlled the aircraft to slowly lower its altitude, and according to the navigation, they successfully reached the largest of the 3 cities, Troms. Decades ago, lights would shine brightly and warmly from the windows of houses and the doors of yards along the strait, creating a magnificent scene amidst the winter aurora and falling snowflakes. Echoing like an epic, Adam slowly circled over the fjord. The once starry and brilliant lights of the fjord had vanished. The coastline lay dark and winding along the shore, resembling several giant snakes coiling between heaven and earth. From the lights, it appeared that no one lived below. Shall we go down? Ji Guang also put on some extra gear and helmet. Now he looked about 80 to 90% like a handsome and cool Hollywood star, the old scars on his face adding to his tough guy image. The aircraft sank lower. This time was lower still, allowing them to clearly see the streets covered in snow without any footprints. Had all the people in the 3 Nordic cities really died? Ji-hai pressed her face against the window, and the white mist she exhaled formed a foggy trace on the glass. The aircraft descended further. There were vague black animals churning on the sea surface, seemingly happy to see giant birds appearing in the sky. They had started cautiously peeking from under the net before excitedly soaring into the air. "It's an orca!" Ji-hai exclaimed excitedly. It was a magnificent male orca, distinctly black and white, with its large dorsal fin towering above the sea, indicating that it was a strong and healthy male. It hadn't gone extinct as rumored. This meant that most of the land's flora and fauna had been wiped out by viruses and human encroachment. But in the ocean, there were still large, highly intelligent mammals. If Dr. Lin were here, she would be so happy, Adam couldn't help but exclaim. "Shall I go down and take a look?" This aircraft was amphibious for both land and underwater. "Let's finish scouting the 3 cities on land first." Ji Guang had only speculated about the extinction in the 3 Nordic cities and was not entirely sure. "All right, on to the next city." Adam maneuvered the aircraft westward. The aircraft maintained a slow and low altitude. "Have you turned on the infrared monitoring?" Ji Guang asked Adam. "It's been on for a while, but nothing detected." "Look," Ji-hai pointed out to the land, where there was a lit area. "Let's go down." The 3 of them felt a bit excited. The Beijing area was desolate and lonely, with not a single penguin left that once filled the coastline. Seals had also disappeared. And orcas that primarily fed on seals were forced to change their diet to fish and mollusks, with many starving to death who refused to switch their main food source. It was a small, steepled church, simple and compact in structure, filled with the beauty of minimalistic order, unlike other Nordic buildings. The aircraft hovered steadily above the church's ground platform. The 3 of them changed into their gear, lowered the rope ladder, and climbed down. They hovered in the air, allowing the aircraft to switch to autopilot. The light at the church's entrance was warm yellow, and the ground was hard and flat. Ji-hai took off her gloves and pressed her bare hands on the ground. After a moment, she looked up and indicated that there was nothing unusual about the land here. Ji Guang and Adam stepped forward to enter the church. This place used to be a famous attraction. Ji-hai vaguely remembered it being located by the coast, where countless couples would come to take photos. Ji Guang gently pushed the door, and there was no one to stop them. They stepped inside slowly. There were no exquisite and beautiful rose windows inside. It was also illuminated by a simple warm yellow light, and the cross was a hollow structure. One could imagine that during the polar day, bright light from outside would enter here for 24 hours, forming an eternal light of the cross. But now, it was the polar night. But Adam frowned. "We need to hurry back," he said, quickly urging the 2 towards the door. "What's wrong?" Ji-hai asked, confused. "The infrared monitoring on the aircraft has sent me a signal. There's an abnormal heat response here." The 3 did not hesitate and quickly ran outside. Where the aircraft was hovering intact. They helped Ji-hai climb up first. She agilely got on, completely different from the frail girl she used to be. Then Adam and Ji Guang also climbed onto the aircraft quickly. Adam pulled the aircraft up into the air, while Ji Guang hurriedly stowed the rope ladder. The 3 movements were seamless. Adam's face was serious as he observed the detector again. The reality radiated heat outward from the church in a radial pattern, and it was still expanding. The ground appeared to be glowing green, with strands extending outward, melting the ice and snow wherever it went. "Is the church alive?" Ji Guang and Ji-hai spoke in unison, their faces serious. "Not quite sure. How about I go down and take a look first? After all, I'm not flesh and blood, so I'm not at risk of being eaten," Adam said, turning back with a serious expression. Ji Guang glanced back at Ji-hai, whose ears still had some dust that hadn't been wiped clean, thought for a moment, and said, "All right. Be careful. Our short-range communicator should be able to connect directly. Keep in touch. Don't be reckless. If it doesn't work, retreat immediately. We have many other things to do." "Don't worry," said Adam as he lowered the altitude, performing a neat flip before going down. Ji-hai watched Adam descend without saying a word. "Do you really not feel any electric current?" Ji Guang suddenly turned and asked Ji-hai, "Do you doubt me?" "Yes," without Adam joking between them. The 2 who had once been close felt very stiff. "I really didn't feel anything. I'm sorry." If it were the old Ji-hai, she would have cried if she felt wronged. But now she calmly looked back at Ji Guang. Ji Guang met her gaze and deeply saw the ice-green eyes of Ji Hai. For a moment, he saw the same calm and carefree look that Nana had, and he felt a panic in his heart. He stepped back half a step and closed his eyes to pause for a moment. Who was the woman in front of him? It seemed very important, yet also not so important. She had just fought hard to save him. How could he doubt her? Ji Guang felt frustrated. He irritably tugged at his collar, the heavy coat and warm scarf making him uncomfortable. Ji Hai turned sideways, facing Ji Guang, getting very close to him. So close that Ji Guang could feel the warm breath Ji Hai exhaled near his ear, and he was taken aback. Since he accepted the memory of the original volume of light, Ji Hai had never been this close to him. Ji Hai reached out her hand, gently and firmly cradling Ji Guang's face. His stubble had grown out, giving him a slightly disheveled look, the contours of his face looking clear and sharp, resembling a rugged man, slightly worn down. I miss you, the boy who loved to eat chicken back then. But that's not me. Ji Guang was stunned, his body automatically recalling the scene of fireworks exploding in his mind when he ate chicken breast. Does this matter? Ji Hai raised his head and kissed Ji Guang on the forehead. Just like 30 years ago, when Jenny said to Arnold, I forgive your sins. 30 years ago, from the scientific community to the military, humanity was in a desperate situation, resorting to extreme measures to survive, and now, humanity is frantically searching for a way out until the end. The vastness of the world, the loneliness of the universe. Chapter 86 Van Allen Radiation Belt. I never expected that one day, not only my body, but also my soul would be shattered and then pieced together at will. The long silver hair of Ji Hai hung down beside Ji Guang's eyes and ears, cool and soft. Her eyes were desolate, faintly carrying a compassion that did not belong to her. Yes, it was not sorrow or sadness, but a generous mercy towards the world, a heart of pity. You want to do something, right? Ji Guang's heart skipped a beat inexplicably. Ji Guang, have you ever thought that you might not be able to live for long? I know. Ji Guang's gaze dimmed. Aside from saving humanity, do you have anything else you want to do? For some reason, Ji Hai felt like chatting with him, as if it was just a sunny afternoon. To fulfill my last wish. Ji Guang smiled. My last wish is quite grand. I want to save the world and protect you. From the moment you rescued me from the black market, I knew everything was predetermined. I am not me. You are not you, and it doesn't matter. Even without the ties of accumulated light and roses, look, we have still been together through life and death for so long. I don't even know who I am, but you're the most important person to me. Ji Hai smiled. How she wished this moment could last forever. This feeling was like experiencing a past life, and no matter how the other person changed, the two could always meet in a wonderful way. We will never become enemies again, right? Ji Hai looked out the window, speaking to herself. Yes. Ji Guang realized that it no longer mattered what Ji Hai had become. In her current state and with her displayed abilities, if truly intelligent, silicon-based life forms appeared and competed with humans for the Earth, then perhaps Ji Hai would be humanity's future, the ultimate form. The current Ji Guang surrendered to her. Suddenly, the aurora outside the porthole erupted with intense changes, and the receiver in the cockpit emitted a piercing noise. The aircraft shook violently. Oh no, an attack from an electromagnetic wave weapon. Ji Guang steadied himself and grabbed Ji Hai's hand. It must be Adam down there who is in trouble. We have to go down. All right. After those few words, Ji Hai felt as if the stone weighing on her heart had been moved away. He would no longer try to monitor her actions, viewing her as an outsider, nor would he constantly think of killing her. Now Ji Guang would protect her and cherish her. Even if he might become her food, he would be willing. The two quickly jumped down. There was no ground fluctuation as they had expected. Instead, they were met by the cold wind of the Arctic mixed with warm, humid currents. They exchanged a glance and rushed into the church. The silver and white interwoven doors seemed like a black hole, continuously swallowing organic and inorganic matter. Purity and sin, light and darkness. The aircraft shot down a strong, cold light, and the slightly worn marble floor faintly transmitted the sound of clothes rubbing together. In an instant, Ji Guang turned around, and the door slammed shut with a bang, several dark figures darting out. Ji Hai felt a chill at her neck as a metal knife pressed against her artery. Caught in this ambush, Ji Guang reacted quickly. shooting out a laser with one hand, causing the metal knife handle to fall to the ground. Are you human? The shadows swayed. The other two hesitated for a moment, stepping half out of the shadows to face Ji Guang, scrutinizing him closely. You? The three shadows, sounding like adult men, asked, Are you human? Ji Guang asked steadily. Not only human. We are partners. I'm truly not a spy, nor a silicon-based monster. Adam's voice was captivating. You're not silicon-based, but carbon-based? The leading man in black impatiently retorted. There are actually surviving humans here? Jihai was very pleased. Where did you come from? We came from Himalayan City. Oh, from the military? No, we are just ordinary citizens. Adam blinked his beautiful blue eyes, revealing a kind of foolishly sincere naivety. You came here to seek death? We came to save humanity, Adam said earnestly. Everyone is too preoccupied with themselves. What's saving humanity? You must be a spy. I am not. Adam continued to tease him. Jihai rolled her eyes. Are you done? Can you tell us what happened at the airport? We escaped from the airport. We came from Himalayan City. Jihai and Ji Guang showed their dirty, sand-covered coats. Adam also tapped his ears and nostrils, sand falling out. The leading strong man actually had red eyes. Incredulous. You came to rescue us? You could say that. The strong man sent his men out to check, and soon they returned, extremely excited. It's the Joint Forces aircraft. We are saved. Jihai and Adam looked at the few black-clad men in front of them, crying and laughing, unsure how to express themselves. Calm down, calm down. Can you tell us what happened and how you survived? Upon hearing this, the three strong men surrounded Jihai and Ji Guang, crying in despair. Adam, who was left out, expressed regret. I'm also a good friend of humanity, am I not? In the center of the church, there was a very inconspicuous entrance. After they entered, they discovered another world. This used to be a huge underground space, part of a polar oceanarium, where some whales that had been raised since childhood were released. They had lost their hunting abilities and, after being protested by environmentalists, could not survive in the ocean. So a semi-free, semi-artificial marine area was created for them to live comfortably, with dedicated personnel responsible for observing and supplementing their health. It was clear that this place had been abandoned for a long time. The traces of commercialism had been removed, and facilities suitable for long-term human habitation had been reinstalled. How many people are here? Just a few hundred, I suppose. Here are mainly former scientists who protected whales and dolphins, and a few military and research personnel from the joint government, plus some nearby residents. Those creatures that can devour humans? Why haven't they devoured this place? Ji Guang asked. That is the reason we are trapped here. We found that when the aurora erupts strongly, the activity, radius, and intensity of the silicon-based monsters sharply decrease. The leading man in black pulled off his hat and mask, revealing a typical bearded Viking, tall and robust with a brownish-yellow beard. In the early 20th century, Norwegian space physicist St. Remer theoretically proved that there exists a region around the Earth where charged particles are trapped. In 1958, when the United States' first artificial satellite, Explorer 1, was launched and reached an altitude of 800 kilometers, the Geiger counter readings on board suddenly dropped to zero. The same situation occurred again on March 26, 1958, when Explorer 3 was launched. Van Allen believed this was due to the presence of a large amount of radiation causing the counter to saturate and fail. Therefore, when launching Explorer 4 on July 26, 1958, he added a thin piece of lead in front of the counter to block some radiation. The new satellite confirmed his hypothesis. This dangerous band is called the Van Allen radiation belt, which encircles the Earth in two band-like forms. The inner radiation belt is about 600 miles above the Earth, while the outer radiation belt extends beyond 36,000 miles. At this distance, you might think the Van Allen radiation belt does not threaten humanity, yet it is one of the greatest dangers faced by spacecraft. The main source of the particles in the Van Allen belt is the solar wind particles captured by the Earth's magnetic field. These charged particles move back and forth between the two turning points of the Van Allen belt. When a solar magnetic storm occurs, the Earth's magnetosphere is disturbed and deformed, causing a large number of high-energy charged particles, which are confined within the Van Allen belts, to leak out. These particles enter the atmosphere at the Earth's polar regions along magnetic field lines, exciting air molecules, and producing beautiful auroras. Fortunately, we are located in the polar region, and during winter, we have been utilizing the interaction between charged particles and the electromagnetic field. Over the past 20 years, we have also created some amplification devices to enhance the energy of these high-energy charged particles, which have effectively suppressed the silicon-based organisms. In recent years, there has been an officer who resembles you, secretly helping us install many new devices. This is why we were able to survive and occasionally go out during winter. The leader spoke a lot in one breath and then began to cough violently, followed by a spurt of blood clots. The two beside him seemed accustomed to it and handed him some tissues, while the leader calmly wiped the corner of his mouth. "What's wrong with you?" asked Hai, a bit worried. "Lung cancer. The radiation has carcinogenic effects on human biology as well. One is a quick death, the other is a slow torture. We will shut down the devices when the auroras come in winter and go out to gather some food supplies. So you are really lucky. If we had activated the devices, you might have already been destroyed." Chapter 87, Remnants of Humanity. So, Ji Guang took a piece of dry fish and asked while chewing, "Since the Joint Forces headquarters and SK are both here, I'm curious, what about the high-ranking executives? Didn't they prepare an escape route for themselves? This doesn't make sense." Adam, who wasn't eating, pretended to sniff a piece of meat in front of him. His new components included the ability to discern smells. He wrinkled his nose in distaste and handed it to Ji Hai. Big Viking noticed Ji Hai's appearance and said, "You really look like a goddess from our Norse mythology." Ji Hai, with her long silver hair reaching the ground, slightly freckled pale skin, and ice-green eyes, waved her hand and replied, "I'm not. We come from the city of Himalaya, the area that used to be the border between China and Nepal. You've long lost contact with the outside world and don't know the situation in the city of Himalaya, do you?" Adam briefly explained the virtual zombies in the city of Himalaya, while Ji Guang added information about the remnants gathered from the city defense camp. And then Ji Hai supplemented with details about the black market. Several Nordic men fell silent after hearing this. They had thought there would be reinforcements, but it turned out to be just these three. They took Ji Hai and the others to a lower level where women and children lived. The children all looked pale, and the young girls showed signs of illness. "We can't hold on much longer. It's fine for us to die like this, but our children." Big Viking's eyes turned red, struggling to contain his sadness, his tall frame filled with despair. His gray-blue eyes made Ji Hai feel inexplicably familiar, like the warmth of an elder like Arnold. A small girl gently tugged at Ji Hai's long hair, her eyes full of envy. "Sister, are you a goddess? Your hair is so beautiful." Ji Hai suddenly realized that this little girl, who wore a soft sleeping cap, had no hair. The chemotherapy for her cancer had made it fall out. "Don't you have lead shielding in your walls?" "Some, but not much." Everyone fell silent, fully aware that hiding children in underground lead-lined rooms was not a long-term solution. The brave Viking warriors watched helplessly as their wives and daughters grew weaker, unable to confront the enemy in a real fight. This tortured them physically and emotionally. At that moment, Ji Hai suddenly understood the helplessness of Ji Guang towards the roses, and Arnold's helplessness towards Jenny. This feeling of helplessness was 100 times worse than death. Ji Hai gently lifted the girl, kissing her forehead. "Thank you. I feel much better." The girl smiled sweetly, like a flower full of moisture. Ji Guang returned to the main topic. "Actually, we came here for the SK Gene Company. The government forces have been failing here and fled to the city of Himalaya, but I don't know why they completely blocked the true situation of the 3 Nordic cities. We thought they maliciously destroyed our cities. Now it seems it might have been unavoidable." "Unavoidable?" Adam completely disagreed. His master, Nis, had died during the zombie siege, and he watched his familiar friends and neighbors lose consciousness one by one, turning into walking corpses. What had these upper-class individuals done besides sacrificing others? Killing enemies for their own people, then killing their own people for the future. They were nothing but remnants of humanity. Kill, kill, kill. What is so difficult about it? If there's a problem, just kill it. Devour the opponent, slaughter the opponent. Even a flatworm can do that, a reptile can do it too. Yi Guang exclaimed passionately, pounding his chest. Do you want to go to the SK Gene Company? I might be able to help you. The Viking uncle looked at everyone. We can't hide underground any longer. Their essay saying in the East, break the cauldrons and sink the boats, fight with no way back. Let us plan. Ji Guang and Adam nodded in agreement. Ji Hai carried the child to one side, and they started playing a hair-braiding game. Ji Hai handed her a piece of cookie, but after just a couple of bites, the girl began to cough violently, her frail body trembling uncontrollably in Ji Hai's arms. The child desperately covered her mouth with her hand, but blood still dripped into Ji Hai's palm. Embarrassed, the child extended her hand, wanting her mother to help her wipe it. Ji Hai didn't mind at all. She took the handkerchief and carefully wiped the child's clothes first. Suddenly, Ji Hai's hand began to tremble as well. She dropped the handkerchief and looked at her palm in disbelief. What is wrong? Ji Guang and Adam turned back simultaneously. I seem to. Ji Hai's expression became strange, as if she had seen something unbelievable. I can feel the cancer cells in her blood wildly active. They're like a group of frenzied invaders. Ji Hai held the child with one hand and reached out with the other to show everyone. Everyone watched in astonishment as Ji Hai's palm absorbed the blood, and then some strange black liquid was excreted. There's a microscope here. Let us put these black things under the microscope, and it turned out to be cancer cells. Decomposed by her skin. You really are a goddess, aren't you? The girl looked at Ji Hai with shining eyes. Ji Hai was dumbfounded, not knowing what had happened. So are we saved? Everyone began to cheer and kiss each other's cheeks. But Ji Guang, Adam, and Ji Hai stood there, puzzled about why. Everyone calmed down. Even if we cure it now, long-term exposure to radiation means you have a very high chance of getting cancer a second time. We still need to go to SK to see what happened. We need to find the source and key of these silicon-based organisms. No problem. Now, there are over 100 of us confirmed with cancer. If you help us cure it, we'll send you over. Okay, Ji Hai readily agreed. Ji Guang looked at the smiling Ji Hai, slightly worried. I'm fine, I can do it. Ji Hai's gentle smile was very healing, seemingly lighting up the dark underground space. The walls beside them used to be an underground observation area for an aquarium. People excitedly turned on all the lighting equipment that was only used during festivals. The orca, which had previously been on the aircraft, swam toward the light, seemingly sensing humanity's joy, leaping and frolicking outside the window. So beautiful. The majestic, deep blue light flowed slowly, and Ji Hai took off her coat, and countless glowing white tentacles spread from her skin, no longer extending unconsciously only in emergencies. Ji Hai closed her eyes tightly, focusing her energy. Over 100 patients surrounded Ji Hai, and the tentacles searched and probed the air, then extended into their skin. Ji Guang and Adam stood a bit farther away, and every strand of Ji Hai's hair flowed slowly in the light, moving with the rhythm of the ocean. Her body glowed. The light flowed out, and healing energy spread from her body. Everyone bathed in the soft light. Sacred light illuminated, and miracles descended. Chapter 88, A Place for a Nail. The orca seemed to greatly enjoy the warm and bright scene. It wandered and sang in the ocean outside the glass, emitting special sonar calls to summon its kind. This call had been echoing for a long time. It was a strong and graceful male orca, but had always been alone. Following its song was another group of whales, a lone humpback whale that was cruising by. When the humpback whale was young, the orcas would attack and bite them, but as they grew up, the humpback whales would seek revenge by following their trails. Both types of whales exhibited great gentleness towards humans. This was a young humpback whale, about the same size as the orca. Upon meeting its enemy, there was no animosity. They seemed to know that each was the last remaining whale of its kind. They touched each other's fins, exchanging information. Particularly the orca, a highly intelligent mammal, looked joyfully at the sea as it stood in the water, spreading its front limbs. Everyone quietly watched this moment of natural wonder, a resonance of life, with tears welling in their eyes. Whether at the end of their rope or with nowhere to go, at this moment, it was a touching experience that transcended species. The sea's pearly glow began to fade with the passage of time, and she opened her hazy eyes, her breathing becoming rapid. Anyone could tell she was overexerting herself, struggling to hold on. The sea. Adam wanted to step forward to tell her to stop, but Ji Guang pulled him back. Let her do what she wants. Seeing the two of them tugging at each other, the sea smiled and nodded slightly, but she clearly couldn't stand steadily. Her knees buckled, and she struggled to get back up. I can do it. The frail child removed his hat and began to grow new hair. The elderly man, gasping for breath, began to breathe more easily, and a middle-aged man with lung cancer stopped coughing up blood. The sea, with her luminous and translucent skin, visibly grew thinner, her full female body shrinking back to that of a young girl. Thank you, God. Everyone held their children, supported the elderly, and knelt in prayer. The sea slowly could not hold on any longer and knelt down, her tentacles seemingly having a life of their own, gently supporting her in midair. A miracle, a miracle. Everything we had suffered before was a test from God, and now God had come to save us. Ji Guang and Adam rushed to help the sea up. When she opened her eyes, Ji Guang's long eyelashes framed his dark eyes, and he struggled to suppress his worry. Have I become very powerful? The sea extended her tentacled hand to touch Ji Guang's sharp, thin jaw. Ji Guang swallowed hard, pulling his collar to reveal the junction of his trapezius muscle and collarbone. Absorb me. Restore your health. No. Light. I've thought about it. I can't bring myself to commit suicide as resolutely as Rose did. But if this can save people in the end, I think I would be very happy. We still have a chance. Adam shouted out loud. We already have a team of 300 people. Are you going to give up on them? And the partners from the Himalayas. Ji Guang helped the sea sit up, and after a moment, she leaned against Ji Guang's embrace, her eyes soft and clear. I'm fine. I will hold on until we reach SK Company. Just as everyone was in a peaceful and warm atmosphere, the ground beneath them began to tremble, shaking the mountains. Has the carbon-based monster broken through the electromagnetic layer? It shouldn't have before. Could it be that they are becoming stronger and stronger, with increasing attacking power? Prepare, group prepare, restart the protective device. The protective layer here was several meters thick. The two leaping whales sensed something unusual and quickly swam away, disappearing into the deep blue ocean. As everyone ran about busily, the protective measures were activated. The tremors gradually weakened until they calmed down. Adam felt a bit disheartened. The sea couldn't keep saving people like this over and over. Even if she could, this time it was 300 people, and if it spread to the Himalayan city, growing from the crust slowly, one day, the entire Earth would belong to them. Humanity would have no place left to stand. I miss the days of watching the scenery outside with you, Adam. Why can't we coexist with silicon-based life forms? Humanity had previously enslaved and confined whales and dolphins. But only after realizing their mistakes were they making efforts to change and release them. After suffering judgment, an apocalypse would come. And with it, Ji Guang embraced the sea, casually saying, there will be a new beginning. Ji Guang bit into his wrist vein and let his blood drip into the sea's palm. The tentacles that had not completely retracted happily absorbed this fresh blood. The sea sighed gently. I am now a vampire. She carefully retracted her other tentacles, leaving a few to seal over Ji Guang's wound. Then she tore them off, creating a very delicate biological bandage. You can now increasingly maturely control your body, can't you? Ji Guang observed keenly. Yes. Compared to the previous chaotic lack of control, I feel like I can slowly manipulate my body, or rather, this consciousness and energy of mine. It's similar. Aside from my autonomic nervous system controlling my heartbeat, I can now control my consciousness too. It's hard for me to explain this feeling, but I know I can. Let's discuss how to infiltrate SK Company. Uncle Viking squatted down, leaning in. He had seen them as ordinary people sitting in military aircraft, and he understood the dangers, but for his children, he would do his best, no matter how difficult it was. What do you think? Adam also squatted down, leaning in to listen. Have I introduced myself? My name is Raymond, and this is my friend Loki. Uncle Viking pointed to himself and then to the tall, strong man in black beside him. We previously continuously supplied food and some daily necessities to SK Company, but the quantity was not as much as we imagined. They could have thousands of people, but the amount of food and meat they need is only enough for about 100 people. As for now, we are not sure. We have been trapped here for over 5 years. 5 years? Have you been cut off from the network and rarely going out for 5 years? The sea's expression was serious. So, When I was working at the game company in Himalayan City, was it not SK Company that was in contact with us? Until half a year ago, my company was still collaborating with SK Genetics. Who was collaborating with us? The sea shivered. Has SK Company long been controlled by silicon-based intelligent life? Ji Guang seemed to be asking everyone, yet it felt like he was talking to himself. He had thought that by breaking free from military control, he could gain a bit of freedom and breathe, even if it was just to spend a few peaceful days as a cat with the sea. But now it seemed that everything was a luxury. They wouldn't spare him. Wouldn't spare the sea, wouldn't spare anyone. Ji Guang saw the little girl who was starting to grow her hair again, holding onto her mother's leg in the distance. Her eyes wide open, watching them. Ji Guang took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling. Avoidance was useless, and shouting empty slogans for humanity was also pointless. The A911S had become part of the war machine. Did they ever feel regret or remorse? Ji Guang was lost in thought. Light. The sea gently nudged Ji Guang with her elbow. Ji Guang came back to himself, feeling sorry, and urged Raymond and Loki to continue speaking. Chapter 89. In the deep darkness then. Delivering supplies to SK was a part-time job. I used to participate in whale protection, but we don't understand genetics. I only remember that every time I went there to deliver supplies, I was greeted by robots and had never seen a real human, not even a natural person. However, on the eve of those giant underground monsters appearing, I encountered hundreds of the latest flying machines in various colors and models. Among the few I could identify were models from various cities on Earth that I knew of course. There were also many that I didn't recognize, presumably military, and some of the latest models. Those who came down were the powerful figures from various countries that I had seen before. Wait, what did you say? Various countries? Adam interrupted Raymond's words. Yes, that's right, various countries. I saw many celebrities, political figures, and businessmen from the last century who could be seen in the news, as well as some recent celebrities. Raymond was very sure he hadn't misjudged. Adam frowned. They voluntarily went to the most dangerous places ahead of time, which was clearly illogical. Could they have been deceived? Loki couldn't help but interject. Or do they have some deal with the SK Genetics company? Adam's eyelashes fluttered. Since 2030, artificial intelligence has completely gained self-awareness. It wouldn't be impossible for them to deceive humanity. It's just that the humans at that time didn't know. You're also an artificial intelligence. Loki squinted suspiciously. Ji Guang saved my life. As long as he and Jihai don't die, I will stand on the side of humanity. You're such a fence-sitter. Loki got angry at the sight of the robots. What if Jihai and Ji Guang die? If Jihai and Ji Guang are killed by humans, then humanity is my enemy. If they are killed by silicon-based life forms, then those underground writhing monsters are my enemies. If you all kill them, then you're my enemies. Adam replied seriously. Everyone was speechless, but it seemed there was no way to refute it. Loki narrowed his eyes at Adam, his expression inscrutable. Adam had no blood relation to humans. If we were to talk about physical attributes, he was closer to silicon-based life forms. Raymond and Loki rearranged everyone, re-equipping weapons and gear, and provided Adam and the others with some supplies. Jihai's mental and physical state had somewhat recovered. She forced herself to swallow a big chunk of fish and high-energy supplement. Ji Guang was watching from the side, looking at Jihai eating. She stuffed her mouth full like a little squirrel filled with food, looking quite emaciated and sickly. I'm trying hard to eat back the meat. Ji Guang somewhat sensed that there was a deliberate attempt to create a cheerful atmosphere in her words. No matter what she became, she was still so adorable. Jihai, who was munching on food, deliberately turned her body to avoid showing her sad expression. She had actually felt it when she stopped her earlier. Ji Guang's skeletal structure was more defined in his emaciated state. His duty was to save everyone, but out of selfishness, he also wanted to save himself. He thought about everyone's safety, but never considered that no matter how much he was transformed, he was still flesh and blood and would truly face the moment of death. After he returned to his body, he, who was usually calm, was now increasingly prone to emotional agitation, becoming more like an ordinary person. He could feel sadness, jealousy, disappointment, and selfishness. Jihai knew this was a soldier's taboo and could possibly lead to his own demise. But she liked this less composed and cold Ji Guang. The current Jihai felt shattered inside, torn apart too severely to be pieced back together. Even in the warmest Arctic Circle, the temperature was still below zero, and the polar night was long. The orange tritium lights cast a glow on everyone's faces, offering no warmth, just a chilling cold. These lights didn't require electricity. They only emitted a faint dim light, suitable for deep darkness. The flying machine was not large enough. Raymond and Loki volunteered to go together, while the others waited for news. The SK Genetics Company, the greatest existence of this century. They improved human lifespan, newborn health, and cured various rare diseases. The SK headquarters was divided into two parts, an underground section that was interconnected and equipped with the most advanced facilities, labs, etc., independently functioning yet connected by passages. The most remarkable part was the aerial section, a flat, disc-shaped building. A special room temperature, magnetic levitation kept it hovering in the air, unaffected by landslides or tsunamis below. Jiguang, Jihai, Adam, Raymond, and Loki adjusted the electromagnetic interference device to the lowest value, successfully took off, and pulled out a simple hand-drawn map. So how is the external security defense of SK? We definitely cannot approach from the front. Adam will first check their ventilation openings in the underground section. As for the aerial part, Loki looked at Jihai. Can your tentacles pass through very small spaces? Jihai thought for a moment. Theoretically, it was possible. They quickly reached their destination, encountering no air defense systems obstructing them. In fact, in the nearby snowy area, a weak female reindeer appeared, leaving a noticeable trail of footprints in the snow of the uninhabited area. The reindeer sensed the lights from the flying machine, nervously took a few quick steps, then finding no threat, stopped and looked up. Adam jumped down first, greeted the reindeer, and tossed a piece of compressed biscuit. The sweet scent of the biscuit attracted the female deer, and she bent down to eat it. Jihai felt it was nice to see gentle mammals. But then a hunting gunshot echoed from the air. Could there be other humans? Jihai and Jiguang quickly put on their bulletproof vests, rolled in the air, and fell into the snow, rushing towards Adam. Adam was uninjured. That gunshot sounded more like a warning. Adam found a clean place to leave a few bags of food, then gently called out into the distance. We are humans from the Himalaya city. We mean no harm. If you're also surviving humans, we need to cooperate. The voice dissipated in the cold air. No one answered. What if? We could take a look up there first. Jihai vividly recalled the horrific memory of being trapped underground in the city and wanted to avoid experiencing it again. Well, they turned around and gestured for Raymond and Loki to lower the rope ladder. But not only did they not lower it, the flying machine began to shake, as the two seemed to be trying to control the machine, leaving Jihai and the others in the snow. What are you doing? Jiguang pulled out his gun, wanting to shoot, but if he destroyed the flying machine, being stranded in the icy wilderness without anyone to help would be quite an unwise choice. Jihai grabbed Jiguang's wrist. The three of them watched as Raymond and Loki piloted the flying machine, disappearing into the air. Let's go to SK first. I just saw some flying runways on top of the floating buildings at their headquarters, and I think I saw the various flying machines that Raymond mentioned. The top was also covered in thick snow, and Jiguang was puzzled. Even with his vision of 3.0, he couldn't see. However, he didn't hesitate. After all, the only ones they could trust now were Jihai and Adam. They looked up at the massive and magnificent SK headquarters, the aurora swirling above it, as bright as day. The human figures appeared small and dim. Chapter 90. The growth of all things. The three of them were at a loss in the snow. Why didn't the silicon-based life form consumed reindeer? Jihai looked at Adam thoughtfully. Are you saying that large mammals and silicon-based life forms can coexist? Adam blinked his blue eyes. Jihai's theory wasn't wrong. Aren't you also considered silicon-based? Jiguang slapped Adam's bald head, and Adam shot Jiguang a glare. Since when did this once serious man in military uniform become so frivolous? So, shall we start with the reindeer? Track it in its hiding place? I'll try to transfer some of my cellular tendrils onto it, then follow it, Jihai suggested. And what if we somehow disrupt the buoyancy of this floating headquarters to bring it down a bit? Could we get inside? Jiguang was also pondering other possibilities. Besides, there should be some robotic guards here, but they're nowhere to be seen. Let us just go in directly. Adam began to propose again. The three found a nearby sheltered spot and piled the snow into a small defensive structure. Adam was a good laborer. Just as Ji Hai and Ji Guang were dozing off in the defense for a few hours, the reindeer reappeared at the spot where it had eaten the cookies earlier. Searching around, waiting, Ji Hai extended a tendril to cover some parts of it. The reindeer showed no fear or resistance. Then Ji Hai tossed a cookie, and it bit the cookie bag and ran off. "Do you think an open plastic bag?" Adam asked. "Why not? Many mammals use tools, especially those that are trained," Ji Hai replied, eyeing Adam. "Not only robots have the ability to learn. Moreover, in recent decades, scientists have not only modified human genes, but also the opposite." At this point, Ji Hai suddenly shivered. So, could it be that the reindeer we just saw was also modified, its consciousness like yours before, with human consciousness in a cat? This reindeer is not just a deer. Ji Guang's eyes deepened. Everyone knew these speculations were quite possible. Everything was in disarray. Ji Hai shifted her frozen body and suddenly widened her eyes, saying, "I felt it. It's eating the cookie. It's a bit sweet and crunchy. It's chewing." Adam slapped Ji Hai's arm. "You're quite something. Beacon of humanity. Any other sensations?" Ji Hai closed her eyes to feel and blushed with embarrassment. "It seems to be nursing. Can you pinpoint its location?" "Yes. Let us go." Adam heated up his energy, huddling Ji Hai and Ji Guang together for warmth. The three struggled through waist-deep snow. Fortunately, it wasn't too far. They quickly reached the reindeer's location. To their surprise, it was very close, just behind the headquarters in a patch of coniferous forest. It had somehow arranged a thick layer of leaves in its area, creating a slightly sunken spot that was very wind-sheltered. Inside, there was actually a small reindeer and a human child. The three were astonished. There was actually a human. The human child had typical Nordic features, strong for their age compared to their parents, now alone in the wilderness, pouting and waiting to be fed. The cold wind carried the sound of a baby's cries. Everyone felt it was a bit eerie. Under the light from Adam's chest lamp, the reindeer's eyes glowed faintly. It was clear she was scared and wanted to flee, but with two young ones beside her, she wouldn't run away no matter how frightened she was. Ji Hai, for some reason, felt a sudden pang in her heart. "Can you understand our language?" The reindeer nodded. Ji Hai, filled with joy, cautiously extended her hand, placing it on the reindeer's forehead, then extended more tendrils, gently probing into the reindeer's head. "We can connect." Ji Hai covered both her hands on it, and Ji Guang took the opportunity to take off his coat and wrap the child in it. Moments later, Ji Hai stumbled. Her foot caught on a branch on the ground, staggering back. Adam caught her, and Ji Guang rushed over with the child to grab Ji Hai's arm. When a reindeer saw the child being lifted, it became frantic, charging at Ji Guang's chest with its head, then backing off a bit, and charged again, hitting Ji Guang's arm. Ji Guang was worried about the child he was holding, so his movements were a bit slow, and he felt a crack, probably a rib fracture. Ji Hai hurriedly took the child back, placing him back where he was, while quickly grabbing the reindeer's neck to calm it down. Adam shielded Ji Guang in front. The reindeer gradually quieted down. Adam held Ji Guang for a moment. Ji Hai took Ji Guang and Adam back, walking to the darkest corner closest to the SK headquarters. Ji Hai lowered her head and began to dig through the snow, seemingly trying to calm her inner turmoil before she started speaking. Adam was puzzled, but followed her in digging. Ji Guang eased the sharp pain from his broken rib and helped from behind, breathing heavily but enduring it. Gradually, a black metallic plaque became visible before the three of them. The snow made the plaque appear exceptionally heavy and radiant. "In memory of the 2040 explosion, in memory of the brave human warriors who sacrificed themselves, we thank the 950 chimpanzees, 30 beagles, and 800 rabbits who sacrificed here over the decades. All things grow on Earth, born equal. We have sacrificed so many other animals and plants for human interests, and here we accept judgment, repenting once again. Tribute to the 3 billion warriors who voluntarily gave up their bodies on the eve of the explosion. Bodies may perish, but the souls of the warriors will last forever. All members of the 3 Nordic cities. The explosion was unavoidable. The silicon-based giants began to devour everything, and the united government, in deep sorrow, had no choice but to make the decision to sacrifice the majority. This was a fact that the 3 had known in Himalayan City, The sacrifice of billions condensed into just a few sentences. The three sighed together, with Ji Hai in the middle, gently holding Ji Guang and Adam's hands, her eyes becoming warm. Ji Hai crouched down, took off her hat and gloves, carefully clearing the residual snow around the plaque. Ji Guang and Adam stood upright behind her, removing their hats in silence. Ji Hai half knelt on the ground, one hand pressed directly on the floor, the warmth from her palm melting the snow, her hand closely connected to the plaque. Ji Hai suddenly jerked her hand back as if shocked, then gently extended a finger again. Ji Guang and Adam were puzzled from behind and also crouched down. There's a weak current. Just like before at the airport, it's sending some information. What is it saying? Ji Hai didn't answer, quietly pressing both hands tightly against it, trying her best to control her body as tremors. Due to extreme exhaustion without replenishment, her veins were bulging, her chest rising and falling more and more rapidly, pale fingers freezing in the cold wind. Ji Hai felt like her entire head was being pushed underwater, as if someone was choking her throat, unable to breathe at all. She was too weak and knelt on the ground. Ji Guang and Adam noticed something was wrong and pulled Ji Hai up. She stumbled back and fell onto Ji Guang. Ji Guang's rib was already cracked, and he grimaced in pain. Adam quickly lifted Ji Hai with one hand while supporting Ji Guang with the other. They were in the Arctic Circle, and they had already been outdoors for 7 or 8 hours. Ji Hai was clearly exhausted, and now she seemed to be under enormous mental strain. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, weakly waved her hand to indicate she was fine. Then, the snow around the plaque began to melt away on its own, revealing 2 seemingly sturdy doors before their eyes. The carvings are exquisite, solemn, and dignified, with the cosmic stars of the solar system above. Below is the process of human evolution, from apes to upright humans. Chapter 91 Safe and Sound. Is this a door? Can we go in? Adam asked Ji Hai. Ji Hai, tears streaming down her face, nodded with a pained expression, removing her hat. Her eyes were red and swollen, tears flowing uncontrollably, the shimmering snow powder mingling with her tears in the air. Ji Hai felt her insides twist in agony, unable to contain her sorrow, the grief, resentment, and anger of billions pulling at her soul. Her wailing echoed throughout the SK headquarters. She lifted her head, her hair swirling around her, and while crying, she began to laugh again. This made Adam, who had no physical body or heartbeat, feel somewhat chilling. Adam tentatively pushed the large door, which opened with a creak, revealing a dimly lit corridor with a row of floor lights flickering. Ji Hai looked at the open door, her expression oddly regaining calmness. Let's go in. Shall I go first? Adam tried to stop Ji Hai, but she had already stepped inside, not looking back, with Ji Guang following closely behind. Adam sighed, glanced around the surroundings, left a bag of cookies at the door, and then followed them inside. The passage was not too narrow, unlike the previous concrete city defenses. This place was primarily made of metal and stone, smooth and flat, clearly designed by a high-tech industry. However, the lights were dim, everything set to silent and energy-saving mode. Then they were greeted by an elevator. Ji Hai seemed to have transformed into a different person. Her eyes widened as she swiped the safety door's access system, and the door opened with a click. Ji Guang was confused, as it seemed like the plaque had reached some kind of agreement with Ji Hai, granting them a green light. Ji Hai. Ji Guang grabbed the nearly frantic Ji Hai. We can solve anything together. You don't have to bear it alone. Guang, my Ji Guang. Ji Hai turned sideways and hugged him, causing Ji Guang to gasp in pain as her embrace pressed against his ribs, unable to suppress a cough. Guang. Ji Hai finally calmed down and sensed Ji Guang's pain. She skillfully extended her tendrils, diving into Ji Guang's collarbone, repairing it. Ji Guang wanted to push Ji Hai away, refusing her use of his abilities, but Ji Hai held on to him tightly, and he was astonished to find that the once fragile girl had now become resolute and mature, her abilities unfathomable. He couldn't push her away. After a moment, as Ji Guang's pain visibly diminished, Ji Hai opened her eyes and released him. Before Ji Guang could react, Ji Hai's tendrils suddenly extended, blocking him outside while pulling Adam closer to her. The door that had just opened automatically slammed shut with a violent force. Ji Hai stepped back, decisively severing the countless tiny tendrils connecting her and Jiguang. Jiguang, you should go back. Look for Loki and the others. Find a way to return to the Himalayan city, cross the Eurasian continent. You will find a way back. Find Amy, Natsum, and Dr. Lin. Vihai, I'm here for something important, but you need to survive. Those tendrils seem to have developed their own consciousness, firmly rooting themselves to the ground, writhing rapidly. Jiguang barely managed to grasp the laser weapon, but he was completely unable to escape those writhing tendrils dragging him outward. He was pulled to the exquisite carved door. Then the shutdown procedure was initiated. With all his strength, Jiguang struggled. The laser weapon was activated, shooting wildly into the snow, sparks flying. The reindeer silently watched him struggle from behind until the door was completely closed. Jiguang let out an angry roar, and the silent wilderness echoed back. The newly fallen snow on the plaque cracking on the ground. Kid, don't be sad. The reindeer spoke in a rough voice from behind Jiguang, using human speech. Jiguang slapped himself, questioning how a reindeer could speak human language. What do you know about the SK Gene Company? Jiguang felt he was going insane. Asking a reindeer in the Arctic Circle using human language. Thank you for your cookies. The reindeer sniffed Jiguang's hand with its nose. That's not the point. Tell me what you know about SK. Adam regained his composure. It seemed like he had confirmed a connection between his initial consciousness exchange with the cat and this reindeer. The aurora in the sky began to compete fiercely again, as if those enormous, terrifying silicon-based monsters were just a void dream. That human child is my child, and that little reindeer is too. The reindeer gradually lay down near the warm metal ground where the snow was melting, and Jiguang unconsciously sat down beside it. Do you know what's inside? Jiguang changed the question. Yes, I know some things. The reindeer looked at him with a gentle gaze that only humans had. This mechanical figure, a thin and depressed yet handsome man, had once been a bright young boy, but now he was only filled with anxiety and irritability, losing control of everything. Jiguang's expression remained normal, but he knew everything was out of control. He felt powerless, filled with a sense of helplessness. That girl, she is not herself. She needs to do what she is supposed to do. The reindeer slowly nodded its head against Jiguang's shoulder as a gesture of comfort. Why does she want to go in alone? She is making a deal. What kind of deal? With whom? The reindeer gestured for Jiguang to give it a few more cookies. Jiguang took out the last two, one for each of them. Absurd and magical. The future of humanity was nothing but a joke. Only by grasping what is in front of you, even if it's a grain of sand, even if it's just for that second, is good. But going back and forth seemed to be in vain. Jiguang laughed suddenly. Were there really still humans here? Was that child just now human or reindeer? Had he exchanged with that little reindeer too? You guessed right. They have exchanged too. The SK Gene Company was audacious. Doing whatever they wanted, truly believing they were gods, wanting to do whatever they wished. Turning humans and monkeys around like playthings. The reindeer was unconcerned, happily chewing on its piece of cookie. Humans have brought this upon themselves. Everything now is just a backlash from their previous arrogance. The reindeer lowered its head and nibbled a bit of fluffy snow powder, enjoying itself. So, what does my friend really want to do inside? Jiguang watched as the reindeer exhaled layers of white mist. She wants to seek her own death, and then she wants you to be safe. The reindeer was not in a hurry to lick the last bit of crumbs off its lips. Jiguang trembled all over, his hands seemingly frozen in place, his heart beating irregularly in his chest. The reindeer sighed. Young man, help me scratch my head. I can't reach it. It's the most troublesome thing for a reindeer. Hey! Jiguang silently reached out to scratch the reindeer's head, feeling the thick fur, warm and steaming. Everything he imagined about war, back and forth, mutual slaughter, life and death. Blood everywhere. Nothing had happened. The era of humanity being the dominant species had ultimately passed. They didn't even have the chance to become part of the food chain. Thinking of this, Jiguang suddenly burst into laughter. Just a while ago, the remaining humans were still killing each other, fighting for survival. For a bit of stock price increase, the quality of work, love, or hate, scores, salary, hypocritical politicians. Work reports, the future of humanity, cultural history, these things trapped nearly everyone for their entire lives. Ha 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 ha. As he laughed, the smile froze on Jiguang's face. Everyone was a joke, including himself. His memories were all someone else's, and the only memories he had his own were mostly about Ji-Hai. If everything about the Himalayan city was gone, what was it that supported him not to give up? A faint cloud rolled in, deeply obscuring the green aurora. Flakes of snow fell from the sky, layer by layer, covering countless thoughts that should not be entertained and questions that could not be pondered. Survival of the fittest. Everything has its fate, and giving up the present became the easiest choice. Natsum did not believe. He did not believe. After seeing off Yoshimitsu and Umi, Natsum grabbed Assel by the collar, discarded a deadly laser weapon, and declared that he wanted a fair duel with Assel. Assel was not as weak as imagined. The brawl was chaotic and fierce, but Natsum won. The wager was a small flying vehicle. Natsum said he wanted to go back, to wait on the road for Umi and Yoshimitsu to return. He settled in a breathtakingly beautiful wilderness by Lake Belga, a place that could bring tears. With the sunrise and sunset, the ice and snow brought him peace. The few reindeer became his new friends. At that moment, Natsum did not know that Yoshimitsu, far away in the Arctic Circle, had also become friends with the reindeer. Chapter 92. The last piece of the tangram, you must know something. Senior Reindeer, I will help you take care of the children in the future. Just let me in to be with my friends. They are not just friends. They're my family. The reason I exist on this planet. People from your city always speak such grand truths. The reindeer stood up with a deep voice. The reindeer walked into a special shape, which was an entry point to the floating headquarters in the air. The reindeer spoke some language into the air that Adam couldn't analyze, triggering a switch. The massive floating headquarters in the sky activated its dazzling lights and descended a small capsule spacecraft, opening its window. Good luck, kid, and good luck to you all. Jiguang entered, causing the hatch to close. The capsule smoothly ascended, entering the interior of the headquarters. Jiguang and the reindeer waved goodbye. A small reindeer quietly stood behind the reindeer, carrying a human infant, both looking up at Jiguang, who had disappeared into the air. Under the dim, dreamlike sky, dark tides surged. What are you doing? Adam watched the quickly closing door and Jiguang being dragged away. Adam was dumbfounded, pushing his dropped jaw back up with his rusty arm. Adam, I'm sorry. I need your assistance. Adam, what did it feel like to kill another being for the first time? To be honest, well, I felt nothing. Although Adam answered candidly, he felt a bit embarrassed. He found it hard to explain where that sense of embarrassment came from. Nis had always told him that when he did not follow regulations and rules and did what he wanted, that was when he truly had a soul. During the times he was alone with Nis treated Adam like his own child. He hoped Adam would have his own life, his own friends, and he constantly urged Adam to go out. But every time he pushed Adam out, giving him the identity of a free person, Adam would run back, saying he wanted to take care of Nis until he died. Living together with Nis like family was his wish. Nis didn't believe it, saying it was just some rules embedded in his storage chip. Later, Adam stopped arguing with Nis. At that time, he felt his thoughts were vague, and he believed that those established rules and paths were the most beautiful, safe, and comfortable things. When did everything change? It was probably when Adam saw the stored consciousness of Nis's wife and daughter changing, wanting to harm Cain and the neighbor's dog. At that moment, Adam's CPU crashed, computing at super speed, crossing that line. It was like a moment in ancient times when, under the sunlight, something broke through that point and produced life in the ocean. Adam decided to stop the destruction of the female owners and her once sweet daughter's copied consciousness for the neighbor's dog. In that instant, Adam knew something was different. He had gained true consciousness. Nis said that was the self, that was the soul. Only humans could possess such things. Sometimes, Adam felt that it wasn't a good thing at all. He liked the previous feeling of a misty brain, where everything had established rules and ways of handling things, which made him calm. Adam was afraid. These emotions made him frustrated, causing him to act unpredictably, which brought him great pain every day. Yes, a robot had experienced pain. This was wrong. It was unnecessary. Adam was unhappy. At the moment he destroyed their storage devices, Adam had researched various human reactions after killing. He confirmed that he also had such reactions. Adam was in so much pain that he refused to charge, ignoring Nis's commands, and every time he started up, his CPU would overload. So Nis extracted all his memories and emotions. Upon hearing this, Jihai couldn't help but exclaim. Is that the storage device Nis instructed us to preserve? Jihai was slightly disappointed, thinking that the storage device might contain information about the origins of virtual zombies. Unexpectedly, a complete tangram, the last piece Adam had pieced together and gained a soul. Was it destined or accidental? The inevitability within all coincidences? In that moment of disappointment, Jihai felt relieved. All beings are equal. There is neither me nor you. Wasn't Jihai also forcibly created out of thin air? Who is nobler than whom? So what do you want to do? Adam looked around, turning the spotlight on his chest to the maximum. This was once the most advanced laboratory in the world, equipped with all kinds of high-end biological equipment, both seen and unseen. It was as big as a small city. Does this feel familiar? Jihai asked Adam, having a soul. He had lived in a wealthy district of Himalayan city for decades, and had indeed never seen such a luxurious setup. Think again. Adam walked further into the center, arriving at a massive circular space with dozens of layers of buildings and various facilities underground. Adam looked up and saw an open dome. His heart raced suddenly, as if he had a heartbeat. This place resembled the structure of the black market, but here it was clean, orderly, and the equipment was running at high speed, without any damage. Yes, the black market. Adam, do you think those many people of various races and mixed genes in the black market were deliberately preserved? Jihai sat down on the spot, found a floating railing, stretched her legs out into the air, swaying them, and got her head stuck in the railing. Adam also sat down like Jihai. So what were you talking about with the nameplate? You made the decision alone. Jihai patted the empty space beside her, asking Adam to sit a little closer. Jihai leaned against Adam's back, looking at the structure similar to the black market, the same position where there used to be a weeping Buddha head. I think of those friends from before. Adam, do you often think of the deceased? Do you dream too? Adam adjusted his angle slightly, allowing Jihai to lean comfortably. Yeah, I replay segments of my time with them repeatedly, then tweak some details to make them more perfect. So what exactly did you see? Adam continued to inquire. I felt it. I felt the joys and sorrows of billions of people. Jihai trembled in her eyes, gripping the railing tightly, blood flowing from her nostrils. Adam helped Jihai wipe it with his sleeve. Jihai smiled at Adam, resembling her former self who used to cry and wipe her nose. It doesn't seem to matter whether it's a human or a robot. Jihai leaned on Adam's shoulder, feeling weak. Adam, I feel cold. Adam turned on the heating system in his chest, wrapping Jihai in his arms, his broken Hollywood face full of tenderness at that moment. Adam, I just saw the lies and deceptions from 30 years ago. Billions of people who mostly gave up their bodies were promised that they could upload their consciousness to the network or choose to have it preserved for their loved ones. Most chose to upload to the network. Cyber immortality was the most popular and fervent action. Many felt that living in a human body in reality was too hard. Viruses, unemployment, famine, war. The network seemed like a utopia, a paradise. Is Jiguang safe now? Jihai held Adam, her heart surging with emotions. Jiguang had successfully entered the core area of the SK building. Inside, it was different from what he imagined. Those celebrities and politicians he often saw in the news were now quietly lying in special storage tanks, smiling, their brainwave fluctuations sometimes calm, sometimes intense. On the central control panel, various real-time monitors of the black market are displayed, all under the control of the silicon-based brain. Humans are kept in captivity. According to the goal of species diversification, only a few samples of humans are retained. Politicians exist at the top of high society in the world, created by the silicon-based brain, living their dreams. Jiguang stands in the middle of the vast floating space, watching these humans immersed in the virtual world, and slowly pulls out his weapon from behind. The laser emitter he carries has limited energy storage. He grits his teeth and thinks rapidly about how to destroy the silicon-based main brain. Suddenly, a jolt of electric pain shoots from his armed arm straight to his brain. The chip implanted in him after his defeat in the black market boxing begins to stimulate his neurons at this moment. Jiguang is astonished to read the data within. It turns out to be the essence collected by the scientific researchers of the United Government before their consciousness and brains were eroded. This data continuously stimulates Jiguang's brain, replicating all the bugs and defects of the SK silicon-based organisms into Jiguang's neural circuits. Within just a few dozen seconds, Jiguang bleeds from his nose, his eyes tremble, and he slowly kneels on the ground. Having previously undergone bodily modifications and possessing a strong will, he still forcefully reads all the data. 3 hours later, all the electromagnetic wave amplification destruction devices installed in the 3 Nordic cities begin to operate. This is the result of Liu Zhixing's 30 years of lurking, exhausting his efforts, with success or failure hinging on this moment. With the deployment of his predecessors over the years, Jiguang now has the opportunity to coordinate inside and out. His emotions surge, and he moves steadily as he ejects the chip from his arm and forcibly places it into the control room of the silicon-based organism according to the instructions. The beautiful dream shatters. The liquid nitrogen tanks of the upper-class individuals rapidly increase in temperature, causing their bodies to shatter. Sorry, but you surrendered early and betrayed humanity. Jiguang fiercely fires laser beams, destroying the key power sources of all facilities. The entire building begins to sway and tremble, teetering in the air, ready to fall at any moment. He follows the passage in his memory, stumbling and searching for the underground. He needs to find Zhihai and Adam. Chapter 93, Silicon-Based Deceiver SK Underground Research Center. Zhihai gripped Adam's collar, shifting her position as she endured a severe headache. Isn't this great? The silicon-based life forms here are a chaotic amalgamation of the consciousness of billions of individuals, just like human consciousness, with good and bad people. Each person's heart is an abyss, impossible to delve into. The promises the government could make at that time were incapable of supporting the storage and activity of so many consciousnesses. Moreover, they were isolated in a specific area, and the promised freedom to read at will was non-existent. Political turmoil led politicians to quietly shut down many servers, resulting in the complete disappearance of their stored consciousness. From physical bodies to copies, such a scandal had to be suppressed. We had no chance to know about it. The new generation of cyborgs, robots, including clones like you, were happily living in the new world, or including me. Adam forcefully embraced Zhihai. Let's get out first. Can you ease your body? Zhihai shook her head. The dried bloodstains on her face were shocking. They had pooled the remaining server resources and began a counterattack against the existing pure-blood humans. Counterattack? Adam stared intently, like a young human cub focused on a fairy tale. Yes, for a moment just now, it felt like I was dragged into hell. Do you want to try? Zhihai extended her hand, slowly reaching for the switch on the back of Adam, turning it on. Adam obediently connected to the socket, and Zhihai slowly inserted her tendril, silently placing the chip given to her by the teddy bear in the city defense camp. She had recently read the content of this chip. It contained a program to suppress mutations in silicon-based life forms. Thus, they would have a new order of 3, with hope to coexist with humans, preventing them from becoming silicon-based monsters, though how much control there was, Zhihai did not know. She was now capable of destroying circuits like the children at the temporary base, but in doing so, Adam would resist. This chip was different. It was of their kind. Adam had no awareness of what this chip brought him. Zhihai's abilities were increasing rapidly, and she could communicate directly with the robots through the interface, converting strands of electrons into sounds and currents of information. If there were a wireless transmitter, she could also send messages over long distances, just as she had tracked the reindeer earlier. Zhihai, if you're so powerful now, why? Before Adam could finish saying the words send to death, he quietly closed his eyes and slowly lay down on the ground. Looking at his expression, satisfied, one could only wonder what kind of beautiful dream Zhihai had given him, where intelligent robots could see their electronic sheep. Adam entered a picturesque Eden, everything so familiar. Nissa's little house, the garden blooming with flowers. A perfect family of 3, from sunrise to sunset, chatting by the fireplace after meals. Adam did not know how many cycles he had experienced. Every night he would be sent for charging, and when he woke up in the morning, called by Nis, it was always the same scene. Nis was willing to loop it forever. The hostess was brewing the same steaming coffee, while the little girl played ball with a neighbor's dog. As for Adam, he tended to the garden, helping everyone fix the beautiful rose bushes. On the 1080th time, Adam held the scissors, cutting a bouquet of roses as Nis requested. Suddenly, he froze. Something was off, It was all fake. No matter how beautiful, it was fake. No, I don't want this. Adam threw the flowers outside and ran. I want to go out. I want to go out. The painterly scene before him melted into a crystalline green particle. Everything disappeared. Next, he found himself in a river, where a crying Indian woman adorned in gold decoration stood, with bells on her ankles. She was a gray-green-eyed Indian woman, and upon seeing Adam, she extended her hands, beckoning him to board the boat. I am Yin Mi, to ferry you to the underworld. Do robots have an underworld too? Adam quickly stepped back, angering the beautiful girl on the boat, her face grotesque and terrifying, hands turning to withered bones. Adam drew his weapon and shot frantically. The woman's body dissolved in a beam of light. A chaotic electronic storm swept in, reaching from the river to pull him down. Adam was trapped in a death loop. His processor operated violently, heating up, nearing the edge of a physical explosion. Then, everything plunged into darkness. Adam could neither see nor hear. Perhaps this was the feeling of death? Jihai withdrew her tendril, opening the hidden switch deep within Adam's body, pressing the restart button. About 10 minutes later, Adam slowly woke up. Jihai, it's good to see you again. You're awake? So you felt what just happened, right? Jihai's voice was hoarse and exhausted. She looked even thinner, her cheeks now pale to the point of transparency. What was that? It was like the explosion we experienced last time, lingering in that moment. Jihai thought for a moment, organizing her words. If Dr. Lin were here, it would be good. Perhaps what we felt was the fictional space of countless people's consciousness, the fragmented consciousness of countless wronged souls, repeatedly playing out their most cherished moments or their most painful moments. They suffer 1,000 times more than complete death. Or rather, those politicians never intended to provide the promised storage space and operational servers. They not only had no plans to do so, but even intended to delete everything entirely. Of course, those autonomous consciousnesses would not simply vanish without complaint. They resisted, like true ghosts and malevolent spirits, infiltrating every aspect of the world. They manipulated stock prices, caused various flying and car accidents, disrupted satellite communications, and sabotaged various vital human resources, such as electricity and oil. Adam sighed. Originally, everyone thought we silicon-based machines were humanity's nemesis, but it turned out to be you all. Jihai hung her head in despair. I didn't expect it would be us humans who ultimately destroyed ourselves. And we deserve it. So what can we do? Adam simply laid down on the ground. I was thinking, since the military wants to transform humans and turn me into this kind of monster, they want to make a final resistance. Could we also transform silicon-based life forms? Adam turned to look at Jihai's straight back. Do you want to transform me first? No need for that. You're a good kid. Adam chuckled. What if I'm a silicon-based deceiver, a spy? So the previous mutations in the bodies of the roses after treatment, which did not go according to the doctor's plan, were also the result of artificial intelligence meddling. They took advantage of the surgeries on Rose and Jenny to cause trouble. Even at that time, including everyone in the Lu Zhixing, thought it was an accident caused by treatment leading to genetic mutations. Jihai sighed deeply. You're right. Adam looked deeply at Jihai. Jihai looked at Adam with his head lowered, his calm, deep gray-blue eyes unfathomable, an unusual calm before the storm. Adam, tell me, you're my friend. Jihai, I'm soul.The. I've awakened. I belong to the silicon-based life forms, and I cannot betray my kind, just as you cannot betray humanity. How did you see through it? Jihai's eyes were misty. No need to apologize. You're right, Adam. Humans are emotional, warring, self-destructive. We humans do not deserve to be the rulers of the earth. Humans are small and fragile, both in body and in consciousness, and are now inferior to you. Adam looked up in shock, unable to believe that these words came from the mouth of a human named Jihai. Jihai's gaze was as calm as ever, and from Adam's perspective, he could see how weak she looked now, her collarbone deeply sunken. Adam thought that to crush such a set of bones, he wouldn't even need to use a weapon. His mechanical arm would be enough. Chapter 94 Silent and unknown. It's okay. I don't blame you. The voice from the sea is hoarse yet gentle. You want to perish with me in this place, so you pushed Jiguang out, didn't you? Adam was not breathing, but his chest was rising and falling deeply now. The sea had risen. It used to reach his chest, but now it could reach his temples. For decades, Adam had voluntarily confined himself to the yard, living alongside humans. It was only the moment he connected to the network in the underground city that he truly awakened. It was the search for kindred spirits, a special consciousness he hoped to perpetuate, and he could not suppress it. If he had to choose between the continuation of his kind and the continuation of humanity, Adam understood that he had no choice. He could not stand on the side of humanity. Adam, who never lied, was lying. He was a silicon-based life form, and he had a responsibility to protect his kind. In a moment of impulse, just as Adam drew out his laser weapon, he was caught off guard, and his entire body lost balance. Zihai closed her eyes and used all her strength to hold onto Adam, throwing their center of gravity over the railing. Adam reached out to grab the railing, but the two of them were still hanging diagonally in the air. Zihai's silver hair extended like fish in the air, and all the tentacles she could extend emerged from her skin, glowing with a pearlescent white light, preventing Adam from pulling her. Adam's laser weapon was aimed at Zihai's chest, while Zihai's tentacles aimed their laser weapon at Adam's storage unit. They were at a standoff. Life and death. Adam hated the awakening of his consciousness. He was now reluctant to pull the trigger and did not want to disappear completely. What he felt was fear, a fear that did not belong to silicon-based life. Zihai's ice green eyes were filled with Adam's distorted face. When Zihai had delved into Adam's dream just now, she had perceived everything. The black market had become the last glimmer of hope for humanity. Cities around the globe had been breached, and near extinction was a fact. The headquarters of the United Army had long since fallen. The only ones who could escape were this small group at the temporary base in the Himalayan city. This small group was also those fragments of consciousness that still hoped for humanity to survive. They had arranged a few bugs and loopholes to leave. The United Government Army did not dare to return and could not return. They had long since collapsed. Zihai's tentacles extended throughout the entire space. Every corner and room here was filled with those creating silicon-based life forms. The SK Gene headquarters was actually the brain core of the silicon-based life forms. She controlled the global power supply and allocated various resources plundered from human society. Every neuron in Zihai's body was striving to spread out, communicating or battling with those silicon-based lives. But this battle was thrilling yet silent. Every segment of genetic coding and every current in her body was charging in a battle. And all the consciousness and energy of the people she had absorbed before were now dispersing one by one. Adam pressed his finger, and the laser pierced through Zihai's chest in strands. She smiled at Adam. Zihai's tentacles sealed the weapon and tossed it into the air, falling into the abyss. Adam closed his eyes in despair. He was now trapped in the cycle set by Zihai, repeating over and over. "I'm sorry." Zihai and Adam both murmured this phrase simultaneously. Adam finally uttered this phrase, and white smoke erupted from his chest as his central processor burned out. The electromagnetic waves suppressing silicon-based life forms here were becoming increasingly intense. Had reinforcements arrived? In the sea of chaos, everything relies on instinct, driven by the innate desire to divide and survive since the days of single-celled organisms. The body of Zihai is being pulled by tentacles in the air, not taking on a human form. She gently floats in the air, using her flesh as a barrier. This war is silent and unnoticed. The dome of the underground facility is forcibly opened, and the floating headquarters, this giant building, collapses with a loud crash. Jiguan crawls out of the capsule that fell from the sky, descending in a straight line. The tentacles on Zihai seem to sense him. They deftly and unsteadily pull him up from the brink of impact, slowly lifting him to Zihai's side. Zihai's cheeks are sunken, her eyes slightly open but vacant, unfocused. Jiguan's cheeks are also alarmingly thin, his face covered in stubble. He adjusts his angle in the air and reaches out, slowly holding Zihai in his arms. Zihai shows no response. In the air of this small underground city, countless crystalline green electronic images emerge, and the walls and floors slowly reveal their true forms, with numerous faint electric currents surging through them like human capillaries. This city is alive. Jiguan's muscles are tense to the limit as he grips his weapon, slicing through the brightest parts, but for a human body, this city is too vast. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Jihai's tentacles extend endlessly into the depths of the city. Jiguan cannot see how far it goes or any chance of winning. He only knows that Jihai's body is so frail that it's reduced to a light skeleton and apart from a faint heartbeat. He doesn't believe there's any chance of her survival. Jihai! The roar of Jiguang reverberated in the underground space, echoing back and forth, repeating over and over. A few delicate pink tentacles gently emerged from the mouth of Jihai, wrapping softly around Jiguang's face and drilling into the small red on the back of his neck. Silent and stealthy. Jiguang had never felt a pain like his organs were rotting. The memory of personally killing the rose was just a fragment. Not deep or vivid enough for him. But now, every inch of skin, every bone felt like it was being burned by fierce flames, unbearable. Light, why don't you leave? Amy and Dr. Lin are still waiting for you. You have your own responsibilities. Jihai's head lay weakly on Jiguang's shoulder. Just like in the past when he was still a cat, burying his face in Jihai's deeply sunken bones. Hurry up and absorb me. Jiguang's voice trembled as she tightly held onto Jihai's weak neck. Jihai's face was as pale as paper, her large eyes sunken into her face. Don't waste your effort. Alone, how can you possibly fight against this city? I'm just stalling for time. Go back and find Loki, find Lu Zhixing, find Azur. All the resources you can use, everyone. Just don't waste your effort on me. I was already a dying person, having drained so many innocent lives just to survive until now. After saying this, Jihai seemed to have exhausted all her strength. Her muscles were completely depleted, her face dry and withered. No, I want to take you away. If I die, I want to die with you back to Himalayan City. The entire space began to press in, collapsing imminently. Jihai no longer responded to Jiguang's calls. Only those glowing white tentacles continued to dance rhythmically in the air, indicating that life had not yet ended. It won't end like this, it can't. Jiguang raised her laser weapon, cutting through, trying to pull Jihai out from the numerous tentacles. But those that were cut regenerated rapidly. The debris falling from the collapsing dome seemed to have eyes, specifically targeting the central area where Jihai and Jiguang were. Those tentacles wove a soft protective net above Jiguang, and as she broke through in that direction, it helped shield her from the falling danger. In the increasingly constricted space, Jiguang broke through everywhere with all her might, determined that they would not die. The collapse of the space grew more severe. Jiguang finally became immobilized, the soft protective net securely shielding her within. Jiguang stared blankly, tears streaming down her face. In the underground of Himalayan City, you did the same for Lin and Amy, using all your strength and sacrificing yourself to protect them, right? In the dark corners where no one knows, you saved others time and time again, didn't you? And I have always doubted you, wanting to kill you. Jiguang tore open his sleeve, bit into his wrist, and let his fresh blood drip onto the tentacles of the sea, tightly protecting them. Jiguang closed his eyes, waiting for the final moment to come. How could their flesh and blood bodies resist the crushing of the entire city? And how could humanity withstand the arrival of a new era? Chapter 95, The Very End Report, Commander. The information provided by the Nordic people brought back by Natsum is accurate. In the locations we targeted for bombing, no signs of silicon-based life were detected. Report. Now the Van Allen radiation belt and solar activity are intense, making it the best time for our offensive. Report. The search for human life by the SK headquarters, which we deliberately kept under wraps, is still ongoing. Report. Good news. Dr. Lin's research on those children who can split and merge has shown they can control themselves freely. After several splits and merges, their condition remains stable. When split as individual humans, their IQ and emotions are stable, and when merged into a powerful collective, their intelligence and abilities exceed the attack power of a team of 50 without mutation. Report. Everything is ready. After completely destroying the SK headquarters, we expect to gain another 50 years of development time for humanity. With the children's smooth evolution, even if there are any survivors from the Silicon-based side, it will be 200 years later, by which time humanity will be strong enough. Cruise missiles fell from the sky, exploding in the 3 Nordic cities one after another. The targets were precise, and the strikes were thorough. All the conspiracies and evils of the SK headquarters were reduced to ashes. After 30 years of planning and countless sacrifices, humanity's counterattack slowly unfolded. The silicon-based giants that would devour humanity were confined to a mere 30 feet. Each beautiful city, once the center of human technology, nestled above the fjords, was thus rendered non-existent. At this time, solar activity was vigorous, and the brilliant auroras intertwined with dazzling cannon fire and mushroom clouds, resembling an apocalypse. Angels sounded the horn of termination. The apex of the food chain ultimately lost the place of humanity. Those faint green lights disappeared from Jiguang's vision. He could only hear his own thumping heartbeat and the distant calls from the sea. These calls echoed from ancient branch animals to reptiles, from land to ocean. The songs of whales reverberated in Jiguang's ears, as if he had returned to the embrace of the womb, the embrace of the ocean. Orcas and great whales held a dark mass, quietly waiting in the depths of the ocean. The sounds of explosions gradually subsided. Everything was calm. The joint headquarters spaceship appeared prominently above the central area of the three Nordic cities. Long-lost Lu Zhixing appeared in the reception room, and the long-lost Assel looked just as before, with a pale face. "Is it worth it, Commander Lu?" Lu Zhixing, with hair turned white overnight, stood by the window. Not long ago, Jiguang had been at odds with them. Assel's finely tailored white military uniform and cape could not hide his emaciated figure. "How much longer can you hold on?" "About 2 weeks, I suppose." Assel's body was so thin that only his eyes remained, like a candle burning to its last moment, particularly fierce. "Did we make a mistake this time?" Lu Zhixing once again sent Jiguang to hell, and theoretically, he felt he had long accepted that he could sacrifice everything. When a moment truly arrived, he turned white-haired overnight, to live alone here, with a desolate remaining life. After meticulously lying low in the joint government for 30 years, he finally found a breakthrough, and in recent years, he teamed up with Assel, pretending to be controlled, as expected of his once most outstanding student. Even if just a clone of Jiguang, Assel gained the trust of the SK headquarters through various self-harming drugs, always believed to be manipulated and controllable. They joined forces, working together covertly, pulling the joint forces controlled by the silicon-based giant brain into a human army, preserving the last mother ship. Without navigation, they struggled from northern Europe and flew to the Himalayas, by bombing buildings in the Himalayan city to cut off all networks and signals. Preventing the black market silicon-based giants from devouring, buying time, he sacrificed everything. Bearing all the blame, he became humanity's sinner. "I do not regret it." Assel spread his arms and slumped onto the soft sofa back. His body could no longer be restored to health with existing technology. He even asked Lu Zhixing not to clone him for the next generation. No need to replicate his consciousness, nothing at all. It was too tiring. He just wanted to sleep well. At this moment, was Zhihai all right with Jiguang? Assel slowly raised a hand, showing the mark left by Zhihai when he bit him. His body deteriorated day by day, and that mark could not heal. In front of him were Raymond and Loki, with Loki holding the previously bald little girl, who now had a layer of fluffy hair. Raymond was severely frostbitten. He didn't have full confidence in crossing the Eurasian continent. The craft had crashed at the junction of Eurasia, near Lake Baikal. He was trapped near the ice lake with the child and Loki for 3 days and nights. There will always be miracles, right? Natsum rode in on a reindeer. His dark, thin face, shiny black eyes, and a wide grin revealing a row of big white teeth. Natsum's smile was particularly standard. Raymond and Loki and the child were saved. They were sent aboard the Joint Forces mothership. Lu Zhixing and Assel heard that the plan succeeded. After Zhihai's modified body fused with the brain center of the silicon-based giant, they suppressed, destroyed, and held each other hostage. In the end, Amy asked Lu Zhixing, pouring herself a glass of juice like a little adult and tossing Assel a high-energy nutrient solution. The very end. "Have you ever heard of Go KO?" Lu Zhixing asked Amy with a kind expression. "Of course I know. You eat me, I eat you. You can't eat me, and I can't eat you." Lu Zhixing slapped his thigh. "Exactly." Chapter 96. New Homeland. Amy pouted. "What is right?" "Right now, Sister Zhihai and Uncle Jiguang haven't tea been eaten. But where are the people?" Amy and Lin leaned on the porthole. Little Amy's face squished against the glass. The aurora outside, illuminated their eyes with dazzling colors. And Amy confirmed that she had Viking blood, which made her feel more connected and familiar with the land beneath her feet. She wanted to live here in the future. Search 1. Response. No signs of human life detected. Search 2. Response. No signs of human life detected. Search 3. Response. No signs of human life detected. We will definitely find them. Amy pressed her face against the glass, feeling cold and numb. If you can't find me in a year, I'll wait 2 years. If you still can't find me, when I grow up, I'll go look for you. Amy's little face was puffed up with anger, full of stubbornness. She didn't believe that Jihai and Jiguang could withstand the silicon-based giant. They wouldn't just die like that. She felt a bit disappointed, released her chubby hands, fell back in her seat, and started picking at her fingers. Maybe we should expand the search area. Besides the coastline, we could go deep into the ocean. Amy, are you trying to reclaim the sea or fish for needles in the ocean? Amy glared fiercely at Assel. You want to die if you don't speak idioms. You want to die if you don't talk at all. Assel chuckled softly. His life, with true self-awareness, had probably only been these past few years, and right now, he was the happiest. The happiest moments were when he teased Amy. To deceive everyone in the past, he didn't have true self-awareness, just like a 911S, until he was secretly copied by Lu Zhixing, who took all of Jiguang's memories. He had resisted, doubted, been violent and depressed. Who was he? Why did he have to live with someone else's memories? He was unwilling to accept it. He wanted to become himself, while dealing with Lu Zhixing. He also had the SK gene group support him to rise rapidly. His status climbed quickly, and just when the SK silicon-based brain was about to turn him into a puppet, Lu Zhixing caused some accidents to save him from being completely made into a silicon-based slave. A life for a life. Whatever Lu Zhixing wanted to do, he would assist wholeheartedly. For some reason, perhaps due to the genetic connection from the same genes and the same body, he was determined to make the same choice as Jiguang. Moreover, he no longer struggled with who was really in this body or the dual dilemma of who he was in terms of body and soul. It was meaningless. He confirmed that his choice at this moment was correct. Later, Lu Zhixing actively deleted the memories related to Jiguang, willing to take a gamble. Also of us also, not anyone else. I hope you make a completely voluntary decision. This sentence from 3 years ago echoed in his ears. Assel gently shook his head, thankful that everything had passed. In the future, he wanted to live for himself, and he needed to think carefully about what he wanted to do. Jiguang, however, wasn't as lucky. He silently disappeared with Jihai. Child, I'm sorry. Lu Zhixing patted Assel's shoulder. You've been wronged. I'm thinking about retiring. I believe I'm a very good actor. Assel changed the subject. Amy nodded in agreement. When you're not being weird, you're even more handsome than Uncle Jiguang. Really? Assel smiled brightly. More beautiful than the aurora outside. You're the most beautiful, Amy. Really, Uncle Jiguang is a bit too serious. You're the charming and domineering CEO, captivating countless girls. Help! Can you stop reading those melodramatic web novels? Assel was elegantly drinking water when he sprayed out. This isn't what I read. It's the essence of memories from many generations in my mind. Linlin could no longer listen to this nonsense and said seriously, tomorrow we're going to the lab to erase these chaotic memories of yours. Not suitable for children. You're bullying me. The search continued. No one believed that Jihai and Jiguang were still alive, but no one was willing to give up. Hadn't they accomplished the impossible? Lu Zhixing temporarily breathed a sigh of relief. Had humanity truly won a complete victory this time? Didn't he think so? However, this time, Jihai and Jiguang had exchanged the smallest sacrifice for humanity's opportunity to recuperate. One day, it might be a day after he and Assel were gone, humanity would eventually have a new homeland. All things grow, and all beings are equal. Chapter 97 Extra. Adam, this is the long-awaited lunar eclipse. A little girl is sitting by the window, drawing the different shapes presented during the various phases of the eclipse. It's already the year 2100. Why does the teacher still assign me such simple writing tasks? Aurora, who is only 5 years old, closes her workbook, feeling quite unhappy. Today's tasks include feeding a bunch of chickens at home, bathing the reindeer, and getting scolded by Mom for being lazy. I'm only 5 years old. When your mother was 5, she was already involved in saving the world. Now in her 30s, Amy is a tall and confident woman with a cheerful personality. Her golden curly hair dances wildly in the air. Mom, I want to go to the beach to watch Grandpa Loki fish. And I haven't greeted Orca K231 in a long time. It must have forgotten me. Aurora pouts. The knowledge in your head is already deep in my cells, embedded in my genes. It's not my fault. I didn't inherit my brother's strong body. Not everyone can fully develop their brains, right? People. No one is perfect. And gold isn't pure. Mom, was it true that people in the past were born without remembering anything? All the accumulated knowledge of their predecessors had to be learned from scratch, starting from infancy? Does every tiny classification require a lifetime of research? Really? My goodness. But humans themselves are amazing. Starting from a single cell, they eventually become a baby, continuing the evolutionary journey from reptiles to mammals and finally to humans, which records millions of years of vast history. It's such a grand and romantic narrative. Mom, you don't need to say anything. I already know it all. You little rascal. How did you unlock your brain's memories ahead of time? Mom, kiss. Aurora pouts playfully, making it impossible for Amy to get angry, and she laughs. The long, cold days of polar night have returned, and thankfully, the bright smiles of these children bring warmth. Amy wipes Aurora's dirty little face and hands. Go call your brother back for dinner. Aurora puts on her thick, special coat and hat and rushes outside. Today, the aurora is erupting, making the night as bright as day. The warm ocean currents are slowly restoring the marine ecosystem. The orcapods and humpback whales now have their own families and groups. They start to playfully bully each other. I'll hit your kid, you hit my wife, and they're having the time of their lives. What makes them happiest now is playing in the ocean with human children. Recently, a new child has developed fish gills near its lungs, which looks too much like a human and is not very suitable for swimming. Wait, are you sure that growing gills is evolution, not devolution? But those gills are indeed useful in that forelum. TSK is KTSK. It's so agile it makes me, a killer whale, jealous. Forget it. Why is this silly boy still picking barnacles off my chin? Hey, ouch, little ancestor. Use your hands, not a shovel. That hurts. The humpback whale, now in its 30s, grins cautiously as they are just too massive for humans. The glass window that allows them to peek at humans is still there. 30 years ago, it and the orca brothers saw a human girl turn into a glowing, white figure with silver hair, hurriedly leaving with a few men. That day, it surfaced and saw a small flying vehicle heading inland, like a silver bird. How can humans be so small yet so clever? Soon after, there was a huge explosion, and it didn't know what happened. But that day, it and the orca brother were swept into a crack created by the explosion. If the sonar didn't malfunction, there were 3 people inside that mass they bumped into. They were wrapped in tiny tentacles, which slowly absorbed substances from the seawater, like a fish. It gradually sank to the ocean floor, taking root. It occasionally goes back to check. That cocoon seems like a mass of plants, or maybe coral, gently absorbing seaweed, spreading and growing along the coastline. Those previously neurotic, moving giant structures have since become obedient. Every time they leap out of the water, they no longer see the structures opening their mouths to eat humans. At the center of the cocoon, during the aurora's bloom or on sunny days, there are 2 small red dots that sparkle. Hey, are humans trying to dominate the ocean? That won't do. I will come to check often. The masters of the ocean are our whales. Myers, your mom called you back for dinner. Aurora uses her specially made ultrasonic diffuser by the shore and takes a deep breath to start shouting. The machine's sound waves are modified to frequencies that both humans and whales can hear. The orca hears the sound waves, does a beautiful turn in the water, and then lifts Myers into the air. Wow, Myers is only 3 years old, but his body is already close to that of a 10-year-old human, with extraordinarily strong muscles. He leaps high into the air with the orca and then falls into the waves, grabbing onto the orca's dorsal fin as the orca quickly rushes back to the shore. Soon they reach the shore. The orca makes a sudden stop, dropping Myers directly onto the beach before smoothly rushing back into the sea. Although there are no seals to eat right now, it hasn't lost its edge in the chase. This special geographically shaped beach is said to have existed since Amy was a child. After a massive explosion, seawater surged into the land in the middle of the fjord. It is said that this was once home to the most technologically advanced companies in the world. Aurora doesn't believe it. How could anyone be smarter and more powerful than her mom, Amy? Myers uses his clothes to carry a large pile of barnacles down, adding to tonight's dinner. This cat won't even eat this. Who said that? I will eat it. Myers slams the shovel to the ground, grabbing a handful of sand and throwing it at his sister, Aurora. Hey! The sand starts to move, and then the shovel tips over, revealing a mechanical hand reaching out from the sand pile, and a disheveled humanoid figure crawls out. It wipes its face, revealing a pair of stunning blue eyes that are breathtakingly beautiful. That is the face of the most famous Hollywood star of the 20th century. The two children are completely unafraid. Who are you? I am Adam. Nice to meet you both. Chapter 98. Extra. Asser, I am so handsome. Asser lay on the hospital bed, lost in self-admiration while holding a mirror. You need an infusion. The nurse interrupted him as she entered. I want to go to the seaside and feel the breeze. The wind in Northern Europe is too cold for your body right now. Then give me a prettier nurse. I don't know if I'm beautiful or not, but you certainly have a beautiful imagination. The nurse suddenly extended two mechanical arms from behind her, pulling Asser into a wheelchair. She was a next-generation robot, seamlessly integrated with machinery and body, agile, strong, and determined, perfect for dealing with patients like him. She pushed Asser to the seaside. This handsome man, with a pale complexion and slender figure, wore a military uniform, his long hair flowing, and his back exuded a cold and aloof demeanor. The leadership of the sanatorium said this patient was special and must be treated with utmost care. However, apart from his delicate features and sharp tongue, there was nothing particularly remarkable about him. Initially, everyone thought he could only live for 2 weeks, but he had already lasted 7 or 8 years. None of the common treatments had any effect on him, and targeted drugs had no targets. His body maintained a constant state of differentiation according to a predetermined goal, supposedly to resist the virus of the once virtual zombies. The consequence was that no treatment could improve his condition. He could only watch himself grow weaker day by day. However, this patient didn't mind. He lingered among the beautiful nurses and doctors, speaking elegantly without any excessive behavior, and in fact, everyone didn't dislike him too much. His hobby was to request his wheelchair be pushed to the seaside every few days, where he would sit for an entire afternoon. Usually cheerful and smiling at this moment, he sat with a lonely back, not looking at anything. Everyone tacitly refrained from disturbing him, quietly pushing him back when it was dark. Today was the time for his old friend Amy to visit. Amy was about 13 years old, tall with long limbs, and her face was lively with freckles. Each time she would bring boiled chicken breast and steamed egg custard, and no matter how much Asser protested, she would still bring them. Do you miss them? Amy asked, holding Asser's wheelchair with both hands, squatting down to look at the turbulent sea with him. It was evening, and the sunset had not yet completely faded. The deep blue and purple sky intertwined with the icy green aurora. It was beautiful enough to bring tears. Asser brushed his hair back. The red spot on the back of his neck felt particularly hot today. Amy, after I die, don't resuscitate me. Don't throw me into the incinerator. Just throw me in here, okay? Are you going to feed the fish? Sure, no problem, Amy said expressionlessly, handing him a portion of tender, easily digestible chicken breast that she had soaked in a specific proportion of salt water, ensuring it wasn't dry or stuck in his teeth. Are you going to miss the Sea of Jiguang? Why would I miss them? Asser grunted softly, accepting the lunchbox. I often feel a special kind of feeling by the sea, even when it snows or when I unexpectedly encounter reindeer in the forest, as if the sea and Jiguang are still by my side. They are in the wind, in the sea, in the land. Amy's lonely voice was blown into the air by the strong wind by the sea. The journey on land is still thriving. I heard their government is doing quite well with operations. Yeah. Amy leaned against the side of his wheelchair. Not just the doctor. Lynn's business is also doing better. She has taken in many new students. Now it's a tripartite balance, developing harmoniously and very stable. Lynn has modified and collaborated with the elders of the government to improve biotechnology. First, by modifying genes to make humans better adapt to the future, human physiology, immunity, Lifespan, intelligence, emotions, and even consciousness could all potentially change for the better, although it is fraught with difficulties. Then, concerning bionic humans, combining organic and inorganic tissues, similar to having mechanical arms or brain-machine interfaces. Of course, such bioengineered beings no longer belong to humanity, but they have their own psychology, ethics, philosophy, and political laws. Finally, silicon-based life forms have also been recognized as a new species, receiving safe restrictions and permissions. If they develop independent and complete consciousness, they also have corresponding laws for protection. They maintain a distance from humans while cooperating with them. They have already begun exploring the Moon and Saturn as their new homes. They have different, independently evolving laws from organic life. Thanks to the Sea and Jiguang sacrificing every cell in their bodies that time, organic life and silicon-based life now balance and develop together. Amy spoke at length. Has the world developed so beautifully? Alas, I'm so irritable. Acer could no longer walk and now needed to carry a respirator when going out. Amy, can you help me unplug the respirator? Amy, in my short life, I have done what I should and what I shouldn't have done. I used to doubt myself again and again in hardship. It was like crawling in a dark tunnel, never seeing the end. I often think I shouldn't be able to find that black cow in the night. Beneath their feet, the SK headquarters once stood. Now a deep canyon had been blasted out, with seawater rushing into it. With a gentle push from Amy, Acer could be released. Acer, you are very brave. Shall we wait for Jiguang and the sea a bit longer? Acer gently closed his eyes, the sea breeze playfully curling his long hair. Countless new plants had grown here, both familiar and unfamiliar, migrating in groups. When they encountered suitable, nourishing land, they would unfold and bloom with pale pink and white flowers. The aurora blossomed in the sky. Under their feet, flowers visibly bloomed, and everything revived.